Chapter 241 Bodhi Tree. After pretending to be compassionate for a while, Suan put away his expression and checked the inheritance left to him by brother Wei Yang. Righteous aura. A certain family is full of righteousness and is a great loyal minister. The person wearing this aura is full of righteousness and gives people the first impression that he is a positive person. World origin. The world origin of the advanced world is what is left after the system is decomposed. It can be used to cultivate innate spiritual roots or to increase the foundation of the world. Good stuff. Suan's eyes lit up. Although the halo was useless to him who was already righteous, the origin of the world in the advanced world was still good and could be used to cultivate the Bodhi tree seedlings. After copying a copy of the information about the Jinwu realm compiled by the VEDIO division, Suan went straight back to the Marquis mansion. With a thought, he entered the small world. This time in the small world, the weather was sunny and the sun was high in the sky. All you see is lush green vegetation and winding spiritual mist, which makes the fairy palace look more like a palace in heaven. There was a person sitting in front of the immortal palace. He was the only living being in the small world, Mu Qianyi. After several times of lovemaking, her range of activities was no longer limited to a side hall, but expanded to the entire small world. The breeze blew by, and the hair gently hit the beautiful face, showing a peaceful life and a beautiful woman. But if you pay attention to her eyes, you won't think so. Mu Qianyi's attention was not on the book. Her eyes were wandering, as if she was observing something. When she saw Suan coming, her eyes lit up with joy, but then she quickly restrained her expression. In the past 2 months, Suan has come here more often than before, and would come in from time to humiliate her, but taking this opportunity, she also took a large amount of jade liquid. Most of the restrictions in her body have been broken. With just one more try, she will be able to recover her cultivation and find a chance to escape from this place. But Suan was not in a hurry to find Mu Qianyi this time. Landing on a flat ground in front of the fairy palace, he received the Bodhi tree sapling. It was a small sapling with green leaves, full of vitality, and the whole tree was glowing with a bright and precious light. A feeling of peace of mind comes over you, making you feel that all distracting thoughts are gone, and your spirit seems to have transcended the body and entered a state of tranquility. Holding the Bodhi tree in your hands, your mind will be pure. After a while, Suan came back to his senses and exclaimed, "It is worthy of being an innate spiritual root. The seedling has such power." He threw the Bodhi tree in front of him and it took root. In an instant, the sapling took root in the earth, and the whole small world was shaken. Flowers fell from the sky, lotus flowers emerged from the ground, and heaven and earth were filled with joy. Space becomes more stable and the world becomes more harmonious. The laws brought by this innate spiritual root seem to have greatly improved the small world. The speed at which the small world was slowly breathing in and out chaotic airflow suddenly increased several times. The barriers of the world also began to gradually expand outward. Another ball of the world's origin emerged in Suan's hand. This origin is not as gentle as the origin of the small world, but it contains unique Taoist rhyme and energy, and falls on the Bodhi seedling as Suan's thoughts follow. Although it can be used to increase the world's foundation, it is not necessarily better than using it to enhance innate spiritual roots. That ball of origin was like mist, and it merged into the Bodhi seedling the moment it fell into it. Then a ray of wisdom light appeared on the seedling. The Bodhi tree began to grow at an astonishing rate. The tree crown rose higher and higher, and the roots penetrated into the earth and extended downward. After touching the world barrier, it easily reached out and began to absorb the air currents and the chaos. Thousands of years seemed to be compressed into an instant. In the blink of an eye, the sapling has grown into a 1,000-foot-tall tree. The Bodhi seeds have condensed and the round light of wisdom emanates, illuminating the world. The Bodhi tree today truly has some of the legendary appearance. Accompanied by an indescribable shaking sound, the border of the world began to expand outward at an extremely fast speed. The higher the sky, the thicker the earth, and the more abundant the spiritual energy. In front of the immortal palace, Mu Qianyi, who was secretly paying attention to the side, opened her red lips slightly and showed shock in her eyes. Before this, she had always thought that she was imprisoned by this devil in a magical space, such as the lost magic treasure Tian Tian pot of the demon clan, which was said to have a world of its own within the pot. But I have never heard that the space in the magic weapon can expand. Could this be the real world, and that tree? After planting it, she felt her mind became clearer. Some distracting thoughts were cut off, and flashes of inspiration appeared in her mind from time to time. Some of the difficulties I encountered in my previous practice were easily solved with a little thought. If her strength wasn't still sealed, she might have already tried to break through. Even the spiritual enlightenment pill made by the master of alchemy would not have such an effect. However, when she thought of Suan's identity, she felt it was very normal, but her heart felt a little complicated. Suan didn't pay attention to Mu Qianyi's expression at this time. He felt the changes taking place in the small world and felt quite satisfied. 20 million square kilometers, although not very large, it can be called the world with some degree of certainty. At least it is not smaller than some secret realms. Moreover, the small world is still expanding continuously, but the speed is not as fast as before. Is this the effect of innate spiritual roots? It is indeed extraordinary. Under the Bodhi tree, Suan's soul was clear and lucid, without any distractions. That if you can attain enlightenment here, you will surely make rapid progress. Maybe it's time to try another raffle item. His eyes turned to Mu Qianyi. Seeing the devil looking at her, Fairy Mu blushed slightly. She subconsciously covered her face with a book, her heart pounding. Under such a wise and pure spiritual tree, the devil could still think of such dirty things. Suan's eyes opened and closed, and the system transmitted all the mysteries of the great yin and yang Zhoutian method into his mind, which immediately opened his eyes. There is indeed no end to learning the principles of yin and yang, and there are so many unique training postures. With the help of the Bodhi tree, he put aside all distracting thoughts and recalled the countless times he had practiced dual cultivation in the past. His comprehension of this method improved rapidly. Even under the halo of wisdom, every detail in the memory becomes exceptionally clear. The rhythm of the yin and yang Tao flowed through his body, evolving into all kinds of wonderful appearances of men and women. Now all that's left is further practice. As his mind turned, he moved Mu Qianyi under the Bodhi tree, and heard the fairy exclaim. She was stripped of her clothes and became a tool for Suan's practice. Woo woo! Demon, even if you get my body, I will never surrender. Fairy Mu gritted her teeth. Bang. Stop talking, turn around and support yourself with the Bodhi tree. Suan scolded impatiently. Mu Qianyi wanted to refuse angrily and tell this devil that she still had dignity even though she was captured, but her body did not listen to her and obeyed Suan's order first. A gentle breeze blew through the Bodhi tree, causing the leaves to rustle. A round light enveloped the two people intertwined under the tree, spreading supreme wisdom. Chapter 242. Preparing to set off for Jinwu realm. There is a poem that goes, the devil laughs under the Bodhi tree, and the fairy is calamity when yin and yang meet. 4 hours later, Suan slowly finished his practice. The wonderful appearance of man and woman merged into the body, and the originally stubborn gray energy was reduced a little. Correspondingly, Suan's immortal body became more transparent. Of course, the Bodhi tree also played a role in this. He did not regard dual cultivation as a chore, so dual cultivation was naturally not a distraction for him, but a practice. Since you are practicing, you will naturally receive the blessings of the Bodhi tree. The mind is clear, the soul's feelings are deeper, the effect of dual cultivation is better, and the understanding of the way of yin and yang is advancing by leaps and bounds. If there were no Bodhi tree, it would probably take 7 or 8 days to fully comprehend the great yin and yang circulation method. Of course, if some Buddhist disciples knew that he was practicing like this under the Bodhi tree, they would certainly denounce him as a heretic. Devil, devil. The slimy fairy beside him had her eyes rolled back and was still cursing unconsciously. No need to pretend. Suan spoke indifferently and glanced at Mu Qianyi. Now that your strength has recovered, there's no need to pretend to be a weak woman. How could a cultivator in the pure yang realm be so unplayful? Mu Qianyi's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't move. Suan also sneered, pulled Fairy Mu into his arms, played with the pair of crispy lips, and continued, even if your strength is restored, you cannot leave without my permission. But I'm in a good mood today, so you can go out. Now Mu Qianyi could no longer sit still. She opened her eyes, swallowed the jade liquid remaining in her mouth, and stared at Suan with her beautiful eyes. Are you serious? It seems that Fairy Mu still hasn't learned her lesson. Pinching the beauty's cheek, Suan smiled. Do you really believe what the devil said? You, despicable. Realizing that Suan was playing tricks on her again, Mu Qianyi glared with her beautiful eyes with a bit of anger, but she did not react at all to Suan's big hand on her chest. Perhaps she was already used to it. Ha, let me teach you a lesson. Don't trust others easily in the future. After laughing, Suan touched Mu Qianyi's hair, and his voice became rare and gentle. He was extremely familiar with the body in his arms. He had explored it countless times and every inch of its skin was covered with his traces. Mu Qianyi's expression changed slightly, feeling something was wrong. What do you mean? Suan looked at that beautiful face and answered seriously, what I mean is that I'm serious this time. You can go out. Then a portal connecting to the outside world appeared in front. You are so kind. Looking at the portal, Mu Qianyi was surprised. She knew very well how hateful this devil was. Every time I do that, it's like I want to eat her up. Sometimes he even treated her like a cat or dog and played with her, which could be described as being licentious and immoral. Now he is willing to let me go. Isn't he afraid that I will expose the fact that he is a demon? Suan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pinched Mu Qiangyi's conscience, and said with a wicked smile, "If you don't leave, I will shut it up." The red handprint appeared on the snow-white conscience, causing Mu Qiangyi to frown. "Devil, even if you let me go, don't think I will be grateful to you." She quickly stood up and put on her clothes, turned around and looked at Suan coldly, then walked towards the door step by step. But even though she said so, Suan didn't react at all. When she reached the door, she smelt the long-lost breath of the outside world. The smell of freedom made her take a deep breath. Just one more step and I can completely escape from this demon. But when she lifted her foot, she felt somewhat reluctant. Could it be that the devil has used some magic on her again? She quickly shook her head to get rid of this ridiculous idea, stepped out of the passage, and landed in a courtyard. The portal behind him had been closed. Mu Qiangyi flew over to take a look at the surroundings and quickly realized where he was. It was in the capital of the Shang dynasty, in the Devil's Mansion. Without any hesitation, she flew out of the mansion and fled towards the imperial capital. No one stopped her along the way, and she flew all the way to a deserted hillside, where she stopped with a slightly dazed look in her eyes, with her hand on her heart. The scars of her conscience had not yet disappeared, and she felt a little confused. In fact, she had completely broken the seal and recovered her strength halfway through. With her cultivation level in the middle stage of pure yang, she was fully capable of resisting, but she still cooperated with Suan to finish the second half. That feeling didn't seem to be unpleasant, and sometimes she would even actively cooperate. It was clear that after recovering his strength, he had every chance to kill. Could it be that she has really fallen? No, that's not right. Fairy Mu quickly shook her head. She always upholds the righteous path in her heart. How could she fall for a demon? That devil is the devil from heaven. How can he be killed so easily? She murmured, her eyes gradually brightening. Suan is the legendary demon, and she, a pure yang cultivator, cannot resist him. She did this just to deceive Suan. Yes, it's just to deceive the devil. She was forced. After a long while, she convinced herself and set off again to fly in one direction, but this direction is not the direction to the north. Until she figured it out, she didn't want to go back to the demon-suppressing sect. So she decided to go find Feng Luan first and stay in the Tianshui Holy Land for a while. Sensing Mu Qiangyi's movements through the purple spirit seal, Suan smiled faintly. The fairy has been almost trained from the moment she took the initiative for the jade liquid. She was completely unable to escape, but she herself hadn't realized it yet, and I have left an anchor on her, so I can find her at any time. What difference does it make whether I put her in the small world or not? Next, we should prepare to go to the Jinwu realm to take a look. After resting for a while, Suan went to the palace. After a lot of persuasion, Sister Rawashi finally agreed to let him take Shangnan to the Jinwu realm. It only left a black bird mark on his body to protect him. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, in front of the world's gateway, several temporary palaces have been built here, and a terrifying atmosphere is intertwined here. The Shan army could no longer hold back. Suan brought Shangnan to the palace in the middle without any hindrance. For Yuanshan masters were discussing something, two of whom were acquaintances. Chengzu, Xuanzu, Luozu, and Wugwogong. Suan greeted with a smile. Shaoan. Lord Su. None of them put on airs, and even Luozu, who looked murderous, nodded in response. A Qianyang cultivator who is less than 30 years old is almost certain to become a Yuanshan in the future, not to mention that he is one of his own descendants. Chengzu even enthusiastically pulled Suan to sit next to him. Looking at Tu Shengnan standing behind Suan without saying a word, Dukewu was secretly shocked. This boy is incredible, as he can make a person who has achieved the spiritual spirit act as his bodyguard, and I heard that Lord Su is still in the Emperor's favor and is deeply loved by His Majesty. It seems that this Lord Su cannot be treated as a junior. Chapter 243. Suan, what do you think? Shaoan, what do you think about this expedition to the Jinwu realm? Chengzu asked Suan with a smile on his face. The others couldn't help but look over. Any opinions? No opinions. Suan put his legs together, looking obedient. I will listen to the elders. Amateurs cannot guide experts. In this regard, I believe that these ancestors and the Dukewu who came from a military background must have more experience than myself. Chengzu nodded but did not continue to ask. He glanced at the others and said, then I will tell you my opinion. After we eliminate the resistance forces in Jinwu realm, we will then use the force of thunder to wipe out the natives of Jinwu realm, exterminate their clans and species, free up the land, and then migrate the people of our great Shang to that world to reproduce and thrive. This will not only save a lot of trouble, but will also quickly turn the Jinwu realm into the territory of our great Shang. He was talking about how to deal with the Jinwu realm, because for Deshang, it was only a matter of time before they wiped out the Shinwu Empire. Suan couldn't help but look sideways when hearing this. This Qingzu looks smiling, but he is even more murderous than himself. No wonder people call him the blood array demon. Luozu nodded, and Injiu also showed his approval. This method is indeed good, and it works quickly. It is a good solution. We were too kind in the beginning, which led to the reversal of the Jinwu realm. When the Shang dynasty counterattacked the Jinwu realm, it spared the cultivators below the Purple Mansion level and adopted a conciliatory policy. However, from time to time, cultivators would gather together to resist in the occupied areas. They also widely spread an evil technique that used vitality to cultivate, called the Jinwu Burning Blood Technique. As long as one is willing to spend 50 years of his life practicing that evil art, an ordinary person can become a spiritual cultivator, able to use magic, which once caused quite a bit of trouble. This forced the Shang dynasty to continuously send people to suppress the rebellion. This slowed down the process and led to them being repelled by the sudden appearance of the god of war. In today's Jinwu realm, the Shinwu Empire has ruled the Jinwu realm for more than 10,000 years. Even though all the practitioners have been exterminated, its rule has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Therefore, even if the cultivators born in the Jinwu realm have talent, they find it difficult to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Deshan would not use resources to cultivate these geniuses who might have ulterior motives. In that case, the people of the Jinwu realm would be of no use at all. They would refuse to be educated and yet occupy the land, and would have no value at all. Naturally, there would be no need for them to exist. Duku said nothing. Xianzhu frowned slightly, shook her head and said, "This method is too detrimental to the harmony of nature." Although the Jinwu realm is not as vast as the Great Shang, the entire world combined is almost half the size of the Great Shang, and there are so many living beings in it. Although she didn't mind killing, slaughtering an entire world was too bloody. We can gather some monks who are willing to surrender, use barbarians to control barbarians, plant restrictions in their souls, and let them pacify the people. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be bloodily suppressed, and the three tribes will be punished together. We will publicize the power of our great Shang, abolish their books and writing, and educate them. She expressed her thoughts. However, Luozu obviously disagreed with this proposal. This method is too slow. If we want to educate them, it will take at least hundreds of years. Moreover, even if we plant the ban, those people may not be sincere. It will also cost a lot of manpower. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Suan again. "Suan, what do you think?" Xianzhu asked bluntly. Suan coughed and asked why he was asked again. After thinking about it, Suan did not hide anything and said simply, "Why not create an enemy for them?" Enemy? Yes, first eliminate the high-level combat power of the Shinwu Empire, then create a common enemy for them to completely disrupt the order. By then, everyone will be in danger and the people will all yearn for peace. The Shinwu Empire is no longer able to deal with it, and the people are in turmoil. Then, our great Shan will appear as the savior. Xianzhu's eyes lit up slightly, and he was a little confused. How do I create this enemy? Chengzu also listened to Suan's proposal with great interest. Suan glanced towards the north and said with a smile, "There are not many enemies in the north, right?" There was silence in the hall for a while. "Great, this method is really great." Chengzu understood and laughed, clapping his hands. Among the demon cultivators in the north, the only 2 demon lords are dead, and the group is leaderless. If Deshang had not had such reservations before, all the demon cultivators in the north would have been wiped out long ago. It would be a waste to keep those demon cultivators in the north anyway, so we could capture them and transport them to the Jinwu realm to make good use of them, with the cultivation methods of the demon cultivators. Now that the top leaders of the Shinwu Empire have been destroyed, they will certainly unscrupulously stir up demonic disasters. This move can not only consume the remaining resistance of the cultivators in the Jinwu realm, but also completely disrupt the order. At that time, the people will naturally yearn for someone to stop the evil cultivators. When the time is right, Deshang will take action to eliminate the evil cultivators, and will be able to rule the Jinwu world naturally. It can even win the hearts of the people. It is better to be ruled by the Shang dynasty than to be in a chaotic world ruled by demon cultivators. People all like to compare. Even if some smart people figured out that those evil cultivators were brought by Deshang, it would not affect the overall situation, because the one who can deal with the evil cultivators is destined to be only Deshang, and only Deshang. I will go to the north to capture those evil cultivators, Qingzu said as he was about to leave, but he was stopped by several people as soon as he stood up. There is no rush for this matter. First, eliminate the high-ranking officials of the Xinwu Empire and then capture the demon cultivators. Luo Zhu stroked his beard, agreeing with the proposal, but the current thing is to destroy the high-level monks of the Xinwu realm first, and then implement the plan, and that plan also needs to be improved, and many details need to be paid attention to. At present, abnormalities have been discovered on the other side of the world gate, and monks or some special magic weapons are sent over from time to time. However, they all fall into the void formation arranged by Qingzu, making them unable to understand the situation here and unable to make accurate judgments, Xianzhu said. Since the goal is to eliminate high-level cultivators, there is no need for cultivators below the pure Yang realm to go. After discussing for a while, everyone quickly made a decision, with Qingzu, Xuanzu, and other 4 Yuanshan venerables as the main forces, and 50 royal pure Yang cultivators as the auxiliary forces, and another 50 pure Yang selected from other tribes. They will conquer the Xinwu realm together. Yuan was responsible for going deep into the enemy camp, observing the changes in the Xinwu world from a subtle level, and responding flexibly, which is simply called traveling, Xinwu realm. Xinwu Empire, in front of the boundary SEA. An empty ancient city was filled with neatly groomed soldiers, exuding a murderous aura that shocked people inexplicably. This world sea is not an ocean formed by the confluence of many worlds. Originally, this was just an ordinary sea area named Xinhai. Later, a new king came to the throne and took control of the Hunyuan map. He wanted to conquer all the worlds and plant the empire's flags all over the heavens. So he renamed this place Jiehai, and all the world portals were opened here. Chapter 244, Temple of War. The old man in a luxurious red robe said with a serious expression, "Hasn't the abnormality of the gate to that world been discovered yet?" The half-kneeling black-armored general gritted his teeth and said, "Master, there is no news from the monks and detection tools we sent over. Not even a single piece of information has been sent back. I'm afraid something has happened to them." The old master's eyes were deep. He was silent for a while, looking at the dim door to the world. "Keep exploring." Although he felt reluctant, the black-armored general had no choice but to follow the order and arrange the personnel, but he didn't understand why. Even though so many monks had been killed, the Empire was still unwilling to close the damn world gate. After the black-armored general left, the national teacher sighed quietly, looking at the direction of the sea. The waves were surging and dark clouds were covering the sky, which was a sign of the coming storm, since it was confirmed some time ago that King Shengxian had lost contact. His Majesty immediately prepared to close the door to the world, but failed. Hunyuan lost control of this world gate. Afterwards, the Empire sent monks to investigate one after another. There were some monks who were proficient in the art of escape, but none of them could send back any news. The portal was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing up the monks of the Xinwu Empire. It is for this reason that he, as the imperial teacher, has to stay here to prevent any accidents. This situation is so similar to that 10,000 years ago. Perhaps the Hunyuan diagram should not have been used from the beginning. He thought. Crash above the boundary sea, the waves surged and crashed. The 18 world gates are of varying brightness and darkness, all standing above the sea of boundaries. Each world gate symbolizes the achievements of the Xinwu Empire and symbolizes a world that has been conquered or is to be conquered, but sometimes, this can also be the tombstone of an empire. Suddenly, one of the gates shone brightly, and the dazzling white light made the surrounding companions lose their color in an instant. What is that? The Imperial Master's pupils shrank. A huge white ball flew out from the gate of the world, revealing the hall behind it. There were rows of magnificent buildings, ancient trees, and sacred mountains, and it was full of fairy air, as if a palace from heaven had descended to the earth. Even the warships of the Xinwu Empire are far inferior to them. What was even more shocking was the aura emanating from the giant ship, which made his scalp tingle. How is this possible? What kind of world is that? Hey, there is still a soul guarding here. This must be the national teacher. A voice sounded from the ferry boat. With the news from the Xinwu realm, Qingzu quickly confirmed the identity of this person with a hint of mockery on his old face. What a great start! The formation plate rose up casually, and a huge magic formation covered the place. This ancient city soon faced a massacre. However, Suan, together with Xianzhu, turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Temple of War God. On the other side, in a small sect called Tianxian sect, a young servant boy wearing coarse linen clothes suddenly opened his eyes. Where is this? I'm not dead? Looking at the surrounding environment, he frowned. He clearly remembered that he had cut off all his own chances of survival before shaking off the phantom of the mysterious bird seal, so there was no possibility of him surviving. The memories in his mind became mixed, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a look of understanding flashed in them. I never expected that I would be reborn into an errand boy with the same name and surname. He was once a god of war, a powerful man at the peak of the imperial realm, but now he has become a weak servant. With a wry smile, Yun Feiyong touched his nose and sat up. It was a great fortune to be able to live again. I just don't know how Yenner and the others are doing now. It has been more than 10,000 years since her death, but according to the lifespan of an emperor, Yenner should still be alive. There is also Sister Fengshan. She is called the god of war, and she is called the god of martial arts. In order to protect herself, she went to that world alone to fight, but she didn't have time to return to this world. Where is she now? Is she still alive? Does the temple of war god he founded still exist? He had a lot of thoughts for a while. Boom boom. At this moment there was a rough knock on the door. Yun Feiyong, open the door quickly. In an instant, the god of war frowned tightly. With the memories of this body, he naturally knew who was outside. It was a small group among the menial disciples who often bullied and beat the original body. The fact that this body fainted in the room before was related to them. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he walked towards the door. Just as the reborn god of war was showing off and getting slapped in the face, two uninvited guests came to the temple of war, looking at the heroic silver armored Valkyrie in front of him. Suan nodded with satisfaction and handed over another token. Shinzu, as far as I know, the master of the war god temple is a Yuanshan who achieved enlightenment 5,000 years ago. He has no contact with the Valkyrie. As long as we are careful, there will be no problem. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, just destroy the temple of war god. After taking the token, Shinzu touched his cheek and said casually. A pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Suan. No one knew where this little guy got so many good things. At first there was the magic treasure in token of a Valkyrie, then a mask to disguise one's identity, and I heard there was also a powerful door-shaped magic treasure. That mask could change everything from her body shape to her aura, and even her soul realm could not be seen through. If this wasn't her own descendant, she would have wanted to play the role of a robbery cultivator if it were someone else. Suan smiled and didn't reply. The mask on Shinzu's face was an advanced version he bought from the mall. It cost 500 villain points and could be used for 1 year. However, it is worthwhile to use it to promote Dashang's plan, and it may not be impossible to make a profit. Well, that's the instinct of being a villain. Shinzu, call me aunt, just like Ruashi. Shinzu smiled. Although she didn't use her own face, the smile was equally moving. The talent of this junior made her feel extraordinary. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to achieve the state of a true spirit. Naturally, she became closer to Suan. Aunt. Suan changed her words readily. The two discussed for a while, then flew towards the temple of war god together. As the top force in the Jinwu world, the war god temple can be called a holy place in Dashang with its overall strength, so its mountain gate is naturally extraordinary. The ancient city stands in a basin. The city walls made of black stone show the vicissitudes of time. They are majestic and tall, as if they have experienced many wars and have lasted for eternity. This is just the entrance to the Temple of War. The real location of the Temple of War god is in a cave world attached to the Jinwu realm, which was opened up by the original god of war himself. The so-called cave world, although not yet a real world, is no longer a simple secret place and has relatively complete rules. The entrance to the cave world where the Temple of War god is located in this ancient city. If they had not captured a powerful Yuanshan master from the Jinwu realm, Su and then the others would probably not have been able to know this news. Walking to a rock wall behind the ancient city, Su Shen raised the token in her hand and injected magic power into it. The next moment, a passage appeared in front of the two of them. Chapter 245, Palace Master, enter the trap and take a look. Chapter 245, Palace Master, fall into the trap. Enter and take a look in the quiet cave world. The sea of clouds is rolling and the mountains are stacked. Scattered palaces are dotted throughout this fairyland, and on the high mountain in the middle that looks like a pillar supporting the sky stands a completely black palace. From afar, you can see 3 large golden characters engraved in front of the palace. Temple of the God of War, who are you? Perhaps the appearance of Suan and the other two caused the space fluctuation. Several streams of light flew in front of the two and surrounded them. Their faces were serious, and each of them had the strength of a life pill. The leader was a pure yang cultivator, who questioned the two of them in a harsh voice. Su Xian glanced at a few people calmly, revealing a slightly relieved smile. My name is Feng Chan, ask your palace master to come see me. Feng Chan. The leader was slightly stunned, then his expression suddenly changed. He looked carefully at Xian Zu's face, which gradually overlapped with the portrait enshrined in the main hall. In his mind, there was a flash of horror in his eyes, and he could hardly maintain the expression on his face. His voice became softer. I will go and inform you now. Please wait for a moment. Suan stood aside and silently gave Su Xian a thumbs up. This acting is good. Not long after, a tall figure flew out from the main hall, with a look of disbelief on his face. Looking at Su Xian's figure, his body trembled slightly. Same, it's the same as expected. And there is no trace of disguise. However, he was not completely sure and was still alert. Excuse me, do you have anything to prove your identity? Su Xian took out a token and sighed. I didn't expect that after so many years, the scenery of the War God Temple has not changed much. The tall figure also took out a token. The two tokens seemed to have some connection and responded to each other from a distance. Another energy was connected from the token to Xian Ziyu. It is the genuine order of the Deputy Palace Master. This kind of token is bound to the aura and cannot be refined by others. If it is refined forcibly, it will only destroy itself. The identity is confirmed without a doubt. Feng Qi, the unworthy descendant of the Feng family, pays respect to the ancestor. The tall figure half knelt down and said excitedly. He is not the direct descendant of Feng Chan. It is said that although ancestor Feng Chan and Lord God of War were siblings in name, they had feelings for each other. It was just because of the war in the Jinwu realm that they had no time to take care of their personal feelings, and ancestor Feng Chan never married until she was lost in another world. But as a member of the Temple of War God, the three ancestors of the Temple of War God were all true heroes who fought for the Jinwu realm and repelled the invaders, so he naturally admired them very much. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The other monks from the Temple of War God also knelt down and saluted. Get up. Su Xian showed admiration on her face, but suddenly sighed. Do you know how I came back? A look of doubt flashed across Feng Qi's eyes. Wait, ancestor Feng Chan should have been lost in another world. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be? You guessed right, that world has been connected to this world again and has made a comeback. Su Xian nodded with a serious expression. I am here to inform you of this. Feng Qi's expression also turned serious. He glanced at the other monks from the War God Temple and said, Old ancestor, let's go inside and talk in detail. Okay. Su Xian nodded and flew towards the main hall with Suan. Feng Qi glanced at Suan, secretly curious about this person's identity. After sending others away, Feng Qi invited Su Xian to the main seat, while Suan stood behind Su Xian. This is my disciple, Suan. Su Xian introduced. Feng Qi understood what he said, nodded towards Suan, and then couldn't help asking about the other world. When he heard that it was indeed because the Xinwu Empire used the Hunyuan diagram, he immediately became angry and started cursing. That guy stole the achievements of Lord God of War and founded the Xinwu Empire. Today, his descendants have caused such trouble again. They are really a cancer in our Xinwu world. As a worshipper of the Lord God of War, Feng Qi naturally knew everything about that war. At that time, there was only one emperor left in the Jinwu realm, but that old guy was afraid of death and hid himself with the Hunyuan map. He did not dare to face the evil Shang dynasty and allowed its troops to wreak havoc on this land. If it weren't for the God of War who suddenly appeared in the world, achieved the emperor level with his monstrous talent, and drove away the Shang dynasty, there would be no Jinwu realm today. But that old guy came out after the death of Lord God of War, and relying on his long life, he established the Xinwu Empire and suppressed the temple of the God of War openly and secretly. If it weren't for the fact that another ancestor had disappeared in the reverence of the vast majority of cultivators for the God of War, he would have probably destroyed the temple of the God of War long ago. It was not until he achieved the Emperor realm that the situation in the Temple of War God improved a lot. Now this old guy's son has used the Hunyuan diagram to attract the evil Shang dynasty again, destroying the sacrifice of the God of War. How can Feng Qi not be furious? The invasion of the Jinwu realm is not just a matter for the Xinwu Empire alone. It is the duty of his Temple of War to guard this land that was once guarded by the Lord God of War. Why didn't Lord God of War destroy the Hunyuan diagram in the first place? He said angrily, then realized that he had spoken out of turn. His ancestor was able to come back because of the Hunyuan diagram. I'm sorry, ancestor. Su Xian waved her hand, with a look of compassion on her face. "No need, I would rather the door to the world not be opened, but it's a pity. Alas." At this point, she changed the subject and said, "But it's not that there is no way to remedy it." "Is there any way?" Feng Chi's eyes lit up when he heard that. Su Shen looked in the direction of Suan, and Feng Chi's gaze was also drawn over there. "My disciple has a space magic weapon that contains a small world. This magic weapon may be able to force the door to that world to close." Suan smiled modestly and took a step forward. In his hand there appeared a scroll, which exuded an extraordinary aura and seemed to have surging waves. When he unfolded it forward, a door appeared before his eyes. Feng Chi raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. "The strength of this magic weapon is comparable to that of an imperial weapon." "It is indeed extraordinary. The most important thing is the aura revealed by the portal it is actually completely different from the atmosphere of the outside world and is definitely not a secret place, although the quality of this magic weapon is not as good as the Hunyuan diagram. This rare space treasure combined with the Hunyuan diagram may really be able to close the door to the world. I just don't know if this magic weapon can withstand the pressure of the Blackbird seal. After all, the Lord God of War achieved his success at the cost of his own life. Feng Chi, you can come in and take a look." Su Xian seemed to see what Feng Chi was thinking. She smiled and walked in first, with Suan following behind her. Feng Chi hesitated for a moment and then walked in. After all, it is impossible for the ancestor to betray himself. What's more, it is almost impossible for an imperial weapon to trap him. Having inherited the War God's spear from the Lord War God, even 2 or 3 beings of the same realm cannot take him down. Entering, there is a vast and beautiful mountain and river, an ancient Bodhi tree towering into the sky, spreading supreme wisdom, and there is also a fairy palace standing on the ground. It is even more magnificent than the cave world where the temple of War God is located. There was also a door with fairy light shining through it, as if it was the gateway to heaven, which made Feng Chi feel dazed. Chapter 246, The Cuckoo Occupies the Magpie's Nest. God of War Suan, what kind of door is that? Just as he was about to ask, a beam of fairy light hit him on the head and the entrance to the portal closed instantly. Not good. Feng Chi's pupils shrank suddenly as he realized something was wrong, but it was too late, and he had to hastily take out the War God spear to block it in an instant. The palace master's momentum plummeted. Even though the War God's spear blocked some of the immortal light, the remaining immortal light still caused his cultivation to fall to the level of just entering the Yuanshan, and he even felt like he was about to drop to the pure Yang level. Before Feng Chi could open his mouth to question, the roars of dragons and elephants could be heard behind him, accompanied by the sound of reading aloud. The master said, "If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening." Out of the corner of his eye he could only see a big word coming towards him. With a loud bang, amid the sound of reading, half of Feng Chi's body turned into dust. However, this kind of injury can only be considered a minor injury for those in the Yuanshan realm. This time, Shen Zhu swung the sword in his hand without hesitation. If it weren't for the innate spiritual roots stabilizing the world, this small world would really not be able to withstand the fight between several souls. "Ah! The thief bullied me." Waving the War God spear in his hand, Feng Chi looked like a madman. How could he not know that he was being plotted against and that the old man Feng Chan was a fake? But this disguise actually fooled an emperor and even the God of War ordered. "We must fight back, otherwise the temple of War God will be in danger." Behind the Bodhi tree, Suan frowned. The War God's spear could actually block the immortal light of the Door of All Wonders. No other spiritual treasure had this ability. Could it be that it was also a world spiritual treasure? After thinking for a while, he took out a shiny bracelet. "Palace Master Feng, let me lend you my magic weapon for you to see." The next moment, Feng Chi, who was fighting hard, loosened his hand and the War God spear flew out of his hand. The sharp sword light was already in front of him, and the sound of reading aloud was heard again behind him. He looked despairing. Half a quarter of an hour later, the portal to the small world opened again. The 3 of them came out, talking happily to each other. Suan weighed the War God spear in his hand. It was not at the level of an innate spiritual treasure, but it was much stronger than most spiritual treasures. "It's a pity that Palace Master Feng has died suddenly, so I can't return the borrowed gun." He threw the War God spear back into the small world and looked at Feng Chi next to him. "It's really amazing." Shen Zhu was amazed. "I didn't expect that I had more than one nephew wearing that kind of mask," and no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find any flaws. Suan smiled and was about to say something when the War God order in his hand suddenly emitted a light red light and vibrated, as if it was inspired by something. "That God of War is not completely dead." He raised his eyebrows. With the suppression of the small world, Feng Qi didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. His soul was directly extracted and his memory was searched. So Suan also knew what was going on. There was only one true owner of the God of War order, and that was the God of War. Only that God of War could cause the God of War order to move abnormally. Even Feng Qi only had the right to use it but was unable to refine it. Now it seems that the God of War has come back to life again and seems to want to contact the temple of the God of War. Unfortunately, it's too late. Grabbing the God of War order and noticing the direction the red light was pointing to, Suan's lips curled up into a wicked smile. It looks like the money will be recovered soon. Go gather the others and make the announcement. Yes, sir. Tu Shengnan, who had transformed into Feng Qi, said respectfully. Soon, a heavy bell rang, and streams of light fell on the square in front of the main hall. The bell rings 9 times, which is a matter of life and death for the Temple of War God. Whether those who were in retreat or practicing supernatural powers, all gather here. There were more than 1,000 people scattered around. Compared with other sects, it can be said that the population is sparse, but the Temple of War God takes the elite route, and these 1,000 disciples are at least qualified for a life pill. Of course, the Temple of War God also has some dispatched disciples and industries outside. In addition, the ancient city also supports 100,000 soldiers, who are considered subordinates of the Temple of the God of War. Do you know why the palace master wants to see us? The bell rang 9 times. I'm afraid it's something big. Could it be that the Shenwu Empire is attacking us? Amid the whispers, the main hall door slowly opened. The first person to play was not the palace master, but a handsome young man. Behind them were the palace master Feng Qi and a tall woman wearing silver armor. Palace master, this is that. Shit, the grandmaster is alive. Some people were puzzled, while others recognized the woman on the left and exclaimed in surprise. Hiss, that person seems to be the martial god ancestor enshrined in the main hall. An insider nearby proudly explained, that is the martial god ancestor. I just visited her with the palace master not long ago. Who is that young man, and why is he standing in the front? Quiet. Tu Shengnan imitated Feng Qi's voice and growled. As you have all seen today, our War God Temple's martial god patriarch Feng Chan has returned to the War God Temple. This is a great blessing. In addition, I have something else to announce. After finishing a prepared line, she glanced in the direction of Suan, and then said loudly, the founder of my Temple of War, the Lord God of War, has returned in his reincarnation. Quiet, deathly silence. Everyone on the field opened their mouths in shock, for the monks of the Temple of War God, Lord War God is a figure of faith. They all grew up listening to the legends of the God of War and have great respect and loyalty to Lord War God, and now the palace master tells them that their Lord God of War has returned through reincarnation. Everyone who reacted looked at Suan, wondering if he was the reincarnation of their Lord God of War. No wonder he can be at the front. He is upright and has a friendly smile. He looks like a first-class decent person. He fits the image of the God of War in many people's minds, but he is much more handsome than the God of War in the portrait. Since both the palace master and Elder Feng Chan agree, the identity of the Lord God of War should not be false. Even if someone has doubts, they can only suppress them at this moment. Then there was wild cheering. God of War. God of War. On that day, Suan naturally entered the Temple of War as the God of War. Half a month passed in a flash. In the Tianxian sect, after dealing with a few minions, Jun Fei'an also got some peace and quiet. He showed some talent and was promoted to an inner disciple. Now he had his own courtyard, which made things much more convenient. Sitting in the room, he was thinking about the Temple of War. According to the information he had received in recent days, the Temple of War God still existed and was developing well. The temple master was the descendant of Sister Feng Chan and should be trustworthy. He used a secret method to activate the God of War order, and believed that there would be a response soon. I just don't know when they will find this place. Before his death in his previous life, he injected all of his remaining energy, blood, and cultivation into the God of War order. Now, as long as he gets the God of War order, he can inherit part of his previous life's cultivation and increase his strength rapidly. Boss Yun, there is news. Suddenly there was a noise outside the yard, and a little fat boy with a happy face ran in. Hui, don't be so rash in doing things. Yun Feiyang frowned slightly. This little fat boy is a little errand boy he recently recruited. He was also an outer disciple originally, but he is well informed. The little fat man then stopped and wiped his sweat. Boss Yun, there is news about what you asked me to find out. I heard that a big shot from the War God Temple will come to Qingyuan County soon. and all the big and small families and sects in Qingyuan County are preparing to welcome him. As he spoke, a longing look appeared on his face. The Temple of War God. Anyone who comes out of there is a figure countless times greater than the leader of Tianxian sect. It would be great if I could join the Temple of War God. But he knew that it was probably impossible with his qualifications. The big shot is here. Yin Feiyang smiled faintly, revealing a look of understanding. It seems that it won't be long before I can return to the Temple of War. Then he looked at the little fat boy again and said, "Don't worry, there is a place for you in the Temple of War God." I said so. It seemed as if he had the final say in the Temple of War God, which made the fat boy stunned. He could only sigh that the eldest brother was worthy of being the eldest brother. Chapter 247, Taiyin Jingdinglu Chapter 247, Taiyin Sutra Jingdinglu Chapter. Qingyuan City is just a remote county town in the eastern part of the Xinwu Empire. It is considered a big city in the vicinity, but it has few resources and the spiritual energy is not abundant enough. The strongest person in the area, the ancestor of the Tianxian sect, is only at the level of life pill. Usually, there are few cultivators from major sects coming here. However, today's Qingyuan City is exceptionally lively. All the important figures in Qingyuan City gathered at the city gate, looking forward to it. Even some of the family's old ancestors who didn't take care of things came out and waited. Some small families and independent cultivators who did not receive the news were inexplicably shocked. Who is coming with such a big fuss? Could it be the new county magistrate? Someone speculated. Others glanced at him with disdain. What do you think? In Qingyuan County, the county governor has to rely on the face of Tianxuanmen. I heard that a big shot from the Temple of War is coming. Hiss. War God Temple, why do those top-level figures come to my Qingyuan County? Who knows? At this time, several calm and composed ancestors in the front row suddenly perked up and straightened their backs. Not far away, I saw an ancient and huge warship coming from the sky. At first it was just a small black, but in the blink of an eye it had arrived in front of everyone, like a huge moving city, and slowly fell down in the horrified eyes of everyone. We pay our respects to the envoy of the Temple of War God and respectfully welcome him to Qingyuan. There was a roar of applause from the mountains and the sea, and everyone bowed and gave a great show. A group of 2 people fell from the warship. It was the new god of war, Master Su, and his guard, Shangnan. After the announcement of the return of the god of war, Shangnan did not stay in the Temple of War. The mask prepared by Suan for her was only valid for 1 day. After completing Suan's task, she handed over the power of the Temple of War to Xin Ziyu. Suan waved his hand casually, and the worship provided by the Temple of War God disappeared. Then he smiled gently and said to the monks from Qingyuan County, "Everyone, please stand up." However, his mind was slightly moved. Since there was no response to the God of War's order, did that mean that the God of War did not come here? "Thank you, Your Excellency." After everyone expressed their gratitude, they finally saw Suan's appearance. He is handsome and elegant, with bright eyes like stars. He is as white as jade, has an air of integrity, and a gentle smile, which makes people like him at first sight. Several senior officials of Qingyuan County couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this envoy of the Temple of War God is not the kind of overbearing and dissolute person. There were even many younger people who came with their elders who became infatuated with her. "Your Excellency has just arrived in Qingyuan County and has nowhere to stay. Why not move to my Tianxian sect and stay temporarily?" The ancestor of the Tianxian sect had a flattering face and spoke before the others could react. The other family heads cursed the old man inwardly, and then began to invite him one after another. If we can invite the envoy of the Temple of War to stay here and serve him well, we may be able to establish a relationship with the Temple of War. This is a great opportunity. Suan glanced at everyone and finally stopped at a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. "May I have your name?" The middle-aged man was called, half surprised and half happy. He quickly stepped forward and bowed his head. "Reporting to the envoy, how noble is my Yi family." Suan smiled faintly. "I wonder if Master He is willing to let me stay for a while." Higuei was stunned at first, then he reacted and nodded repeatedly, his face full of surprise. "Yes, yes. It is an honor for our He family that the envoy is willing to stay at our home for a while." The rest of the people couldn't help but look at Higuei with envy and jealousy. If it was the Tianxian sect, it would be fine, but why did the envoy choose the Yi family, which was mediocre? But the envoy had already spoken, so how could they dare to object? They could only think that the old man was really lucky today and was chosen by the envoy by chance. After a few words and sending away the rest of the people, Suan, led by Higuei, walked towards the Yi family. Higuei felt a little dizzy as he walked along the way. The envoy did not choose any other family, but chose his Yi family. Doesn't this mean that he is optimistic about him? The other children of the Yi family surrounded Suan, and their words were full of flattery. There were also young girls who had many suitors in the past who sent him flirtatious glances, and Suan responded to them all with a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to casually ask the name of the girl next to him. The young girl blushed when she was asked and lowered her head. "My lord, I am He Guifan." "What a rustic name." Suan nodded and said no more, which made the girl feel disappointed. The reason why he chose the Yi family was simply because the girl had recently whispered the words "break off the engagement" and waste. As for the man himself, he had no interest in him. Her appearance can only be described as okay, but she is not a perfect virgin, so he doesn't like her. Qingyuan County, Zhou family. In a courtyard that looked a bit desolate, the floor was dark red and black, and a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and veins popped out on his forehead. The spiritual energy that was originally attracted by him also became scattered. He changed his hand seals one after another, trying to calm the magic power in his body, but then his eyes bulged out and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the ground red. He fell to the ground like a fish with its bones removed. The dark red color on the ground was actually the blood stains spat out by the young man. Damn it, failed again. After pausing for a moment, he slammed his fist down on the bluestone floor, his eyes bloodshot, with a hint of unwillingness and brutality. Boom boom. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Brother Zhou Yun, are you okay?" Hearing the Oriole-like voice coming from outside, Zhou Yuan's eyes finally regained some clarity. "It's Wanner, I'm fine." He propped himself up and stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Brother Zhou Yun, can I come in?" The girl outside the door seemed a little worried and continued to ask. "Wanner, I still need to rest." "You can go back now." A look of hesitation flashed across Zhou Yun's face. He closed his eyes and still rejected the girl's request. It has been a year since he locked himself in the courtyard and has not seen Wanner. There was silence outside the door for a long time. Zhou Yun felt a little reluctant, but his face showed more determination. If he couldn't practice, what's the point of talking about love between men and women? It would only be a burden. "It's okay, brother Zhou Yun, Wanner believes in you. You will definitely be able to recover your talent." The girl's voice came again, regaining its former sunshine and a bit of playfulness. Zhou Yun smiled bitterly and didn't reply. Outside the courtyard, separated by a door, a young girl was wearing a light blue dress. She had a pretty face, a straight nose, and a beautiful face with the elegant temperament of a green lotus, as if she was an elf walking out of a painting. But at this moment, she was biting her pink lips tightly, with her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, which made people feel pity for her. A pair of bare hands tightly grasped an ancient book, and finally made a decision. "Brother Zhou Yun, Wanner will definitely help you." The handwriting of the ancient book can be seen through the fingers. Taiyin Jing Dinglu chapter. At the Yi family, Suan rejected the invitations of a group of mediocre women, leaving behind He Guifan, the daughter of the head of the Yi family. As soon as the gate was closed, He Guifan wanted to come closer with a shy look on her face and a graceful figure, but she was immediately stopped by an arm made of steel and iron. Tu Shengnan had a blank expression on her face, and her body was like a high wall, carrying an aura of authority that scared He Guifan away. When she approached, without Suan's consent, she naturally wouldn't let anyone get close to Suan. "Miss He, don't get too close to me." Although there was still a smile in Suan's eyes, the previous gentleness was gone. "The envoy?" He Guifan looked puzzled. If it wasn't for that kind of thing, then why was she left alone? Could it be that this envoy has other hobbies and wants to have fun? "I have mysophobia." Suan glanced at her indifferently. Her appearance was not up to standard either, even slightly worse than the maids in his mansion. The blush on He Guifan's face faded away in an instant, and her beating heart instantly turned cold, but she did not dare to have a trace of resentment in her heart, because this man could crush the entire He family with just one finger. He wouldn't even need to take action, as the other forces in Qingyuan County would wipe out the Yi family without leaving a single bone behind. She could only blame herself for giving away her virginity to someone else. "I heard that you have a fiancé." Suan tapped the corner of the table and asked. He Guifan was startled by his appearance, which was completely different from the gentle young man before. She did not dare to neglect him and quickly replied, "My lord, I have a fiancé, Zhou Yun, the young master of the Zhou family, but he has become a waste. I am going to cancel the engagement. I stayed up late tonight to write a paper. There is only one chapter. Good night, everyone. Chapter 248, God of Wars traces young master Zhou? Tell me about your fiancé from the Zhou family. As he Guathan told the story, Suan also got a general understanding of this small family. The clan leader is at the Purple Mansion realm, and the family is in a period of transition. The young master Zhou Yun suffers from a strange disease and is unable to absorb spiritual energy into his body. His cultivation is stuck at the peak of the Tao. Only the adopted daughter Li Waner can hold up the family. Not only is she gifted, she is also the most dazzling divine flower in the Qingyuan cultivation world. If he hadn't been held back by that useless Zhou Yun and refused to leave, he would have gone to a big sect to practice long ago. Genius adopted daughter, Li Waner. Suan raised his eyebrows, showing interest. How much do you know about this Li Waner? Could it be that the envoy has taken a fancy to that woman? He Guathan pondered. Jealousy flashed in her eyes. She did not dare to lie to Suan. She answered honestly, I don't know much about Li Waner, but I heard that Li Waner is clean and self-disciplined, usually pays attention to cultivation, has reached the fetal breathing state, and acts relatively low-key. As a female cultivator of the same generation, Li Waner was so outstanding that she overwhelmed them all. Whenever the word God's darling is mentioned, the first person that comes to mind in the cultivation world of Qingyuan is Li Waner. Compared with Li Waner, not only is she more beautiful than him, she is even inferior in physical purity. That woman was like a white lotus. The dirtier she looked, the more disgusting she became. From the bottom of her heart, very good. Suan's mouth curled up slightly, and a round pill appeared in his hand. A faint medicinal fragrance came out, which made people feel refreshed. He smiled and said, If you can get Li Waner to me, this pill will be yours. He Guathan's eyes were fixed on the pill, without blinking. A high-level elixir. This is definitely a high-level elixir. Even the Tianxian sect does not have this kind of elixir. If she can get this elixir, there will be hope for Zifu. At this moment, the first emotion that surged through her mind was regret, and she wished she could go back in time and slap herself. If she had not messed around and kept her virginity, she might have had a chance to climb into the bed of this eunuch. Will there still be a shortage of this kind of medicine by then? But some things are gone once they are gone, and can never be regained no matter how hard you try. It's like a pen stained with shit. Who would want to use it to write? Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind, and she realized that this envoy was not as kind as he seemed. Although Guathan was extremely jealous of that little bitch, she agreed without hesitation. Ha, Li Waner, you have become the plaything of the envoy. Even if she couldn't climb onto the angel's bed, she would drag that pure white lotus into the mud. Filled with jealousy, she carefully left the room. Sir, why don't I go directly to Zhou Mansion and capture the person? After Guathan left, Shengnan smiled foolishly and took the initiative to suggest. In her opinion, if the young master wants it, he can just capture it directly. There is no need to go through so much trouble. No need. Suan waved his hand. He knew that Guathan would most likely fail, but the background of this mysterious adopted daughter is unclear, so it would be better to let others explore the way first. Shengnan scratched his head but still didn't understand. This time, a slim figure wearing a mask appeared in the room, holding a token glowing red in her hand. My lord, according to the war god order, the location of the war god should be in the Tianxian sect. Higan Bana reported respectfully. Well done. Suan nodded in praise, and suddenly reached out and pulled Higan Bana, who was concentrating on reporting her work, into his arms. With the soft jade in his arms, he naturally held her slender waist without any hesitation. Xiaohua, how do you think I should reward you? His fingers gently stroked the skin exposed outside the mask, and Suan's face leaned very close. It has to be said that the red spider lily helped him a lot. Without the red spider lily, the time it would take him to get the leading role might have doubled, and who knows what unexpected events might have occurred during that time. As a meritorious person, he should naturally be rewarded, and the reward cannot be too ordinary. Lord Su thought that a bottle of jade liquid pill would be a suitable reward. My lord, don't. Higan Bana sat like a pillar, twisting her body slightly, and her jade neck under the mask was already flushed. I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that the beauty in his arms was already extremely shy, Suan stopped teasing and rested his head quietly on Higan Bana's shoulder. Let me hold you for a while longer. Yeah. Higinbana stopped struggling slightly, relaxed, and leaned into Suan's arms. Zhou family, 3 days have passed since the envoy from the Temple of War God arrived in Qingyuan City. Higui glanced at Suan, who was sitting in the first seat. Seeing Suan nod slightly, he began to speak the long speech he had prepared. Brother Zhou, my daughter Guifan has a bad temper. She has been spoiled by her mother since she was a child. Even I can't control her. He was interrupted just as he was reading the beginning of the manuscript. You want to talk about breaking off the engagement, right? The head of the Zhou family had an ugly look on his face, and his hands were tightly gripping the armrest of the chair, almost crushing it. How could he not see what Higui meant? Although his son's talent for cultivation was wasted, the Yi family came to cancel the engagement right after they got close to him. It was really an ugly behavior. And it put his Zhou family in a bad position. He was about to mock the Yi family when suddenly a voice came from the side. I agree. The head of the Zhou family was suddenly stunned. He turned his head and saw that it was his son who spoke. You. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He, as a father, has been under pressure and hasn't given in yet, so why are you, my son, surrendering first? Father, I have no interest in sex now. I don't know how long I can live with my injuries, so I won't be a burden to others. Zhou Yun replied calmly, without any resentment on his face, as if he was not the one being broken off. Even Suan, who was sitting in the main seat, was surprised for a moment. He couldn't help but look at the young man with indifferent eyes, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interestingly, the protagonist whose engagement was broken off was not actually a passionate young man. The head of the Zhou family sighed deeply and loosened his hand on the armrest, leaving only a deep handprint on it. Well, let's call off the engagement. Higui smiled apologetically and bowed again. Thank you very much for your understanding, Brother Zhou. Although the engagement has been cancelled, the friendship between our two families remains unchanged. I will host you tomorrow and apologize to Brother Zhou. Since everything is fine, I'll go back first, Father. Zhou Yun stood up impatiently, turned around and left. If the head of the Zhou family had not forcibly pulled him out this time, he would not have left the courtyard. Brother Zhou Yun. Li Wana next to her also quickly stood up, glanced coldly at Suan and the others, then ran out of the hall and wanted to catch up with Zhou Yun, but she was immediately stopped by Higuifan, who was all smiles. Sister Wanner, I wonder if I have a chance to talk to you. Get out of the way. Li Wanner shouted coldly. She didn't want to say a word to this blind woman who abandoned Brother Zhou Yun. The smile on Higuifan's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal, but the resentment hidden beneath the smile deepened. She pretended to be friendly, took a step forward and continued, Sister Wanner, why do you have to be like this? Our two families have been friends for a long time, so we should be closer. What's more, what I want to talk about this time is also related to Zhou Yun. Hearing Zhou Yun's name, Li Wanner became interested and looked at Higuifan's hypocritical face. Come with me, and you'd better not lie to me. Watching the two women leave, Suan raised the corners of his lips slightly and withdrew his gaze, listening to the flattery of the Zhou family elders beside him, occasionally replying a word or two, which made these people flattered. I finished my defense today, and stayed up late tonight to update. There is still one chapter left, so it might be late. Let's go to bed early. Chapter 249 Taiyin Ding Furnace Body. In an elegant courtyard of the Zhou family, Li Wanner led Higuifan into the courtyard. The scale and layout of this courtyard are almost as good as the place where the head of Zhou family lives, which shows how high Li Wanner's status is in Zhou family. Go ahead, what do you want to say? Li Wanner had no intention of asking Higuifan to sit down. She stood in front of the yard and questioned with a cold expression. Higuifan suppressed her anger and smiled softly. Sister Wanner, do you know Lord Suan? The envoy from the Temple of the God of War? Suan's name had spread these days, and many of the Zhou family members were discussing him, so Li Wanner knew about him. She frowned slightly. What does this have to do with Brother Zhou Yun? She was not interested in whether there was a war temple or not, although she looks like a sunny and playful girl. Only when you get close to her will you find that this girl is actually a snow lotus on the iceberg and is difficult to approach. She would not show any interest in people and things that seemed unimportant to her. If Higuifan had not mentioned Zhou Yun, they would not even have this conversation. Higuifan covered her mouth and said, Sister Wanner is still. As soon as she uttered the word waste, The rest of her words were caught in her throat. Li Wanner's expression suddenly turned cold, and she stretched out her snow-white and tender hands, grabbed Higuafan's throat, and lifted her up with her feet off the ground. The tremendous magic power directly suppressed Higuafan's insignificant magic power inside her body, making her unable to move. His feet were struggling in the air, his throat was pinched red and purple, and his eyes rolled back. Li Wanner didn't let go of her hand until she could no longer hold on. Higuafan, who had regained her ability to move, fell to the ground without being able to stand up. She was gasping for breath, her face full of horror. She looked at Li Wanner as if she were looking at a demon, then supported herself on the ground with her hands and took several steps back. Just now she almost thought she was going to be strangled to death. Li Wanner looked down at Higuafan, murderous intent in her eyes. If you dare to say a bad word about him again, even the Temple of War God can't protect you. Higuafan covered her throat, confused and unsure where Li Wanner got the confidence from. Could it be that Li Wanner has some backup plan or secretly worshipped some senior as her master? But thinking of the elixir, greed got the better of her, so she still said, Master Suan is still in need of a concubine, and he has set his sights on you. If you agree, maybe he can help Zhou solve his problem and help him recover his talent. In her original idea, she was going to talk about the female slave, and the words would be even more intense, but now I dare not say that. If I get strangled to death here, everything will be gone. Li Wanner's pupils shrank slightly. Helping brother Zhou recover his talent, her eyes flickered slightly, and then her expression returned to normal. If it were before, she would not agree, but she would still hesitate for a moment. But now, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she looked at Higuafan, as if mocking or sneering. To be able to hang out with a woman like you, the envoy of the Temple of War, is indeed a decent person. You actually dared to scold Lord Suan. Higuafan was shocked and angry. How dare a mere adopted daughter of the Zhou family scold the masters of the Temple of War God? Ignorance. Li Wanner shook her head. Mr. Lu, throw her out. Yes, ma'am. Before Higuafan could react, her body was lifted up again. An old woman appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her collar, and a dangerous smile appeared on her face. The aura of a person at the peak of the life pill level made the eldest daughter of the Yi family tremble in fear like a quail. Tell your master not to have any ideas about my young lady, otherwise. After saying that, she threw Higuafan out with a flick of her hand. Higuafan had reached the spiritual realm, so she wouldn't die from the fall. However, the old woman's blow was quite powerful, so she would at least suffer slight injuries. Is that all? Suan remained calm as he listened to Higuafan's exaggerated report. Higuafan was stunned. Is that all? A look of grievance suddenly appeared in her eyes. Sir, look at what I have done. I fell face down from a height of 100 meters and now half of my face is still swollen. If it weren't for the magic power protecting her, she would have been turned into meat paste long ago. Looking at Higuafan's pig-headed appearance, Suan chuckled and threw a pill in his hand towards Higuafan. This pill is a reward for you, go down. This is the elixir that Yi Liar and Tang Shiyun usually use for their daily practice. It is not precious to Suan. Higuafan's eyes lit up. She looked at the pill in her hand, smelled the tempting medicinal fragrance, and felt intoxicated physically and mentally. She only felt that the pain in her face and her waist were no longer sore. Worth it, this beating was worth it. Carefully putting away the pill in her hand, Higuafan bowed to Suan again and retreated, and the room returned to silence. Li Wanner, Zhou Yun. As Suan muttered these two names, he had an idea in his mind. As for Li Wanner, the old woman looked at her with pity. Miss, is it worth it? She really couldn't understand what her young lady thought of Zhou Yun from the Zhou family. She has been protecting him since he was a child, and the two of them have never had any close contact. If His Majesty and the palace master knew about this, the boy named Zhou Yun would definitely be in danger of his life. Li Wanner smiled sweetly, and it was as if 100 flowers were blooming in an instant. What's the value? It's not like I can't practice after becoming a cauldron. That being said, however, for those who practice the Taiyin Sutra, once they lose their Yuan, the difficulty of breaking through will increase by several times, unless she can find a supreme secret method of dual cultivation to promote the transformation of the Taiyin Sutra. Li Wanner may find it difficult to even break through to pure Yang in the future. Grandma Lu, please don't tell my mother and that person. Please. Li Wanner bowed deeply in the direction of the old woman and prayed. Ah, old man, obey your command. Mr. Lu closed his eyes, knowing that he could not stop the young lady. She has watched this little girl grow up since she was a child, and she knows how stubborn she is. If you dare to tell the palace master, the young lady will threaten you with death. I can only hope that Joe Kid can show some courage and not let the young lady's efforts go to waste. Seeing that Mr. Liu agreed, Li Wanner breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Two shallow dimples appeared on the girl's face, like the spring sunshine, so lovely. It will be done tonight, and then we can give brother Zhou Yun a surprise. I don't know if it's because of her natural physique, or maybe it's because the technique she practices is the Taiyin Sutra, which she has already cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm. With this foundation, she will soon be able to cultivate the Dinglu chapter, and she will be able to cultivate the body of the Taiyin Dinglu tonight. This body contains tremendous magical power. The essence of the Taiyin Dinglu can cure all diseases in the world and increase one's skills. I believe that even a strange disease like Zhou Yun's can be cured. Chapter 250 The Devil's Temptation. On the other side, Suan also quietly came to the courtyard where Zhou Yun was. Compared to where Li Wanner lives, Zhou Yun's courtyard is much worse. 2 or 3 houses in a yard were hastily built. After all, Zhou Yun couldn't even break through to the Dao, and his future was bleak. Even though he was the son of the patriarch, he couldn't enjoy all kinds of privileges. In other words, the fact that he could have his own courtyard was already a privilege because he was the son of the patriarch. The Zhou family is not ruled by the head of the family alone. Looking at the young man who was practicing hard while sitting cross-legged in the yard, Suan showed up. Who? Zhou Yun opened his eyes immediately when he noticed that there was one more person in the yard. When he saw that the person coming was Suan, his breathing stagnated, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he relaxed instead. Why did the envoy come to see me? There was no panic, no shouting. This protagonist is indeed more rational. Do you want to cure the strange disease that prevents you from practicing? Suan asked back, and sat down calmly on the stone chair in the yard. With a wave of his hand, 2 cups of steaming tea appeared on the table. For a moment, he could not tell who was the owner here. Zhou Yun looked straight at Suan, and nodded after a while. I want to. The voice was firm and decisive, as if it came from deep within the heart. He doesn't want to be regarded as a waste by others. Suan took a sip of tea, raised his lips slightly, and narrated calmly, you have a special physique. You can't absorb spiritual energy into your body, nor can you break through the Dao realm. You can only be immortal, watching your peers and even juniors surpass you one by one, wasting your ambition in a peaceful or luxurious life, spending your youth and middle age, aging little by little, enjoying the life of a mortal, and finally your consciousness returns to nothingness. His voice seemed to have a special kind of magic that went straight into people's hearts. No one will care about you, except your father and your childhood sweetheart. They will stand in front of your grave and cry for you, and bid farewell to your body. They are still young, but you have become a withered bone in the grave. Then, as time passes, no one in the world will remember Zhou Yun anymore. Your father will have another son, your childhood sweetheart will meet another hero, and the existence of Zhou Yun will completely disappear. All the wonderful things in the world will have nothing to do with you anymore. If nothing goes wrong, this is your future. Zhou Yun shuddered when he heard this and clenched his fists. He felt a little panic in his heart. This was definitely not the future he wanted. He doesn't want to disappear in time, doesn't want to become an inconspicuous grave, and even less does he want to become a mediocre mortal. As his fingertips pierced into the flesh, Zhou Yun's eyes gradually turned red. He knew that what Suan said was true, which made him even more afraid. He had been running away before, running away from Li Wanner, running away from his father, running away from his own problems, and locking himself in the small courtyard. He used a shell called calmness to decorate his fearful heart. Until this shell was broken by Suan, he expected a miracle to happen, but there were no miracles in the world. But why was God so unfair, making him a waste that could not absorb spiritual energy? Thoughts grew and spread wildly and savagely in his mind, as if he had foreseen his own death. It was a small lonely grave. As time passed, it was gradually overgrown with weeds. Later, the tombstone could not withstand the passage of time and broke apart. No one remembered him anymore. Zhou Yun's consciousness sank into darkness little by little, and he fell into a demonic barrier. But I can help you. A gentle voice sounded in his ears, like a sudden rumble of thunder. It was like a ray of light piercing the darkness, causing his entire body to shudder. This light may not be pure, but to Zhou Yun at this moment it is like hope at dawn. Please help me. He took a breath, bent down and bowed deeply to Suan. He is now a drowning man grasping at the last straw. Even though he knew the straw was poisonous, he had no other choice. After drinking the tea in the cup in one gulp, Suan took out the teapot and refilled himself with another cup. Then he slowly raised his eyes and said, "Your problem is not difficult for me to solve. But I'm not doing charity." Zhou Yun's physique is called the absolute spiritual body. This physique has been recorded in the Great Shang dynasty. It is because there is a natural immortal spiritual energy in his body, so he will automatically resist the absorption of ordinary spiritual energy. But if one can get the opportunity and allow the immortal spirit to enter the body, the soulless body will be transformed into an immortal body, which is a top-notch physique that is not inferior to the innate Taoist body. This kind of physique is simply full of routines. I know that kid is willing to pay any price. Zhou Yun's eyes were extremely determined. If we can't live forever, what's the point of everything? Good determination. Suan smiled faintly, and a brown pill appeared in his hand. A yellow airflow like gauze flowed around the pill, as if it was still absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. If some alchemy masters saw it, they would probably be shocked and kneel down to worship it, but to Suan, this was just a pill. He continued, "This is a Hunyuan bone shaping pill, which can solve your problem." Hunyuan bone shaping pill is a top-level pill that can reshape the body and change one's qualities. Before he set off, Sister Ruwashi gave him about 100 precious pills from the royal collection, which had various effects, and this was one of them. At this moment, Zhou Yun's body seemed to be activated, and every cell was filled with desire. He stared at Suan's palm with his eyes wide open, and even had the urge to rush up and snatch it away. "There is no doubt that this pill can definitely solve my problem." After looking away with difficulty, Zhou Yun took a deep breath. "I don't know what the envoy wants, but as long as I have it, you can take it." Suan smiled evilly, opened his lips slightly, and uttered 3 words, "Li Waner." Waner? Zhou Yun's pupils shrank, and he felt as if struck by lightning. "My lord, you are kidding me." He even suspected that he had heard it wrongly. How could it be Waner? How could it be Waner? "I'm not kidding, you didn't hear it wrong." Suan's eyes were teasing. "Li Waner is mine, and the elixir is yours, how about that?" Zhou Yun remained silent, his 2 rows of teeth clenched tightly in his mouth, veins popped out on his forehead, and he bowed deeply again. "Your Excellency, can you change the conditions?" "Zhou Yun will definitely reward you generously in the future." If he wanted anything else, he could agree, but Waner, the only little girl who believed in me and grew up with me. Blood flowed from Zhou Yun's clenched fist. "Do you think you have anything else to trade with me? Do you think you have the nerve to do that?" Suan showed disdain on his face. He was just a leak and wanted to make empty promises for him. "Even if you sell your entire Zhou family, it is not worth this one pill." Zhou Yun nearly bit his back teeth to pieces. His heart was filled with confusion and the balance in his heart was wavering. He wanted to yell at Suan and tell him to take his pills and get out, but as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he said, "Your Excellency, Waner, she is not my property, I can't make a decision for her." Reason told him that if he cursed out loud, he would never have another chance. "Don't make these excuses, I know you have your own ways." Suan stood up. He was half a head taller than Zhou Yun. His body was as straight as a pine tree. There was a dark light in his eyes and a hint of sarcasm on his face. "Or if you hold on to it, I think Li Waner will still be here 100 years from now. I just don't know how tall the grass will be on your grave by then." His words unabashedly revealed the bloody reality, at least that was what Zhou Yun believed to be the reality. "Yes, if I can't break through my spiritual agility, how long can I live?" Waner is extremely gifted. In the future, obtaining the life pill or even pure yang will no longer be a dream for her. She will live for hundreds or even thousands of years, and when she dies 100 years later, she will still be young. By then, he would be just a passerby in her life. Even thousands of years later, Waner would not remember him. In that long memory, he would be just an insignificant splash. So why didn't he just agree to Suan's request? But he just didn't want to agree in his heart. It was as if a voice was telling him that if he made this choice, he would definitely regret it, but there was another devilish voice reminding him and bewitching him. If he refuses, he will no longer have the chance to change his fate. The final result will be that he will become a pile of bones, and everything he has will no longer have any meaning. Zhou Yun's body trembled slightly, his face showing pain. "Your Excellency, can you allow me to think about it again?" He really couldn't make a decision right now. "Of course." Suan smiled gently and looked at the remaining tea in the cup. "Then I'll give you another half cup of tea. If you don't get any more, I won't wait any longer." The air in the courtyard almost froze. Suan sipped his tea calmly, but Zhou Yun was suffering every moment, wandering between the abyss and heaven, until Suan drank the last sip of tea. I promise. These 3 words seemed to have exhausted all of Zhou Yun's strength. A wise choice. Suan put down the teacup and exclaimed, with a strange look in his eyes, this is a protagonist who is devoted to immortality and career-oriented. He agreed just by using the Nirvana Sutra to slightly stir up the darkness and negative emotions in his heart. He took out a small jade bottle and placed it on the table, with a smile on his face. You should know what to do next. By the way, I hate people who don't keep their word the most. I am used to sending the entire clan of those who cheat me to live in the underworld. Mr. Zhou, please don't let me down. After patting Zhou Yun on the shoulder to remind him, Suan disappeared in the yard the next moment. Plop, Zhou Yun fell to the ground as if he had been kicked, his knees went weak with his hands on the ground and his hair disheveled. He looked like a drowned dog, but his eyes became more resolute. Wanner, don't blame me. The inner gate of Tianshan sect, where Yun Feiyan lives, Fatty Hui came over again to report, brother, the envoy from the Temple of War has gone to the Zhou family again. I heard that he is here to help the Yi family break off the engagement. After hesitating for a while, he looked at Yun Feiyang and said tentatively, why don't we go visit that adult? Yun Feiyang asked him to find out the news about the envoy from the Temple of War God, but he himself did nothing, which really made him a little confused. No need, he will come to me. Yun Feiyang's eyes were filled with pride. As the god of war of the Jinwu realm, he had once stood at the top of the world. Even the founding emperor of the Shinwu Empire was timid in front of him. How could he lower himself to visit a junior? If people knew about it, they would laugh at him. The purpose of the envoy from the Temple of War God coming here was to find him and welcome him back to the Temple of War God. He would naturally come to pay him a visit soon, it's just that the speed is really slow. Hui looked helpless and couldn't help but mutter, you said that 3 days ago. He remembered that day when Yin Feiyan had vowed to him that the envoy from the Temple of War God would come to visit him soon. As a result, 3 days passed and no one was seen. He felt embarrassed for Yin Feiyan. Yin Feiyan felt a little embarrassed and became increasingly dissatisfied with the lazy envoy from the Temple of War. It's so inefficient. When I return to the Temple of War God, I will definitely drive this man out of the mountain gate. Facing the fat man's doubts, he could only say, he will come in a few days. Okay, I believe you, big brother. After all, the fat man was Yun Feiyang's loyal brother, so he agreed with him half-believingly. The next day, boom boom, there was knock on Zhou Yun's door again. Wana was full of anticipation, and the smile on her face became even more charming. Today I can help brother Zhou Yun cure his strange disease. Brother Zhou Yun, who is able to practice, will definitely be able to slap the faces of those who once looked down on him. Creak, unexpectedly, the door was opened without her having to wait long. Wanner, you're here, come in. Zhou Yun stood in front of the door with a smile on his face, his temperament clear and bright, sweeping away the decadence of the past. Wanner's eyes lit up in front of the door, as if she saw the young man full of vigor and vitality again. Could it be that brother Zhou Yun finally figured it out and stopped torturing himself? Thinking of this, she secretly sent a message to old Lu, asking her to leave first, and then walked into the courtyard with slender lotus steps. There was also a glass wine bottle on the stone table in the yard, which made Li Wanner a little confused. When did brother Zhou Yun start drinking? When Zhou Yun met Li Wanner's eyes, he felt guilty for a moment, but then he made up his mind. He had no way out. This is a spiritual wine given to me by a friend, he explained while sitting at the stone table, then poured another glass of wine and pushed it in front of Li Wanner. Try it. Friends? Is brother Zhou Yun in touch with any friends recently? Li Wanner was puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions. She was not a curious girl. Brother Zhou Yun, I don't drink. Looking at the wine glass in front of her, she declined politely. It's okay, this is spirit wine, it's okay to drink a little. All right. Brother Zhou Yun, I have a surprise for you. After picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, Li Wanner looked at Zhou Yun shyly with eyes as bright as spring water, feeling embarrassed, seeing this girl who was more beautiful than a flower, and thinking that he would have to give her away personally. Zhou Yun felt a pain in his heart. He had to pretend to be calm and said, Wanner, I also have good news to tell you. I have found a way to cure that strange disease. Ah! The girl was stunned for a moment, her slightly open lips still stained with moisture from the wine, making her look cute and adorable. Zhou Yun lowered his head, not daring to look at her. I will be able to continue my practice in the future. Wanner, thank you. Thanks to the book friend The God of Light in the early stage of Jindan. For the reward there is one more chapter in the evening. Chapter 251. You have been sold to Meli. Wanner thought Zhou Yun was thanking her for his company all the time, so she grinned and revealed two cute little fangs. I knew that brother Zhou Yun would succeed and make those people shut up. She waved her little fist, happy for Zhou Yun from the bottom of her heart. She didn't think much about her kindness being wasted. As long as the Tian Ding furnace body does not break the Yuaning, it will not have much impact on cultivation. After a pause, she looked at Zhou Yun with some concern. By the way, brother Zhou Yun, is your method authentic? After all, the Zhou family had invited many doctors and alchemists to treat Zhou Yun before, but none of them could find the problem. She even asked old Lu to secretly feed Zhou Yun high-level elixirs, but it had no effect. She was worried that Zhou Yun had been cheated by someone. Listening to the girl's concern, Zhou Yun suppressed the guilt in his heart and said, "Of course, drink this glass of wine first and listen to me slowly." Brother Zhou Yun, why do you keep urging me to drink today? Do you have any bad ideas? Li Wanner supported her little head with her hands and stuck out her tongue and complained. Zhou Yun's heart choked and his body suddenly straightened, but Li Wanner took another sip of wine and then she relaxed, but her heart beat a little faster. It seems Wanner didn't notice. Pfft, just kidding, I believe in brother Zhou Yun. This spirit wine tastes pretty good. Holding the wine glass, Li Wanner took another sip. Out of trust in Zhou Yun, she did not doubt anything. Listening to the girl's unreserved trust, Zhou Yun's body trembled slightly. He suddenly felt extremely heartbroken and almost wanted to rush up and snatch the wineglass from the girl's hand, but when he saw the figure quietly appearing behind the girl, his passion was instantly extinguished. Now he has no other choice. Why do I feel a little dizzy? This spirit wine is so strong. The girl swayed and shook her head. Just when he was about to use his magic power to dispel the drunkenness, he found that all his magic power seemed to be solidified and he couldn't mobilize it at all. No, that's not right, there's something wrong with this wine. Li Wanner, who was supporting herself on the table, was suddenly startled and regained consciousness from her somewhat confused state. Brother Zhou Yun, someone has drugged your wine. Zhou Yun turned his head away in shame, and this look made the girl panic. Don't be silly, he was the one who gave me the medicine. A gentle voice came from behind, revealing the cruel truth. Li Wanner only felt a pair of large hands placed on her body, lifting her feet off the ground and picking her up. Then she fell into a hot embrace and could only push and shove around randomly. She was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to struggle. Yun held Li Wanner and sat in her original position, looking at Zhou Yun with a teasing look in her eyes. Mr. Zhou really does what he says. It's you. When Li Wanner saw Suwen's face, she recognized him at the first moment. He was the master behind He Guifan, the envoy of the Temple of War God who had evil intentions towards her. Then she looked at Zhou Yun in disbelief. Brother Zhou Yun? Zhou Yun didn't look at her, but stared straight at Suwen, breathing a little heavily. Where is my pill? Don't worry, I always keep my word. Holding the beauty in his arms, Suwen was casual and threw out a pill. Anyway, he gave the pill, so whether the pill was supplemented with anything else had nothing to do with him. After taking the pill, Zhou Yun found it was exactly the same as the one he saw yesterday. He lowered his head and examined it carefully before he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Suwen has no intention of going back on his word, and he will be able to absorb spiritual energy in the future. Witnessing the transaction between the two, Li Wanner only felt her hands and feet go cold, and her whole heart felt like it was hit by a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. The biting cold made her feel at a loss as to what to do. Was I betrayed by my most trusted brother Zhou Yun? Her pupils trembled slightly, and her lively eyes seemed a little dim. Suwen's voice rang in her ears. The voice was very low, like the whisper of a devil. Ms. Wanner, from today on, you are my private property. You, let me go, you shameless man. She struggled weakly and cursed in Suwen's arms. As she watched the big hand gradually cover her thigh, the skin on her face turned red. Although she was still covered by her dress, she had never been touched so intimately before, and her body trembled slightly with fear and shame. No, please stop. The voice begging for mercy sounded, already with a crying tone. Suwen pretended not to hear anything and gently stroked the pure and innocent body in his arms as if he was touching a work of art. It can be confirmed that this girl has never been contaminated by anyone else's scent. Stop it. Li Wanner moaned weakly and painfully. I'm sorry, you've been sold to me. Suwen smiled evilly, slid his hand to her snow-white and delicate cheek, and pinched it hard. Why don't you talk to Zhou Yun about it? As long as he is willing to return the pill to me, I will let you go. Suan's words were like a flame, rekindling some hope in Lee Wanner. Zhou Yun. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes and she looked at Zhou Yun pleadingly as Zhou Yun's body trembled. He put away the pill and walked quickly out of the yard without even looking over here. As the courtyard gate closed, the last glimmer of hope was gone, and Lee Wanner's heart was completely dead thinking about how he was eager to help Zhou Yun. He was willing to sacrifice his own future. Thinking about how he had ignored Mr. Lu's advice and acted on his own, even sending Mr. Lu away, she couldn't help but laugh at herself, and as she laughed, tears fell on her face. She is so stupid. Really? Stop crying. Suan reached out to wipe away Lee Wanner's tears, his movements slightly gentler. At least I got a good look at one person, didn't I? If you ask Zhou Yun whether he likes Lee Wanner or not, Suan can definitely say that he likes her, but for Zhou Yun, cultivation is obviously more important. It's hard to say whether this choice is right or wrong, but unfortunately, he met Suan, and was destined to have a bad ending. Heh, aren't you just attracted to my body? There was despair and sadness in Lee Wanner's eyes. She closed her eyes in pain and tried hard not to make any sound. Just think of it as a bite from a dog, but she obviously overestimated her own determination. Suan grabbed her left ankle, slowly took off her white stockings, and touched the girl's private parts. No, don't. She couldn't help but open her eyes, cursing, threatening, or begging for mercy, but Suan ignored it and took off the snow-white stockings bit by bit, freeing Lee Wanner's 2 little feet from the restraints and exposing them to the air. Her feet are small and delicate, with a graceful arch and 10 lovely toes like crystal pearls. This is a beautiful pair of works of art. Suan didn't go any further, but just looked at the red floor with a bit of disgust in his eyes. Be good, let's go somewhere else. The next moment, the 2 figures disappeared from the yard and appeared in the small world. Under the Bodhi tree full of wisdom, there is a big soft bed. This is where Su Buddha attained enlightenment. Ha! After putting Lee Wanner on the big bed, Suan suddenly stopped, with some surprise in his eyes. With a wave of the hand, a lifelike female body appeared on the other side of the bed. It was one of the ancestors worshipped in the temple of War God, the Valkyrie Fengchan. He had always kept this emperor's corpse in his small world, but the moment he brought Lee Wanner in, there seemed to be some unusual movement. Could it be? Chapter 252, Suan, the Supreme Buddha of Mahayana. From his perspective, there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between the two. Even if one looked closely at their appearance, they had some similarities. It's just that one is a little immature, and the other is more mature. Looking at the emperor's corpse lying beside her, Lee Wanner even stopped struggling. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the heroic face in front of her that seemed to be sleeping. Who is she? There was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. An indescribable sadness arises from within my heart. Why did she feel like crying when she saw this person, as if she had seen a loved one die? She had obviously never seen this person before. In a trance, she seemed to see a heroic Valkyrie smiling at her. Suan looked at the 2 people on the bed, frowned slightly, and started thinking in his heart. As far as he knew, there was no real reincarnation in this world. Except for a few powerful people who relied on their extremely strong cultivation or means to reincarnate, most people did not have so-called past lives. Moreover, there seems to be some taboo about reincarnation. Even a supreme soul can only reincarnate once at most, otherwise he will be punished by heaven. It is not impossible that Lee Wanner is the reincarnation of the god of war, but normally speaking, she was lost in Deshan, so even if she was reincarnated, she should be reincarnated in the realm of origin, not in the Jinwu realm, but it is certain that the two are related. After thinking about it for a while without any clue, bang, suddenly Suan slapped himself on the forehead. Really? Now is the time to think about this. The light of wisdom from the Bodhi tree swept over him, clearing away all distracting thoughts in his mind. How can we use our precious time to think about these insignificant issues? Enlightenment, enlightenment. His gaze turned to Lee Wanner again, sweeping across her exquisite clothes and lovely jade feet. The corners of his lips curled up, and he stepped forward and tore off Lee Wanner's coat, revealing the thin silk undershirt underneath. Then he lightly hooked his fingers, and the undershirt also slipped off. After being violated in this way, Lee Wanner finally came to her senses. The inexplicable sadness in her heart was interrupted. She no longer cared about the emperor's corpse beside her. She just covered her heart with her hands in fear. Miss Wanner, are you afraid of me? Sitting at the head of the bed and gently rubbing that soft face, Suan leaned forward, almost moving closer. When their eyes met, it was the first time that Lee Wanner saw the face of this evil man so clearly. Judging from appearance alone, if she wasn't lying, Even she would have to admit that this bastard was much more handsome than Zhou Yun. The slightly raised corners of her mouth became the best embellishment of her face, bringing with it a unique charm that made her a little dazed, but then she opened her eyes wide. Ugh. Whoa whoa whoa, the air no longer circulates. An hour later, the Bodhi tree blossomed with brilliant light, and the light of wisdom shone everywhere. The breeze blew from all directions, all the grass and trees were still, and the sky and earth were clear. Under the tree of wisdom that reaches from heaven to earth, there is a cloud bed that looks like it is woven from clouds, on which the yin and yang avenue flows, evolving the wonderful appearances of men and women and the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. This is the scene where Buddha attained enlightenment. At that time, Suan, the supreme Buddha of the great free heaven in the primordial realm, rode on the Buddha Mother Waner, ascended the Seven Treasures sky platform, walked on the supreme yin yang avenue, and emitted the great light of compassion, the great light of wisdom, the great supreme light, and the great jade liquid light. Suan's momentum is rising steadily. The gray gas that was originally suppressed in the body was instantly killed and scattered everywhere, and was completely defeated. It was decomposed and refined under Suan's magic power. At the same time, an extremely pure yuanin surged into his body, adding further strength and helping Suan break through the slight bottleneck in one fell swoop. Late pure yang stage. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was a divine light in his eyes, as if it contained the sun, moon, stars and the universe. The halo of wisdom condensed behind his head, making him look like a Buddha. Li Waner, who was also immersed in enlightenment, slowly opened her eyes, with holiness and confusion on her face. Seeing Suan beside her, she stretched out her hands and subconsciously performed the same action she had just performed when she was enlightened, but the next moment, she suddenly woke up. A frame after frame of unbearable scenes replayed in her mind, making her pretty face instantly blush like the morning glow. Asshole, you're invincible. He pushed his hands hard against Swan's chest and withdrew from her, grasping the scattered clothes to cover her body, and seeing the blood-stained white silk beside the bed, Li Waner was extremely sad and angry. My most precious thing was taken away by this person. The body of the Taiyin Ding furnace that he cultivated also made this person successful. Later, she was even fascinated by this man and immersed in the yin and yang. She unconsciously comprehended the yin and yang and took the initiative to cooperate with Suan. Thinking of those scenes now, she wished she could bang her head against a tree and die. However, she did not realize that the despair she had felt after being betrayed by Zhou Yun had subsided a lot. Miss Waner was enjoying it just now. Why is she so disloyal now? Suan turned his head and smiled faintly. With a slight movement of his mind, the clothes in front of Li Waner disappeared completely, and the delicate body that had just been covered was revealed again, with a trace of spring marks. Ah! The girl screamed and quickly used her slender arms to protect the key parts of her body. She glared at Suan, feeling sad and humiliated in her heart. Suan, I must kill you. Li Waner's eyes were full of stubbornness as she bared her pair of little fangs. Oh, that's all you have to say? You should wait until you have the strength to do so. Suan looked at her with disdain. He reached out and grabbed Li Waner's hair, forcing her to put her head in front of him. Looking at the girl with tear marks on her face, he stretched out his fingers to wipe away the tears. Then he leaned down and threatened in a low voice, "If you can't kill me, then listen to me obediently, otherwise don't blame me for giving you 7 days and 7 nights. If you dare to escape, I'll double it." Li Waner was so frightened that her face turned pale and her lips trembled. She almost fainted after just 1 hour. How could she endure 7 days and 7 nights, when her background, identity and strength were of no use to Suan? She was just an innocent girl. Put it on. Suan threw a set of clean clothes over and gave the order, then quietly admired the beauty getting dressed. Although extremely humiliating, Li Waner did not dare to even think of resisting when she thought of the 7 days and 7 nights of punishment, and could only put on her clothes as quickly as possible. A light yellow long skirt looks very good on her. Good boy, let's go. After rubbing Li Waner's head, the two disappeared into the small world. Suan had no intention of locking her up for the time being, as Zhou Yun still had a lot of villain value that could be harvested. About half a quarter of an hour passed in Li Waner's courtyard. Old Lu was still waiting anxiously. Snap! Finally, the courtyard gate opened and Li Waner walked in with a gloomy face. He no longer looked as lively as before, but instead had an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers." Mr. Lu's heart skipped a beat. Miss? She could see that the young lady's Taiyin Ding furnace had its essence taken away, and even her clothes had been changed. Something had obviously happened. Li Waner shook her head. "Mr. Lu, I'm fine." Old Lu was puzzled and asked, "What about Zhou Yun? Don't mention that person's name again." Li Wanner's eyes suddenly turned cold and she interrupted Mr. Lu in a stern voice. The temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop by several degrees from the moment Zhou sold her to Suan. The two of them had severed all ties. Suan, she hated Zhou even more. A fierce light flashed in Li Wanner's eyes. Mr. Lu, give that person to me. After a pause, she couldn't say the word kill. Thinking of the past, she finally sighed and closed her eyes. Forget it, Mr. Lu, find a time to break his legs for me. Yes, miss. Old Lu answered, but he was secretly surprised in his heart. Before, the young lady looked like she was deeply in love, but now after losing her Yuan Yin, she seems to have become an enemy. Could it be that something unexpected happened? If the aura had not changed, she would have suspected that this lady was fake. After giving instructions to old Lu, Li Wanner walked into her boudoir with a sullen face and slammed the door shut. Then he sat on the bed without saying a word, pulled out the quilt to wrap himself, and buried his whole body in the quilt. The sunlight from the window hit the bulge at the corner of the bed. You could clearly see that the bulge was shaking slightly, and there was a faint sobbing sound coming from inside. Miss? At this time, Mr. Lu's inquiring voice came from outside again. Out of respect for the young lady, she would not use her spiritual power to search the young lady's room. The shaking of the bulge stopped abruptly. What's the matter? A cold female voice came from the room. Miss, the meal is here. Would you like to eat? No, I've eaten before. Feeling the soreness in her throat, Li Wanner looked hateful. Okay, miss, if you have anything on your mind, you can tell me. Old Lu placed the meal in front of the door, his voice filled with the concern and kindness of an elder. Hearing no sound coming from inside the door, she could only sigh and step back inside the room. Li Wanner didn't want to answer, but she was shocked by the changes in her body and didn't react for a while. Before this, she was full of anger and naturally did not pay attention to her body. It was not until now that she realized that although her Yuan Yin was taken away, her cultivation not only did not decline, but also increased to the peak of Purple Mansion, and her foundation was extremely solid. After trying to practice, I found that the speed of practice did not slow down at all, and it was even faster. None of the side effects of the Taiyin Ding furnace appeared for a moment. She felt complicated. On the other hand, Zhou Yun was in a terrible situation. In the closed utility room, blood was flowing everywhere. The twisting humanoid monster was lying on the floor of the utility room, twitching unconsciously, screaming miserably, just like a wriggling bloodworm. After taking a Hunyuan bone-shaping pill, Zhou Yun felt so painful that he wished he was dying. It was as if millions of knives were cutting his bones and tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. This pain has continued until now, and a full hour and a half has passed, but there has been no improvement. He couldn't even faint and could only endure the pain repeatedly. Zhou Yun even thought that he had received fake medicine. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and wisps of black air emerged from his body, causing his eyes to roll back, and he lost consciousness before he fell into coma. A flash of joy flashed through his heart. Finally, I don't have to suffer this pain anymore. The next moment, Suan appeared in the room and looked at the blood on the floor with some disgust. TSK, that's miserable. Didn't your father tell you not to eat anything given by strangers? Suan squatted down. Zhou Yun's face was covered in blood and his original features could not be seen clearly. Although Hunyuan bone shaping pill is a pill for reshaping the body, as a top-grade elixir, it not only does not cause any pain, but the process is very comfortable. In fact, this is true for most elixirs. The so-called use of pain to temper one's will is all lies told by high-level monks. Pain can only make people numb. Only some low-level monks believe in this thing. If pain is really so useful, then perhaps the tortured prisoners imprisoned in the Suaniaosi prison have the strongest will. However, this Hunyuan bone-shaping pill was specially modified by Suan. Not only can it make people experience extreme pain, but it also extends the absorption time to 1 day. This is also the reason why Zhou Yun suffered this torture. Looking at the miserable Zhou Yun in front of him with indifferent eyes, Suan's divine sense penetrated through his bones and blood and reached the most subtle parts, where a vague and mysterious fairy spirit was contained. Even though Zhou Yun had absorbed the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill for a long time, because Suan secretly reduced the efficiency of drug absorption, the immortal spirit had not yet merged into Zhou Yun's body at all. Brother Zhou, you can't grasp such a good thing as the immortal spirit. Suan looked at Zhou Yun with a hint of pity. For your safety, I will accept it for you. Seeing that Zhou Yun didn't say anything, Suan knew that Zhou Yun agreed. So after obtaining consent, he began to extract the immortal energy from Zhou Yun's body without hesitation. This may be difficult for others. After all, the immortal spirit is hidden very deeply. Even Zhou Yun himself is unaware of it, and ordinary means are of no use at all. They can only directly refine Zhou Yun into elixir for consumption, but this was not a difficult task for Suan. Only a slight breath of the Yuan Yang immortal body was revealed in his body, and the immortal spirit that had not yet been integrated was drawn out like a dog encountering a meat bun. Then, the evil energy that had penetrated into Zhou Yun's body along with the Han Yuan bone shaping pill immediately activated, forcing out the immortal spirit. The fairy spirit, with quite a lively aura, realized that something was wrong and wanted to shrink back into Zhou Yun's body, but Suan opened his mouth and took a breath, and the fairy spirit emitting a mysterious halo could not struggle and was all swallowed into Suan's mouth. The immortal body and soul quickly separated this external immortal spirit energy. Suan closed his eyes slightly, with a fairy life faintly visible on his body. He stood in a pool of Zhou Yun's blood, as if a fairy king had descended. After a while, the immortal spirit was completely devoured by him. The fairy light on the body disappeared again. Probably increased by 30%. After feeling the changes in his immortal body, Suan was quite satisfied. The effect of this immortal spirit was really good. It made his body stronger and the effect of the jade liquid better. Looking at Zhou Yun at his feet, he was so thin that his bones were just skin and bones. He looked so miserable. Chapter 253, just a little bit of weather. When extracting the immortal spirit, Suan also extracted most of the medicinal power and vitality of the Han Yuan bone shaping pill. The remaining medicinal power could only slightly make up for Zhou Yun's lost vitality, turning him into an ordinary practitioner who could absorb spiritual energy. Although the problem of the soulless body was solved, it was still a world of difference compared to awakening the immortal body. Suan didn't stay long and disappeared into the utility room. Another quarter of an hour passed before Zhou Yun slowly woke up. I'm not dead? Touching his thin body, he sat up with difficulty. Hiss, this Han Yuan bone shaping pill is so painful. Zhou Yun spat out a few broken teeth and rubbed his bloody lips. That he is still feeling the pain he just felt. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died from the pain. Shaking that memory from his mind, and not caring about the blood on the ground or the remaining pain in his body, he sat cross-legged, focused his mind, and began to try to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. With many years of experience in failed meditation practices, all this was very simple for him. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, half an hour, strands of spiritual energy gradually flowed into Zhou Yun's body. Under the effect of the technique, they were slowly refined into magic power, and the first strand of magic power was condensed. Only by concentrating your magical power can you truly step into the door of spiritual practice. This is the spiritual realm. Zhou Yun suddenly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and he opened his bloody mouth and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. He was able to absorb spiritual energy. After 20 years of practice, he finally became a true monk. This was his first step towards taking control of his own destiny and achieving immortality. Compared to this, pain is nothing, just a little bit of wind and frost. In a blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. Nothing major has happened in Qingyuan County these days. Just a few more interesting things. Point 1 is that the useless young master of the Zhou family recovered from his strange illness and entered the spiritual realm. The second one is the young master of the Zhou family. It is said that his legs were broken in the yard, his meridians and bones were broken, and he was bleeding profusely. He was only saved by being found by a servant. The Zhou family spent a lot of money on some precious healing pills, but they didn't work. The head of the Zhou family was furious about this and ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. In the end, they did not find out who had beaten the person, but instead found several spies. In addition, the empire seemed to be in chaos. It was said that some major unrest had occurred and even the imperial teacher was missing. However, the situation had not yet affected the remote area of Qingyuan. Another thing is that He Guifan, the eldest daughter of the He family, and Qin Shoxing, the second son of the Qin family, are getting married. They are about to hold a wedding banquet and invite all the major families to attend. This time, the He family was decorated with lights and colorful lanterns, creating a festive atmosphere, and the servants were all busy. Your Excellency, I wonder if you would be so kind as to come to my daughter's wedding banquet. In the He family, He Gui, the head of the He family, was standing cautiously in front of Suan, with his back slightly bent, showing his humility. Suan nodded and smiled. I will go to the wedding to have a drink then. I wonder if this wedding banquet can attract the protagonist. Although Higan Bana has no power here, several candidates have been confirmed for the identity of the god of war. I just hope that this wedding banquet will not disappoint him. He Gui was overjoyed and bowed again to express his gratitude. Thank you very much, sir, for your honor. The envoy was willing to attend the wedding banquet of his He family. What does this mean? It means that the envoy values his he family. Even if the master passes away in the future, others will give the he family some face for this reason, and he will naturally be happy. The Zhou family also received an invitation, and Igui sent an invitation to Li Wan'er and Zhou Yun respectively according to Suan's request. I in the courtyard, looking at the invitation in her hand, Li Wan'er was shaking with anger. Come here, or I will accompany you for 7 days and 7 nights and then come back. That damn bastard is threatening her again. She also thought about running away, but having sensed Suan's cultivation level at a negative distance, she knew very well that the bastard was a monstrous genius who had reached the pure Yang realm. Even if Mr. Liu took me away, I would not be able to escape. Moreover, her mother's Taiyin palace encountered trouble and was unable to send monks to rescue her for the time being. Miss, the master of the family asked me to ask you if you would like to attend the wedding banquet together? The maid's voice came from outside the door. Li Wan'er gritted her teeth and crumpled the invitation into a ball. I go. The wedding schedule is approaching in a flash. The He family was bustling with people, with a constant stream of guests coming and going, and all the big and small families in Qingyuan came to congratulate. The original He family naturally did not have this influence, but the He family became completely different with Suan moving in. Who wouldn't want to be associated with this adult from the Temple of War God? Even the leader of Tianxian's sect came in person, which made He Gui smile. Among the group of guests, there were 2 unique monks, one fat and one thin, dressed unexpectedly ordinary, like huskies among a wolf pack. The fat man looked distressed. Brother, why do we have to dress like this? Clothes made of this material are really too bad. He really can't get used to wearing them. Even if he doesn't wear the uniform of Tianxian sect disciples, wouldn't it be fine to just wear a random robe or spiritual shirt? Yun Feiyang glanced at him calmly and said, clothes are just external things, and we should keep a low profile on this trip. The fat man looked at the other guests around him who were dressed in gorgeous clothes, then looked at himself in the coarse linen clothes that even ordinary people disliked. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. The occasional discussions around him and the looks from other guests at him made him wish he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Apart from the young master of the Zhou family who was in a wheelchair, is there anyone more high profile than this? Yun Feiyang continued to observe his surroundings. The main reason he came here was because the envoys from the Temple of War God had not come to see him anyway, and some of them could not wait any longer, so they took the initiative to show their faces. On the other side, Qin Shoshing, who was wearing a groom's wedding suit, was bowing and scraping to Suan, trying his best to please her. In the past, he and He Guifan were just playing together, but after Suan moved into the He family, the Qin family quickly made a marriage contract with the He family, hoping to have a relationship with this adult. Even if Suan wanted to play with the bride in the bridal chamber, Qin Shoshing would happily help guard the door, but Suan really had no interest in this, mainly because the bride was not satisfied. Okay, the wedding banquet is about to begin, you should hurry over. Seeing that the groom wanted to say something, Suan waved his hand with a little impatience. Qin Shoshing immediately stopped talking and said, Sir, I will leave first. After saying that, he bowed again and then walked out of the hall with brisk steps. When the wedding banquet officially began, the guests were surprised to see Suan sitting at the main table, and each had their own thoughts. This gentleman actually attended the wedding banquet. It seems that the Yi family is really lucky. Some people were wary of the Yi family, while others wanted to take the opportunity to establish connections with them. The leader of Tianxian's sect even came up with a glass of wine in hand and toasted with a smile on his face. Although He Guifan and Qin Shoshing were the protagonists of the wedding banquet, few people paid attention to them. To most guests, they are merely supporting roles that set the stage. Among all the guests, Yun Feiyang's attention was attracted by a young girl. That's Sister Fengchan. Looking at the Zhou family, there was a fairy on earth wearing a light yellow dress, beautiful but not coquettish, with an absolutely gorgeous appearance, pure but not without agility. His eyes trembled slightly and his expression was excited. Although there are some differences in appearance, she does have the aura of Sister Fengchan. Chapter 254. Young people don't know their limits. He patted the fat man's shoulder, staring at Li Wan'er intently, and asked about the information of this girl who looked like Sister Fengchan. Li Wan'er didn't care about other people's gazes, or she had already gotten used to it. She just lowered her head and looked at the bowl in front of her. She looked gloomy, as if there was some rare treasure or magical skill hidden in it. Her expression was extremely focused until a voice came to her ear, which made her tremble. Here we come. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, she clenched her teeth, picked up the wine glass on the table, and walked towards Suan with difficult steps. Zhou Yun, who was sitting in a wheelchair, saw this scene. His expression remained unchanged, he just closed his eyes. But the broken chopsticks in his hand still exposed his turbulent emotions. Walking in front of Suan, Li Wan'er took a deep breath. and raised the wine glass in her hand, but Suan didn't move at all, as if he didn't see her. Li Wanner bit her lip, with resentment in her eyes, and whispered, "Master Suan, I toast you a glass." Suan still didn't respond. Li Wanner's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, and she shouted again with a louder voice. "That's right." Suan then glanced at the reluctant Li Wanner, smiled slightly, and raised his glass as well. When others saw this scene, they just thought that it was because of the great charm of the envoy that the most dazzling divine flower in Qingyuan lowered herself to toast him, or they thought that the Zhou family wanted to curry favor with Suan after Li Wanner toasted. She just wanted to go back quickly. She didn't want to stay with Suan for a moment. "Lord Suan, I'm leaving first." She took a step back and turned to leave. At the next moment, a hand was placed on her waist, and the 5 fingers wrapped around the soft flesh on the girl's waist, stroking it gently. "Don't be in a hurry to leave, talk to me." Suan smiled evilly as he embraced Li Wanner's stiff body and held her in his arms. "The fresh fragrance of the young girl fills your nose, whetting your appetite." "You, Swan, don't do this." Li Wanner pushed Suan's arm and said in a low voice, even though she had been forced to practice dual cultivation, she still felt hot all over and extremely uncomfortable when she sat in Suan's arms in public. But how could her strength match Suan's brute force? Seeing the man from the Temple of War God flirting with the girl, the other people at the banquet lowered their voices a lot. As for Li Wanner, who seemed a little unhappy, no one cared. "What do you want?" Suan picked up a strand of the girl's hair, wrapped it around his fingers, and gently placed it on the tip of his nose. He sniffed the elegant fragrance of the hair, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes. Li Wanner clenched her fists and lowered her head. Didn't you see that the little girl didn't want to?" Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice sounded. This unusually high voice was directed at Suan. Without any disguise, the fat man was happily eating a chicken leg. When he heard these words, his mouth choked and he almost vomited. The noise at the table gradually quieted down, and the guests sitting at Yun Feiyang's table looked at this man with horror on their faces. "Just now I thought this guy had a promising future and wanted to make friends with him, but now it seems he is going to be buried straight in the ground." Several people who had talked to Yun Feiyang now moved their chairs away, fearing that they would have anything to do with this man. "Ahem, big brother." The fat man quickly swallowed the chicken in his mouth and pulled Yun Feiyang's sleeve hard with his greasy hands. "Although I have always known that this big brother is arrogant, I never thought he would be arrogant to this extent. Being crazy also depends on the occasion." Unexpectedly, Yun Feiyang flicked his sleeves and stood up calmly. He had been paying attention to Li Wanner and clearly saw the reluctance in the girl's eyes. How could he just stand by and watch, as the god of war? What he can't stand the most is people who bully men and women. The eyes of the entire banquet hall were focused on Yun Feiyang. "Oh, were you talking to me just now?" Suan raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man with a calm expression and upright body with a teasing look in his eyes. He recognized Yun Feiyang's face at a glance. He was one of the candidates speculated by Bianhua. He hadn't even confirmed it yet, but Zhou Cai jumped out on his own. The eye of insight opened, and the brilliant golden light was even stronger than Zhou Yun's. "That's right." Seeing that Suan was still holding the girl tightly, Yun Feiyang frowned, with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Could it be that this is what you, the so-called envoy of the Temple of War, do? Bullying a little girl?" His confident look surprised many people. Could it be that this person really has some powerful background that he dares to confront the big shots in the Temple of War God? Just looking at the clothes, it doesn't look like it. At the Zhou family, Zhou Yun looked at Yun Feiyang, then looked at his disabled legs, smiled bitterly, picked up the wine glass and drank silently. After all, he couldn't be so free and arrogant. The people at the same table with Yun Feiyang had already moved their chairs far away, leaving a large space. The only people standing there were the lonely god of war and a little fat boy who sat beside him with his head shrunk, trying hard to reduce his presence. But Yun Feiyang didn't care at all and continued to attack, looking down on the whole audience. "You are just an envoy of the Temple of War God. Who gave you the power to do such evil things?" As he spoke, he was sneering in his heart and stirring up his own spiritual aura. Although he was reincarnated not long ago and his strength is not strong yet, he still has the foundation of his previous life. He can vaguely sense that the god of war order is here. I don't know how terrified the messenger from the Temple of War God will be when he finds out that he is the god of war himself. I'm afraid I will have to kneel down in front of him and ask for forgiveness. There was a dead silence in the banquet hall. The clan leader, who used to be so high and mighty, didn't even dare to make a sound. Everyone stared at Yun Feiyang in either astonishment or horror. Seeing the smile on Suan's face gradually disappear, he became even more silent. "It's none of your business." A curse was uttered, And the one who spoke it was actually Li Wanner. She looked slightly angry, frowned and glanced at Yun Feiyang, showing no appreciation at all. Instead, he frowned, looking extremely displeased. It was true that she hated Suan, but who is this person? What does it have to do with me? If I make Suan angry, I will be the one who suffers in the end. She felt as if something was poking at her, and she felt very annoyed. That's right, Lord Suan and Miss Wanner are a perfect match. How can you, an ugly freak, object to it? Qin Shoshing, who came to toast, saw an opportunity to please Suan and his eyes lit up. How could he let it go? He immediately pointed at Yun Feiyang and shouted at him. The appearance of the little villain was portrayed vividly. Yun Feiyang, who had been speaking righteously, froze in his expression. He didn't care about Qin Shoshing's words. He was just a frog in a well. Moreover, appearance was just an appearance, just like the coarse linen clothes on his body. It was just a decoration. Only superficial people would care about it. The god of war, he is naturally not someone who cares about appearances, but Li Wanner didn't even accept his kindness, which made his righteous words become the words of a clown. But he soon found an excuse in his mind. This must be because Li Wanner was threatened by Suan, and she did not dare to resist because of Suan's power. She said this because she did not want to implicate him. Thinking of this, his face became even colder. Don't be afraid, girl. Just ask that person if he dares to do anything to me. Yun Feiyang glanced at Qin Shoshing again as he spoke. You bully others by taking advantage of your power, collude with scum, and ruin the reputation of the War God Temple. How can you be worthy of being the envoy of the War God Temple if you do this? He looked at Suan coldly with a sneer on his face. He had already felt the vague connection from the God of War order, which should have been stored in the storage magic weapon. The corners of his mouth tilted again. If nothing unexpected happened, this person should have recognized him by now. Li Wanner raised her eyebrows slightly, wondering if this man really had some confidence. The leader of Tianxian sect standing aside was secretly shocked. He didn't know where this fool came from. He actually dared to go against Lord Suan. The forces behind him were probably in danger. As he drank his wine, he felt somewhat gloating. Qin Shoshing was furious. Who the hell are you? Who are you calling a scum? Someone, get this arrogant bumpkin out of here. Suddenly, 7 or 8 cultivators from the He family came out. They were all at the level of fetal breathing and had strong auras. They surrounded Yun Feiyang with unfriendly looks, and for a moment the air around them was solidified a little. Hiss, this He family is indeed a big family in Qingyuan City. It really has a deep foundation. The casual cultivator not far away sighed. Yun Feiyang was not afraid at all. He raised his lips, and the magic power in his body surged. He subdued the guards in just a few moves, and he was just breathing heavily. This guy is so amazing. Seeing that Yun Feiyang actually won, many people looked incredulous. This guy is really something. Yun Feiyang took a step forward and stared at Suan, asking coldly, "Do you know you are wrong?" This tone is completely the tone of an elder educating a younger person, and it also carries a sense of superiority, as if a god looking down on the world. For a moment, it actually made many people tremble with fear. Bold. Qin Shoshing became even angrier, and Igui stepped forward, ready to take action himself. If this country bumpkin were allowed to cause trouble again and disturb Lord Suan's interest, the Yi family would be blamed for it. At this moment, Suan waved his hand, stood up holding Li Wanner, and looked at Yun Feiyang with indifferent eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. Ha, young man, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Well, I will teach you how to behave. As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, the pressure from the pure Yang realm pressed towards Yun Feiyang. Boom, it was as if a Mount Bujo was pressing down, or as if the power of heaven was descending. The righteous young man who had just stood proudly turned into a dead dog in an instant. Click, click, under this pressure that seemed like the collapse of the sky, the sound of broken bones was heard one after another, and the whole person was stuck to the ground, with blood flowing everywhere. Although this pressure was only directed at Yun Feiyang, the rest of the people in the banquet hall were still shocked. Even some people who are not strong enough willpower will have their minds turned into a mess after just feeling the pressure a little bit. The others looked at Suan with even more respect. They had originally thought that he just had a powerful and terrifying background, but now they saw that this young messenger from the Temple of War was actually the legendary Pure Yang Master. Then he looked at Yun Feiyang with either pity or ridicule. Although this guy is considered a genius, he is nothing compared to Lord Suan. He pretends to be so awesome, he's just a clown. Wait. Seeing the eldest brother bleeding all over and seriously injured and dying, the fat man next to him gritted his teeth, shook his fat, and finally plucked up the courage and fell to his knees with a plop. "Please spare our lives, Your Excellency. We are from the Tianxian sect. My eldest brother was drunk just now and spoke out of turn. I hope Your Excellency will spare his life." "Oh, Tianxian sect?" Suan took back his pressure and then looked in the direction of the leader of Tianxian sect with a smile. Could it be that Tianxian sect has something against me? The leader of Tianxian sect, who was originally happily watching the show, felt a black screen in front of his eyes after hearing these words, as if struck by lightning. He almost fainted while holding onto the table. He felt that his old heart had never beaten so fast. These two idiots are actually from his Tianxian sect. Unworthy disciple, unworthy disciple. How could he have caused such a terrible disaster for no reason? Who invited these two guys in? His ancestors' graves are smoking. Sir, our Tianxian sect has always been honest and upright, and we definitely don't have such disrespectful thoughts. These two people are just abandoned disciples of our Tianxian sect. What they said has nothing to do with our Tianxian sect. Please understand. His knees went weak and he knelt down. It is not shameful to kneel before a powerful pure yang. The fat man helped Yin Feiyang up and stuffed a few healing pills into his mouth. With a look of faint sadness on his face, he just came to attend a banquet with his elder brother, and in the blink of an eye he became an abandoned disciple. If his father knew, he would beat him to death. Cough, cough, cough. With the effect of the medicine, Yun Feiyang finally recovered, his eyes full of disbelief. How could this be possible? Didn't the envoy of the Temple of War God feel the unusual movement of the War God's order? He is the god of war, a hero who saved the world, the greatest person in the Jinwu realm throughout history, and there are still countless people worshipping him. How could a mere descendant of the Temple of the God of War dare to touch him? Could it be that I calculated wrongly, and the God of War order is not actually on Suan? Or maybe this person doesn't know what the God of War order represents. For the first time, Yun Feiyang felt that things were out of his control. He looked at Suan, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the first time in his past and present lives that he had suffered such humiliation. However, Yun Feiyang did not continue to attack. Although he had a backup plan, it was obviously an unwise choice to confront a Shenyang cultivator so head-on. This younger generation obviously didn't know that he was the god of war. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Wait until he recovers his skills and then deal with this person. Yun Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said sincerely, "I just drank too much and was drunk. I spoke nonsense and offended you, sir. I hope you won't blame me." This look is completely different from the arrogance just now. Li Wanner's eyes dimmed again in an instant. She thought that this guy could fight Suan a little, but he turned out to be a third-rate guy who boasted nonsense. It seemed that she would suffer again today. Feeling the weapon against her buttocks, her face gradually turned red. The fat man who was supporting Yin Feiyang couldn't help but look at him after hearing these words, his heart full of bitterness. "Brother, why are you pretending if you are not sure? You said someone was coming to see you, but they beat you like a dog. Whether you are embarrassed or not, I am embarrassed for you." Yun Feiyang naturally didn't know what the fat man was thinking. As the god of war, even though he felt ashamed and angry, he didn't show it on his face. He bowed to Li Wanner again and said, "And this girl looks too similar to an old friend of mine." I was impulsive. Bang! An unexpected slap landed on Yun Feiyang's face, and the loud sound of the slap completely silenced the rest of his words. Qin Shoxing, who took the opportunity to attack, withdrew his slap with a look of satisfaction and looked at him with a sneer. The Lord God of War, who had just been seriously injured by Su Anwei, had no time to react and took a hard slap in the face. That half of his face instantly became red and swollen, and several teeth fell out. Yun Feiyang was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the complacent Qin Shoxing in shock and anger. It's okay for Suan, after all he is a Chunyang cultivator, but what kind of person is this? How dare he slap him? What are you looking at? Qin Shoxing's face was full of disdain, his nose turned upside down. You don't even know your last name after drinking some cat urine. You even dare to disrespect Master Suan. Do you think you can have a crush on his woman? I'm giving you this slap to teach you a lesson. After saying that, he turned around, lowered his head humbly, and the expression on his face instantly switched to respectful mode. Sir, what should we do with this bumpkin? Yun Feiyang behind him clenched his fists, his anger soaring, but he still didn't dare to continue. Suan found this scene funny. The god of war is not crazy anymore. he waved his hand and said, "It's not appropriate to see blood on such a happy day. Throw it out." "Yes." Qin Shoxing straightened his back after receiving the order and directed several people to lift Yun Feiyang and the fat man. Qin Shoxing took action personally here, holding Yun Feiyang's legs with a grim smile on his face. He carried the two men to the door, pulled and threw them, and during this time his knee suddenly hit Yun Feiyang's crotch. All I heard was the sound of eggs breaking and the Lord God of War's eyes bulged out, and he fell face down to the ground, leaving a cloud of dust. Without the God of War, the wedding banquet would lose a lot of fun. After the quick meeting, Suan carried Li Waner back to the room. No one from the Zhou family dared to stop him and they pretended not to see anything. The head of the Zhou family patted Zhou Yun on the shoulder and sighed, "Yuner, father, I won't bother." Zhou Yun forced a smile and urged the magic wheelchair under him to slide outward, but the back view looks a little sad. In Swan's room, Li Waner, who was stripped naked and had her hands tied with ropes, felt ashamed and angry, and hated the person who spoke even more. If that guy hadn't gone crazy, at most I would have been hugged by this bastard, but now, I don't know how many times I will be penetrated. Looking at Suan's aggressive gaze, she twisted her body awkwardly and tried to reason with the devil that what happened at the banquet has nothing to do with me. I don't know that person, and I even scolded him for you. You can't do this to me. What you said makes sense. Suan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Before Li Waner could feel relieved, he shook his head again. Unfortunately, that's not my logic. Holding Li Waner's two calves, Suan smiled at her. Li Waner gritted her teeth. She knew that this bastard could never change his nature. With a low hum, the two of them fell onto the cloud bed of the small world in the harmony of yin and yang. The Bodhi tree bloomed brilliantly again. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 256. Zhou Yun's decision. Something must have gone wrong with the War God Temple. There were some hay and cow dung left in the dilapidated hut, as well as a pungent smell, as if it had once been a cowshed. Sitting in this thatched cottage, Yun Feiyang still had a hateful look on his face. Thinking of the scene of Suan holding Li Waner in his arms and caressing her wantonly, he punched the simple table hard again. He has never even held Sister Fengchan's hand. The already worn-out tables and chairs could not withstand the monk's heavy blows, and the corners of the tables broke with a snap. The fat man outside heard the noise and came in. After looking at the situation in the house, he understood what was going on. He had no choice but to walk to Yun Feiyang and persuade him softly. "Brother, don't be angry. We can't contend with that big shot in the Temple of War God. Besides, he didn't pursue the matter. After he leaves, we can live our lives as usual." When he was thrown out, the storage ring on his body was taken away by the guards of the He family. He didn't dare to go home, so the two of them are now penniless and no one dares to take them in. They can only find a thatched hut to live in temporarily. Yun Feiyang calmed down and stopped thinking about the scene in his mind. His face became calm again. "Don't worry, I won't look for Suan anymore." Although he was a god of war in his previous life, he had a smooth journey. He entered the imperial realm within a few decades and founded the Temple of War, the world's largest force. Then he died in order to save the world. His life was short but brilliant, and no one could surpass him. That pride was naturally hidden in his soul, and was only awakened by Suan. Now the fat man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. If he goes against the Temple of War God again, his 300-pound body might be completely destroyed. However, he did not see the deep look in Yun Feiyang's eyes. The situation of the Temple of War God must be further investigated. Suan must kill him, but the attitude of the Temple of War God is not clear at the moment, so he needs to be cautious. Also, Sister Fengchan, Li Waner, we still need to go check out the Zhou family. We must not let Sister Fengchan fall into Suan's hands. As for Zhou Yun, after returning to Zhou's house, he locked himself in the yard again. He has a special kind of enthusiasm for spiritual practice. However, because Suan had drained his vitality, he lacked aptitude, and his legs were crippled, so his cultivation speed was very slow. After an afternoon, he let out a breath, and a hint of loneliness appeared in his eyes. The magic power in the body increased slightly. At the current speed, even if he practiced diligently and wholeheartedly, he would not be able to reach the fetal breathing state after 100 years, let alone the path to immortality. This was when he was the young master of the Zhou family and had sufficient skills and resources. If it were those casual cultivators, it is possible that they would be trapped in the early and middle stages of spiritual movement for their entire lives. Cultivation is already so difficult, why should he insist on it? The road ahead is bleak, there is no hope for immortality, and the end can be seen at a glance. Is it really worth it to continue practicing so hard, As Zhou Yun thought about it, all the thoughts that had been rejected in the past came to his mind. Maybe he can use his limited life to live out infinite splendor, and the beauty of the world is not just about cultivation. Since it is impossible to extend the length of life, why not try to expand the breadth of life? For example, getting married and having children to continue the bloodline of the Zhou family. Zhou Yun was a little moved. He is also a normal man with his own desires. Since he himself is hopeless, isn't raising his own children a continuation of life? Hand over your unfinished business to your children, and let your children see the beautiful scenery above the sky on your behalf. Come to think of it, it's not a bad thing. Suddenly, his wheelchair slid forward inadvertently. The broken leg hit the stone table hard, and the severe pain woke Zhou Yun up instantly. He ignored the pain in his body and slapped himself first. How could he have such a ridiculous idea? Zhou Yun gritted his teeth. If he wanted to take a glimpse of the scenery from a higher place, he should go and see it himself. It would be unreasonable to leave it to future generations. The determination in his eyes quickly overcame the rest of his emotions. Since normal cultivation doesn't work, then go out and explore, look for opportunities, fight hard, or even become a tribulation cultivator. This means he died on the road of cultivation, but at least he had seen the scenery along the way. Rather than becoming a pile of dry bones in a short-lived and false enjoyment, why not risk this broken body to fight for the path to immortality? You don't lose anything if you lose, and you make a lot of money if you win. He has to control his own destiny. In an instant, Zhou Yun's aura seemed to change. From an ascetic he became a devout seeker. What a great ambition! Suan showed admiration in his eyes and walked out from the darkness. As a gentleman known as the Heavenly Demon, it was not difficult for him to feel the inner fluctuations of others. The Nirvana Sutra was profound in the mind, allowing him to feel Zhou Yun's desire to seek the truth. Therefore, this praise has some genuine meaning. Compared with the cheats of other protagonists, Zhou Yun's cheat was relatively small, and was even snatched away by Suan before he could use it. But when it comes to his determination to seek the truth, he is the strongest among the protagonists. Never give up, and steel will be gained through repeated tempering. It's just a pity that he is the protagonist but is destined to be a loser. I just don't know what the consequences will be if the leaks cut each other. Your Excellency. Zhou Yun was shocked and frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Suan came to see him. Suan sat on the stone chair opposite him, smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, Mr. Zhou. This time I am here to give you an opportunity." Zhou Yun became alert and cupped his hands. "Please speak clearly, sir." He didn't believe that this person could be so kind. Suan did not keep the secret and placed a jade slip on the stone table. He said concisely, "This is a method that can be used to cultivate to the pure Yang realm." Zhou Yun's pupils shrank, and a look of desire appeared in his eyes. Even the Zhou family's most powerful martial arts technique, the Kunshin Sutra, only reaches the Purple Mansion realm. A martial art that can be cultivated to the pure Yang extreme realm is definitely the most precious of treasures. Even in those top sects, it is a secret martial art that cannot be practiced without true disciples, and if he could obtain this technique, his cultivation speed would definitely be greatly accelerated. Zhou Yun did not doubt Suan's words, because with Suan's strength, there was no need for him to lie to him. He was just confused. "Sir, this is for you." Suan smiled kindly and pushed the jade slip forward in front of Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun was stunned, and stared at the jade slip, revealing not ecstasy but confusion and a hint of vigilance. If it was a martial arts technique that he had worked hard to obtain, he would naturally be happy, but this was given to him for free. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Who would be nice to you for no reason? He cupped his hands and lowered his eyes. "Sir, please tell me what you want to do. If I can do it, I will not refuse." If he can't do it, he won't want this technique no matter how good it is. Even though this technique was very important to him, he was afraid that he would not be able to use it even if he had the life to do so. Suan's expression did not change. He looked at Zhou Yun's disabled legs and smiled even more. "This is just the upper part of the skills. I'll give it to you. Take a look at it first." After hesitating for a while, Zhou Yun picked up the jade slip as he was told and probed his spiritual sense into it. Osmanthus collection. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Suan with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. This is what the opening lightning strike is. Suan's expression remained calm, and he calmly endured Zhou Yun's gaze. He coughed lightly and explained, "This is the only technique that has the lowest cultivation requirements, and it allows for rapid progress and a bright future. Even if other techniques were given to you, you might not be able to cultivate them. Moreover, this skill can improve your aptitude and repair your injuries. You are a cultivator, so why should you care about a few pounds of meat? Zhou Yun opened his mouth but stammered. He looked at Suan, then at the jade slip in his hand. He lowered his head silently and continued to explore the skills in the jade slip. If you ignore the opening tips, this technique is extremely mysterious. It is many levels higher than the Zhou family's inherited martial arts. Moreover, the practice requirements are even lower, which is simply a miraculous skill. Zhou Yun could feel that if he switched to practicing this technique, his practice speed would be increased by at least 3 times. If it is true as Suan said that it can improve qualifications, then the gain will be even greater. He continued to read on. Qi is the master of life, form is the function of the body. The mysterious scripture entered Zhou Yun's mind, like observing the Great Way, which made him gradually fall into a state of selflessness. He kept reading until he reached the fetal breathing state, and then this practice came to an abrupt end. It was like he was in the middle of going to the bathroom but suddenly had to hold it back, leaving him feeling a bit stuck. Zhou Yun took a deep breath and raised his head. Sir, how do I change the lower part? He knew that Suan was waiting for him to ask this question, but he could only do as Suan asked, because the first half of Osmanthus' book has already attracted him deeply. This is an open conspiracy. It's not a big deal. Do you remember the disciple of Tianxian's sect at the wedding banquet? Suan asked. Zhou Yun showed a somewhat strange look and nodded. I remember. At the wedding banquet, the man who was so arrogant but was thrown out like a dead dog in the end left a deep impression on him, and made him more determined to keep a low profile if he didn't have the ability. Suan raised a dangerous smile and knocked on the stone table. Kill him, and the lower half will be yours. The words were full of temptation, killing a young cultivator in exchange for a copy of the pure Yun technique. This deal couldn't be more profitable, but Zhou Yun shook his head after thinking for a while. Sir, I am no match for him, and this may be difficult to accomplish. He had a very clear understanding of himself. Even though that man was beaten to death in the end, the fact that he could easily knock down 7 or 8 fetal breathing monks proved his strength. He himself might not even be able to beat other spiritual monks. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Besides, Suan could find anyone else who was better than him, so why did he have to kill himself? Suan was not annoyed when he heard this. He stood up and placed a talisman on the stone table. This talisman can exert power comparable to that of the Purple Mansion realm. It can be used 3 times. I will give it to you. As for whether to do it or not, it is up to you. I will not force you. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. He originally came here just to see the consequences of the leaks cutting each other, and it didn't matter whether Zhou Yun did it or not. At most, you'll just miss one more show. Zhou Yun was the only one left in the courtyard. He sat in a wheelchair holding the jade slip, his expression uncertain and his heart even more conflicted. If he missed this opportunity, would he really have any hope of obtaining the pure Yang realm technique from somewhere else? He didn't think he could be so lucky. With his qualifications, there would be no future for him to practice the Zhou family's inherited skills. Moreover, at present, no matter how Suan acts, his integrity can be guaranteed. For example, the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill really cured his strange disease. Obviously, Suan could have robbed the girl, but he insisted on making a deal with him. The same is true this time. After a long time, he tightened his grip on the jade slip, and a fine iron dagger appeared in his other hand. The decision has been made. Looking at something under him, a cruel look flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. It's just a burden. What's the use of getting rid of it? This body has already committed itself to the path of immortality. It was with this wisdom that he gave up his love for women and devoted himself to spiritual practice. Swish, a cold light flashed, and blood fell along with his love. Zhou Yun's expression was ferocious, his handsome face turned into a grin, his eyes were wide open, but he still said nothing. He then picked up a piece of clean gauze to block the bleeding hole and used his magic power to speed up the healing of the wound. An hour later, with the help of magic power, the place became smooth, leaving only a small opening for urination. Zhou Yun felt lost, and then shook his head. He picked up the fat that had been cut off from the ground and threw it into the garbage container. Then he suppressed his thoughts and began to comprehend the Osmanthus manual. A few more days passed and Qingyuan was peaceful. The jokes about the fat and thin idiots at the Yi family's wedding banquet gradually faded away. On this day, Li Wanner, who was finally freed, walked to her yard with tired steps. Her legs were still a little shaky, obviously from overdoing the stretching exercises. Before attending the banquet, she was worried that something special might happen, so she deliberately did not bring Mr. Lu with her. As a result, not only did it really happen, but it lasted for several days and nights, except for the time when Suan went out in the middle. He spent the rest of the time with her in the small world without giving her any rest time. Even cows and horses are not used like this. While cursing Suan in her heart, she felt sleepy and wanted to go back to her room to have a good sleep to replenish her energy. Who is it? Suddenly, she became alert and looked towards a haystack outside the yard with her almond-shaped eyes. With a sharp look in her eyes, although her physical body was greatly depleted, her magical power was greatly enhanced. If anyone thinks that she is weak now and wants to take action, then they are just thinking too much. What's more, old Lu is hiding in the dark now. Apart from that thief Suan, who in Qingyuan can hurt her, it's me. The haystack was quiet for a while, and then a man strode out from behind it. Who are you? Li Wanner's mind was now filled with the images of Suan and Su Xiuan, and she was unable to react for a moment. After staring at the man for 2 seconds, she suddenly realized, you are the fat and thin idiot at the wedding banquet. The thin idiot. She heard this name by accident from the maid when she was leaving the Yi family, and she thought it was quite interesting at the time. Yun Feiyan's originally confident face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He is the god of war, but he is called a fat and thin idiot? Chapter 257, Someone else coming from the Temple of War God. It's a shame, what a shame. If he knew who gave him the nickname, he would definitely let that person know what the wrath of the God of War is. However, he came here on important matters and had no time to worry about the title for the time being. Suppressing his anger, he looked at Li Wanner and said, Ms. Wanner, my name is Yun Feiyan. Li Wanner frowned and waved her hand to interrupt Yun Feiyan. You should just call me Miss Li. Now when she heard the word Miss Wanner, the hateful face of Suan came to her mind. God knows how many times Suan has played with her these days. There is no pure spot on my body anymore. It is all stained with the traces of that bastard. Okay, Miss Li. Yun Feiyang choked, paused for a moment, and then regained his composure, explaining, I came here to tell you your identity. My identity? Li Wanner was stunned when she heard that and sneered. This third-rate guy still hasn't given up. If he can't discuss Suan, then he's disgusting her? I know my identity. As for you, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Suan might remember you and crush you to death. She looked at Yun Feiyang coldly and sneered. She had no good feelings towards the culprit who caused Suan to toy with her repeatedly for several days, only disgust. I will kill that thief Suan. Yun Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He snorted coldly, then looked at Li Wanner again, trying to soften his voice. This time, the identity I'm talking about is not your current identity, but your identity in your previous life. In fact, you were a close friend of mine in your previous life. I don't want you to be harmed by Suan, so I came here to help you. Although he could not confirm that Li Wanner was Sister Fengchan, he could vaguely feel that the aura of Sister Fengchan that Li Wanner carried seemed to become stronger after a few days. He guessed that this was most likely due to Sister Fengchan's reincarnation in meeting her old friend, which led to her gradual self-awakening. Previous life? Li Wanner's eyebrows furrowed again. She instinctively didn't believe Yun Feiyang's words. His past and present lives were nothing but empty words. She was just herself, just Li Wanner, but suddenly she thought of the Emperor's corpse in the small world who would become her bed partner, and she hesitated again. During these days, the Emperor's corpse was placed under the Bodhi tree, and she naturally came into contact with it more often. She could feel that the Emperor's corpse did have some connection with her. Could it be that she really had a so-called past life? I know it's hard to believe, but I have a secret technique that allows people to review their past life memories through their true spirits. Yun Feiyang said confidently. He obtained this secret technique from the ruins of an ancient sect that specialized in studying the soul. It can peek into a person's past and present lives and is a supreme soul technique. It is said that if one practices this method to the extreme, one can comprehend the great secrets of the soul, realize the magical power of reincarnation, and control the reincarnation of heaven and earth. However, since even the great monk himself couldn't do it, it's hard to say that this is true. After all, it is understandable to exaggerate when introducing one's own secret method. No, I'm not interested in my past life. After thinking about it, Li Wanner simply rejected Yun Feiyang. Who knows what the effect of this guy's secret technique is, and what if he has ulterior motives? She has never been the kind of person to trust others easily, especially after being given to Suan by Zhou himself. She began to see everyone as a hypocritical person with bad intentions. What's more, all the people she could have violated had already been violated by Suan. Even if it was true, what was the point of doing it again now? Miss Li. Yun Feiyang was stunned when he heard this, and immediately became anxious. How can you not be interested? That was your previous life. Don't you want to know who you were in your previous life? If he didn't use the secret technique, how could he confirm whether Li Wan'er was Sister Fengchan if it really was Sister Fengchan? If she didn't awaken her memory, she would have been toyed with by Suan forever. How could Yun Feiyang bear this? Li Wan'er's face became even colder, and she was about to drive away this annoying fool. Suddenly, she felt a heat in her lower abdomen. The feeling was very similar to the one time Suan put his hand on it. Li Wan'er's eyes showed surprise and doubt, and she had some guesses in her mind. She looked at Yun Feiyang and chuckled. You really don't want to leave? You might not be able to leave later. Miss Li, don't you want to explore your past life? Yun Feiyang still did not give up, and said confidently, if I want to leave here, no one can stop me. Li Wan'er couldn't help but reveal a look of pity upon seeing this, as if she was feeling sorry for him. In an instant, Yun Feiyang had a bad feeling in his heart. Just now, Li Wan'er's gaze seemed to linger behind him for a moment. Just then, a voice came from behind. No one can keep you? Really? I don't believe it. What a familiar voice. Yun Feiyang turned around and saw Suan standing less than 3 feet behind him, his pupils constricted. How could this be possible? When did Suan come behind me? Shouldn't Suan be at the Yi family? He clearly came here only after confirming that the two of them had separated. Bang! While Yun Feiyang was still in shock, a big blow appeared on his face as fast as lightning. His body, which had not yet fully recovered, suddenly rolled like a spiral. The magic power gathered in his body was directly dispersed. After rolling dozens of times in the air, he fell to the ground staggeringly. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, splashing in the air, and a few more teeth fell out. Even his 2 front teeth were broken, which looked really funny. A clown who refuses to repent. Suan removed the layer of magic power wrapped around his hands and looked at Yun Feiyang with some disgust. Fortunately, the blood didn't splash on him. Suan, you really came. Looking at this scene, Li Wan'er's legs trembled and she said softly, although she had guessed it in advance, she was still a little bit unbelievable when she actually saw Suan coming over. She saw clearly just now that the method was not the method used by the pure yang to tear the space apart. It was more like a coordinate was installed on her body and then teleported over, so she could sense it. This thief Su actually has such means. What should she do? Li Wan'er felt sad and felt that there was no hope of escaping. Could it be that I will have to become Suan's big toy and be bullied by him in the future? Suan raised his eyebrows, walked over and smiled at her warmly. Wan'er, long time no see, I miss you so much. We just separated half an hour ago. Seeing Suan's hungry wolf-like eyes, Li Wan'er was trembling with fear. Her voice was trembling and a little hoarse. No, don't come again. She has been so full for several days in a row that she really can't bear it anymore. Wait for me, can you wait a few more days? She said pleadingly, but she didn't dare to move a step. She even had to send a message to old Lu to tell her that everything was fine and let her leave first. Am I such a despicable person in Wan'er's heart who doesn't care about your physical condition? Suan gently put his arms around Li Wan'er's waist and said with great sorrow, you were thinking of the crazy humiliation she had suffered during those days. Li Wan'er felt particularly certain, this bastard is worse than an bastard. Feeling the warm big hand on her waist, her body trembled and she almost collapsed. However, Suan really didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to bully her. He just hugged her quietly. Since she is weaker than Suan, dual cultivation puts a heavy mental burden on Li Wan'er. Suan couldn't really break his big toy, so he decided to wait until Li Wan'er recovered a little before bullying her. Yun Feiyang also stood up again. His face was ashen, with a few strands of green grass tangled in his hair, mixed in with his hair as if it had been dyed. Seeing Li Wan'er trembling in Suan's arms, his eyes were bloodshot and he wished he could rush up and tear Su into pieces, but this was not the time to show his hatred. Seeing that Suan's mind was not on what was behind him, he quietly took a step back, ready to take the opportunity to retreat. Lord God of War has also learned to compromise. Just at this moment, boom, the sound of the warships running came from the sky, and half of the sky darkened. Looking up, I saw an ancient black warship breaking through the clouds and slowly stopping, with a huge flag of the Temple of War erected on it. This is the warship of the Temple of War. Chapter 258, Compassionate God of War. Yun Feiyang's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became somewhat complicated. Before he could think about it, the warship stopped with a bang. As if sensing the situation below, dozens of powerful figures descended from the warship. The leader was a Chunyang cultivator, the same one that he met at the entrance of the cave world of the War God Temple. The others also had terrifying auras. At this moment, these dozens of people who could easily overthrow Qing Yuan were kneeling on one knee with fanatical looks on their faces. "We pay our respects to the Lord God of War." The sound shook the sky, and many Zhou family cultivators and even cultivators from other families who sensed the commotion here and secretly checked were startled. "Lord God of War? Where did the Lord God of War come from?" Yun Feiyang, who was standing in front of a group of War God Temple monks, was stunned at first, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his bruised face. The movement to retreat stopped instantly, and his back straightened. "Asa God of War, how can you be afraid and run away now? The monks from the Temple of War God have found him, and it seems that she is still loyal to him, the God of War." This suddenly made Yun Feiyang feel full of confidence, and the depression in his chest was swept away. Everyone please stand up." There was air leaking from his mouth, and his words were somewhat unclear, and the hatred in his eyes was no longer concealed when he looked at Suan with the loyal subordinates of the Temple of War God. "He will eliminate Suan, the traitor of the Temple of War God today. Let the enemy know, the God of War cannot be insulted." Suff, the sound of leaves falling could be heard. No one moved and the scene was a little awkward. Only Suan looked at him with a look that was mixed with mockery and a bit of pity. Why does Suan look at him like that? Yun Feiyang was angry and confused. The monks from the Temple of War God have clearly come looking for him, so why can this traitor still be so arrogant? "Kill him for me." He pointed at Suan and ordered the monks. No one paid any attention to him and the air seemed to freeze. "Everyone, get up." Suan waved his hand and looked at the monks of the Temple of War God with a gentle expression. "Thank you, God of War." The movements were uniform and full of momentum. Yun Feiyang's hand froze in midair, and he was completely stunned. The person who just knelt was Suan. If he is the God of War, then what am I? "What are you doing here?" Suan asked. It was not his arrangement for these people to appear here. "God of War, we are just passing by here. Lord Martial God asked us to go to the burial sky abyss to stop the crazy high-ranking officials of the Xinwu Empire from releasing the demons." In response to Suan's questions, the leading Chunyang cultivator answered them in detail. Since it was not a confidential mission, he did not use telepathy. Even the surrounding monks heard what he said and were immediately in an uproar. "Oh, the top leaders of the Xinwu Empire are really crazy." Suan frowned, his face showed a cold expression, and continued to wear his hat. "Since it is Xian Zu's arrangement, just cooperate. If nothing unexpected happens, this is a plan to frame someone. Burial Abyss is a forbidden area in the Xinwu realm. Because the spiritual energy inside is too chaotic and violent, and there are various space cracks and dangers, rumors have spread that there is an unparalleled demon hidden underneath. But according to the memory of the Lord of the Temple of War God, he had personally explored the burial sky abyss, and it was just a forbidden area formed after a secret realm was shattered, and there were no demons there. It is obvious that the Shang dynasty is preparing to release the evil cultivators and put the blame on the top leaders of the Xinwu Empire. These monks from the Temple of War God are just cannon fodder for propaganda, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will die in the burial sky abyss. Yun Feiyang, who was standing next to him, had a look of shock in his eyes. He did not think about the information contained in the words of the War God Temple monk, but instead paid attention to the title in it. "Lord Martial God, isn't this Sister Fengchan's title? Why is Sister Fengchan in the Temple of War God? What is wrong with this world? Could it be that his memory is actually false?" Yun Feiyang covered his head and fell into deep self-doubt. "No, it's not true," he shouted suddenly, his voice shrill and piercing. Turning his head, he looked at the monks from the Temple of War God, and was about to expose Suan as a fake. Then, there was a loud bang, his head went dark and the world was spinning. A monk from the Temple of War God released a burst of magic power and knocked Yun Feiyang away. This ugly lunatic was blocking her view of the God of War. The smile in Suan's eyes flashed away, his face became solemn. He waved his hand, and casually put the blame on the person. "You continue to carry out the mission, you must stop them, and you must not let the high-level officials of the Xinwu Empire succeed, otherwise the Xinwu realm will be in real danger." "Yes." The cultivators in the Temple of War God were in high spirits, their eyes filled with a firm sense of mission. The ancient worship set out again, but they didn't know that this journey would lead to a dead end. "Throw that lunatic out." After watching the worship go away, Suan retracted his gaze and looked at Yun Feiyang, who had his head buried in the ground and his body twitching. "Yes." Two Zhou family cultivators immediately ran over from a distance, pulled Yun Feiyang up from the ground, and threw him out. He was even more proactive and enthusiastic than before. Hidden among the group of cultivators, a cultivator sitting in a wheelchair's eyes moved slightly. "The opportunity has come." He murmured softly and quietly chased in the direction where Yun Fei Yang disappeared. No monk paid attention to him. A group of monks gathered not far in front of Suan, their faces extremely respectful, yet they did not dare to get too close. After a while of pushing and shoving, a monk was finally pushed out. He looked at Suan with gritted teeth and said, "Excuse me, sir, but who is that person?" He was cautious and spoke in a low voice, not even daring to call out the name, only saying that person exists. Suan smiled and nodded slightly to admit it. "I am indeed the reincarnation of the god of war. We pay our respects to the Lord God of War." After getting the confirmation, all the practitioners knelt down immediately and performed a great ceremony of worship. They all grew up listening to the legends of the god of war. Even though they were not as pious as the monks in the temple of the god of war, they still did their best on the surface. "Get up." A gentle force lifted everyone up, and Suan showed a look of compassion on his face. "I know what you want to ask." Looking at those faces that were either curious or anxious, he sighed quietly. "I came back this time because I had a premonition that the Jinwu realm would face a catastrophe. The invaders of the past have made a comeback, and the high-level officials of the Shinwu Empire were unable to defeat them, so they wanted to release the demons in the burial sky abyss to fight to the death with those invaders. However, when the demons appeared, the people wept and bled, and in the end, the people of my Jinwu realm were the ones who suffered." As if he had foreseen such an ending, Suan showed an expression of reluctance. "What a compassionate god of war Su is. Ah, please, Lord God of War, save us." Everyone was horrified when they heard this and knelt down again. What kind of demon clan is that? It makes people cry and bleed. It's terrifying to hear about it. The top leaders of the Shinwu Empire are so crazy. I have just reincarnated and awakened, and my strength has not yet recovered. I will go to the burial sky abyss to explore it in a few days. Suan shook his head and reminded, "It's just that the strength of the Shinwu Empire is beyond the reach of even our war god temple. You should prepare yourself first and fight against the demons. If possible, spread the news so that more people can prepare in advance." Everyone looked at each other, and finally said, "We will follow the instructions of Lord God of War." Seeing Lord God of War waving his hand, they had no choice but to rush back to tell their own patriarchs and clan leaders this shocking news. "Are you really the god of war?" When Suan carried her back to the room, Li Wanner looked suspicious. Suan hooked Li Wanner's chin and smiled evilly. "Why, don't you think I look like her?" "Oh, you are definitely not. They have all been deceived by you. You are such a wicked person, and you are not the kind of person who was willing to sacrifice himself to save the world." Li Wanner sneered. Although she didn't understand the god of war, she understood Suan. This guy is a complete bastard. Suan rubbed his chin. He didn't expect that Li Wanner had guessed the truth. "I don't know whether to say she is smart or stupid." Suan opened his mouth and tried to defend himself. "I have fought wars all my life, so what's wrong with enjoying myself?" What responded to him was Li Wanner's even colder laughter. Obviously she didn't believe this nonsense. "Oh, since you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do." Suan patted his head, looking embarrassed. "It seems that I can't keep you here." His hand slid gently across Li Wanner's neck, as if he was thinking about where to start. Li Wanner's body stiffened. "Oh no, those who have been oppressed these days have lost their minds. I was so busy exposing this guy and satisfying my tortured heart that I forgot that this bastard is actually a petty person. She hasn't even taken revenge on this bastard yet. How could she just die like this?" Li Wanner looked at Suan and forced a smile on her face. "Well, actually, I believe you are the god of war. Guess whether I believe it or not." Suan's fingers stroked the girl's face, using her fingernails. The girl could feel a slight chill coming from above. The scene of Suan revealing his mask flashed through her mind. This rude guy might really be able to do it. Li Wanner was even more panicked and quickly replied, "I guess you believe it." "Ha ha." Suan smiled. "Ha ha." Li Wanner also laughed in agreement. "It seems that your previous education may not be enough, so let me teach you more advanced skills." After scaring the girl with evil intentions, Suan carried her towards the bed. Li Wanner's hips tightened, she bit her lips tightly, and shed tears of humiliation. "This devil, wait, sooner or later, I will take revenge." An hour later, the girl's mind went blank and she fell into a deep sleep. It seemed as if he was dreaming about eating delicious food in his sleep, and his little mouth opened and closed. After giving Li Wanner a lecture on the truth that trouble comes from the mouth, War God Su left. with satisfaction, "Brother, wake up." Yun Feiyang opened his eyes and vaguely saw a huge face appearing in front of him, and the plump lips were even about to touch his face. A chill came over me. Subconsciously, he slapped him. Bang. Chapter 259, Treasure Hunting Mouse gives another opportunity. The fat man sat up, covering his face with his hands, looking aggrieved. "Brother, why did you hit me?" Yun Feiyang rubbed his head and sat up straight without answering the fat man. "Why am I here? You were thrown out of the Zhou family. When I saw you, I carried you back here, and then you beat you." The fat man looked at Yun Feiyang with a resentful look and explained to him. Yun Feiyang frowned and suddenly punched the ground. Damn it. He sorted out his thoughts, recalled everything that had just happened, and his expression instantly became ferocious. By now he has understood one thing, that is, he has been replaced, and the person who replaced him was Suan. He clenched his fists tightly. What's wrong with this temple of war god? They even got the reincarnation wrong, so why didn't they get the temple master wrong as well? He stood up suddenly and wanted to go back to the temple of war god to prove his identity and restore order, but he stopped after taking just one step, scratching his head with a dejected look. With his current strength, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to travel from Qingyuan to the temple of war god, provided that there are no accidents along the way, and it is still uncertain what kind of spies Swan is left in the temple of war god. The lord god of war mentioned by the monks of the war god temple before is definitely not Sister Fengchan, and is most likely someone else's replacement. If I go back by myself, I will most likely fall into a trap. Even Suan has discovered his identity and is secretly observing him, making fun of him. He must find a chance to escape from Qingyuan. "Brother, don't go. Your injuries haven't healed yet." The fat man thought Yun Feiyang was going to run to find Suan, and he was so scared that he quickly stood up and advised him earnestly. "I'll go home and get you some healing pills later. You can sit here and rest for a while." Although his father knew that he had been abandoned by the Tianqian sect and threatened to beat him to death, blood is thicker than water after all, and the most he would receive when he returned was a severe beating. "Thank you for your help." Yun Feiyang calmed down and nodded, but as soon as he sat down, he felt like his butt was on fire, his hair stood on end, and he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis, danger. Without caring about so much, Yun Feiyang took a step forward and urged his injured body to rush out of the hut. The next moment, boom, a black ball of light containing countless runes bombarded the hut like a meteorite falling to the ground. The huge impact instantly destroyed the hut and the surrounding land, and Yun Feiyang, who had not escaped far, was directly washed away. He fell to the ground in a mess and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the direction of the hut, there was only a huge deep pit and nothing else. "Fatty!" Yun Feiyang's eyes were bloodshot. He stood up with a roar, and was about to look for the person who had attacked him. Then another black ball of light attacked him. With a bang, Yun Feiyang dodged the black ball, but was still blown to pieces by the aftermath. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered, but he did not dare to stay. He used the force to fly towards the distance with all his strength. Zhou Yun appeared behind a small mound of earth, looking at the fleeing Yun Feiyang. He frowned. The talisman in his hand only has one last chance to attack. "I'm really lucky. I thought they were such close brothers, but instead of thinking about avenging their brother, they just ran away." Without much thought, he urged the wheelchair under him to catch up. He could see that Yun Feiyang was seriously injured. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. Perhaps it was because Yun Feiyang was seriously injured, or perhaps it was because the wheelchair was moving very fast. The two of them actually kept a distance that was neither far nor close, but every time Zhou Yun was about to catch up with Yun Feiyang would burst out again. Zhou Yun only had one last chance to activate the talisman, and he didn't dare to use it. So the pursuit lasted for a whole day and covered a distance of thousands of miles. The two had completely left the area of Qingyuan and came to a remote mountain forest. Zhou Yun's face turned pale. He took another vitality recovering pill and used his remaining magic power to propel his wheelchair to catch up. That person was really weird. He was about to be caught by me several times, but he always managed to suddenly burst out and escape again. Yun Feiyang, who was fleeing in the front, looked even uglier. His face was pale and his body was staggering, but he still insisted on flying forward. He hated the people who were chasing him even more. There were several times when I almost escaped, but that guy caught up with me again. Is he born in the year of the dog? Yun Feiyang ran away cursing in his heart and suddenly slowed down. The way ahead was blocked by a strange fog. He tried to reach his hand in, but he couldn't even see the outline of his hand. Even the monk's spiritual awareness seemed to be blocked by the fog, and in this fog, there was an unusual sense of familiarity. as if something inside was calling him. Looking at Zhou who was chasing him closely, he gritted his teeth, and without hesitation, he rushed into the fog and disappeared. After a while, Zhou arrived at where Yun Feiyang was. Looking at the strange fog, his face showed fear. There are many dangerous places in the Jinwu realm, which may contain opportunities or be full of dangers. Apparently this is the case with this fog. It seems that we have to give it a try after all. Holding the talisman in his hand, his eyes became fierce and he also entered the fog. After the two of them went in, Suan's figure appeared in front of the fog, followed by his loyal Shangnan. It looks like there's another chance. Feeling the location of the two purple spirit seals, he chuckled and followed in. At the same time, Tianshui Holy Land. Emuningzhen has manually transformed this place into a top-notch spiritual place. The place is filled with spiritual mist and the air is ethereal. Above Fengming Peak, a terrifying aura emerged, and the dense spiritual mist around it rushed towards the quiet room like a tide. This is someone breaking through. After a while, the door of the quiet room opened, and a female monk in a light blue dress walked out of the room. Feng Luan came forward with a smile on her face. Xiangyi, congratulations, you have reached the peak of pure yang, and your Yuanshan is promising. She didn't expect that this good sister would catch up with her so quickly. The last time she saw her, she was still in the middle stage of pure yang. However, she had a premonition that she was about to break through to the spiritual realm. Xiangyi nodded calmly. She had been taking the jade liquid for so long, and this breakthrough was the result of her accumulated experience. When she thought of the jade liquid, she thought of that devil again, and for a moment she felt a little empty in her body. Images of being bullied and humiliated flashed through my mind. The fairy's knees softened and her fists clenched unconsciously. She quickly used her sword to cut off all distracting thoughts and swore a secret oath in her heart. When I break through my spiritual power, I will kill that devil. Qiongyi. Feng Luan called out, as if she could see Mu Qiongyi's mood. She smiled, held her hand, and patted the back of her hand gently. You're not still thinking about revenge, are you? Since the first day Mu Qiongyi arrived at Fengming Peak, he had been thinking about getting her to join the group and form an alliance to defeat the devil Suan. However, she could see that her sister was just bluffing, so she naturally would not agree. Although Master Su was a little overbearing, a little tough, and perhaps a little licentious, he is actually a very good bad guy otherwise. This good sister of mine would be in danger of dying. Mu Qiongyi's face was icy, and her voice was also a little cold and stern. Suan, that villain, is a demon incarnated from heaven, and has a vicious temperament. He will definitely bring disaster to the people in the future, and I will kill him. The way he spoke so harshly really seemed to be the case. Chapter 260. I have a sister named Yun Yan, who can kill Suan. Feng Luan was not frightened by her behavior. Instead, she looked at her with a smile and said, "Can you really do that?" If Mu Qiongyi really had that intention, why would she come to Tianshui's sect, not to mention the demon-suppressing sect where she came from? If she went to any Holy Land, or even to the Dragon Clan, her hope of revenge would be greater than in Tianshui. At least she couldn't form a team in Tianshui, so maybe when Suan came, they would help hold Mu Qiongyi down. What's so hard to do? Mu Qiongyi frowned and turned her head away. Really? Feng Luan also turned around, and her beautiful eyes continued to stare at Mu Qiongyi's eyes. Fairy Mu looked a little unnatural and turned her head again. Feng Luan also turned around, with no concealment of the mockery in her eyes. Mu Qiongyi had no choice but to raise her head, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at each other. Gradually, Mu Qiongyi's eyes began to avoid. I'm ignoring you. She pulled her hand free, walked around Feng Luan, and strode forward. The teasing laughter of Feng Luan coming from behind her made her speed up a bit. The Tianshui sect is still so cheerful today. It's a pity that Mr. Su didn't come. Feng Luan felt a little regretful that if she could get closer to Master Su a few more times, she would probably have achieved a breakthrough to the spiritual realm. To be honest, she still missed the last time she shared the company with Mu Qiongyi. Next time, I should also bring Qiongyi along. The speed of time flow in the Jinwu realm is roughly the same as that in the origin realm. It is noon in the Jinwu realm. Walking to the center of the strange fog, the surrounding environment gradually became clearer, but the sunlight from outside still could not shine in. It seemed like a foggy world here. Yin Feiyang's face remained alert, and the wounds on his body had been simply treated by him. In the absence of healing medicine and insufficient mana, this is the only way to deal with it. Suddenly, there was a bang. As if he hit a wall of air. He staggered and fell to the ground, and the wounds on his body were agitated and the pain started again. Damn Suan! His mouth twitched in pain and he cursed casually. Although he didn't know what grudge the person chasing him had against him, he still blamed it on Suan. If it weren't for Suan, he would have been the returned god of war by now, and there would be no need for him to be a savage here, but this time he really guessed his enemy correctly. Yun Feiyang stood up and stretched his hand forward. There was nothing in front of him with his naked eyes, and his spiritual sense also had no sense, but his hand clearly touched an obstacle that looked like a wall. He bent his fingers and tapped them, and a pattern like water waves lit up. It's a defensive formation. However, the person who set up the formation seemed to have no intention of hurting anyone, so the formation only has a blocking effect. However, with his current level of cultivation, it is almost impossible to break this formation. Yun Feiyang had a plan in mind. The weirdo in the wheelchair hasn't caught up with us yet, so there's no need to waste time here. He turned around and was about to leave, but the space behind him suddenly shook. Yun Feiyang turned his head vigilantly, his eyes widened. The formation disappeared? A magnificent palace appeared before him. It is not as majestic and magnificent as the palaces of princes and nobles, but it has a beauty that fits in with nature. The beauty of nature and architecture are blended perfectly, combined with the mist surrounding it. It looks like a fairy palace in the fog. After hesitating for a while, Yun Feiyang walked towards the open door of the palace. The palace gave him a homely feeling, without any danger. He has always believed in his intuition. In his previous life, he relied on this intuition to turn misfortune into fortune, and to encounter many adventures and achieve great feats as a god of war. Compared with Yun Feiyang, Zhou Yun was like a headless fly, spinning in the fog and unable to tell the direction. Although his expression remained calm, there was a hint of violence in his eyes. If he continued to wander around like this, not only would he not be able to find Yun Feiyang, he himself would be trapped to death in this fog. Following the feeling in his heart, Yun Feiyang moved forward. The walls of the palace were covered with murals that were exquisite and gorgeous, and had a feminine air about them, which gave him a vague sense of familiarity. But he did not look closely, but followed his feeling and came to a closed temple door. A sense of throbbing and intimacy came from inside the door. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the temple door. Unexpectedly, the door opened as soon as he pushed it. Yun Feiyang made defensive preparations, gathered his limited magic power, and was ready to take action at any time. But looking around, the spacious hall was very empty. Only in the center of the hall, there is an exquisite crystal coffin, which is very eye-catching. It seems to be the essence of this place. The light blue coffin exuded a mysterious halo, and seemed to be nurturing something. The throbbing in Yun Feiyang's heart became even stronger. What the hell is this, elder brother? An ethereal voice came, causing his body to suddenly stiffen, and his voice began to tremble. Yenner? Is that you, Yenner? He recognized the voice, his adopted sister, also a comrade who had fought alongside him, and one of the three giants of the Temple of War God, the goddess of law Yin Yan, also known as the Cloud Emperor. Brother, it's me. The voice also sounded particularly excited. This time Yun Feiyang heard clearly that the sound came from the coffin. He stepped forward and wanted to open the coffin, but after thinking about it, he felt that this behavior was too rash. So he stood there, looking puzzled and asked, Yenner, why are you in the coffin? Although it is a crystal coffin, it cannot be used as a bed. Brother! This is a sleeping device I set up. It will wake up automatically after sensing your breath. Yin Yan snorted, and then slowly explained. When the war ended, her brother Yun Feiyang died, and sister Fengchan was stranded in another world, and she also suffered serious Taoist injuries, but she didn't believe that her brother would die so easily. Therefore, after the war, she did not choose to return to the Temple of War God, but chose a remote place to set up a formation. She is the Tao of all things. No matter what kind of magical power or technique, or formation, or swordsmanship, she can learn it once and become proficient in it. She is proficient in all things, so she is called the goddess of law. The formation she set up was naturally extraordinary. Not only is she connected to the vast earth veins, drawing power from them to nourish her body and soul, but she can also slow down the passage of her life. So she recovered from her injuries through the formation and spent the long years in sleep, waiting for her brother's return. And now, the 10,000 years of waiting has finally been responded to, and even Yun Yan was overjoyed. By the way, brother, how did you find this place? And judging from your aura, you seem injured. Although she was trapped in the coffin, she could still clearly feel the situation outside, and naturally she also found out about Yun Feiyang's situation. A pure and gentle magical power burst out from the coffin and landed on Yun Feiyang, instantly healing his injuries. Then Yun Yan asked, who did this? There was a hint of anger in his voice. Immediately, the atmosphere in the entire hall became solemn. Yun Feiyang touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Yenner actually saw him in such a miserable state, which was a real blow to him, but then he put this emotion behind him, stared at the coffin with sharp eyes, and clenched his fists tightly, but this time he felt excitement. It's Suan. Yenner, our war god temple has been stolen by a thief named Suan. He took my name, claimed to be the reincarnation of the god of war, and took control of the war god temple. His voice was a little hurried and filled with anger, as if he wanted to express all the humiliation he had suffered in recent days. He has a sworn sister, Yin Yan, who can kill Suan. Of course, he chose to conceal some embarrassing things, such as being slapped in the face and having his balls exploded. He only talked about how Suan forcefully won her, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of Sister Feng Chan, and also talked about how insidious, ugly, and scheming Suan was. Bang, there was a thumping sound. It was Yin Yan hitting the coffin lid. That villain Suan is so vicious, he is hateful and deserves to be killed. Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up, and he also said, yes, he deserves to be killed. Yenner, my strength has not yet recovered, and I am not strong enough. Fortunately, I still have you. Let's go out quickly and kill that thief Su, and restore the integrity of the war god temple. He spoke very excitedly and couldn't wait to see Suan's shocked and pleading expression. Elder brother. Yun Yan's voice paused. Well, what's wrong? Yun Feiyang had already started thinking about how to deal with Suan. That villain has bullied me many times. It would be too easy for him to be killed directly. I must not let him go easily. I may not be able to go out for a while. Yun Yan lowered her voice a bit, feeling somewhat guilty. Yun Feiyang raised his head after a long while, a little dumbfounded. After all this time you tell me there's no way out, then how can he deal with Suan? Yun Yan continued to explain, my formation is still not perfect, so even if I wake up, I can't leave here within 2 months. My body is nourished by the earth veins while being imprisoned. If I want to kill the thief, I'm afraid I can only wait 2 months. In short, there is a 2-month recovery period. After all, the time span of her formation is quite long, and there is no manual management in the middle. It runs fully automatically, and it is already very good that only a small accident occurred. Yun Feiyang frowned when he heard this. Did he have to let that villain Suan get away with it for 2 months? Who knew Holly Warner would be bullied in these 2 months? Is there no other way? Yun Yan thought about it and gave an answer. It's not impossible, but if I force my way out, my strength might drop to the pure Yang realm. It is much more cost-effective to stay here for 2 months and then go out than to fall to Qinyang and then cultivate back to the Emperor realm. Moreover, that person dared to plot against the temple of the god of war, which shows that his power and cultivation are extraordinary. If he only had the pure Yang realm cultivation, it might not be enough. Forget it. Yun Feiyang shook his head and fell into deep thought. Suan has almost become his inner demon, and he will not be willing to give in if he cannot control Suan. Suddenly, his body trembled, and an idea flashed through his mind. What if I lead him here? Yun Yan's confident voice came from the coffin. Here, a mere Chunyang can be suppressed by Yenner with one hand. Chapter 261. This writer is getting more and more outrageous. Although her strength has not yet fully recovered, she can fully exert the power of the Emperor in this formation. It is said that below the realm of the Emperor, we are all ants. A Chunyang cultivator is nothing more than a larger ant in front of the Emperor realm. Yun Feiyang lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Yenner, I'll go and lure Suan over here. Yun Yan hesitated. Brother, you, Yenner, don't say any more. If we let Suan occupy the temple of War God for another day, the Jinwu realm will be in greater danger, and the people of the Jinwu realm will be in greater danger. I must succeed on this trip. Yun Feiyang spoke impassionedly and his words were firm. Who knows how long that thief will stay in Qingyuan? What if he escapes in 2 months? This tone cannot be tolerated. Suan must be pinned to death quickly. Seeing this, Yun Yan had no choice but to agree. Okay, brother, be careful. She once again injected a stream of magic power into Yun Feiyang's body and warned him, brother, if a cultivator follows you, this magic power will sense it. If you encounter danger, just activate this magic power to keep you safe. Yun Feiyang tilted his mouth and smiled casually. Don't worry. As the god of war, there is nothing he can't accomplish. And neither of them noticed that there were 2 figures hiding in a mezzanine somewhere, quietly observing everything in the hall. If we play like this, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Suan murmured in his heart. The corners of his lips suddenly curled up. Looking at Yun Feiyang below, he thought of an interesting way to play. I was originally planning to pack up and move this palace away, but now it seems I can add a little fun. And that Yuanshan is a little weak, a magic god, but he didn't even notice our hiding. Is it because the hiding function of the innate spiritual treasure is too good? Suan thought, if possible, he could sneak into Taiyuan Palace next time. Taking advantage of the dead of night when Sister Rawashi was sleeping soundly, he quietly climbed onto her bed, sat on her, and stretched out his sinful hands. Then he pinched her face hard, knead out 18 different shapes and then record them with a camera stone. The final blow. Your Majesty, you don't want Qingling and the others to know about your embarrassment, right? In Taiyuan Palace, the empress that Suan had been dreaming of was lazily lying on the phoenix couch, wearing only a black bird imperial robe. A few pieces of snow-white skin appeared from the emperor's robe, like an elf on the top of a snowy mountain. Her jade feet were lightly placed at the end of the bed, like newborn spring water, white and slender, smooth like jade, with her toes slightly bent and a little cute, like crystal clear pearls. The looming figure of the bed is more like the embodiment of beauty, which is particularly attractive. If Suan saw this scene, he would definitely transform into a massage master and give the empress a full body massage. It's a pity that there is only the empress in this palace. At this moment, she was holding a book and looking at it with great interest. The expression on his face was sometimes smiling and sometimes stern. Suddenly her movements froze, and her lazy aura changed. Xiaoanzi. The empress narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she saw a figure with evil intentions through the void. It seems that this little Anzi is thinking about something bad. This naughty little brother is so dishonest. She slammed the cold female emperor sister 3 in her hand on the bed, bent her jade fingers slightly, and knocked at the void. Suan, who was far away in the Jinwu realm, only felt a slight pain in his head, as if someone was knocking on his head. He touched his forehead and looked around. With a hint of doubt, Sister Ruwashi? No response was received, only 2 knocks. After condensing the Dao fruit of luck, the empress also truly attained some of the magical powers of the Dao fruit realm. When you mention the name, you will feel something. If you have evil thoughts, your luck will be ruined. Of course, it is currently only effective in the origin realm and the surrounding world. Looking at Xiaoanzi's surprised eyes, the empress withdrew her hand with satisfaction and continued to read the book. The Cold Empress Sister 3. I happened to come across a particularly explicit scene. The empress was stunned when she saw the text description. Step on your brother with your foot? What is the name of this chapter? Su Xiuan's first serving of the empress' feet. Her pretty face turned red instantly, and she recalled the scene of Xiaoanzi massaging her feet. Her 2 jade feet tensed up and her toes gently scratched the bed, seeming angry and ashamed for a moment. How dare you? As the emperor of the Shang dynasty, how can I do such a dirty thing? The person who wrote this book is really going too far. Sir, what's wrong with you? When Tu Shangnan noticed Suan's strange behavior, she immediately became alert and stood behind Suan, ready to block the attack for him. Nothing? Suan patted Xingnan's arm to comfort her without explaining. The touch on my forehead felt very familiar. The one who just took action should be Sister Ruwashi, who was far away in Dishang. It seems that even the innate spiritual treasure can't protect me. He was a little disappointed. The plan failed before it was even implemented. Could this be the magic of the Dao fruit realm? Whatever you think will be known. That's a bit outrageous. I should have taken action before His Majesty broke through. As he thought about it, he suddenly said, Huang Zu is a little loser. After saying this, he immediately covered his head with both hands and stared at the void in front of him. 1 second, 2 seconds, nothing happens. Perhaps it was not intense enough, so he thought about it and changed his way of insulting her. The Phoenix ancestor is very moist down there. I am very satisfied. Still no beating. Suan fell into deep thought, wondering if the way he opened it was wrong. Phoenix ancestor, please open your legs. Your Majesty, be good. Ouch. This time, Suan felt as if his face was pinched hard, and there was also a look that contained shame, anger, and warning rubbing his face. He quickly changed the subject back to Phoenix ancestor. After a while, Suan curled his lips and concluded, Huang Zu is really a little loser. I don't know if it's because Dagua and I have separated, but even after I insulted her like this, she didn't give me any response. Tu Shangnan, who was standing by, watched Suan talking to himself and was confused for a moment. Sir, are you cursing me? Should she help to curse? Otherwise, it would seem a bit lonely for the young master to curse alone. Fortunately, before she could think too much, Suan stopped and his expression returned to normal. Shangnan, let's go. With the help of the Door of All Wonders, the 2 escaped from the space mezzanine. The whole process was unknown to the 2 people who were plotting loudly below. Half a day later, Zhou Yun was still wandering in the fog, while Yun Feiyang had already returned to Qingyuan City. Suan, this is the day you die. Thinking of his perfect plan, he smiled triumphantly. After preparing the props, Yun Feiyang walked towards the Yi family with full confidence, wearing a black robe and a mask on his face, with only his 2 eyes exposed. He was extremely conspicuous when walking on the street, and almost everyone turned to look at him. When he passed by the Yi family's gate, he stopped deliberately. After standing for a while, he whispered to himself, "Suan, wait, I have found a place where the predecessors have passed down their legacy. When I inherit that legacy and my magical power is perfected, I will definitely come back to grind you to ashes." Chapter 262. The Demon King who came to play the prince. After saying this, he sneered and prepared to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw 8 more purple mansion monks behind him. "Hey, little brother, what inheritance is it? Can you tell us? You won't refuse. Good things should be shared by everyone." Several gorgeously dressed purple mansion monks smiled as they looked at the strange man in black with only 2 eyes, showing out, "We originally planned to come here to visit Lord God of War, but we didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain." It was obvious that this weirdo was hostile to Lord God of War. They just happened to be there to share the Lord God of War's worries. By getting rid of this guy, they could also get a share of the inheritance. Yun Feiyang's face under the mask froze for a moment. This situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. The person he wanted to attract was Suan, not this group of so-called great monks. I found a heritage, but there are so many of you, how should we divide it?" Yun Feiyang said with fear, trying to provoke infighting among these people. In response, he was met with sneers from several purple mansion cultivators. They are not fools. They haven't even got the goods yet, so why are they discussing how to divide the spoils? Looking at the monks who were gradually surrounding him, and then looking at the high wall of the Yi family behind him, Yun Feiyang's eyes twitched. "Fuck, damn Suan." He silently put the blame on Suan, then took a step forward and suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Run. His current strength is not enough to deal with several purple mansion cultivators. Besides, there is no need to get entangled with these people, and it would be a waste to use the magic power bestowed by Yenner. "Don't run away, kid. Hey, you thief, leave the inheritance behind." A group of important figures from Qingyuan looked at each other and chased after him without hesitation. The ancestor of Tianxian's sect became rich because he accidentally obtained a legacy. If they can obtain the inheritance, they will be the next Tianxian sect, and their family/sect will also rise as a result. The show is about to begin. Rubbing the disobediently Wanner in his arms and looking at her stubborn little eyes, Suan became interested again. This girl is somewhat similar to Mu Qiangyi in the past. Both are wild horses who always want to kill their masters and need to be constantly controlled and trained, but the difference is that Mu Qiangyi wants to eliminate demons and uphold justice, while Li Wanner simply wants revenge. Well, next time you can remind Fairy Mu to keep her style. It's more interesting to be a humiliated fairy. Now, enjoy yourself first. Holding Li Wanner's head, Suan's big hand gently exerted force. "Relax. I'll take you to see someone later." Suan narrowed his eyes slightly and enjoyed the service. "I actually let this kid run away. Search the whole city. My Bailey family must get that inheritance." Half an hour later, in a remote forest outside the city, Yun Feiyang was slowly calming down his magic power. He had already avoided the pursuers behind him. When it comes to the ability to run away, he is an expert. The last time he was chased by Zhou Yun, it was only because he was seriously injured and Zhou Yun was difficult to deal with that he could not escape. This time, facing these purple mansion monks who did not have dog noses, he quickly got rid of them by relying on some of his short-burst secret techniques. But if that's the case, I need to find another way to attract Suan. Yun Feiyang supported himself on the tree with his hands and began to form a new plan in his mind. Boom! At this moment, a slight voice sounded from within him. Yunyan's magic power in the body seemed to sense something and became a little agitated. Yun Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Without a doubt, it's Suan. In this remote and barren place of Qingyuan, the only person who could arouse Yenner's magical sensitivity is probably Suan. This means that the evil villain Suan is now watching him in the dark. Yun Feiyang forced himself to stop the smile that was about to appear on his face and put on an angry expression. "Those damned monks have made me so embarrassed. I will pay them back tenfold or 100-fold for the humiliation they inflicted today. When I succeed in obtaining the inheritance of that emperor and the imperial weapon, I will definitely massacre their family to vent my anger today." He muttered to himself, and then walked quietly in a certain direction. An imperial weapon would tempt even an emperor-level warrior, so I don't believe that the evil villain won't take the bait. Poor acting. In the dark, Suan sighed inwardly, and could only pretend to be blind and continued to follow. Yun Feiyang was delighted to realize that the abnormal movement of magic power still existed, and he quickened his pace. This day next year will be this guy's death anniversary. He will also completely wash away the insult and once again become the god of war respected by everyone in the Temple of War. Under the guidance of Yun Fei-yang, Suan slowly followed him into the palace, after sensing it for a while. Zhou Yun was still trapped in the fog, however. He also got some opportunities here and successfully broke through to the middle stage of Lingdong. It seemed that it was because his luck was not as good as Yun Fei-yang's. Although Zhou Yun could always keep up with Yun Fei-yang's pace, it was difficult for him to kill him. This actually proves Suan's conjecture that he ignored Zhou Yun and continued to follow Yun Fei-yang. As if he was afraid that it would be unsafe if he went too far, the god of war with poor acting skills walked all the way to the hall where Yun Yan's coffin was placed. The inheritance and the imperial weapon are all inside. He deliberately raised his voice and took faster steps. 1 step, 2 steps. Brother Yun, thank you for giving me another big toy. A clear voice sounded behind him. Yun Fei-yang stopped walking. It was Suan's voice, and his address was surprisingly polite. Who is it? He turned his head away in feigned panic. Behind him was Suan with a gentle smile. Following the script of the Lord God of War, Suan waved his sleeves, threw Yun Fei-yang aside, and then strode greedily towards the inheritance. The next moment Suan walked in. Bang! The palace door slammed shut. It was Yun Yan who took action. Suan, once you go in, I'll see if you can still laugh. The Lord God of War quickly got up, wiped the dust off his face, looked at the tightly closed palace door, and the corners of his mouth gradually twisted. Although he didn't know why Suan said there was a big toy inside rather than an opportunity or inheritance, Yun Fei-yang speculated that perhaps Suan regarded the imperial weapon as a toy, but none of this matters now the turtle is caught in the jar. Suan's fate is determined. Sitting outside the hall, Yun Fei-yang began to wait quietly for good news from Yenard. I don't know how long Suan can last. 1 round or half an incense stick. The situation in the hall was not as intense as he thought. Su and stood at the entrance of the hall, looking at the crystal coffin calmly, not caring about the closed door behind him. The surrounding formations surged, making the space here stable and making it difficult to escape. You seem to have expected this. Yun Yan's puzzled voice came from inside the coffin. She could feel that Suan's strength was only at the late stage of pure yang. Everything was under control, so she was not in a hurry to take action, but instead prepared to ask some questions first. After all, her strength has not yet recovered, and she cannot guarantee that she can completely search this person's soul. She needs to understand the forces behind Suan. There is a sleeping beauty here waiting for the devil to wake her up. Suan joked casually, and took out a pure white bouquet from somewhere. The devil is also a king, so it's no big deal if he occasionally plays the role of a prince. This look of having everything under control made Yun Yan feel a little uncomfortable. You mean you are the devil? She seemed to laugh out of anger. Although she is the weakest among the 3 giants of the Temple of War God, which can be seen from her title, she is still a powerful emperor and is more than capable of dealing with a pure yang cultivator. Where does Suan get the confidence from? Don't I look like one? Suan tilted his head. If you think about it carefully, apart from Di Mangyao who has ulterior motives, it seems that I have never done the devil's job of snatching the princess. On the Shang side, if anyone can be considered a princess, Sister Ruwashi used to be one, and then it was Xuanzu, the eldest sister of the late emperor, who also once had the title of princess, but it seems that it was not easy to get it. Then today is it? He showed a ferocious expression. Yun Yan's spiritual sense looked at the enemy through the crystal coffin. Even though she looked at it through tinted glasses, she had to admit that Suan's appearance and temperament were too gifted. She was the best among all the men she had ever met, and was far ahead. Even his brother seemed to be 7 or 8 points inferior to him, and his appearance was even more overwhelming. It's a pity that such a perfect man is going to die here today. She will not show mercy to him just because of Suan's appearance. Daring to impersonate the god of war and steal the high position is an unforgivable crime. What's more, his brother was often humiliated because of him. Thinking of this, her murderous intent gradually grew. By the way, what material is your crystal coffin made of? Suan suddenly asked. Judging from the appearance of the crystal coffin, it should be able to accommodate 2 people. I just don't know if it is comfortable to sleep in it and whether they can spread their legs. I always feel that you are thinking about some very obscene things. Well, do you have any last words? Yun Yan didn't intend to ask any more questions. She felt a little uneasy in her heart and decided to deal with this person as soon as possible. Yun Yan activated the formation and locked her mind on Suan. Powerful mana runes gathered and she was ready for a fatal blow. Yes. Suan raised his hand, and a figure appeared in front of him. In an instant, Yunyan's terrifying divine consciousness burst out, locking onto the figure that suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space suddenly solidified. Li Wanner, who was cleaning her anus with her but sticking out, she was still cleaning up the traces left by Suan, so her posture when she appeared was a little strange. After noticing the sudden change in the environment, this pretty face was instantly flushed, and her expression became a little distorted. She hurriedly grabbed her clothes with both hands to cover her perky buttocks, then she had the mind to look around. Murder to silence someone, this was her first thought. The villain Suan was standing behind him, with a coffin in front of him. If this isn't an attempt to silence someone, then what is this? Could it be that Suan had grown tired of playing with her and had prepared a piece of feng shui treasure land for her to die on? She was wondering wildly. She discarded the idea the next second, because she sensed that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the coffin, which was locking onto herself and Suan with divine consciousness, with hostility and murderous intent. Where is this? Li Wanner asked cautiously, turning her head. Suan didn't answer her, but looked at the crystal coffin. She is Sister Feng-chan? Yunyan in the crystal coffin seemed a little happy, and a smile appeared on her face, but then she gradually frowned. Her expression became more solemn, and her smile gradually faded. No, there is a difference in the aura of the true spirit. Chapter 263. Move in, I want to squeeze in Tu Feng-chan? This was the first time Li Wanner heard this name. For some reason, the first thing that came to her mind was the emperor's corpse that accompanied her day and night in the small world of Feng-chan. Is that her name? The powerful divine consciousness in the crystal coffin was still exploring her, as if it had peeled off the outer shell of her body and was trying to forcibly explore her soul, making her a little overwhelmed and subconsciously moving closer to Suan. In her subconscious, only Suan could protect her in this situation. Holding the girl in his arms, Suan touched her head to comfort her. I understand. After a moment, Yunyan's voice sounded again, sounding a little weak. So that's how it is. Her mood became low. With a bit of melancholy, Sister Feng-chan's reincarnation was successful, but also failed. In the Temple of War God, she and Sister Feng-chan have the best relationship. The two are like sisters, closer than real sisters, and have long regarded each other as family. Even the backup plan for Sister Feng-chan's reincarnation was created with her personal help. Although she is not good at fighting, she is an all-round talent and can do many things with ease. She once thought that perhaps after 10,000 years, or perhaps tens of thousands of years, the three of them would meet again, pursue the Great Way together, and continue the story that had not been completed, but Sister Feng-chan really died. They could never be reunited again. A few tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, making them red. What's the meaning? Holding the girl in his arms, Suan raised his eyebrows and asked. Li Wanner was not the reincarnation of the god of war, and she had discovered this problem early on. If this is a reincarnation, after staying with the corpse of his previous life for so long, he should have awakened some memories and remembered some of the past, but Li Wanner didn't react at all. At most, she felt that the emperor's corpse was very familiar. She is just the continuation of Sister Feng-chan's life. Strictly speaking, she is Sister Feng-chan's daughter. Yunyan sighed softly, wiped away her tears, and glanced at Li Wanner with a slightly complicated mind. The reincarnation secret technique she created was a key made based on a bit of Sister Feng-chan's spiritual thoughts and a drop of her blood. According to the setting, this key will attract Sister Feng-chan's true spirit to return after her death and reincarnate as a human being, but now it seems that Sister Feng-chan's true spirit has not been guided. Perhaps it has been annihilated, or it may be because it is separated by a world and cannot be guided. The reincarnation ultimately failed. Later, over the long years, the key itself developed a trace of spirituality, and actively reincarnated to become the present Li Wanner. Compared with Feng-chan, Li Wanner is a completely independent new consciousness, born only with the help of her spiritual thoughts and blood essence. In other words, Feng-chan fell forever faced with Suan's questions. She did not choose to hide it. There's nothing wrong with expressing your emotions to a dying person who is about to die. Okay, it's time to get ready to go. After saying everything, Yunyan's voice gradually became colder. Hundreds of millions of runes formed a cage, wrapping Suan, ready to strangle any creature inside at any time. I don't know what this hall is built of. Facing such terrifying power, I feel motionless. Give up and tell me the information about the forces behind you. I can give you a decent treatment. Don't try to threaten me with her. The she Yunyan was referring to was Li Wanner. Li Wanner is not Feng-chan. She has no feelings for Li Wanner, so naturally she won't be restrained by her actions. Alas! Suan sighed and took Li Wan back. You seem to have made a mistake. Yunyan frowned, the feeling of uneasiness in her heart became stronger. What's the matter? While asking, she did not hesitate and chose to take action directly. That is, you are the one who is to be slaughtered. In an instant, fairy light burst out and pierced through the cage. Yunyan's already unstable cultivation level inside the crystal coffin instantly dropped to the early stage of pure yang. The power that originally controlled the formation became unstable due to the sudden drop in cultivation, and the condensed cage began to disintegrate. Before she could get frightened, she saw a large gloved hand break through the cage and grab the runes. With a light squeeze, the runes shattered instantly. Yunyan's pupils shrank suddenly. A powerful emperor, miscalculated, the intelligence was wrong. I'm afraid my brother didn't expect this situation. Not if I had known earlier. I should have waited 2 months and thought about revenge after I had fully recovered. Her face looked grim, the magic power in her body surged, and she wanted to regain control of the formation and turn the situation around. Although his strength had fallen to the early stage of pure yang, it might be possible to expel these two people with the help of the formation, but at this time, Xingnan's tall figure had already arrived in front of the crystal coffin. She just laughed foolishly and punched the coffin lid heavily. Dragon Elephant Heaven. The deep roar of a dragon and an elephant was heard. It was as if two divine beasts that suppressed the heavens were galloping across the void. The terrifying force penetrated the coffin lid directly, like hitting a cow from across a mountain. The magic power that Yunyan had just gathered dissipated in an instant. Her bones went limp and her body felt like it was falling apart. She was unable to move for a moment. It's over. She looked dejected. Seals hit her one after another, causing her momentum to weaken rapidly. After following Suan for a long time, Shangnan, in addition to body refining, is most proficient in the art of sealing. If they were both primordial spirits, it would be difficult for her to seal it, but Yunyan's own strength had not yet recovered, and her strength was suppressed by the Gate of Wonders, so naturally she could not resist. Only then did Suan walk over slowly. Coming closer, Suan placed the white flower in her hand next to the coffin. With this crystal coffin, the two are quite harmonious. Then he raised his head and smiled softly. I heard that the goddess of law is extremely beautiful. I wonder if it is true. He placed his hands on the coffin lid and exerted a little force. The lid of the crystal coffin was opened, revealing the desperate beauty inside. Her eyes were watery. She was charming and pretty. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant mountains without any makeup. Her lips were as red as sand without any makeup. Her black hair was loose, and she was wearing a white dress. She looked like a fairy from heaven who had descended to the mortal world, but at this moment, the fairy was lying in the coffin, her eyes full of sorrow and resentment, with traces of tears, and she could not move, so she could only let others do whatever they wanted. Kill me. After saying this, Yunyan closed her eyes. Although she felt unwilling that she had been sleeping for so many years and ended up like this after waking up, she had completely lost the ability to resist. They underestimated Suan's strength from the very beginning, which led to their complete defeat and even their own loss. How could the prince kill the princess? Suan shook her head. Looking at that pretty face, he stepped into the coffin politely. Lord God of Law, please move in. I want to squeeze in too. Yunyan opened her eyes in shock and looked at Suan, who walked into the coffin. She widened her eyes and asked in horror, what are you going to do? Chapter 264, Battle in the Palace. It's just some things that are not worth telling others. It's common sense that the princess needs to be penetrated by the prince before she can recover. Suan fiddled with Yunyan's soft body and moved her to the side, leaving just enough space for him to lie down. Don't touch me! Yunyan screamed. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, her eyes full of fear. What kind of common sense is this? I am lying in a coffin now. How could there be such a perverted prince? Obviously she realized what Suan was going to do. Looking at the man lying beside her, Yunyan's body became stiff, but the coffin was not big, and the two of them lying together were just touching each other. She could even feel the warmth coming from Suan through his clothes. This was the first time that a man got so close to her that she felt uncomfortable all over. Heartbeat speeds up, body fever, skin is rosy. She tried hard to avoid Suan. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. It's a pity that my body is trapped in this narrow crystal coffin and I can't use any strength, so it's really difficult to move. Relax, your name is Yenner, right? Suan lay on his side, observing the face of the woman in front of him closely. His voice was natural, as if he was talking to an old friend, but Yunyan really doesn't want to have such a friend. You don't. Yunyan's voice trembled a little. Looking at Suan's big hand gradually touching her face, She couldn't help feeling weird. Outside the door, Yun Feiyang was bored. He glanced at the tightly closed palace door again and felt quite depressed. I thought it would just be a matter of moments, but how come it hasn't ended yet? Yenner hasn't subdued Suan yet. He murmured, could it be that Suan is really that powerful and can fight with Yenner? However, he still has great confidence in Yun Yen. This is their home court. Moreover, although Yenner is not as good at killing as them, she knows a lot of magic spells. With the advantage of the formation, Suan will never be her opponent. Sitting down, with his back against the door, Yun Feiyang continued his arduous wait. A few pieces of clothing were scattered next to the crystal coffin. The two people in the coffin have been honest with each other. The scorching body temperature was transmitted. Yun Yen looked terrified. She watched her clothes being pulled off. The man in front of me is serious. As a powerful emperor, she had never considered the matter of a partner before. Firstly, it was a critical moment for the survival of the entire Jinwu world, and she had no time to think about these love matters. Secondly, there was too much knowledge waiting for her to study. Even though she is the Tao of all things, it is not easy for her to master the knowledge of one world elixir, weapons, talismans, arrays, and the functions of magic. She likes to understand and master these things. Later, after being injured, he set up a formation here and has been sleeping ever since. How could he have a partner? But at this moment, with Suan's touch, her heart that was eager to study and learn began to tremble unconsciously. As she always yearned for the unknown, she couldn't help feeling a little scared. Suan greedily sniffed the fragrance of the beauty beside him, licked her already red earlobe, and laughed softly. It turns out that the legendary god of law is also so vulnerable. Yun Yan's face turned red, and she pushed Suan's hand away with great force, saying angrily, "Don't touch me, otherwise I will." Ugh! Before she could finish her words, she was caught by Suan. The strength of his limbs was completely weakened and he could no longer exert any strength. What else? There was a dangerous light flashing in Suan's eyes, which made Yun Yen feel horrified. Please, don't do this," she begged. She thought about the possibility that she might be killed by her enemies, that she might perish over time, but he never thought that he would end up being humiliated. She would rather be beheaded than face such an end. "Oh, don't be afraid." Suan embraced Yun Yan's body, which was at the mercy of him, and hooked her chin so that she could only look at him. "You are called the god of law. Have you ever heard of the method of dual cultivation?" "Well, those are all evil methods." Yun Yan blushed and gritted her teeth. This is because Suan's hands had begun to travel around. Narrow. Suan frowned. This is too narrow-minded. He knocked his hand hard, causing Yun Yan to let out another low moan, but at this moment, she was so angry that she dared not say anything. The dual cultivation of men and women is the great way. It conforms to the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. It is the supreme way of yin and yang. Suan stated slowly. Yun Yan bit her lip and said nothing, but her eyes were full of disbelief. It's not that she didn't know about the method of dual cultivation. She had also understood it when she was observing all the dharmas. However, those methods either have too many flaws or too low an upper limit, and can easily lead people astray. In the hundreds of thousands of years in the Jinwu realm, no one has ever heard of anyone achieving the emperor realm through dual cultivation, let alone the great Tao. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Today, I will take you to experience the great Tao for yourself. Suan is well aware that practice makes perfect. He wanted to use his great magical powers to change the little mind of this lost girl. Yun Yan's pupils shrank, and she felt the temperature beside her rising. She hurriedly said, "Believe it? Isn't it enough for me to believe it?" "Believe it? That's even better." Suan smiled. "Today, I will study the great way of yin and yang with my fellow Taoists and practice our principles." Yun Yan widened her eyes. She didn't want to believe it. She had to believe it. It seemed that she would be defiled no matter what. She doesn't want to comprehend some damn yin and yang. Just then, a sound was heard outside. "Yenner, what's going on in there? Are you okay?" The hall had good soundproofing and no noise could be heard from inside. Yun Yan hadn't said anything yet, so Yun Feiyang couldn't help feeling a little worried. So he used his magical powers and shouted at the temple gate at the top of his voice. Hearing this caring voice, Yun Yan's expression froze and her heart tightened. "Oops, brother, I almost forgot about the little bug outside." A smile flashed in Suan's eyes. He stopped what he was doing, looked at Shangnan beside him, and opened his mouth. "No, don't touch him." Yun Yan raised her head hurriedly and suddenly blocked Suan's mouth. After Sister Fengshan died, Her brother became her last relative in the world. If her brother fell into this man's hands, she could already foresee the tragic ending. Yenner! Yenner? There was no response, and two louder shots were heard from outside. Feeling Suan's aggressive gaze, Yunyan felt like crying but had no tears. After a long while, their lips finally parted, but Suan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, licked his lips, and the expression on his face became more evil. I like it when you kiss me, but I don't like it when you kiss me because of someone else. Looking at this pretty face, Suan reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, You don't want Yun Feiyang to come in and die, do you? Faced with the threat from this evil man and listening to the shouting outside the door that had not stopped yet, Yunyan could only nod in humiliation. Very good, then you should know what to say. Suan placed a rune on Yunyan's throat so that her voice could be transmitted to the outside, and then waited for her choice with interest. Yunyan's face turned red, then white, then red again, and finally she opened her beautiful mouth. Brother, I'm fine. This thief, this Suan is too strong. I still need to fight him. You go first. I can't let my brother know the truth. My brother is no match for Suan now, and I'm afraid he will be silenced in an instant. No, even silencing them directly would be the best. Yun Feiyang, who was outside the door, felt relieved after hearing Yenner's reply. It's okay, I'll wait for you outside, he replied. That he did not hear the warning in the words, he just felt that Yenner seemed to be panting while speaking. It seems that the battle has also consumed a lot of Yenner. Thinking of this, Yun Feiyang felt a little distressed and cursed again. Damn Suan. It was this guy who made Yenner so tired. TSK, I'm not going to let Yun Feiyang go. Lord God of Law, you broke the rules. Inside the coffin, Suan grabbed Yunyan's hair and said with a smile, the offender must swallow the whole thing. Yunyan's eyes widened even further. The exquisite crystal coffin began to vibrate. Leaning against the palace door, Yun Feiyang recalled the memories with Yenner and couldn't help but smile. It is undeniable that he had some thoughts about his stepsister. After all, this sister was top-notch in terms of talent, strength, and appearance, and was one of the most dazzling goddesses at the time. But Yenner seemed to really treat him as a brother, so he didn't dare to say anything. Plus, with Sister Fengchan around, he could only keep a distance from Yenner. Then a war was about to begin, so he didn't have the heart to think about that kind of thing. Now that he has lived his life again and experienced Suan taking away his fame and glory, he has thought things through completely. You have to hold on to what you want. He wants to pursue Yenner. Moreover, Yenner is not polite to other men and usually communicates most with Sister Fengchan. Relatively speaking, he is the man closest to Yenner, and they have a friendship for many years. He has a great chance because he is close to the watered. I believe that as long as I express my feelings, I will be able to win Yenner's heart and become a perfect couple. As Yun Feiyang thought about it, the smile on his face grew wider. I don't know what the battle situation is like now, and whether Yenner has defeated Suan. Another quarter of an hour passed, and still no sound came from the hall. He couldn't help but feel worried and knocked hard on the door. Yenner, are you okay? Normally, a Suan shouldn't have been able to hold out for so long under the control of Yuanshan. Gulong, not yet. Suan has too many hidden cards. I need to deal with them slowly. I have controlled him now, and it will be fine soon. Yunyan's voice came from inside, a little hoarse. It seems like he is still swallowing his saliva. Is that so? That thief is quite capable. Yun Feiyang curled his lips, but since Yenner has already controlled Suan, it should be soon. After waiting for a while, thinking that the time was almost up, he mustered up the courage to speak again. Yenner, I have something to tell you. What? Yunyan lay stubbornly on the coffin board with her face against the board, carefully observing the coffin that she had made. Chapter 265, Confession in Jade Liquid. Suan behind her was still pointing and directing her, teaching her how to improve, but for some reason, the coffin became more and more shaky the more it was moved. It makes people drool. Yenner, actually Yun Feiyang was brewing words, and suddenly he heard Yenner's cry of pain from inside, and his heart immediately rose. Yenner, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay. I was accidentally poked by Swan with a sword when I was controlling him. This villain is so hateful. Yun Feiyang shouted angrily. He hated Suan so much that it would have been fine if he had not surrendered, but he even dared to stab Yenner with a sword. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have definitely made Suan pay. Then he asked again, Yenner, are you really okay? Are you not hurt? Yun Feiyang wondered in his heart, could it be that Yenner was injured and didn't want him to worry? Really, I have subdued Suan and am now putting a seal on him. It will be healed soon. Yunyan suppressed her discomfort and tried to answer in a normal tone. Yun Feiyang was overjoyed when he heard this, and smiled. The villain Suan is finally going to be brought to justice. Yenner, this time it's all thanks to you. Of course he had no doubt about Yunyan's words. The Suan who had added so many stains to himself was finally going to be erased. Did you hear that? Thanks to you. Suan in the hall also smiled and slapped the jade buttocks. Only Yunyan held her little face tightly, grabbing the edge of the coffin and looking at it carefully, making her delicate face look a little distorted. After the depression in his heart was gone, Yun Feiyang outside began to tell his inner thoughts. Yenner, do you still remember our meeting? More than 10,000 years ago, I was still a high-spirited teenager, being hunted by the Gu family. You were also dirty and wearing thick clothes at that time. Feng Chan and I both thought you were a boy. Later we became brother and sister. He spoke slowly and with emotion in his voice. Under normal circumstances, Yunyan might be very touched when she heard these faded memories, but now, she just felt noisy. Brother, well. Just tell me what's going on. Yunyan interrupted Yun Feiyang's statement and spoke in a suppressed voice. The people outside the hall were silent for a while. Yun Feiyang stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and prepared himself mentally. Yenner, actually, I like you. He shouted, I don't want to be just your brother. He shouted out the last sentence with almost all his strength and without reservation. The emotions contained in it cannot be faked in the slightest. The sound penetrated the ancient palace door, entered the palace, and echoed in the ears of the two people inside. Yun Feiyang stood outside the door nervously, waiting for trial.su and couldn't help but shed tears of emotion after hearing these heartfelt words. A puff, puff. Jade liquid flows, it's such a touching story. Yunyan's body stiffened, her head raised involuntarily, and her body began to tremble slightly. She didn't know whether it was because of Yun Feiyang's words or Suan's actions. After a long while, she spoke. I'm sorry, brother, I only think of you as a brother. Maybe you should find a sister-in-law. If it were in the past, when Yun Feiyang said this, although she might not necessarily agree, she would inevitably have more thoughts and her answer would be more tactful. But now, no matter how much she respected her brother, she still felt resentful in her heart. She blamed Yun Feiyang for bringing Suan here, causing her to be defiled, complaining that he didn't get the intelligence right and wasn't willing to wait for 2 months. Hearing Yunyan's answer, Yun Feiyang's mood instantly fell to the bottom. But he stood there in a daze, his head buzzing and his steps heavy. It felt like my limbs were not my own. Yenner refused. After a long while, he raised his head and forced a smile. Yenner, brother was just joking with you just now. I was afraid that you would be too bored in there. He secretly regretted it in his heart. This kind of confession is really too impulsive and abrupt. I should cultivate the feelings first and then take it slowly. Standing outside the door, he stood like a log and said nothing more. Time flies and another hour has passed. Su and wiped Yunyan's body, stood up, put on his clothes, and returned to his image of a gentle and elegant gentleman, straightening his clothes. Time to deal with that bug outside. Suan, you promised me that you wouldn't hurt him. Yunyan grabbed the coffin board and forced herself to sit up. Oh, really? Suan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. I think I only promised you that I wouldn't get hurt at that time? Agreeing then doesn't mean agreeing now, and the way you plead for him makes me very unhappy. So is it better to extract the soul of that insect and refine its spirit, or to let thousands of ants devour its soul? He thought about the torture in his mind. What do you want in exchange for letting him go? Yunyan gritted her teeth and looked at Suan as if she was looking at a devil. Doesn't agreeing then mean agreeing now? What a shameless thing to say, but Yun Feiyang is her brother after all, her last relative. She can't just watch Suan torture Yun Feiyang to death, and Suan obviously wanted to make a request, otherwise she would not have had the chance to speak at all. I can give you all the magic skills and supernatural powers I have collected, as well as various inheritances and my imperial weapons. She threw out her chips. It seems that you haven't seen the situation clearly yet, Yenner. Suan just smiled, his hand gently slid down her cheek to her neck, and suddenly he grabbed Yunyan's neck and lifted her up. Yunyan's naked body was exposed to the air, and her two slender jade feet struggled in the air, unable to touch the ground. Under the illumination of the lamp-shaped instruments in the hall, it looked particularly pitiful. Now you are my prisoner, and everything you have belongs to me, so are you using my things to make demands on me? Suan's hands gradually increased in strength. Yunyan wanted to speak, but Suan grabbed her throat and she couldn't utter a word. She could only slap Suan's arms helplessly. How sad it is that a powerful emperor, one of the three giants of the Temple of War, a hero respected by all the people in the Jinwu realm, is being humiliated like this at this moment. The expression on the man's face did not change at all. Call. Finally, Suan let go of his hand, and Yun Yan rubbed her throat and gasped heavily. At her level, breathing is no longer necessary, even if her magic power is sealed. However, she has already formed a habit, and Suan did not hold back when he pinched her throat just now. What do you want? After a while, Yun Yan raised her head with anger in her eyes. She didn't care about her naked body. After all, she had been humiliated by this man. He had seen everything she should and shouldn't have seen. Well, let me think about it. Suan looked at his big toy. His undisguised gaze made Yun Yan feel a little scared. How about you relax your mind, open your sea of consciousness, and let me seal your soul completely? He said playfully. Yun Yan's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. This thief wants to turn her into a toy completely. It is very difficult to seal an emperor-level strongman for a long time, as his primordial spirit is one and the same, unless a higher-level cultivator takes action. But there is no cultivator stronger than the emperor level in the world, but it would be different if you took the initiative to open the Sea of Gods. This is equivalent to exposing yourself to others without any defense. No matter how strong the anti-theft door is, it can't stop you from leaving it open. Yun Yan hesitated. Suan looked indifferent as he looked at her quietly. It seems that Yun Feiyang is just like this in your heart. Shangnan, go and kill that bug, I promise. Yun Yan clenched her pink fists and buried her head in her chest. All she could see was the white snow. She knew that after saying this, she would be handed over to Suan and become a puppet for him to bully and vent his anger on, but she had no choice. Now she was controlled by Suan, and even if she didn't agree, Suan would never let her go. If you agree, there's a chance your brother could be saved. Although her brother's feelings towards her seemed to have deteriorated, they were still siblings after all, so she would keep the friendship. He and sister Fengchan saved me back then, so now I'm going to repay his life. Chapter 266. You don't have to castrate yourself to succeed. Very good, completely open up your sea of consciousness and let me in. Suan's eyes flashed with a dark light, with an evil look in them. No, you swear first, swear by your heart of Tao. Yun Yan stared at Suan and said firmly, people who practice cultivation should not take vows lightly, and the higher their level of cultivation, the more so. But if one swears by the heart of Tao and breaks the oath, at the very least one's luck will be damaged, at the worst one will go astray. Even among cultivators, few dare to bear such a price. If she didn't swear, what if that shameless Suan did it to her again? Her consent then wouldn't be the same as her consent now. Wouldn't she be at a great loss? I always keep my word and am upright. I am known to be an honest and trustworthy young man. How dare you not believe me? Suan opened his eyes wide, covered his heart with one hand, and staggered a step, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Yun Yan sneered in response and did not cooperate with Suan's acting. Oh, forget it. Suan was a little disappointed. The expression on his face faded, and he pointed his middle finger to the sky. I swear on my heart of Taoism that I will let Yun Feiyang go. If you break this oath, let the demon in my heart enter my body and I will go astray. It was a very standard oath and Yun Yan couldn't find any problem with it. She clenched her hands tightly, her face full of reluctance, but she still opened her sea of consciousness as she was told, because Yun Feiyang is outside. Suan took a step forward with a sinister smile. Inner demon, I am the inner demon. What does the oath mean? Then he inserted into Yun Yan's sea of consciousness without hesitation, imposed one seal after another, and summoned Shangnan. Once a seal is set in the Sea of Gods, even those in the Yuanshan realm will find it difficult to break free. Although the Jinwu realm calls the Yuanshan the Emperor realm, there is essentially no difference. Then, a barely detectable black light shot out into Yun Yan's sea of consciousness. Yun Yan, whose cultivation was sealed, felt something was strange, but in the end she had no way to investigate. Suan's lips curled up into an evil smile. Set up several modes for the big toy so that you can develop it well when the time comes. As for the Lord God of War outside, he could be allowed to live a little longer to see what surprises he could find for himself, and then cut him a few more times before killing him. 4,800 seals of various types firmly blocked Yun Yan's sea of consciousness, leaving her with only the basic consciousness to control her body. The sea of consciousness was closed again, and Yun Yan's body shook, as if she had completely turned into an ordinary person from the inside out, except that this emperor-level body is more durable. She is no different from an ordinary person. Suan held her shoulders and helped her up, holding her hips with his other hand. You decide how to tell Yun Feiyang next. I'll give you half an incense stick of time. Yunyan nodded with a complicated expression, from being a giant in the temple of War God, a powerful man standing at the top of the world, to being reduced to a slave. The gap in status is really huge. She forced herself to look out the door. His eyes were filled with gratitude, affection, resentment, and melancholy. It was this brother who gave her a new life, and it was also he who brought her into the abyss. She has already repaid what she owed him. Yunyan opened her mouth. Suan's rune was still in her throat, allowing her voice to reach outside the hall. Brother. He uttered the name again, but it sounded a little distant. Yenner, what's wrong? Yun Feiyang asked outside with a little excitement. Although the confession failed, it would be a great pleasure if the traitor Suan could be eliminated. He had never encountered such a great humiliation since he was born. He literally pressed his face to the ground and stepped on it. All the evil was brought by Suan. Yunyan glanced at Suan behind her and said calmly, Suan ran away. I couldn't keep him. Well, what's going on? Yun Feiyang was stunned when he heard this, and his expression froze. He immediately became anxious. Yenner, didn't you say you had him under control? How could you let him run away? Suan is the great enemy of our war god temple. How could you let him get away? In his urgency, there was a hint of accusation in his voice. Facing Yun Feiyang's questioning, Yunyan suppressed the grievance in her heart and touched her swollen abdomen, which had been badly damaged. She tried to keep her voice calm. He used the trump card to tear open the space and ran away. I couldn't stop him. Suan next to him couldn't help but sigh. This is called lying without thinking. Yun Feiyang slammed the palace door in anger. Yenner, this is your home ground. Why can't you stay here? Do you know what kind of risk I took to lure Suan here? Do you know how much trouble it will bring us if you let him run away this time? Now that Suan has run away, how can he regain his title as the god of war? The temple of War God has also been occupied by thieves. When will his shame be washed away? There is also the god of war token, the token that contains part of his cultivation. Without the god of war token, he can only improve his cultivation slowly, and the speed is extremely slow. The warmth in Yunyan's eyes gradually faded, and her expression became colder. If you're okay, leave here quickly. The voice penetrated the palace door, carrying a sense of emptiness and coldness. Yun Feiyang finally noticed the emotion in Yunyan's words. He was shocked and quickly suppressed his anger. I'm sorry, Yenner. I was just impulsive and spoke without thinking. He apologized repeatedly, but Yunyan's expression became even more depressed. It doesn't matter. Suan has already run away. It's not advisable to stay here for long. You should leave quickly, leave Qingyuan, and go to a place where no one can find you. Yun Feiyang was a little hesitant. Indeed, if Suan was alive, he would be in danger and would inevitably face Suan's revenge. We must escape from Qingyuan before Suan can react and run away. What about you, Yenner? Feeling the aftertaste in her mouth and Suan's gaze behind her, Yunyan laughed at herself. My injury has relapsed, and I may fall into a deep sleep again. I'm sorry. Yun Feiyang lowered his head and clenched his fists. How long will it take? I'll come pick you up. About 1,000 years. Yunyan was silent after she finished speaking. No matter how Yun Feiyang shouted, there was no response. Standing in front of the palace gate, with the silent air and cold walls behind him, Yun Feiyang looked somewhat lonely. Yenner, wait until I recover my skills, I'll come find you. After looking at the tightly closed palace door again, he made a solemn promise and turned to leave. Yunyan stood at the door of the hall for a while, turned her head to look at Suan and Tu Shengnan, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they were motionless. It seems that Suan has no intention of breaking her oath. It seems you still care about him. Suan's face was gloomy. Come here, kneel down. Half an hour later, Zhou Yilan, who had been wandering in the fog for a long time, stopped his wheelchair. Compared to his previous self, his figure now seemed to have become more graceful and his skin more delicate, but Zhou Yilan only thought that this was due to his improved cultivation and did not think much about it. The fog around seemed to fade away little by little. He looked around intently, secretly raising his guard. This is not an illusion, the fog is thinning. Could something have happened? But it's a good thing. Once this strange fog dissipates, we will be able to find a way out. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. He sat there, summoned his magic power, glanced around, and waited quietly. After a while, the fog had dissipated by about 70%, and the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. In a daze, Zhou Yun saw two people walking towards him in the distance. One is of normal build, while the other is abnormally tall. His mind tensed and he clenched the talisman in his hand, ready to attack at any Wait until the two people come closer and see their faces clearly. Zhou Yun immediately relaxed. It turned out that the visitor was Master Su and his guards. Sir. He bowed his head respectfully. It's not that he trusts Suan that much, but he knows that facing Suan, the result will be the same whether he resists or not. The talisman in my hand that can unleash the power of Purple Mansion was given to me by Suan. Brother Zhou, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you here? Suan seemed to have just noticed Zhou Yun and asked knowingly. Zhou Yun smiled bitterly and sighed. I am ashamed that I chased that fellow here, but got stuck in this fog and failed to complete your mission. Yun Feiyan was really good at escaping, and after entering the fog, he had not been able to find him. He could only sigh that he was unlucky, but it can't be said to be a loss, as many unpicked spiritual herbs grew in the fog. With the help of these spiritual herbs, his cultivation has reached the late spiritual stage. It's just a pity that he can't get the second half of Osmanthus Manual. So Brother Zhou is here for this. Suan nodded, showing satisfaction and admiration. I see that Brother Zhou has a strong character and aspirations to rise to the top. He is a potential dragon in the abyss, and he will become a great man in the future. Well, I'll give the second half of the Osmanthus treasure book to Brother Zhou. He threw a jade slip at Zhou Yun. This made Zhou Yun at a loss. He looked at the jade slip that fell on his body with confusion and shock. How can this be done? He is determined to achieve great things. Although he aims to live forever, he himself does not have such strong confidence. He just wants to keep going and go as far as he can. What's more, he hadn't completed the task yet and let Yun Feiyan run away. Could it be that Suan mentioned that task before just to use it as an excuse to pass on the skills to himself? He thought to himself, there seems to be no other explanation except this one. Not after all, if Suan really wanted Yun Feiyan to die, there would be no need for a little cultivator like him to take action. What's the use of it? It's just a book of martial arts. I'll give it to you. Suan smiled brightly. His handsome and righteous face made people like him more. Thank you for the reward, sir. Zhou Yun will accept it with audacity. If you have any instructions, I will not refuse. After some ideological struggle, Zhou Yun finally picked up the jade slip. He really needs this skill. Suan responded with a smile. Then I do have a request. What request? Zhou Yun was stunned. Suan shook his head and looked at the jade slip. Brother Zhou, why don't you take a look at this technique first? Seeing this, Zhou Yun did not ask any more questions, but just left a doubt in his heart, and then he directed his spiritual thoughts towards the jade slip. Compared with the upper part, the skills in the lower part were obviously much more profound, as if they contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Although Zhou Yun could not understand many parts, he was still fascinated by it until the end. The conclusion of the entire practice appears. You don't have to castrate yourself to succeed. Bang! The jade slip fell. Zhou Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head and stared blankly between his legs. The jade slip happened to fall right in the center, empty, with nothing in it. Chapter 267. Be a fool. It seems like a huge joke. Can you succeed without castration? Although I have determined to pursue the truth, who would be willing to be an incomplete man if it is not necessary? Thinking of the piece of fat that he had thrown into the cesspool, he felt a dull pain in his heart. Brother Zhou, what's wrong with you? Suan's voice came from his ear again, waking Zhou Yun from his previous thoughts. He raised his head and his vision returned to normal. No, nothing, thank you for the reward, sir. Zhou Yun picked up the jade slip from between his legs and clenched it tightly. There is no need to regret. What needs to be cut has been cut. Just think of it as cutting off worldly thoughts in advance. His aptitude is insufficient to begin with, but if he practices cultivation wholeheartedly in the future, it will increase his chances of achieving enlightenment. Moreover, once your cultivation level improves, it won't be difficult to regenerate severed limbs. Looking at Zhou Yun, who quickly adjusted his mentality, Suan once again praised, Brother Zhou is indeed extraordinary. It seems that I can ask Brother Zhou to take care of that matter. Sir, may I ask what's the matter? Zhou Yun's voice remained respectful. He knew that he didn't have the capital to turn against her, but Suan's smile gradually became weird. Then, Brother Zhou, can you give me your life? With great force, the next moment, Zhou Yun's pupils suddenly dilated. A living head slipped from the neck. With a hint of confusion and shock in its eyes, the headless corpse in the wheelchair still held the jade slip tightly in his hand, as if he was unaware of his own death. Blood gushed out from the broken neck, but was blocked by Suan's magic power as he had anticipated this. Looking at the head buried in the soil, he sighed softly. Brother Zhou, reality is too cruel. You'd better be a fool. After saying this, he destroyed Zhou Yun's body in true spirit, and even the wheelchair magic weapon, and sent it down to accompany Zhou Yun, leaving only a pile of ashes on the spot. After finishing the job of destroying the body, Sun couldn't help but become sentimental. Alas, I am too kind-hearted. If he told Zhou Yun the truth about Li Wan'er, he might get some villain points, but he really admired Zhou Yun, so he softened his heart and sent him on his way. The whole process was painless. Although he was not given a last meal, Zhou Yun was allowed to see the pure young kung fu before his death. As the saying goes, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. Among all the dead, Zhou Yun was the one who was treated the best. Being able to die without pain is also a kind thing. Leave. A breeze blew by, scattering the ashes on the ground. The surrounding fog completely dissipated, revealing an ancient forest, except that the palace in the middle was no longer there. Shinwu Empire, imperial capital. A magnificent city rises from the ground. Its city walls are ancient and majestic, with awe-inspiring power. Anyone who has seen this majestic city will be shocked by it. Living in this majestic city, even beggars are superior to others, but at this moment, the walls of this majestic city are extremely dilapidated. The great formation that originally protected the imperial capital was also shaky. If the Shinwu Empire had not sent resources into the formation like water, it would have been broken long ago. The people in the city were terrified and numb. Huge ferry boats shaped like warships surrounded this huge city that had stood for thousands of years. As early as a month ago, the supply to Daijing was cut off. Almost. On the immortal boat, Qingzu glanced at the formation plate in his hand, stroked his beard and nodded. The formation of the imperial capital can hold out for so long. This Shinwu Empire is really capable. Luo Zhu on the side looked a little tired. He had put in a lot of effort to break the formation, but in comparison, he is in pretty good condition. When the immortal boat of the Great Shang appeared, the emperor of the Shinwu Empire wanted to rely on his own strength and the imperial weapon in his hand to kill the invading enemy. The result came out half a quarter of an hour later. Half of his body was blown up, and the broken soul fled back to the formation with half of his body in shame. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been dead. It's finally over. Duke Wu, standing at the bow, held a black bead in his hand. This is a space magic weapon specially used to hold people. It contains more than 1 million demon monks, who he captured from the north in the past half-month. The cultivators inside have at least the level of fetal breathing, and there are also quite a few Qinyang old demons. The demon lord Yuanshan of the north is gone, and no one can stop him. Therefore, all the demonic cultivators accumulated in the entire north over tens of thousands of years became cabbages for him to harvest. It will die in the north today. The magic path has been extremely withered. The few old demons who had managed to escape were so frightened that they dared not show their heads and almost bury them in the ground. Some demon cultivators went out to sea overnight, preferring to face the sea tribe rather than stay in the north. Compared to the Great Shang, these demon cultivators seemed like helpless little lambs. The formation plate in Qingzu's hand trembled slightly, and then a huge formation rose from outside the city, enveloping the original formation of the imperial capital. The two formations seemed to have formed some special reaction. The divine chains were inserted from the outer layer of the formation into the inner layer of the formation. In an instant, as if there was a bad contact, the last barrier in the hearts of the people of the imperial capital began to flicker. The formation set up by Qingzu was like a virus, invading the original formation and making it difficult for it to function normally. At the same time, the three Yuanshan cultivators from Dishang attacked together. Not good. Inside the imperial capital, the expressions of the 18 pure yang cultivators who were operating the formation changed drastically. He stuffed pills into his mouth frantically and tried his best to squeeze out the magic power in his body and put it into the center of the formation in front of him, trying to stabilize the formation, but it was of no avail, and all I could hear was a series of crackling sounds. A puff. All 18 monks vomited blood, and many of them fainted. In addition, the 365 life pill cultivators who were assisting in the operation of the formation could not even utter an extra word before they died suddenly from the backlash of the formation. The last barrier of the imperial capital has disappeared. Countless people were in pain, wailing, and begging for mercy. With the hope in their hearts completely shattered, some people were kneeling on the ground with empty eyes, which showed their anxiety about their unknown fate. A huge shadow loomed over the imperial capital, and immortal ships as big as continents had already invaded the very center of the Shinwu Empire, blocking out the sky and the sun. After losing the protection of the formation, many residents in the imperial capital went crazy and wanted to escape from the imperial capital. They scrambled for the first place and even resorted to fighting. The monks of Dishang just watched these people flee quietly, but unfortunately, the virus formation outside became a cage that these monks could not break through. Their final fate was already determined. On the immortal boat, Shenyang cultivators landed one after another and began to capture or kill the cultivators in the imperial capital. Qingzu smiled and stretched out his big hand towards the palace, as if he wanted to hold the entire palace in his palm. The palace maids and imperial concubines were in chaos. Suddenly, a strong golden light lit up from the depths of the palace, pressing against the big hand. The strong golden light burned Qingzu so much that it felt a little painful. "How dare you? Do you really want to push us this far?" The Xinwu emperor, who had been hiding deep in the palace to recover from his injuries, finally appeared. A domineering and majestic voice rang out from the imperial palace, and a terrifying aura emanated from the magnificent palace. But just as the palace maids and imperial concubines showed joy, their expressions turned into horror. The man in the imperial robe had a pale face and wrinkles all over his face, like a dried-up old corpse. His originally black hair had all turned white, and his whole body was hunched. He no longer looked like the emperor who once dominated the world. The emperor Cangyan stood in the air, confronting Qingzu and his two companions, but anyone can see it, the Xinwu emperor can't take it anymore. "Let's work together to send him to the west," Qingzu said to the two people beside him. Even a soul at the end of its rope cannot be underestimated. It is natural to gang up on them at this time. Chapter 268. Everyone is drunk. Why are you awake? My Xinwu Empire has never offended you, so why do you have to force me? The Xinwu emperor questioned with disheveled hair. His old face looked gray and his tired old eyes were cloudy. Yet he was only over 10,000 years old, which was still the prime of his life for an emperor. He should have had at least several thousand years left, but now he was showing signs of dying because his injuries were too severe and had damaged his fundamental health. He was unable to recover even after using the precious medicines treasured by the Xinwu Empire. Qingzu sneered when he heard this. When you invaded other worlds, did you ever ask them what they thought? The winner survives, the loser dies. You should understand this principle. The Xinwu emperor was startled when he heard this, and his cloudy eyes trembled slightly. He remembered that when he had just ascended the throne, he held the Hunyuan diagram in his hand and ignored the warnings given by his father before his death. He felt that his father was too foolish and was throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and he will lead the Xinwu Empire to the peak until it surpasses the civilization that invaded the Xinwu realm. With the ambition to reach the top of all worlds, he opened the first world channel. The brand new world brought a large amount of resources to the Xinwu Empire, allowing the empire to develop more rapidly than the second one. The third one, his confidence grew, and he thought that as long as he was careful nothing would happen. But if you stand by the river often you're bound to get your feet wet. Finally, he brought a powerful enemy to the Xinwu realm. I am a sinner, I am a sinner. He laughed bitterly. Maybe I shouldn't have used that thing in the first place. Ha ha, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. He threw out a scroll emitting spiritual light, and then golden light appeared all over his body. He stimulated the broken spirit in his body to the extreme and rushed towards the three people fiercely. At this moment, the mighty emperor seemed to have returned to the top, exuding an indomitable momentum that he hates. I hate my own greed that brought the Xinwu Empire into the abyss. I hate how powerful the Shang dynasty is, making it impossible for the empire to resist. What's more, I hate those short-sighted people in the War God Temple who only care about their own interests and are unwilling to come to our aid. His Majesty. Father. The sound of weeping rang out from the imperial palace, for the imperial concubines and princesses who had lived in the deep palace for a long time. At this moment, the sky fell, the blinding light shone on the imperial capital. Duke Wu's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to try to stop him. If this man succeeded in self-destructing, not to mention the imperial capital, even a few of the pure yang cultivators they brought with them might be able to survive. However, Qingzu seemed to have anticipated this and threw the formation plate in his hand away. With a loud bang, the figure emitting golden light was enveloped by 18 arrays, reducing energy, absorbing energy, rebounding, solidifying, space, annihilating, weakening. Each of the great formations is considered to be top notch in the world, and even powerful soul masters have to pay attention to it. But at this moment they were released together, sealing off the violent energy tightly. When the remaining energy dissipated from the formation, it no longer posed any threat and was easily dealt with by the three men. Only Qingzu looked at the broken array in his hand with great distress, muttering, "What a loss, this thing is not easy to make." After taking down the Xinwu Empire, Luo Ziyinjiu also showed a smile on his face. Looking at Cheng Zu's appearance, he joked, "Come on, Lao Chang, don't worry about your formation breaking plate. If you need any materials, you can get them in this world. After all, it is an empire that rules a world. Before releasing the demon cultivators, they will naturally plunder them thoroughly. Also, the good things of the sects and families, big and small, cannot be wasted by the demon cultivators." As he said this, he also collected the Hunyuan diagram that Emperor Xinwu had thrown out. "What do you mean by mature?" Cheng Zu frowned and looked at Luo Zhu with dissatisfaction. "I am now called Blood Formation Demon Lord." Obviously, he not only planned to plunder resources to make up for the losses, but also to put the blame on the evil cultivators and the Xinwu Empire that released the evil cultivators. Luo Zhu and Wu Guogong, who were standing beside him, burst into laughter upon hearing this. Below are people struggling to survive, and above are three old men looking at each other and laughing. For a moment, this imperial capital that had just been washed in blood was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In the cave of the War God Temple, it is still peaceful and tranquil. It seems that nothing in the outside world can affect the inside, but from time to time, monks from the Temple of War would drive out on warships to stop the conspiracy of the Xinwu Empire, and these are all the instructions issued by the martial god Patriarch. As for the envoys sent by the Xinwu Empire to ask for help, they were killed before they even got through the door. For the War God Temple cultivators who have been suppressed by the Xinwu Empire, this is simply a huge victory for people's hearts, but Ningyu doesn't think so. Confused, how can Lord Martial God and the Palace Master be so confused? He said with a disappointed look on his face. As the person with the highest seniority in the War God Temple except for the Temple Master, the current Grand Elder of the War God Temple, and a powerful man at the peak of pure yang, he has a longer-term vision and a clearer mind. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? The invasion of Xinwu by outsiders is no longer a matter of the Xinwu Empire alone. It concerns the life and death of the Xinwu world. How can his temple of the god of war remain immune? If the Xinwu Empire was allowed to collapse, the next to be destroyed would probably be his war god temple. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate any further. After being anxious for a long time, the white-haired old man came to the main hall to pay a visit again. "Get out of the way, I want to see the Lord of Martial Arts." "Great Elder, the Grand Master said that he won't see anyone else right now." The two guards said with some embarrassment. His expression became stern. "I am your teacher." Even a teacher cannot abuse his power for personal gain. The guard muttered in fear. Ningyu blared at him. "How dare you? I came to see Master Wushan to discuss important matters. If I delay important matters, can you afford it?" The guard looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do. This time, a soft yet heroic voice was heard. "Great Elder, please come in." "It is the voice of Lord Martial God." The two guards finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly made way. Ningyu snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and walked quickly into the hall. "The most urgent task is to urge Lord Martial God and the Palace Master to quickly lend a helping hand to the Xinwu Empire and jointly resist the external enemies. In the face of justice, past personal grudges can be temporarily put aside." Obviously, he didn't know that the Xinwu Empire had been destroyed. After entering the hall and taking a quick look, there was still only the figure of Lord Martial God, and Ningyu's heart sank, but he still bowed respectfully. "Lord Martial God." "Great Elder, why did you come to see me?" Xian Zhu was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. She had an extraordinary temperament and a beautiful face. Her graceful figure was completely wrapped in silver armor. She was dressed tightly, but she exuded a heroic spirit that ordinary women did not have, and Ningyu didn't dare to look at it any longer. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. "Master Martial God, I think our War God Temple should take the initiative to help the Divine Martial Empire." He had already prepared a plan in his mind, and said confidently, "The purpose of our War God Temple is to protect the Xinwu realm. Now that the outside world has invaded, although the high-level officials of the Xinwu Empire are dirty, we should also put aside our past grudges and work together to protect the people of our Xinwu realm. I hope that Master Wushan will make a wise judgment." Xian Zhu frowned slightly and waved her hand. "Don't mention this matter anymore, I have my own plans." "Lord Martial God!" Ningyu suddenly shouted loudly, looking directly at the ancestor. "I beg you, Grandmaster, to help me, my Xinwu realm, and all the people in it." He knelt down and buried his head deeply in the ground. It was a bit incongruous to see an old man kneeling down to worship a young woman. Xian Zhu felt a little impatient, so he suppressed his killing intent and said, "I know what's going on, you can go now." This old guy has a high prestige in the temple of War God, and many high-level officials are his disciples. If he is killed directly, it will cause some trouble and will be detrimental to future plans. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of Suan again. If that little guy were here, with that magical mask, the problem would be easy to solve. She wouldn't have to be so restrained. The old man's breathing quickened, as if he was unwilling. The former Lord God of War was willing to sacrifice himself for the people of the Jinwu realm, fought bloody battles in the sky, and went deep into the alien world alone. But now the Lord of Martial Arts has disregarded the lives of common people, guarding in the cave world, guiding the hostility of the Temple of War God towards the Shinwu Empire. There is also the Palace Master. Since the identity of this God of War and God of Martial Arts was announced, he has been in seclusion and has never shown up again. Even he has not been able to see the Palace Master again. So, is this Lord Martial God who returned from another world really the Lord Martial God? As the thoughts came to his mind, he felt a chill in his heart and a great fear came over him. Great Elder, is there anything else? A faint female voice came from above, and a scrutinizing gaze fell on him, making Ningyu feel uneasy. I want to see the Palace Master. I have something to report. He stiffened his head, raised his head and spoke through gritted teeth. The Palace Master is in seclusion. If you have anything else, just tell me. Then I will wait here for the Palace Master to come out. Ningyu had a solemn face and was determined to do it. He must meet the Palace Master and confirm his condition. Only if the Palace Master is alive will there be hope for the Temple of War God in the Jinwu realm. Shinzu sighed softly, seeming a little disappointed, and raised his eyes again. His gaze was already cold. Okay, then I'll take you to see the Palace Master. The next moment, murderous intent in old head, still with a look of astonishment, fell down, and along with it, the yang spirit in the old body, which was as powerful as the red sun, was also chopped off. You are not. Ningyu's yang spirit opened his mouth. His yang spirit was so strong that it already had some characteristics of a yuan spirit. In the realm of pure yang, he had reached the end, but he was too old, almost dying. That's why he had been unable to complete that final leap. But that sword light actually shattered his young spirit in an instant. There was a trace of unwillingness on the illusory face, and cracks appeared all over it, causing his yangshin to gradually disintegrate and crack. God is killing me. The Temple of the God of War. He roared and completely disappeared into the world. The main hall at this moment seemed to be in another time and space. Even though a powerful person at the peak of pure yang had died inside, no one outside noticed it. Shinzu looked at the torn-apart body coldly and waved his hand to destroy all traces of the body. You must come here to die. Even if this great elder died, it would only cause some trouble at most, but he had already begun to doubt his identity, so he couldn't stay. Everybody is drunk. Why are you awake? Chapter 269, Secret Chamber started. In Xingyuan City, after returning to his residence, Suan began to check his gains. Killing Zhou gains a villain value of 900, but no new golden finger is obtained. The golden finger fairy body belonging to Zhou had already been absorbed by him, so it could not be considered a disappointment. Open the system panel. Following Suan's order, a transparent panel emerged. Host, Swan Cultivation, Peak of Pure Yang Realm Skills and Magical Powers, Taichu Origin Sutra, Star Picking Hand, Great Yin Yang Jotian Method, Constitution, Yuan Yang Immortal Body, Transforming, Gold Finger, Longevity Fruit, Opposite Sex Attraction Aura, Conviction Aura, Hidden Dragon Fate, Time and Space Mark, 2/3, Righteous Aura, Special, Villain Aura Villain Value, 6,050 inches addition to the increase in villain value. His cultivation also advanced a small step forward again, reaching the peak of pure yang. The Yuanine effect of the big toy yin yen is really good, but for Suan, there is no bottleneck in breaking through the soul, whether it was the Yuan Yang immortal body that was further developed after absorbing the immortal spirit energy, or the Yuanine of Li Zishuang's Tianhan spirit body that was compatible with Suan's Yuan Yang physique. Both turned the bottleneck of the soul that had blocked countless geniuses into a smooth path. Next, you just need to settle down for a while before you can achieve the primordial spirit. This speed is shocking enough. I don't know what the Yuan Yang immortal body can transform into. After scanning the panel again, Suan's gaze finally fell on the mark of time and space. His two time and space imprints came from Lu Chan and Tang Chuan respectively. Tonzi has hinted that there will be a special surprise if one collects all three time and space imprints. The third time and space mark should be on Meng Yao. Suan pondered, but it was impossible for him to kill Di Mengyao directly like he killed other protagonists, although that silly girl who was a bit sickly is indeed easy to bully. If I don't want to kill her, it seems I have to make that girl surrender completely. Perhaps, the Chamber of Secrets can be restarted. Thinking of this, he curled the corners of his mouth and took out his big toy. Time flies, and another few days passed. The news that the capital of the Xinwu Empire was destroyed and the Emperor Xinwu died for his country had reached Qingyuan, causing unrest among the people. There was also another piece of gossip. It is said that the crazy Xinwu royal family released 3 terrifying demon lords who were sealed in a forbidden area, and wanted to drag the world down with them. Those 3 demon lords committed arson, murder, looting, and all kinds of evil, and all the wealthy sects and families suffered. Even those ambitious people who were ready to rebel had their capital taken away. They cried bitterly in their only remaining shorts in the cold weather. For a time, everyone was in danger. The remote place of Qingyuan is relatively safe, but there is also a feeling that a storm is about to come. As for Zhou Yun's disappearance, it did not cause any commotion. Yun didn't plan to stay in Qingyuan for long. According to the perception of the purple spirit seal, Yun Feiyang has already arrived at the Supreme Cave Heaven, and no one knows what surprises it can bring to him. I'm leaving, Suan said, calling Li Wan'er over. You're leaving? Li Wan'er raised her eyebrows, barely able to conceal her inner joy. This evil villain is finally leaving, but after seeing Suan's gaze, she immediately straightened her face and said, I mean, the envoy is leaving and won't stay for a while longer? Suan's lips curled up, thinking it was too early for the little girl to be happy. You come with me, he said. Ah. Me too? Li Wan'er's face instantly fell, and she still tried to struggle. Sir, Qingyuan is where I was born and raised, and I have many relatives and friends here. It's hard to leave. Can you? No. Suan interrupted her and looked at her with a smile. He would not let go of any female cultivator who had had a relationship with him, even if she was locked up in a secret room. Li Wan'er's heart completely fell to the bottom. Will she be unable to escape the clutches of this evil villain? After giving Li Wan'er some time to say goodbye to the Zhou family, Suan prepared to leave this barren place. However, Li Wan'er had no attachment to the Zhou family and did not have any good friends. He just said a few words to 2 sisters he was familiar with, left some resources behind, and then returned with Mr. Liu. Let's go. Suan smiled evilly and took Li Wan'er on board the warship. Old Liu followed behind, looking at Suan with a look of respect and fear. She had noticed that something was wrong with her young lady and was ready to attack Suan, but as soon as she showed up, a hand as big as a sandbag held her head down and hit her all over. She felt like her body was about to be smashed. He is at least a pure Yan cultivator. If the other party had not had the intention to kill her, she would have been turned into a paste. We respectfully send off the envoy. Below the warship, the leaders of various major forces gathered again, with reluctance written all over their faces, very sincere emotions. Without any falsehood, these old foxes were all very hospitable and only hoped that Suan would stay in Qingyuan for 2 more days. If they could have the Lord God of War in charge, even the rampant demon lord would have to think twice. Unfortunately, Suan's will not change because of ants. The warship started slowly and gradually left Qingyuan. Above the clouds, Suan was just getting excited and wanted to teach Li Wan'er the 18 kinds of Guanyin meditation methods when something unexpected happened. Sir, there are other warships coming in our direction. Shengnan appeared at the bow of the ship, looking at the sea of clouds ahead and reporting to Suan. Following the line of sight, I saw an imperceptible black dot gradually enlarging above the sea of clouds in the distance. It was a huge light blue warship, and above it was faintly visible a group of beautiful women. All of them were girls. It's Taiyin Palace. Li Wan'er looked at the logo on the warship, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face. Suan couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the girl. He remembered that the Taiyin Palace seemed to be the sect where Li Wan'er's mother belonged, and the method to cultivate the Taiyin Dinglu body came from the Taiyin Palace. However, it is said that the Taiyin Palace has regulations that prohibit one from marrying a man and cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I don't know why it is so contradictory. Could it be that the founder of Taiyin Palace was also deceived by the scumbag? Just as he was thinking about it, Li Wan'er's voice sounded from the side. Sir. She rarely gave Suan a pleading look, biting her lips temptingly. I want to go over and take a look. Suan raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Wan'er without answering. Li Wan'er clenched her fists and said in humiliation, Master, please. She even felt sick at the way she acted like a spoiled brat. Suan showed a gentle smile and rubbed Li Wan'er's head. Ha, the master is not an unreasonable person. This time I will follow your wish. But you have to exercise twice as much when you come back. With a thought, a hole appeared in the warship's shield. Li Wanner secretly spat at the evil villain, then impatiently turned into a stream of light and flew out towards the direction of the Tyene Palace warship, with Old Lu also protecting her behind her. On the other side, the warships of Tyene Palace also discovered something unusual. Palace Master, that looks like a warship from the Temple of War. Should we? No need. Our Tyene Palace and the War God Temple do not interfere with each other. This trip is just to seek refuge. The woman called the Palace Master was dressed in palace clothes. She had a cold complexion, a noble temperament, and a calm and indifferent expression. She was like a jade statue carved out of ice and snow, or a fairy from the Moon Palace, who should not live in the secular world. Suddenly, her eyebrows raised slightly, and she noticed two figures flying out from the warship and flying towards them, and she immediately became alert. The other female practitioners of Tyene Palace standing at the bow of the ship also used their magic power to control their own magic weapons. Tyene Palace is a purely female sect, and all its disciples are beautiful women, but Tyene Palace has never been a weak and vulnerable sect. In the past, there were often monks who coveted the pure fairies in the Tyene Palace who were not tainted by the dust of the world, and they even offered high rewards on the black market in an attempt to capture the fairies from the Tyene Palace as slaves. Because of this, the methods used by the Tyene Palace became increasingly cruel. They would often exterminate entire families. The black market that had offered a bounty to the Tyene Palace, with the life pill in its hands and the support of the mighty Qinyang, was still uprooted by the Tyene Palace. The person who offered the bounty and the forces behind him were slaughtered by the Tyene Palace. Their souls were burned by divine fire for 7 years before they died, which completely frightened those who had evil intentions. Seeing that the two figures were still approaching, the female cultivator of Tyene Palace showed a cold expression and prepared to take action. Wait, that looks like Wanner. Suddenly, the eyes of the woman in palace dress lit up, and she looked at the two streams of light with excitement, yet a little puzzled. Chapter 270 Packing up Tyene Palace. Yes, it's Wanner and Lulan. How did this girl get involved with the Temple of War God? As they got closer, the woman in palace dress confirmed the identities of the two people. The warship of Tyene Palace also opened a hole, allowing Wanner and the other girl to land on the warship. Then she quickly stepped forward and hugged the girl. Wanner, aunt. Seeing the woman's appearance, Wanner's memories were brought back. She cried out excitedly and threw herself into her aunt's arms. In her childhood memories, apart from her mother, the person she remembers most deeply is her aunt Light Shiyun, both of whom are her closest people. Over the years, her aunt has often visited her and cares about her just as much as her mother does. Feeling the warm embrace, her nose felt slightly sore and the grievances in her heart suddenly poured out like a tide. All kinds of unbearable memories began to emerge. Zhou betrayal. Suan's bullying, Suan's bullying, Suan's bullying. For a moment, her tears couldn't stop falling. Don't cry, don't cry. My dear Wanner, you have suffered so much these years. Seeing her niece looking so aggrieved, Li Jiyun felt heartbroken. Although she had some disagreements with her sister, she treated her niece as her own daughter. Wanner, if you have been wronged, just tell your aunt and I will take care of it for you. There was a cold light flashing in her eyes, and she was ready to kill. Hearing her aunt's words, Wanner gradually stopped crying, and quickly used her magic power to dry her tears. She smiled and said, No, no one. I just saw that I was too excited to see my aunt. I don't know you, kid. You don't tell me the truth. Li Jiyun pinched the girl's face and said angrily. She wiped away Wanner's tears and said gently, Tell your aunt. Don't be afraid. Wanner still shook her head. She could vaguely sense Suan's terror. Neither the woman in the coffin last time nor that magical little world is something that ordinary people can possess. She didn't want to drag her aunt and the others into the abyss. Lulan, you speak. Li Jiyun shifted her target and stared at old Lu with a stern and cold gaze. Without any of the tenderness she showed to Li Wan as a child, this was the protector she specially arranged for Wanner to protect her niece. In the end, Wanner still suffered such injustice. If there is no reasonable explanation, she will definitely punish her severely. Palace Master, old Lu looked in the direction of Wanner and saw that Wanner shook her head slightly with pleading eyes. He also saw the unquestionable look of the woman in palace dress. She was awed in her heart, looked at Wanner apologetically, and said, Palace Master, this is what happened. As a guard, she was not a fool. She could see all the grievances her young lady had suffered in front of Suan, and she even guessed the reasons why her young lady had lost her virginity. Although she didn't know what possessed the young lady, she still wanted to reveal the truth today. We can't stand watching the young lady being manipulated like this any longer. If the palace master and the others are here, even the reincarnation of the god of war will have to think twice. Mr. Lu thought so. As the top force in the Jinwu realm, Taiyin Palace has produced emperors and possesses imperial weapons to protect its sect. Great, what a great war god temple, what a great reincarnation of the war god. Listening to old Lu's story, Li Jiyun's arms around her niece gradually tightened, and she laughed out of anger. Aunt! Li Wanner pulled at her aunt's clothes, opened her mouth slightly, and wanted to persuade her, but was interrupted by Li Jiyun. Wanner, no need to say more. Li Jiyun's face was as cold as ice, and a jade bead as bright as a full moon appeared in her hand. Even if he is the reincarnation of the god of war, so what? He dares to humiliate my niece. Today, I will see if the head of this god of war is harder than my moonlight pearl. The Yuehua Pearl is the inherited imperial artifact of the Taiyin Palace, passed down from the founder of the Taiyin Palace, the Yuehua Fairy at Li Jiyun took out this treasure, obviously ready to get serious. Li Wanner was very anxious. No, Aunt, Suan. Before she finished her words, Li Jiyun flew up and flew towards the warship docked nearby, leaving only a voice behind. Wanner, you can rest assured. Auntie will spare his life and leave him to you to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of the warship. I'm worried about you, Aunt. Li Wanner felt increasingly uneasy. Suan might not be that simple. If her aunt lost, then, thinking of the terrible consequences, she couldn't help but shudder. Seeing this, the Taiyin Palace disciple next to him stepped forward to comfort him. Don't worry, the palace master is the one who has the greatest chance of achieving the emperor realm in the past 1,000 years, and he holds an emperor weapon, so he can fight off an emperor realm expert with a few moves. Li Wanner did not reply, but just stared at Suan's warship worriedly. The Lord of Taiyin Palace stood above the warship, like a fairy who was isolated from the world. It was you who bullied Wanner? She looked down at Suan with a cold gaze. This fellow had a rare good-looking appearance in the world, and even she found it pleasing to the eye. It was a pity that he had hurt her precious niece, so how could she let him off easily? Oh, are you the rescuer? She called in. Suan lay calmly in a rocking chair, looking relaxed and talking slowly, without any sense of urgency that a great war was about to begin. Behind him, Shangnan stood like an iron tower, expressionless and silent. It seems you are right. Seeing this fellow's dandy appearance, Li Jiyun's expression became even colder. She did not take it lightly and used the moonlight pearl directly. Suddenly, a full moon appeared above the sea of clouds. The moonlight enveloped the sea of clouds, and the cold moonlight also illuminated the warships, presenting a strange phenomenon of a bright moon rising over the sea. Seeing their own palace master displaying his extraordinary power, the cultivators from Taiyin Palace all looked at him with admiration, unable to take their eyes off him. Some people even took out photo stones. This was done personally by the palace master, so it must be recorded carefully and observed carefully. If you learn just a little bit of this technique, you will benefit greatly from it. They stared with wide eyes, observing the battle ahead. The noble Taiyin Palace master used her imperial weapon, the Moonlight Pearl. The invincible palace master tore through the sea of clouds and struck the warship directly, with boundless power. The beautiful woman in palace dress was grabbed by a big hand and tried to struggle. The embarrassed female palace master struggled unsuccessfully. The arrogant nun Li Jiyun was captured. On the warship of Taiyin Palace, the discussions came to an abrupt end. The moment of silence seemed extremely depressing and suffocating. The female cultivator holding the photo stone trembled and almost dropped the stone. Li Wanner even swayed and looked sad. She just knew it. Palace, the palace master has been defeated. After a long time, a female cultivator finally said this sentence almost in collapse. Impossible. How could the palace master lose? Some people even looked as if their faith had collapsed. The palace master is the most outstanding genius in her Taiyin Palace in the past 1,000 years, and will surely lead them to a glorious existence. How could we lose here? It must be a magic trick. We are going to rescue the palace master. Yes, rescue the palace master. Wait, don't go. Realizing what these people were trying to do, Li Wanner hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Too bad no one listened to her. One by one, the female cultivators flew out from the warships, holding magic weapons and rushing towards Suan's warship recklessly. Or perhaps a more rational female cultivator might have rushed over in a warship, ready to use the power of the warship to force Suan to return the palace master. After a moment, the Taiyin palace worship was empty, and Suan's worship was filled. With a bunch of bound fairies, they were piled up on the deck like cargo, tied up in humiliating positions, with spherical objects in their mouths, and were looked at by Suan in extreme shame. Only Li Wana was still standing. "TSK, Waner, I was kind enough to let you go visit your relatives, and this is how you repay me? This really breaks my heart." Suan shook his head, crossed his arms, and raised the corners of his mouth. "Tell me, how should I punish you?" Li Wana had a sad face. She said "I" for a long time, then knelt down with a plop. "No matter how wrong it is, it's all Waner's fault. Ant and the others were just impulsive. I begged the master to be magnanimous and let them go. She never thought that just by visiting her relatives, she would end up harming her aunt and the others." Suan narrowed his eyes. "They attacked me, and they should be executed." He raised his foot and stepped heavily on Li Waner's head, pressing her head down 3 inches. "You said you would let me go, so who do you think you are?" Li Jiyun, who was tied up the most tightly, was furious when she saw this scene. She twisted her body and wanted to rush up and fight with Suan. It's a pity that although it was a bit awkward, the binding method was indeed very strong, and Li Jiyun, whose cultivation was sealed, couldn't break free at all. "It's too noisy." Suan frowned. Shengnan immediately understood and slapped the palace master twice, making him dizzy. The other female cultivators trembled in fear and dared not make a sound. This woman, who was as strong as an iron tower, caught them all with one move, just like catching chicks. Even an ordinary emperor does not have such strength. How could there be such a terrifying woman? "Master, don't." Li Waner's heart tightened when she heard her aunt's cry of pain. Slave is the master's female slave. As long as the master lets them go, slave will be obedient and be the master's puppy. She lowered her head to the deck, abandoning her dignity completely. She knew that all she could offer now was this useless dignity. You have a good plan." Suan retracted his foot, pondered for a moment, and looked at the girl who was kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. His expression finally relaxed. "Forget it. For your sake, I can spare them. They can escape death penalty, but they can't escape punishment alive. They will be slave girls just like you in the future. If she continues to be bullied, the girl will be in real trouble, and even if this incident didn't happen, Suan would find a reason to pack up the Taiyin palace." But the naive girl didn't understand Suan's sinister nature. His little world is too empty, lacks popularity, and is still constantly expanding, requiring manpower to take care of it. It is just right to pack up a Taiyin palace. With more than 2,000 female cultivators, most of whom are good-looking, not only is it pleasing to the eyes, but you can also have a party together occasionally. "Yes, thank you, master." Li Waner felt bitter in her heart but responded respectfully. She knew this was the best outcome. Chapter 271. Mother will forgive me. After untying the women, the Taiyin palace master still wanted to fight Suan to the death. After being scolded by Suan and persuaded by Li Waner, she was forced to accept her fate of becoming a slave girl. "By the way, where is your mother?" Suan suddenly thought of something. "My mother?" Li Waner turned her gaze to her aunt. She didn't know the answer to this question either. "Before I had the chance to ask, my aunt was gloriously captured. Moreover, her mother was nowhere to be found among the more than 2,000 female practitioners in Taiyin Palace." She had a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be Li Jining? The Taiyin Palace master hesitated to speak, sighed, and finally said frankly, "Your mother failed in her attempt to break through the emperor realm and suffered severe injuries. I sealed her in a 10,000-year ice coffin, retaining a glimmer of hope. But don't worry, we will try our best to wake her up." But she herself knew that Li Waner's mother not only failed to break through, but also damaged her foundation, and her yang spirit was weakened. There was no way she could be saved so easily. Li Waner's face turned pale and she almost couldn't stand. How could she not understand the meaning behind her aunt's words? How could mother? Li Jiyun showed reluctance, sighed again, and took out an ice coffin from the space magic weapon. "You can see a beautiful woman lying inside with cinnabar on her forehead. She has a dignified and peaceful appearance, like a fairy or bodhisattva sitting above the clouds. Upon closer inspection, she looks somewhat similar to Li Waner." "Mother!" Li Waner cried out, threw herself on the ice coffin, tears streaming down her face. "Who is Waner's father?" Suan asked curiously to Li Jiyun beside him. The arrogant palace master had not yet adapted to the change in his status, and snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention. Then Shangnan raised his hand and felt a slight pain on his cheek. From the bottom of her heart, she told the story of Li Wanner's mother. Li Wanner's mother, Li Jining, and she are sisters. They are also the two most outstanding successors of Taiyin Palace of that generation, and both have the potential to reach the imperial level. When Li Jining reached the peak of Shenyang, she saw that seclusion was fruitless, so she went down the mountain to seek an opportunity to break through to the emperor realm. He happened to meet the Emperor Shenwu, who was on a secret visit, out for fun. It was not known whether the emperor was attracted by Li Jining's beauty or valued her talent, but he waved his hand and wanted to make her his concubine. However, Li Jining, who remembered the sect rules, did not agree, but the mighty emperor did not give up. Although he was unwilling to lose face and abduct her by force, he still chose to continue pursuing her. It was difficult to drive Li Jining away, so she could only ignore him and travel around the world like this for 3 months. Then Li Jining became pregnant. If the Yuan is not lost, the virgin will become pregnant. This made the emperor, who had not made any progress, feel very embarrassed, and it was difficult for him to pursue her any further. After adopting the unborn Li Wanner as his daughter and giving her the title of princess, he returned home disappointed. So strictly speaking, the old emperor is indeed Li Wanner's father in name, but the two have no actual blood relationship. This is also the real reason why Li Wanner's father has not cared much about her for so many years. Later, Li Jining lost interest in traveling and returned to Taiyin Palace with a big belly, where she had a conflict with Li Jiyun. The then palace master Li Qiyun thought her sister had violated the sect's rules, and the two sisters almost came to blows. After all, under the circumstances at that time, everyone thought that Li Jiyun was pregnant with Emperor Shenwu's daughter. The relationship between the sisters became strained from that time on. Even after they found out the truth and verified that Li Jining's Yuan was still there, Li Jiyun couldn't bring herself to apologize, and the two sisters were in a cold war for a long time, until recently. Li Jining failed in her attempt to break through to the emperor realm through seclusion. In addition, with the fall of the imperial capital, the empire was on the verge of collapse, and many forces were looted by the demon lord. She made a prompt decision and decided to lead her disciples to a remote place to avoid the disaster and to pick up her niece along the way. Unexpectedly, he ended up falling into the tiger's mouth and ended up losing the entire sect. Thinking of this, she glared at Suan quietly again. Suan nodded and roughly understood the situation of Li Wanner's mother. From the perspective of blood relationship, Li Wanner should be considered the daughter of Fengchan and Li Jining. A mother, a mom. His gaze shifted to the ice coffin. Again, it can be clearly seen that the body of the woman in the ice coffin is filled with gray and decayed energy, and her yang spirit is so weak that it is almost breaking apart. If the ice coffin had not retained a trace of vitality, she would have turned into a corpse long ago. For most pure yang cultivators, breaking through the Yuanshan realm is indeed a hurdle that if you fail to jump over, at best your realm will regress, at worst you will be shattered to pieces. Li Wanner's mother's condition is considered good. There is still a glimmer of life in her body, so there is still hope. We can save him, Suan said in a deep voice. He carried with him a top-level healing pill, which was much more precious than the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill. It could save the patient even if he had only a glimmer of hope. As soon as the crying sound from the ice coffin stopped, Li Wanner turned her head and looked at Suan with tearful eyes. The next moment, the girl hugged Suan's thighs. "Wu master, please, save my mother." This call of master was the most sincere one she had ever called him. Even Li Jiyun lowered her head and said, "Please save my sister." She was just a little arrogant and unwilling to apologize, but that didn't mean she really didn't care about her sister. Looking at his thighs wet with tears, Suan smiled helplessly. "Get up, I can save you, but this method requires your own efforts. Work hard on your own." Li Wanner raised her head, not understanding what he meant. Master, no matter how hard you try, I will do it." "Yeah?" Suan smiled a little strangely, and leaned over and said a few words in Li Wanner's ear. In an instant, Li Wanner's face turned red and her tears stopped. The Taiyin Palace master, who had pricked up his ears at the side, was even more stunned, as if he was listening to a foreign language. Is that kind of thing really possible? Although she had never seen the filth, she still had some common sense. This guy couldn't be talking nonsense to deceive her precious niece. "Wanner, you should be touched." Suan pinched Li Wanner's face and said with a smile that he would not give the life-saving pill given to him by Sister Rawashi to strangers at will. In addition to the pill, there is another method, that was the jade liquid produced by his immortal body. It not only has the effect of improving qualifications and enhancing cultivation, but also contains a large amount of vitality, making it a holy product for healing, the so-called immortal elixir. As long as there are enough of them, curing Li Jining will not be a problem. Li Wanner's face became even more agitated. She did feel something after taking the elixir. It was just that she was always too exhausted mentally, and the memories of that time were too chaotic, so she didn't want to think about it. Looking back now, that thing really seems to be a miracle drug. Not only did it speed up her cultivation, but even her bottleneck seemed to be about to be broken through. The vitality contained in it was so huge that it was no less than many top-grade healing pills. The key is that there is no drug resistance. Or, give it a try. I believe her mother will forgive her. Chapter 272, Supreme Cave Heaven. In the small world, a group of fairies who used to be high and mighty and untainted by the dust have transformed into construction workers and gardeners, building palaces with fossils into mud and planting spiritual plants and flowers in the small world. At the same time, a magical elixir called Yuyadin quietly spread among this group of fairies. This was a reward from Lord Suan to some female cultivators who had made great contributions. As soon as it appeared, it became popular throughout the Taiyin Palace and became the most popular elixir among female cultivators. It has no side effects, is extremely mild in effect, is rich in refreshing fragrance, and can also improve aptitude, nourish the body, and consolidate the foundation. It can be said to be the best among elixirs. In the past, elixirs that could improve one's aptitude were not only out of stock, but one could only take one at a time, as taking more would be harmful. Even a big force like Taiyin Palace rarely has this kind of elixir, and ordinary disciples are not qualified to enjoy it. But the jade liquid pill can not only improve one's aptitude, but can also be taken multiple times with its efficacy hardly diminishing, making it a magical pill. A senior sister once speculated based on the efficacy of the medicine that if Yuya-dan was taken for a long time, it could even turn an ordinary genius into an extraordinary genius. Even if one has excellent natural talents, he will become even more evil after taking the jade liquid pill. What's this? This is the great way. Even the fairy from Taiyin Palace who was devoted to spiritual practice could not bear facing this avenue leading to heaven. There was a senior sister who bravely went to ask Lord Suan for it is said that the senior sister begged for it for a long time and was severely beaten by Lord Suan. After coming back, she actually brought back several bottles of jade liquid pills and distributed a lot of them to her fellow sisters and brothers who had a good relationship with her. There are rumors that the senior sister secretly ate far more pills than she brought back, and her strength directly increased from the late Purple Mansion stage to the peak Purple Mansion stage afterwards. Some other sisters went to ask for the money, but they were beaten every time they asked. Fortunately, Lord Suan has a kind heart and will more or less give those sisters some jade liquid pills. As for what specifically happened, these sisters were vague and refused to speak clearly, just saying that it would be very hard and that they would be severely whipped made some timid female practitioners dare not go. The jade liquid pills in the hands of the palace master's niece, Li Wanner, are said to be the most abundant, but most of it was used to treat the injuries of her mother, the Grand Elder of Taiyin Palace. The jade liquid pill spread. In just over a month, the entire Taiyin Palace was completely renewed. The resistance to Lord Suan was greatly reduced, and even many female cultivators began to feel amorous. After all, he has been staying in the sect without seeing the opposite sex and is required to be celibate. When you suddenly see a man with almost perfect appearance and temperament, and you see him often, a girl's heart will naturally be aroused. This also angered the Taiyin Palace master, who went to ask for the elixir in person, wanting to see what tricks Suan was playing. As a result, I heard that the palace master was hung up and beaten for 3 days and 3 nights, and he cried miserably when he came out. He could hardly walk steadily, his face looked like he was half crying and half laughing, and he was muttering words like, "So that's how it is, damn it, beast," and so on. Different from the long time in the small world, in the outside world, 3 terrifying villains, Demon Lord Shuezhen, Demon Lord Luotian, and Demon Lord Taiwu, swept the entire Jinwu world. The 3 old demons searched in 3 directions. It can be said that they were ruthless and did not let go of any force that had a spiritual cultivator. It's okay if you don't resist, but if you resist, you're done. All these actions directly made the entire Jinwu world become impoverished. We have entered a man-made Dharma-ending age. Spiritual stones are scarce, and even a spiritual flower of ordinary quality can cause scramble. Some places barely managed to survive the 3 demon lords. This time, the remnants of the Shinwu royal family frantically killed the monks of the Temple of War God who came to dissuade them, opened the burial sky abyss, and released the demons. For a time, demonic disasters swept across the Jinwu world. Liyang County is also a relatively remote county, only slightly better than Qingyuan. Present, the demonic disaster has not spread to such a remote place, and the 3 demon lords have not come to visit. so it is still peaceful, and the supreme cave heaven is located here. In the intelligence of Dashang, this is a relatively mysterious emerging force. The founder was a young Taoist named Li who came from nowhere. He had several disciples with low cultivation levels, less than 10 people in total. If you talk about a big force, then it is not really one of them, but no one could see through the young Taoist's strength. Once, a cultivator from Zifu went to provoke him, but was killed by him with one palm strike. Later, another powerful life pill master passed by and had a conflict with the Taoist's disciple. He went to the Taoist's door to fight, but was suppressed by the Taoist with a palm. In the end, he was convinced and was willing to follow the etiquette of the Taoist's disciple and be a gatekeeper in the Taishan cave heaven. This matter was widely circulated in Liang and was considered a good story. Many cultivators secretly speculated that this immortal Li was most likely a great being in the pure Yang realm, and wanted to send their own children to the supreme cave heaven to worship the immortal Li as their master. Unfortunately, Master Li's requirements for accepting disciples are quite peculiar, and seem to have a unique standard. The disciples under his tutelage were either those whose engagements had been broken off, or those who were servants or good-for-nothings whose parents had both passed away, or those who were illegitimate children of some family and were not valued. In short, their backgrounds were not good. On the contrary, none of Li Yang's geniuses who had good talents and decent family background were favored. It's really strange that Taishan Dongtian is accepting disciples. The girl stuck out her tongue and complained with a lovely expression. It's better to be weird. The handsome young man next to him responded casually, he is not easy to find if he is not weird or outstanding. The faces of both of them are extraordinary. They are otherworldly like fairies, handsome like gods. If the young man had not intended to use his divine thoughts to influence the perceptions of others, it might have caused some trouble. The two people were Suan and Li Waner, who came here from Qingyuan. Following behind him was Shangnan, who had a low presence. Master, shopping is so boring. Why don't we go to the small world and do something we love? Li Waner's eyes suddenly turned, and she said eagerly, boom. The next moment, Suan knocked her on the head lightly. You little naive girl, you don't learn well all day long, and your mind is full of naivety. Then he explained, you haven't recovered yet, so don't overdo it. What do you mean by naive girl? Li Waner pouted in dissatisfaction, but a smile curved across her brows. In the past month, she had devoted herself to the treatment of her mother and had worked very hard. Not to mention 3 days and 3 nights, she had even tried 7 days and 7 nights, although she dragged the master of Taiyin Palace to try it together, and now, thanks to the jade liquid she provided, her mother's physical injuries have completely recovered and her yang spirit has also begun to improve. It's just that my mother was injured after failing to break through. It will take some time for her to wake up completely unless, let Suan directly give her mother the elixir that actually works best. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Li Waner shook her head violently. No, how could she have such an idea? It's so outrageous, and Suan may not be willing. Now she is no longer as bitter and resentful as she was in the past. With her aunt and mother around, she has let go of many things from the past. Although he would still curse Suan as a villain sometimes, it was usually just for fun. Hey, what is that? Suddenly, Li Waner's eyes lit up and she looked towards a certain place on the street. It was a shop owned by a woman who was crowded with people. Business seemed to be booming and there was a pleasant aroma wafting from the shop. There is a plaque with carved patterns hanging on the shop. Baihua Perfume Shop. There is also a line of small words engraved below. If possible, I want every second of my memory for the rest of my life to be about your scent. This advertising slogan. Suan's eyes twitched slightly. Let's go and have a look. When they reached the store, Li Waner patted the shoulder of a woman in front of her and said, Sister, what store is this? The older sister was choosing perfume when she was suddenly interrupted and turned her head away in displeasure, but after seeing Li Waner's extraordinary face, the displeasure on her face immediately disappeared, and her expression became a little restrained. Most of those with such extraordinary looks are practitioners, and they cannot afford to offend them. You are talking about this, fairy. This is the perfume shop opened by Li Xianrun from the Supreme Cave Heaven. The perfume is a kind of fragrant water made from the essence of hundreds of flowers. It is similar to the sachet, and it is even more useful than the sachet. A shop opened by Immortal Li? Yes, not only this perfume shop, but also some soap shops and glass shops, all opened by Immortal Li. Speaking of Immortal Li, the elder sister's eyes actually sparkled. After further questioning, I learned that Immortal Li had instructed his disciples to set up many shops in his early years and created some new gadgets, which were selling quite well in Lianji. Li Waner looked at the perfumes in the shop and was eager to buy some, but then Suan held her head down. Okay, don't follow the trend. Suan was a little helpless, and knocked on the girl's head again. These perfumes are not as good as your body fragrance. Most of the people in this perfume shop are ordinary women with low cultivation. Once one reaches the fetal breathing state, one will be free from dust and dirt, and the body will have a refreshing fragrance. Naturally, one will not need these things. Suan prefers the original taste. Li Wanner's face turned slightly red and she suddenly became embarrassed. Master, don't say these things outside. She didn't seem shy when we talked about doing things during sex just now, but now she blushed when I just mentioned body fragrance. With this interruption, Li Wanna no longer had the idea of buying perfume. Master Li, he. Suan's eyes flickered. A new leak appeared, but he didn't know how strong it was. He came here because Yun Feiyang also ran here, but I didn't expect that there was a protagonist hidden here. It looks like we can recycle waste. Taishan Cave Heaven, although it is called a cave heaven, can actually only be considered a blessed land at most. There is plenty of spiritual energy, but there are only 2 or 3 courtyards, which looks quite simple. On the open flat ground, 2 disciples were practicing against each other. One of them was holding a wooden stick, with a sharp sword aura around him, while the other was holding his bare hands, waving his fists with great force. Junior brother Lin's strength has improved a lot. I'm not as good as senior brother Yi. I just have a better understanding of the swordless realm that the teacher talked about. Junior brother Lin, who was holding a wooden stick, laughed. He was originally a bullied servant. That day, he was bullied and whipped by the young lady of his family and was almost beaten to death. Fortunately, he was noticed by a teacher who passed by and was able to enter the Taishan Cave Heaven, and now, after 2.5 years of hard practice, he has reached the state of spirituality. Chapter 273. You can call me medicine master. From a mere servant to a high and mighty monk, this was simply unimaginable to him in the past. After sweating for a while, the two stopped. Lin Ping threw the stick aside and said, "Brother Yi, I may not be able to train with you in a few days." "Well, why, you ought to go out?" asked senior brother Yi. Lin Ping nodded, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Yes, I plan to go home. I have already told the teacher." Now that he has made some progress in his practice, it is natural that he should avenge himself for the grudge he committed that day. "Do you need help?" Senior brother Yi said. "No need, thank you for your kindness, senior brother." Lin Ping shook his head. The Lin family is just a third-rate family. The strongest person in the family is only at the Lingdong realm. With his current strength, he can fight back even against an ordinary Taishi realm cultivator. It would be no problem for him to sweep the entire Lin family. Seeing this, senior brother Yi said no more. On the other side, Yun Feiyang sat cross-legged in a cave outside Liang City, breathing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, the spiritual energy around the cave surged, and his aura suddenly rose, breaking through to the peak of fetal breathing. The unrestrained momentum frightened the nearby birds and animals into silence. After consolidating his cultivation, he opened his eyes, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Perhaps this speed of cultivation seems very fast to outsiders, but for him, if he continues to practice like this, when will he be able to take revenge on that villain Suan? Yenner is still waiting for me to wake her up. As he thought about it, a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. I hope I can get the God of War armor successfully this time. Yun Feiyang murmured. The War God armor was an imperial weapon from his previous life. Due to some accidents, it was not enshrined in the War God temple but was lost outside. According to his perception, it should be in this forest. Although this War God armor is not as good as the War God order in restoring his cultivation, it has a powerful spirit gathering effect and can purify spiritual energy, which can greatly increase his cultivation speed. It is an urgent need for him now. After vaguely sensing the location of the God of War armor, he set off towards a certain forest. In the darkness, a pair of eyes full of evil intent stared at Yun Feiyang's figure. War God armor, War God order. Then let this guy go and explore the way. Chang'e fell down and the golden crow rose again, and 2 days passed. Lin Ping, who was full of confidence before, was now running frantically in the mountains and forests. His face had turned pale due to excessive use of his magic power, his lips were bloodless, and his body was covered with scars. When he went to seek revenge, he found out that several ancestors of the Lin family had somehow gotten the opportunity and coincidentally broke through the fetal breathing state at the same time. Each of them also had a top-level magic weapon in hand, which directly turned him from an avenger into a worrywart. Now, let alone revenge, it is still unclear whether one can escape the pursuit. He also wanted to escape to the direction of Taishan Cave Heaven and seek protection from his teacher, but the Lin family ancestors did not give him any chance. Even when he mentioned his master Li Feng's name, it was of no use, as he was determined to kill him. After a chase, he had to flee to the mountains, and not far away, Yun Feiyang, who was covered in blood, took a few steps back after seeing this scene, concealed his breath, and decided not to meddle in other people's business. In the past 2 days, monsters have been harassing him from time to time, which has caused him to waste a lot of time. We have to find the God of War armor as soon as possible. Wait, the direction they are heading seems to be where the War God armor is. Suddenly Yun Feiyang frowned, looked at the direction where the people left, and followed them quietly. If these people discovered the War God armor, he would have no choice but to kill them. After a few more hours of pursuit, the group went deeper and deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the front. Ah, good baby, I didn't expect that I, Xiao Yao, would have such an opportunity. I saw a burly black-haired young man wearing armor, with an extremely ferocious aura, like a devil descending to the earth. For a moment, the heaven and earth changed color. He was actually a great cultivator of the life pill. From a distance, Yun Feiyang saw the armor and his face suddenly darkened. Someone actually got there first. How is this possible? That is his armor. It is impossible for an ordinary cultivator to subdue it. Lin Ping's, who had fled here, was moved and said, "Senior, I am a disciple of the Supreme Cave Heaven and am being hunted by my enemies. If you can help me, I will definitely repay you handsomely." The faces of several Lin family elders who were chasing after him changed drastically upon hearing this. Their foreheads were covered with sweat. They hurriedly explained, "Senior, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. We are from the Lin family. We are here to clear out the traitors. We hope you will show some mercy." Oh. The black-haired young man looked at the others, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Ping. He suddenly laughed strangely. "You are lucky, kid. I have been friends with Immortal Li of the Supreme Cave Heaven for a long time, and I was just about to visit him. This time, I will help you deal with this trouble." Not good. Several Lin family elders suddenly felt alarmed and no longer cared about Lin Ping. They turned around and fled in a hurry, but how could they possibly outrun a life pill master? Seeing a huge hand wrapping them all up, an old ancestor showed a look of horror and ignored the warning of the adult. "Senior, spare us, we are behind." Puff, the giant palm clenched tightly, turning these ancestors into meat paste. Lin Ping felt a little regretful and was curious about what the Lin family ancestor wanted to say in the end. Was there someone behind him? But he also knew that now was not the time to think about these things, so he turned around and bowed deeply to the black-haired young man. "Thank you for your help, Senior. I am very grateful. No need to be polite, just heal your wounds first." The black-haired young man raised his lips and casually threw a healing pill to Lin Ping. "My name is Xiao Yao, from the Temple of War God. You can call me Master Yao." "Senior Yao." Lin Ping called out respectfully again and put the healing pill into his mouth, but after a short while, his injuries were mostly healed. He looked at the young-looking senior with gratitude and took the initiative to say, "If Senior Yao wants to visit my master, I can introduce him to you." "You are very sensible, kid." The black-haired young man laughed and patted Lin Ping's shoulder, almost knocking him over with such heavy force. "Come on, take me to see the Immortal Li." "Okay, Senior." Rubbing his shoulders, Lin Ping smiled deep in the forest. Yun Feiyang looked unwilling as he watched the two people go away. He punched the tree hard, and immediately wood chips flew everywhere. "That's my armor, mine. It's bad enough that I was humiliated in Qingyuan, but why should I suffer humiliation again in Liyang?" But he also saw the strength that the black-haired young man had just displayed, which was definitely not something he could handle at the moment. If it weren't for the mysterious method of concealing his breath, he would have been discovered. That person is from the Temple of War God. Could he also be Suan's lackey? Yun Feiyang couldn't be sure, and he didn't dare to reveal his identity at all. After thinking for a while with a gloomy face, he decided to follow secretly and look for an opportunity. Chapter 274. How can anyone bully him? Senior Yao is actually an alchemist. Lin Ping showed a look of admiration. During the conversation, he found that this Senior Yao was not only knowledgeable, but also had no airs of a powerful person. Don't call me Senior Yao. You and I get along well, so just call me Brother Xiao or Brother Yao." The young man smiled and patted Lin Ping's shoulder. Lin Ping showed his delight and did not refuse. "Thank you very much for your kindness, Brother Xiao. If he could make friends with a senior alchemist, he would naturally be willing to do so. The two were chatting animatedly, and Yun Feiyang behind them had a dark look in his eyes, staring at Xiaoyao like a poisonous snake. He went through untold hardships, traveled through mountains and rivers, fought against monsters, and battled against cultivators, but in the end, he gained nothing. How could he bear this? Suddenly, there was a flash of blood. Wow! Xiaoyao was caught off guard and a huge gash was opened on his neck, with blood gushing out. The sudden change shocked everyone. Brother Xiao! Lin Ping's expression changed drastically and he shouted. Xiaoyao didn't look at him, but covered his neck with his hands, staring into space with an ugly look on his face. He said sternly, "You rats from the Xinwu Empire are using such shameless sneak attacks again. You released the demons and hunted down the monks of the War God Temple. Do you really want to drag the world down with you?" Swish! In response to Xiaoyao, there were countless rays of blood, which enveloped Xiaoyao and Lin Ping together. If this blow hits the target, Lin Ping's body would probably be cut into dozens of pieces. Of course, the more likely possibility is that his body could not withstand the blood and exploded directly into bloody mist. Xiaoyao looked solemn, and with a righteous palm he sent Lin Ping away, and then suddenly faced the bloody light. Brother Xiao! Lin Ping, who was pushed away, stared at the scene in a daze. Of Brother Xiao, you saved his life again. He didn't have time to think about it. The aftermath of the battle soon reached him, forcing him to retreat. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of streaks of blood and flames intertwined. That Brother Xiao is indeed an alchemist. His technique of controlling fire is extremely mysterious, but the blood seemed to be even more difficult to deal with, leaving Xiaoyao's body covered with scars, turning him into a bloody man. Damn it! A look of madness flashed in Xiaoyao's blood-red pupils, and several violent flames were forcibly condensed together under his power. He just shouted angrily, "Buddha's wrathful lotus!" Then the terrifying and violent fire energy collapsed and gathered into a small lotus. The small, exquisite, and beautiful fire lotus exuded a terrifying sense of danger. The bloody figure in the void seemed to sense the danger and turned around to escape, but the next moment, the fire lotus exploded. The beautiful lotus blooms in an instant. In an instant, the raging energy hit the void, tearing everything around it, causing the space to slightly break apart. The scorching air almost scorched the sky and earth. This ultimate beauty is not something that ordinary people can appreciate. Lin Ping, who was hiding far away, felt as if his body was about to be roasted to ashes. If Xiaoyao had not intentionally protected him, he would have been wiped out in the aftermath. All the trees around him had been destroyed. What a terrifying power! Is this the life pill master? After being amazed, he showed a longing look. This kind of divine power is exactly what we monks pursue. Farther away, Yun Feiyang was secretly thankful that he did not act impulsively. The power just now was already close to pure yang. If I had gotten a little closer, I would have been affected by the aftermath and turned into ashes. The energy gradually subsided, and both of them stared at the center of the explosion with wide eyes. Although the fire lotus exploded in the air, a hole of medium size appeared on the ground. As for the bloody figure, he had disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether he was dead or escaped. Ahem. A few coughs were heard, and a charred figure climbed out from under the pit. Brother Xiao! Lin Ping was shocked and rushed forward. What caught my eye was a charred figure with torn skin and flesh exuding the smell of meat, which looked so miserable. This Brother Xiao, the powerful medicine master whom he had just met, had become so embarrassed at this moment, which made him feel that the world was unpredictable. Lin Ping, cough cough, I'm afraid I can't make it. Xiaoyao grabbed Lin Ping's hand and spoke weakly. Lin Ping's heart tightened and his face showed anxiety. This Brother Xiao not only saved his life, but also pushed him out of the enemy's harm range. He naturally didn't want to see Brother Xiao die. Brother Xiao, hold on, I'll take you to find the teacher. In his opinion, the teacher must have a way. Cough, 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 cough. Xiaoyao coughed more and more violently. He waved his hands with a complicated expression. No, there's no need. I just used that move forcefully, and my chances of survival are gone. Lin Ping, can you give me a hand? Ahem, help? Brother Xiao, you tell me. Lin Ping nodded fiercely, his face showing sadness, and he said firmly, I will definitely help. I have a token here, cough cough. Xiaoyao took out a token engraved with the word war from his arms and stuffed it into Lin Ping's hand. This is what my senior from the War God Temple entrusted to me for safekeeping. Please help me send him back to the War God Temple. In the distance, Yun Feiyang stared at it intently, his face showing excitement. It's the War God's order. How did this god of war order end up in Xiao Yao's possession? Could it be that Suan gave it to him? This man was indeed Suan's subordinate. I'm afraid Suan didn't expect that his subordinates were ambushed by the Xinwu Empire's god is helping him. After obtaining the god of war order, he will be able to absorb the cultivation contained in it and quickly restore his strength. Then he will be able to regain the throne of god of war, take back the temple of war, and restore order. However, he did not act rashly. In case Xiao Yao could still take action. It's too dangerous. The fire lotus just now left too deep an impression on him. It would be safer to wait until he dies and then snatch it from that kid. Senior, I will definitely deliver it. After receiving the order from the god of war, Lin Ping responded solemnly. In that case, thank you very much. Xiao Yao smiled with relief, and used the last of his magic power to take off the war god armor and handed it to Lin Ping. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to completely refine this armor, otherwise I wouldn't have died today. This treasure is given to you. After taking a breath, he took out a talisman with a green pattern on it. This is a magical talisman that can increase your speed. Ahem, I feel that the rats from the Xinwu Empire may not give up yet. You use this talisman and return to Immortal Li as soon as possible. As soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yao's expression froze and his breath suddenly stopped. Brother Xiao. Lin Ping called a few times, but there was no response. Although they had not been together for a long time, he had already developed some feelings for this knowledgeable brother Xiao, and he couldn't help feeling sad at this moment. Putting away the war god armor and war god order, holding the god travel talisman, Lin Ping stood up with a firm look in his eyes. Brother Xiao, I, Lin Ping, will definitely do what I promised you. But at this moment, a discordant voice sounded from behind. Ha, kid, just hand over those things. Yun Feiyan walked out from the darkness, with the magic power in his body ready to be unleashed. Seeing that Lin Ping was about to leave, he naturally couldn't sit still. Xiao Yao is already dead, and this guy only has spiritual cultivation, so he is not to be feared. When he saw Yun Feiyan, Lin Ping's expression changed slightly. He thought that this was the rat that brother Xiao mentioned. How could he be careless? He immediately activated the magic talisman. In an instant, there seemed to be a strong wind blowing, and his body blended into the wind. He moved forward 100 feet in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, leaving only Yun Feiyan lying in disarray in the wind. How brave! Yun Feiyan was immediately furious. How dare such a nimble little cultivator run away? Moreover, the speed surprised him a little. The magic talisman was just a low-level talisman. How could it have such power? He quickly used his escape technique to chase after him. The god of war order and the god of war armor must not be lost. Is this the power of the magic talisman? Lin Ping was flying far ahead. His speed was several points faster than that of ordinary purple mansion cultivators. This experience was truly quite novel. Of course, he was also aware of his situation and had no intention of sightseeing, so he held his breath and flew all the way to the Taishan cave heaven. As long as there is a teacher, there is nothing that cannot be solved. This is the confidence that his teacher has given him over the past 2 years. Yun Feiyan behind him was quite exasperated. You little thief deserves death. Stay here. He used all his strength to activate the escape technique, thinking that he would be able to obtain the god of war order after Xiao Yao died, but he didn't expect that this kid would actually do bad things. After using the talisman, his speed was even faster than his, leaving the great war god trailing behind him. Even Yun Feiyan couldn't help but doubt himself. Why the hell does everyone bully him? Hearing the roar coming from behind, Lin Ping was not panicked at all, and even felt like laughing, because that rat is not as fast as me. Long after the two had left, the charred body of Xiao Yao beside the pit suddenly moved again. Fortunately, this place is still a wilderness with no human habitation, otherwise it might scare someone to death. Soon, the gray and black colors and scars on the corpse all faded away, revealing a shirtless, handsome figure like a god, and it was Suan's face. And the bloody figure who had fought with him to the death before appeared again. My lord! The body of Higinbana was also intact, and the power of the pirated Buddha's angry lotus was not enough to cause any harm to her. Suan's mind moved. He put on his clothes, and then cast a slightly resentful look at the red spider lily. Xiaohua, you hit me really hard just now. It hurts me. Obviously, Higinbana didn't expect Suan to say that, and she felt a little panicked. He took 2 steps forward again, wanting to check Suan's body. My lord, you are not hurt, are you? At the same time, she was quite puzzled. Logically speaking, the attack just now was just an act and it was impossible to hurt the Lord. My heart hurts so much when you hit me. Seeing Higinbana approaching, Suan fell down and pressed his whole body on Higinbana. The soft body made him feel uneasy. My lord. The face under the mask of Higinbana flushed slightly, and he looked a little at a loss. It is obvious that the Lord is not injured. I don't care, Xiao Hua, you are responsible. Suan smiled evilly, put his hands on Higinbana's buttocks and squeezed them hard. Chapter 275 My God of War is back. Higinbana's body stiffened a little. She had no intention of resisting Suan and didn't know what to do. She could only silently endure the care of her master. Fortunately, Suan also knew that there were important things to do later, so he just comforted his subordinates with his hands, used some facial cleanser, and gathered some luck. After collecting the interest, he let her go for the time being. Next, it depends on whether Yun Feiyan can bring me a surprise. Suan smiled in his heart that God of War is not someone who can resist temptation, but his things are not that easy to take. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ping had already rushed to the top of a small hill. The supreme cave heaven was right before his eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. As long as we return to the sect, we will be safe. Yun Feiyan behind him became more and more anxious. He had a premonition that there was danger ahead, but he was unwilling to give up the God of War order. If you don't seize this great opportunity, it will be difficult to get the God of War order again. Just as he was getting anxious, Lin Ping's body suddenly stiffened. For some unknown reason, the wind that had become as easy to control as his arms because of the magic talisman suddenly turned into a solid wind wall, trapping Lin Ping for a moment and making him unable to move. The whole person stood less than 100 meters away from the Taishan cave heaven, but could not move forward any further. Good opportunity. Yun Feiyan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why Lin Ping suddenly stopped, it didn't stop him from taking action. In order to prevent further accidents, he acted without showing any mercy. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Lin Ping lowered his head in a daze, looking at the palm that pierced through his chest, bringing out a large piece of flesh and blood. A bright red beating heart was also pulled out. This, his heart? As one last thought flashed through his mind, his consciousness fell into darkness. Pulling the corpse off his hand, Yun Feiyan showed an excited look, grabbed Lin Ping's storage ring, probed inside with his mind, and easily broke through Lin Ping's mental imprint, and the things inside also came into his eyes. There were some miscellaneous items and 100 spirit stones, but he ignored these gadgets and instead stared at the War God armor and the War God order. Finally he got his things back. With these two things, he will be able to return to the Imperial realm as quickly as possible. Then Yenner will return to him. He took out the War God armor and the War God order. Before he had time to take a closer look, he felt his hair stand on end. You thief, come and die for me. The sharp sword light cut through the void, containing terrifying murderous intent. Yun Feiyan subconsciously performed a lazy donkey roll, tumbling without any grace, and barely avoided the sword light. As he watched the sword light fall on the ground behind him and blast out a crater, he began to sweat coldly. Looking up, he saw a thin old man holding a wooden sword, looking at him with murderous eyes. How dare you kill my disciple from the supreme cave heaven? Who gave you the courage? Looking at Lin Ping's broken body, the old man's anger burned fiercely and his face became even colder. Unexpectedly, he was just attracted by the smell of wine and went out to drink some wine. When he came back, he saw Xiao Linzi being killed. He had a great liking for this disciple who had once given him wine and asked him for swordsmanship lessons. What's more, Lin Ping was killed at the gate of Taishan Cave Heaven, which means that this sword-crazy man was not good at guarding the gate and failed brotherly Feng's trust in him. The more he thought about it, the stronger the old man's murderous intent became. Sensing the solemn atmosphere, Yun Feiyan's expression tensed. He held the God of War order in his hand, feeling its cold texture, and felt more confident. Now he has the God of War order in his hand, which contains the cultivation he injected into it in his previous life. As long as you absorb these skills, you won't have to be afraid even when facing a pure yang cultivator. Thinking about it, he took decisive action. The vast and boundless magical power of the same origin was poured into his body, transforming his body, improving his cultivation, and nourishing his soul. It's like the ocean is flowing back into the small pond, and the small pond is also being transformed into the ocean. This incomparable feeling of comfort and power made Yun Feiyan a little obsessed. This is the feeling of having power. As he gained strength, a dark light gradually appeared in his eyes and a violent emotion grew. In front of the mountain gate, the old man looked confused and uncertain. Yun Feiyan's aura was still rising. In a moment, he crossed from the peak of fetal breathing to the purple mansion realm, and was still rising. The middle stage of Purple Mansion, the late stage of Purple Mansion, the peak stage of Purple Mansion. How could someone's cultivation level improve so quickly? We can't wait any longer. Without further hesitation, the old man held the wooden sword in his hand straight, with terrifying sword intent concentrated on it. This moment, the old man seemed to have turned into a sharp sword cut. It was a sword light that was far more terrifying than the previous one. The clouds in the sky were parted as if the sky was split open. It fell heavily towards Yun Feiyang with the power to destroy everything. He didn't use his full strength when he struck the sword previously because he was concerned about Lin Ping's body. This sword revealed the true strength of this sword fanatic. The imagined scene of killing the thief with one sword did not appear. Yun Feiyang held up the sky with one hand and managed to block the sword light. His young face was full of confidence and arrogance. The god of war armor was also draped over him, emitting a fierce aura. Although he has not had time to refine the war god armor again, relying on the connection from his previous life, he can still unleash some of the power of the war god armor. This moment, the former god of war seemed to have returned. Who the hell are you? The sword crazy old man trembled. This person's strength has actually risen to the life pill realm, and is still constantly improving, even surpassing him. Even the most advanced and costly secret techniques would not have such an effect. Ha ha ha. Yun Feiyang laughed loudly towards the sky. If you want to know my identity, let's fight first. He had been feeling depressed for too long, he was going crazy and he urgently needed to let it all out, and the life pill monk in front of him is the best target. Boom, a huge explosion sounded in front of the mountain gate of Taishang Cave Heaven. First, the sword maniac could still fight back, but as Yun Feiyang's cultivation level reached the peak of the life pill level and he began to step into the pure yang, the sword maniac was no longer able to fight back. The pure sword light shattered, and the sword maniac's body was blown back to the mountain gate like a cannonball. Yun Feiyang chased after him with a wild laugh and pressed his palm downwards. A giant hand formed by condensed magic power covered the surroundings, and he actually wanted to flatten the entire mountain gate. This moment, his eyes were filled with violence, and he just wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered in the past. Several disciples of Taishang Dongtian looked at the giant palm in horror. This critical moment. How brave! All I heard was an angry shout. The giant hand formed by magic power was directly wiped out, and a young figure wearing a Taoist robe and with semi-long hair appeared in midair, holding a dustpan and stepping on the void. Chapter 276, The Chives That Are Going Bad. This young Taoist's face is not handsome, but upon closer inspection, there is a sense of harmony with nature that makes people feel like spring breeze. He had a light golden belt on his waist and his Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, which made him look very impressive. His aura was so mysterious that it was hard to tell his exact strength. When the disciples below saw this Taoist priest, they all felt as if they had found a backbone and cried for joy. Teacher, you must avenge junior brother Lin. Please ask the teacher to decide. We must not let this villain go. The look in their eyes when they looked at Yun Feiyang was full of hatred. This group of disciples from Taishang Dongtian were extremely united. After comforting his disciples, Li Feng turned his attention to Yun Feiyang. Since he came to this world, he had never suffered such a great loss. Even one of his own disciples died. Although his expression remained calm, he was already furious inside. Have you thought about how you're going to die? As soon as he finished speaking, his gentle and spring-like temperament suddenly turned icy cold. The disciples also became excited, knowing that the teacher was going to show his power and punish the evildoers. You are the head of this supreme cave heaven. Ha, you do have some skills, but it's a pity that you met me. Yun Feiyang looked at Li Feng with a casual expression on his face. In the dark, his hand holding the God of War order was absorbing the cultivation from it, and his own strength was constantly improving. If he could completely absorb the remaining cultivation inside, his strength would be enough to reach the peak of pure yang and touch the level of the Emperor realm. Although I can't see through this person's cultivation level, I think it's the effect of some magic weapon. He just didn't believe that anyone in this remote place could reach the Emperor realm. Li Feng looked indifferent, raised his dustpan, and said, He who killed my disciples, injured my guardians, and disturbed my sect should be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, the white silk on the floating dust turned into silver snakes all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun, pressing down towards Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang's originally relaxed expression suddenly changed, and he almost hurt his hand that was holding the God of War order. Emperor realm, how could it be the Emperor realm? His pupils constricted. This might was surprisingly almost the same as his peak strength when he broke the mysterious bird seal in his previous life. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. You have to know that his strength at that time was unique in the history of the entire Jinwu world, but I had numerous adventures and extraordinary talent in my previous life to get to that point, so how could this person do that? As the terrifying silver snake fell, Yun Feiyang finally came to his senses, and the brutality in his eyes faded a little. His eyes regained clarity and revealed a look of fear. This person is invincible. All the magic power in his body gathered in front of him like a tide, and without hesitation he used the strongest defensive magic power he had learned in his previous life, the protection of heaven and earth. For a moment, the power of heaven and earth seemed to be used by him, condensing into an extremely solid barrier that appeared in front of him. He once used this method to block the attacks of 3 Yuanshan monks. But under the silver snakes in the sky, this solid barrier still gradually broke apart. Gather for me. Yun Feiyang's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood in his body evaporated and turned into magic power. At the same time, the god of war armor on his body also flew off his body and blocked the front. He is the unrivaled god of war. How can he die here? Perhaps stimulated by his thoughts, the god of war order suddenly emitted a ray of light. With a click, a crack appeared on it. Then, the sea-like cultivation was instantly poured into Yun Feiyang's body, and was then squeezed out by him in one go. With his reckless consumption, the barrier protected by heaven and earth became more solid and reached the level of the emperor, blocking all the silver snakes flying in the sky. Yun Feiyang did not feel happy. His body turned into an arrow of light and retreated. Escape. This person is definitely not someone he can beat now. Even in my previous life, the odds were at most 50-50. The next moment, the barrier created by the protection of heaven and earth was shattered, and Yun Feiyang had already flown hundreds of miles away. Faster, he was fleeing madly. Logically speaking, his speed could not be faster than that of an emperor, who could catch up with him with just a thought, but somehow, Li Feng stood where he was and had no intention of catching up. Teacher. On the ground, Yian looked anxious and puzzled. He is Lin Ping's senior brother Yi, and has the best relationship with Lin Ping. They often practiced together on weekdays. He hated the man who killed junior brother Lin to the core. If I hadn't been so weak, I would have wanted to do it myself, but the teacher clearly has such magical powers. Why didn't he chase after that person and kill him? Li Feng raised Fuchen's hand with some embarrassment. Facing the disciple's slightly questioning eyes, he could only say stiffly, "This is the fate, it is not appropriate to pursue it." Is it because he doesn't want to? It's because he can't do it, although he possesses invincible strength and Tai Shang Dong Tian, but his true strength is just his life-saving elixir, and he would be killed if he went out. But junior brother Yi, it's nothing, no need to say more. Li Feng's face was firm. Once he is caught up, with the strength of Kai Ming Dan, his dignity will be gone. Teacher. Several disciples showed sad expressions, but they did not dare to disobey their teacher. They could only silently clean up the damage caused by the fight within the sect. It turns out that karma is more important than the disciple's life. In midair, Li Feng was also reflecting on himself. This time he was careless and did not use his full strength at the first moment. In addition, his true strength was only at the Life Dan realm, and he was not proficient in magical powers. He was not careful enough and let the other person escape. He had always crushed his enemies before, and he never thought that there was anyone who could withstand a single move from his invincible state. This is equivalent to a max-level character, and with the awareness of a novice, he can only play a few crushing games. System, what's going on? Wasn't it said that I was invincible? He asked inwardly with dissatisfaction. Host, within the scope of Tai Shang Dong Tian, your strength is indeed the ceiling of this world, but you just don't know how to use it. The system ruthlessly exposed. I don't know how to use it. Li Feng's eyes widened and he started cursing at the system again. If you hadn't restricted the scope of accepting disciples, my understanding of supernatural powers would have already surpassed that of a god, okay? He is bound to the strongest sect leader system, has an invincible buff within the sect, and has top strength in this world, but once he left the sect, he was left with only his original strength. In addition, he can also accept disciples to obtain rewards. If the disciples comprehend magical powers and techniques, he will also comprehend them as well, and even deduce them more perfectly. This is also the basis for his teaching of his disciples. It's a pity that the cultivation base of the current disciples is not high, and none of them has reached the Purple Palace, and the disciples he could accept had to be people designated by the system, that is, Lin Ping, Yian and others. Otherwise, if he accepted 100 or 80 cultivators with Purple Mansion life pills, his own strength would not increase. Then why doesn't the host comprehend the magical power on his own? Is it impossible? The system responded bluntly. Li Feng's face flushed instantly. System, fuck me. If he could comprehend the magical powers on his own, what would the system be for? After cursing for a while, he regained his composure. Fortunately, he was standing in midair, in front of several disciples, so his expression just now was not seen by the disciples, otherwise his demeanor as a great master would have collapsed. He came back to his senses and looked at the armor that was bound by the dust. This armor was not damaged even when he was in invincible mode. It must be a great treasure and it can be regarded as making up for the loss. He was just about to pick up the armor when he suddenly heard a buzz sound. The armor trembled slightly, and broke free from the dust and flew into the distance. Li Feng was anxious and immediately reached out to grab him. You still want to run? Come back here. But at this moment, Namo's big hand lost its function, and the armor did not react at all, but flew out at a faster speed. In an instant, it flew out of the range of Tai Shangdong Tian and disappeared completely. Fuck! Li Feng clenched his fists under his white embroidered robe and cursed inwardly. Today is really fucking hell. It turned out that one of his disciples died and in the end he got nothing. That was the disciple he had worked so hard to recruit. After shaking off the dust, he returned to a relatively intact courtyard. Decision made, to cultivate supernatural powers. Ding, the host is worthy of the name of villain, maliciously instigating, causing the pseudo-protagonist, the lucky man Lin Ping, to fall. And obtains the villain value of 500 Tongzi's reminder sounded in Suan's mind. Thousands of miles away from Taishan Cave Heaven, Suan, who was quietly watching the battle, was stunned. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. He raised his eyebrows slightly. A fake protagonist? Or maybe he is a person of great luck, but his luck is not as good as those sons of luck. He had previously observed Lin Ping with the eye of insight, and saw only a layer of light golden mist on his head, which was different from those of the protagonists. It seemed that this was the reason. Suan guessed and became more clear about the identity of the new protagonist. Didn't they choose to go out and capture Yun Feiyang? It seems that either they can't go out, or their strength is limited. But when I asked in the shop before, I found out that this Li Feng had been out of the sect, and Lin Ping was also taken in by Li Feng by a river. So, his strength is only invincible within a certain range. No, I can't say he's invincible either, and that range is smaller than I thought. Thinking of the strength Li Feng had shown before, Suan compared himself with Shangnan. He is much stronger than Shangnan and may be able to suppress Shangnan, but at most he is at the limit of his soul and is far from being truly invincible. Moreover, he was not aware of his surveillance at all, and did not seem to have any magical powers, so Yun Feiyang still managed to escape. It seems that it is just empty power. But if he just stays in the sect and doesn't come out, it will also be a problem. Thinking of this question, Suan frowned again. He didn't know whether the suppression of the Gate of All Wonders could be effective against that person's regional invincibility buff. After all, that power probably didn't come from that person himself. Killing by force is too risky, so don't waste it. Even if I have 2 lives, Shangnan only has 1. Looks like we have to try to lure him out, or, if the entire Li Yang is directly pulled up, or all the surrounding soil and rocks are moved away, will the protagonist's invincible area change? Will it remain in that open space or change with the space? After thinking for a while, Suan withdrew his thoughts. You can harvest Yun Feiyang first. If this leek is not harvested now, it will go bad. Chapter 277. Brother Yun, I have come here today to save you from the devil. Clang. After flying for an unknown distance, Yun Feiyang finally felt exhausted and fell headfirst onto a huge rock with a dull sound. The skin on his body was cracked and he felt unbearable pain all over. This is what happens when you push your limits. However, Yun Feiyang still didn't dare to relax. He endured the pain and turned his head to look around. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no trace of the young Taoist priest. The whole person relaxed and collapsed completely on the rock. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Fortunately, the Taoist started to become careless and for some reason did not catch up with him. Otherwise, with such a huge gap in strength, he would have no chance of escaping. While feeling relieved, he was also filled with resentment. Blame the unfairness of heaven, blame it on bad luck. He was clearly allowed to live his life again, but why was it that after his rebirth, he could never accomplish anything he did and everyone was against him? Either he was being beaten or he was on his way to being beaten. Every time I finally see hope of turning things around, I fall into the abyss. He is the invincible god of war. Yun Feiyang's eyes showed confusion. Originally, if he had absorbed all the cultivation from the god of war order, his strength would have reached the peak of pure yang, and he would soon be able to return to the emperor realm. But the situation was urgent at the time, and he can only choose to use a one-time consumption method to briefly exert his imperial strength. This also meant that his current cultivation level was only at the initial stage of pure yang, and his foundation was also damaged. If it is not repaired properly, let alone the Emperor realm, I am afraid that I will not be able to break through to the middle stage of pure yang. His eyes were empty and he was silent for a long time, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn Swan, it's all Swan's fault. Yun Feiyang suddenly realized that all the suffering he had encountered started with Suan. If it weren't for that villain Suan, he wouldn't have been beaten by that Taoist, Yenner wouldn't have fallen into a deep sleep, the fat man wouldn't have died, and the War God Temple would still be his loyal subordinates. It's all Swan's fault. Suan must be killed, kill him. Yun Feiyang's eyes were gradually filled with dark energy, and he was showing signs of being possessed by a demon. You don't have a good heart, young man? A sudden voice came from behind, startling Yun Feiyang. Turning his head, he saw an extremely handsome figure, the figure that made him hate him to the core. It's you, Suan. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with black energy, like a vicious ghost that was ready to devour anyone. How dare you appear in front of me? Die. I want you to die. At this moment, hatred overwhelmed reason, or perhaps it was the expansion brought about by the improvement of cultivation. Yun Feiyang rushed straight towards Suan. The sky seemed to be stained with blood. At this moment, he had only one goal in his eyes, and that was to kill Suan. Kill him, I must kill him. Bang! In a trance, a huge gloved fist slammed into his face. It was as if an ancient sacred mountain had smashed down, vast and heavy, splitting the sky apart with its force. Yun Feiyang's eyes widened, the blood color in his eyes faded, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Can't avoid it, this punch seemed to contain some kind of guaranteed hit effect. No matter how he used his magic power to avoid it, it still hit him straight in the face. Boom! The surrounding heaven and earth also let out a wail. Yun Feiyang, who was hit by the fist, had all his magic power shattered, his yang spirit in his body trembled, a huge word was printed on his crooked face, and his head was a mess. He was distracted and fell to the ground with a thud. Emperor realm. He murmured, seemingly incredulous. How could there be an emperor-level expert following Suan? No wonder Yenner, trash. Looking at Yun Feiyang lying on the ground, Suan said sarcastically without any concealment. Xingnan's attack was very measured and her control of strength was very precise, so she did not knock Yun Feiyang away. She knew that the young master usually liked to torture his enemies. So at this moment Yun Feiyang fell not far ahead. Ugh, Suan. Hearing this contemptuous tone, the anger in his chest ignited again, the blood and black air in his eyes became deeper, and the demonic energy wrapped around his body became more and more dense. This demonic energy was hidden in his magic power, and it completely erupted at this moment. The eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if they wished to kill Suan thousands of times and drag Suan into the hell of endless suffering. Unfortunately, the word on his face seemed to have a special effect, making him unable to control his body and get up. Seeing this, Suan smiled. It seemed that the demon seeds and demonic energy integrated into the God of War order were gradually taking effect. Yun Feiyang, do you know why Yenner said she wanted to sleep for 1,000 years? Hearing the girl's name, Yun Feiyang's murderous intent finally eased a little and he regained some rationality. How did you know? He asked, suddenly feeling a little panic in his heart. It was obvious that when Yenner said this to her, Suan had already been beaten away. Ha, do you think she can handle me? Suan's eyes were filled with teasing, and he licked his lips. You don't know yet. I subdued her as soon as I entered, and then opened her coffin. The little girl looked really good, and she moved even better. He showed an aftertaste, as if he was still immersed in it. When you confessed your love, I pressed her on the coffin and fucked her hard. TSK, that taste. The veins on Yun Feiyang's forehead bulged, black air came out of his body, and his body was shaking violently. Even the word virtue on his face could hardly be suppressed. Liar, you are lying. You are lying, right? He looked crazy. Yenner won't do that. How could Yenner be defeated by you with the help of the formation? And Yenner talked to me when I left. He tried hard to find the flaws in Suan's words. The Lord God of War didn't even dare to think about the scenes described by Suan. He couldn't accept that. It was too horrible, that kind of thing. How could that kind of thing be possible? It's impossible. Suan must be lying to him. Cheating? Suan's expression seemed to be mocking and sarcastic. Do I need to use such low-level means? Well, let me make you face the reality. His mind moved slightly, and a figure like a fairy from the sky instantly appeared beside him. It was Yin Yan. Although her power was sealed, she did not feel lonely in this small world with the company of disciples from Taiyin Palace. It was completely different from the hell scene she had imagined. She was suddenly called out by Suan at this moment. Before she could react, she heard a familiar voice in her mind. Loyal dog mode. The next moment, her original consciousness fell into silence. The astonishment in the pair of peach blossom eyes disappeared, turning into absolute loyalty and fanaticism. Owner. Without hesitation, she knelt down in front of Suan. What a good dog. Suan touched Yunyan's head as a reward. Yunyan seemed to enjoy it very much. Her face flushed, and she rubbed Suan's palm gently, like an obedient pet dog. Yenner, this can't be true. Yun Feiyang's eyes bulged out. He couldn't believe what he saw. 10 fingers clenched into the ground, deeply inserted into the soil. Yenner, how could she be so humbly submissive to this evil man? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. It's the evil Suan's conspiracy. He felt like he was really going crazy. Lord God of War, thank you for giving me such a big toy. Suan placed his fingers in front of Yunyan's cherry lips and gently stretched them forward. Inadvertently, it went straight into those bright red lips. Yunyan's face was full of tenderness, and her cheeks were slightly bulging. He held Suan's finger in his mouth like a little animal that was adoring its master. Ah! 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 Yun Feiyang's head hit the ground hard, and the word "did" on his face trembled violently. Fake, all fake. It must be an illusion, ha ha ha. You can't fool me. Yenner, do you think he looks like a clown? Suan shook his head upon seeing this. Well, the master said it looks like it, so it looks like it. Yunyan answered vaguely. Be good. Suan looked at Yun Feiyang with a sympathetic smile. Whether it is true or not, Lord God of War should make his own judgment. After all, in order to trick you to leave, Yenner deliberately lied that she would sleep for 1,000 years. These words completely shattered the remaining hope in his heart. Ah. Yenner, what's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with this world? Tell me. 2 lines of blood and tears slid down from the corners of his eyes, and the thick black demonic energy completely enveloped Yun Feiyang. The golden word on the broken face gradually cracked. It seems that a great demon is about to be born. Seeing this scene, Suan's eyes showed a bit of satisfaction. The immortal way cultivates the mind, the Buddhist way observes the precepts, but the devil way has no rules. Brother Yun, I have come here today to save you from the devil. With a smile on his lips, he pointed a finger at Yun Feiyang in the air. Chapter 278 Teacher, something bad has happened. The devil has entered my soul and my mind has collapsed. It's time to refine it into a puppet. A wisp of extremely pure demonic energy floated out from Suan's fingertips and merged into Yun Feiyang's body. Gradually, Yun Feiyang calmed down. The hatred, murderous intent, and madness in his eyes gradually disappeared and turned into a look of confusion. The emotions in them became less and less, and in the end, only a blank and empty space remained, like a puppet without consciousness. Ding, the protagonist Yun Feiyang's consciousness was erased by the host, and the villain value was 2000. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Yun Feiyang, and the gold finger dropped. Savior status. Savior's personality. There are sufferings in the world, so there are saviors, who are born with the mission of heaven to save the world. Whenever one world falls into disaster, the savior will show his characteristics, and adventures will happen one after another. He will have divine insights, and the great way of heaven and earth will be friendly to you. A note, every time a salvation is completed, the savior's status will be improved or even evolved. Savior, me? Suan looked strange. There is actually such a person. Letting him be the savior, does it mean that he will first cause a catastrophe to destroy the world and then suddenly turn around and save the world? But it's no wonder that Yun Feiyang, whose Tao heart is only average and who has a kind of mindless hot-blooded feeling, was able to reach that level in his previous life. When the whole world is helping you, a pig can also achieve enlightenment. If it weren't for Suan's villain aura that could isolate certain influences, it would probably not be so easy to kill Yun Feiyang, who has the status of a savior. It is possible that he will have to fight with Yun Feiyang to expose the conspiracy, or a cultivator in the Temple of War God may realize that something is wrong and come looking for Yun Feiyang, the reincarnated spirit boy, to cause some trouble for Suan.as. For the 2000 villain points, there is nothing much to say. Taking into account the reward for killing Yun Feiyang and the villain points obtained from those stimulations, Suan's current villain value has reached 9000. Only 1000 left for the 10th consecutive draw. Suan looked at Yun Feiyang again, or rather, he could no longer be called Yun Feiyang at this time. The consciousness of the man named Yun Feiyang was completely wiped out. Now he was just an empty shell puppet, and his soul had been replaced by the demon. Of course, This kind of low-level puppet without consciousness has lost the room for improvement, and it is impossible for it to make any breakthroughs, but it is enough to be used as cannon fodder. Alas, Brother Yin not only gave me toys, but even after he died he used his body to help me. I feel so unworthy. Suan said this without any shame on his face. He pulled his fingers out of Yunyan's mouth and gave a few commands directly to the puppet. And next, we will see what abilities the immortal Li has. Holding Yunyan, Suan stepped into the small world. It was noon, and some time had passed since Yun Feiyang escaped that day. The mountain gate of Taishang Dongtian has been repaired, and except for the somewhat depressing atmosphere, everything seems to have returned to normal. Until, teacher, it's bad. Senior Brother Yi has been captured by a demon. Chu Fan, the youngest disciple of Taishang Dongtian, rushed into the courtyard where Li Feng was in a hurry. Li Feng hurriedly buckled his belt, and then glared at Chu Fan fiercely. Didn't I tell you to knock before coming in? Seeing Chu Fan's anxious expression, he suppressed his emotions and asked, Mo Huang, tell me, what's going on? Chu Fan took a few deep breaths and wiped the sweat off his forehead, his eyes still showing anxiety. Teacher, there are not many supplies on the mountain. Today I sent Senior Brother Yi down the mountain to purchase supplies, but Senior Brother Yi was kidnapped in a sack as soon as he got down the mountain. Captive? Yes, it's the man who came to make trouble the day before yesterday. Chu Fan showed hatred on his face and knelt in front of Li Feng. He killed Senior Brother Lin and this time kidnapped Senior Brother Yi. Teacher, you must stand up for us, hiss. Li Feng felt a headache when he heard this. That person has the cultivation level of pure yang. As long as he is out of the range of Taishang Dongtian, he will not be defeated by me, who was not even proficient in supernatural powers now. Moreover, he was clearly scared away by his invincible strength, so how could he dare to come back and kidnap his disciples? It's a trap. There is definitely something fishy going on here. Could it be that the person saw that I was actually a weakling outside and wanted to test me? After all, not chasing him out was indeed a loophole, and only these disciples believed in things like fate and the LAW. Li Feng's eyes were uncertain, and he felt a difficult situation for the first time since he traveled through time. Sure enough, I shouldn't have been careless that day. If we had just killed that man directly, we wouldn't have the trouble we have today. Teacher! Chu Fan shouted again, with hope in his eyes. The day before yesterday, the teacher talked about fate, so he spared that man's life. Today, that man has gone even further and kidnapped Senior Brother Yi. The teacher can't just tolerate this, being stared at like this by his disciples. Li Feng felt uncomfortable all over. Although these disciples were just tools, he had some feelings for them after spending 2 years with them. But the key is that he really can't save people. You can't sacrifice yourself to save others. Moreover, he had been pretending to be an extremely powerful person, so if he really went to save people, he would be exposed. His head was in a mess and he could only cough twice and pinch his fingers gently, pretending to be profound. Then he looked up at the sky, sighed, shook his head and said, This is Yian's calamity, no one else can help. I calculated that if I take action this time, it will inevitably lead to greater disaster. Alas, it is his destiny to have this disaster, and there is nothing I can do as a teacher. Chu Fan's expression gradually became dull, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Can't help? I can't help. The teacher's ability is obvious and can easily crush that person, so why can't he help? He stood up and said anxiously, But Senior Brother Yi, no need to say more. Li Feng's face darkened and he interrupted Chu Fan's words. Then he pushed him out with a gentle force and the courtyard door slammed shut. I will take care of this matter myself, teacher. Looking at the tightly closed gate in front of him, Chu Fan felt for the first time that this teacher he respected was so unfamiliar. His heart sank and he walked towards his residence in a daze, not even knowing how he got back at the next day. A wooden box was delivered to Taishang Cave Heaven with a note attached to it. Li Feng, your disciple is in my hands now. If you don't want him to die, go to Dongxing Mountains, 300 miles away, and fight me again. Chu Fan was in a heavy mood. He slowly reached out and opened the box. A bloody arm appeared in the box. Those strong muscles and scars are definitely Brother Yi's arm. He stroked the arm tremblingly, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Ah! The thief deserves death. Chu Fan was filled with anger. He did not bother anyone else but picked up the box and went to Li Feng's courtyard again. Teacher, please save Senior Brother Yi. He knelt in front of the door and did not go in. Li Feng showed helplessness on his face and could only refuse again. Talking about fate again, this time Chu Fan didn't say anything. He just put the box aside, kowtowed respectfully to Li Feng at the door, and then walked out without saying a word. Li Feng had a bad feeling in his heart and opened his mouth. Shu Fan, don't do anything stupid. Shu Fan paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward. In the afternoon, Shu Fan walked out of the mountain gate wearing a tight suit. Fanboy, why don't you go and persuade your teacher? You'll just be seeking death if you go. The gatekeeper Jianqi appeared at some point and stood in front of him to persuade him. His injuries had not yet healed, so he looked a little weak. No need, senior sword maniac. Shu Fan shook his head, walked around Sword Maniac and continued walking forward. He joined the sect the latest and was the one who received the most care from Senior Brother Yi. Now that Senior Brother Yi was humiliated by the enemy, he would go there even at the cost of his life. Boy Fan. The Sword Maniac called out to him again. Shu Fan didn't stop. Forget it, I won't persuade you anymore. The Sword Maniac shook his head, took a step forward and came to Shu Fan again, placing a small jade sword in Shu Fan's hand. This is one of my sword talismans. Although it may not have any effect, come back safely. He instructed in a deep voice. Although he had only stayed in Taishan Dongtian for more than a year, these polite guys were really like his juniors in his heart. He didn't want to watch Shu Fan die, but he didn't know how to stop him. Yeah. Shu Fan nodded heavily, a trace of warmth rising in his heart, but he walked faster. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would hesitate. Looking at Shu Fan's back, the Sword Maniac sighed slightly. To be honest, he couldn't see what Li Feng was doing with such invincible strength. Why is he still so timid? What is he talking about, fate and destiny? Watching his own disciples being killed, he really doesn't act like a strong man. On the third day, the 2 wooden boxes were delivered to Taishan Cave Heaven. Shu Fan's head was clearly located among them, and the other wooden box contained one of Yian's legs. There was also a note attached. Li Feng, you didn't come yesterday. I was very unhappy, so your disciple died. Tomorrow in Dongxing Mountains, if you don't come, the guy named Ji will also lose his head. 2 of Li Feng's 4 disciples died, 1 Yian was captured, and 1 was still in seclusion. The wooden box was then delivered to the hands of Jianqi. When the wooden box was opened, a broken jade talisman was found inside, as if it was a provocation. Fan, Xiaolin, Xiaoye, his old hands were gripping the wooden box tightly, and the invisible sword in his eyes seemed to penetrate his body, with sword intent mixed with murderous intent. Brotherly, do you really want to watch your disciple go to his death? The Sword Maniac knocked on Li Feng's door again. Fellow Daoist Sword Maniac. A voice came from inside the door after a while. This is their fate, and it is beyond human control. Bullshit fate. The Sword Maniac interrupted Li Feng. There was no respect in his eyes anymore, only endless fighting spirit. Sword cultivator would rather break than bend. Li Feng, if you don't go, I will. He also put down the wooden box in his hand, took out the long sword that he had not used since being defeated by Li Feng, turned around and strode down the mountain. His originally low momentum gradually rose as he moved forward, like a long sword fighting against heaven and earth, the blade becoming sharper and sharper, almost cutting through the sky. Chapter 279, So ugly, why do you have to force me like this? In the courtyard, Li Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The fist in his hand was clenched tightly, brewing a terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything, but after a long time, he finally loosened his fist. System, what should I do? The War God Temple invites all the cultivators in the world to gather in Black Origin City to discuss the great plan of the devil. Suan looked at the notice posted on the street. The above enumerated the various harms caused by the demons and, in passing, belittled the royal family of the Xinwu Empire who released the demons, saying that they disregarded the lives of the people associated with demons, and were unworthy of ruling the world. Given the reputation of the Temple of War, there are still many people who believe in this notice. What's more, the Xinwu Empire is now divided into 4 directions and has no time or ability to dispel rumors. It is better to say that they wish the Xinwu royal family would lose the support of the people. This Xinwu royal family is nothing, a female cultivator in the fetal breathing state nearby said angrily. Obviously she believed the notice. Fellow Taoist, you are also here to Liyang to avoid disaster, right? She glanced at Suan and suddenly took a step closer, with a slight blush on her cheeks, as if she was aiming for some bad purpose. Oh, yes. Realizing that the female cultivator next to him was talking to him, Suan turned his head and showed his habitual gentle smile. Fellow Taoist, are you also from another place? He asked. When interests are not involved, Suan is still easy to talk to as long as he is not provoked. Seeing Suan looking at her, the female cultivator's heart started beating like a deer. The smile, drunk. Oh my god, how can there be such a good-looking person? As she looked at her, she suddenly felt a little inferior. She thought her looks were only average among the monks, and her talent was not high either. How could she be worthy of such a beauty? I just don't know how good this man's cultivation is. If his cultivation is not high, maybe I can support him, then I will feel happy just by looking at his face every day. Thinking of this, the female cultivator felt a little dizzy. Fellow Daoist, fellow Daoist? Suan called out twice in succession. The female cultivator's body shook subconsciously, and a series of words came out of her mouth. I am a formation master. I can earn at least 500 spirit stones every month. The spirit stones can be handed over, ahem. Halfway through her speech, she realized what she had said and quickly coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Suan didn't care and asked again, Dao Yu, are you also from another place? The female cultivator nodded quickly, showing a somewhat disappointed look. Yes, I came from Pinggu County. The demons are rampant in Pinggu. Several major sects have been occupied by the demons. Even the county governor's mansion has been occupied by the demons. She was a disciple of one of the sects, but unfortunately the sect was breached by the evil cultivators, so she had no choice but to flee to a remote place. My condolences, Suan said perfunctorily, his eyes moving slightly. Chengzu and the others moved very quickly. There is no need to stay in the Jinwu realm for long. After dealing with Li Feng, I will go back and be close to His Majesty. I still have half a bottle of massage oil left. By then, blood food, so much blood food. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound was heard, and above the sky, a demon cultivator with a pair of blood-red wings flew into the city, glancing at the pedestrians below. His eyes lit up, and a horrible, strange laugh came out of his mouth, which was disgusting. The blood-red sky gradually enveloped the sky above Liang City as the blood-winged demon cultivator flew. The pedestrians below were frightened and fled in all directions like a group of ants being trampled. No cultivator dared to step forward to stop the demon cultivator. They ran faster than ordinary people, only because the aura displayed by the blood-winged demon cultivator had already reached the life pill realm, making him almost a dominant presence in this remote county town. The demon cultivator seemed to enjoy the panic of the passers-by below. Bloody demonic energy fell downwards from time to time. Then he laughed wildly, with the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. He looked like an alien and didn't look like a human at all. It's the life pill demon, fellow Taoist, let's run away. The female cultivator's face changed drastically, and she pulled Suan and wanted to run away, but it was like pulling a mountain and it couldn't be moved at all. Looking at the demon cultivator getting closer and closer in the sky, she looked anxious. The blood-winged demon cultivator looked at the little ants below with a joking look, and glanced around with a bloodthirsty gaze, preparing to choose today's appetizers. Run away, my ancestor, I am going to have a good meal again today, ha ha ha. Suddenly he noticed Suan and the other man, and his strange laughter became even louder. They didn't run away. They were scared by me, the ancestor. Before the word scare was completely uttered, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Call out. The blood-winged demon cultivator showed a look of horror on his face, as if his throat was strangled. His whole body froze for a moment, his eyeballs moved slightly, and the whole person just floated in the air. The next moment, he exploded into a pile of blood mist, and the blood-red sky in the sky quickly receded. It's really ugly. Suan calmly withdrew his hand and commented. The female cultivator next to her opened her mouth wide, her face filled with shock. She was close enough to see everything that had just happened clearly. This beauty, the senior actually exploded a life-dan demon with just one finger. I just wanted to run away with such a great man. The female cultivator reluctantly let go of his hand, with a bit more trepidation and respect in her eyes. Thank you for your help, senior. Seeing this, the other pedestrians who had not yet run far also hurriedly saluted and kowtowed to Suan to express their gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for exorcising the demon. Suan nodded, with no intention of talking to these people, and disappeared from the spot. Everyone's faces showed sincere relief and gratitude. Fortunately, this immortal is here, otherwise we in Liyang would be in trouble today. I heard that the entire imperial capital was eaten up by these demons. Hiss, fortunately. The female cultivator was even more distracted. She didn't even ask the senior's name just now, and she didn't know if they would meet again. No one knew that the immortal they were grateful to was one of the culprits who allowed these demons to invade. Above the Donglin Mountains, Suan's gaze swept across the distance and he could still vaguely feel some demonic energy. He wondered if the evil cultivators had already expanded to places like Liang. It seems that the Jinwu realm will soon be plunged into demonic disaster for the demon cultivators. There is no oppression from the Shang dynasty, no annoying people from the demon suppression sect, and no demon lord above them to control them, so they can naturally let themselves go. It's not that there aren't smart demon cultivators, but that there won't be smart demon cultivators. These evil cultivators had their consciousness partially and all their memories washed away by special drugs from the Shang. The ancestors also specifically take action against the demon cultivators in the Pure Yang realm, erasing their memories and leaving only their brutal side. Of course, the side effects of this drug and the method of erasing memory are extremely great, and will deeply damage the soul. Not only will the IQ drop significantly, but the magic cultivators who take the drug will most likely not live more than 10 years before their souls are shattered. But this is exactly what Dasang needs. The evil cultivators are nothing more than vicious dogs. When they are of no use to the Shang dynasty, they should be slaughtered and eaten. Chapter 280. The immortal touched my head and shattered my heavenly spirit with one palm. In the cave below, next to the puppet, was a disabled person with missing limbs. As no measures were taken to stop the bleeding, he was on the verge of death. He was seriously injured and his cultivation was sealed. Even the physique of a spiritual cultivator could not withstand such torture. Next to him stood a corpse holding a sword. He was an old man with an angry face, but his back was still straight, as if he was unwilling to bend. Even though he is dead, one can still feel the terrifying sword intent lingering on him, making people afraid to approach him. There were several sword wounds left on the puppet's body. It was left by the old man, and the sword intent on it seemed to have fatally touched the Pure Yang realm. The puppet technology is not good enough. Suan frowned slightly. This simply refined puppet was indeed too rough and of inferior quality. Moreover, the material of Yun Feiyan's body itself was not very good. After all, he had just absorbed the cultivation base and forcibly raised it to the Pure Yang realm, and had not had time to consolidate it. Perhaps a dozen or 20 life pill warriors can get rid of this puppet. The only advantage is that they are not afraid of getting hurt. But Li Feng is really patient. He refused to come out even when his apprentice died. He glanced at the dying invalid again and smacked his lips. It can also be seen from this that Li Feng's true strength probably does not exceed the Pure Yang realm, otherwise he would not be so scared that he dare not come out. The peak spiritual power in that area is indeed difficult to deal with. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade token. At this moment in the Taishan cave heaven, Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the notification sound of another disciple's death. Ian also died, and now his only disciple left is Ishihara, who is still in seclusion and knows nothing. But the trouble must be solved eventually. When Li Feng thought of the enemy who was standing outside the mountain gate and was eyeing him covetously, he became upset and couldn't even concentrate on his practice. No one would be happy if they knew that there was a man-eating tiger outside their house. System, can you help me or not? He asked in his heart with some anger. He had previously sought help from the system, but the answer he got was that he had to solve the problem himself. But if he can solve the problem by himself, what's the point of this broken system? The master's system was silent for a while, and then the mechanical sound slowly sounded. The host can give his apprentice a cultivation or magical power enlightenment, which can double the improvement in cultivation and magical power. Well, it can be done this way. Li Feng's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it earlier? If this is possible, then as long as he has disciples, he can continue to improve his cultivation and supernatural powers. In principle, no. After this method is used once, the system will patch this vulnerability. The system reminded very seriously. If it wasn't for the fact that the host couldn't solve the problem this time, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to open this back door. Is that so? Li Feng was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. 2 days later, disciple Ishihara successfully broke through to the fetal breathing state and walked out of the quiet room. He was so excited that he wanted to share the good news with his fellow disciples, but after turning around, he was completely stunned. Although the sect was deserted in the past, it was not to the point where there was no one at all. How come when he came out of retreat, he was the only disciple left in the entire sect? Even the sword-crazy old man guarding the gate was gone. Could it be that everyone has made an appointment to go out and play? With some confusion, he came to the courtyard where Li Feng was. At this moment, Li Feng looked a little sad. He sat cross-legged on the cushion and did not practice. Teacher, where are junior brother Chu and the others? Ishihara asked somewhat uneasily. You're here. Li Feng sighed sadly. looking up at the sky, as if he didn't want to let the tears flow. Ohara, the teacher is incompetent. Seeing Li Feng like this, Ishihara's heart sank to the bottom. Teacher, what happened? Li Feng sighed again, with a sad look on his face, and slowly said, yesterday they went out to practice exorcism, but unexpectedly they were taken away by a thief. I'm afraid they have met with an accident now. It's my fault. I was too careless and thought that they would be fine as long as the sword maniac was with them. As he spoke, his hand holding Fuchin gradually tightened. Ishihara's face turned pale, his body swayed a few times, and he said tremblingly, Teacher, you mean junior brother Chu and the others? His voice was hoarse and he couldn't utter the last few words. Li Feng closed his eyes in pain and self-blame. That's right. As long as the truth is not revealed, he will still be the great master who loves his disciples. How could this happen? How could this happen? Ishihara clenched his fists and his whole body was shaking. The joy of the breakthrough in cultivation was gone, leaving only frustration and anger. Teacher, who did this? He gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. Li Feng moved his lips and avoided his disciple's eyes. That is a foreign demon king, his strength is not weaker than my master. He also has some understanding of the three invincible demon lords who wreaked havoc in the Jinwu world. It would be a good idea to put the blame on them, and it would also allow him to maintain his own status. Demon Lord. Ishihara chewed on these two words, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and he wished he could kill the Demon Lord right now. But in the end he knew that he was no match for the Demon Lord, and he didn't know when he would be able to take revenge. Looking at Li Feng, he knelt down with a plop. Please, teacher, help me avenge my fellow disciples. His head hit the ground heavily. Master Li Feng has always been synonymous with invincibility in the hearts of his disciples. Even those demon lords may not be the master's opponents. Once a teacher, always a father. Since I am your teacher, I will avenge you even if you don't tell me. Li Feng's eyes also showed a fierce look, but he immediately looked at Ishihara and became gentle again. It's just that the outcome of this battle is unpredictable, so I deliberately waited for you to come out of retreat, just to teach you some unique skills to improve your self-defense ability. He stood up and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, his eyes seemed a little vicissitudes. If I lose this battle, you can find another way out so that you won't be bullied by others. Teacher, otherwise, or else you should not go. Ishihara's voice was trembling, but he was so moved by these words that tears welled up in his eyes. Although he wanted to avenge his fellow disciples, he absolutely did not want to see his teacher die. Fool, come here. Li Feng waved kindly. Ishihara held back her tears and walked up to him obediently. Although he was puzzled, he still lowered his head as Li Feng indicated. Li Feng smiled, put his hand on the top of his head, and silently used the technique of initiation. Then the vast magical power began to flow into Ishihara's body continuously. Also transmitted were a number of magical powers and insights, which were passed into Ishihara's mind as roughly as swallowing a whole apple. Ishihara was a little flustered. His whole body felt bloated and his mind was in great pain. He tried to break free, but then Li Feng said, "Put your heart into guiding your cultivation. I will take care of this matter myself." Out of trust in Li Feng, Ishihara did as he was told despite his doubts, but he didn't see Li Feng's slightly gloomy eyes. Whether in the Jinwu realm or in Dishang, it is actually rare for people to pass on their own cultivation to others or their own descendants. On the one hand, the person being initiated can only accept part of the cultivation of the person who is giving the initiation. This is also related to talent. If the talent is not enough, after the initiation, he can only accept 1/100th or even 1,000th of the cultivation. Moreover, everyone's cultivation carries their own imprint, and the stronger the person, the more so. After accepting initiation from others, it will be difficult to make further progress in cultivation, which is simply self-destructive. On the other hand, without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to withstand the initiation. If Ishihara had not broken through to the fetal breathing state, Li Feng would not have been able to perform the initiation on him. As the initiation continued, although Li Feng's aura was still mysterious, his face became paler and paler. However, Ishihara's cultivation was improving steadily. He had good talent to begin with, so he was very receptive to the initiation and soon broke through from the fetal breathing state to the purple mansion state, but his face became increasingly red, almost turning purple, and his whole body became swollen. A good young man turned into a purple sweet potato. Even though he was practicing his skills to the fullest to channel the spiritual power that was being poured into him, he still felt waves of pain in his body and soul, and he felt as if he was about to explode. "Teacher, I can't do it anymore," he almost shouted with his throat choked. "Has it reached its limit?" Li Feng frowned. He had only transferred half of his cultivation. Fortunately, all the magical powers have been transmitted. The master system also gave rewards at the appropriate time. The host's disciple Shi Yuan's cultivation has been raised to the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. The host's cultivation has been raised to a higher realm as a reward. The host's cultivation has reached the peak of Pure Yang. The host's first disciple reaches the Purple Mansion realm and is rewarded with a spiritual treasure, the God Binding Chain, and his space talisman. God Binding Chain can bind all people below the Emperor realm. For Emperor realm and above, it depends on the user's cultivation. Note, only one person can be bound at a time. Space symbol. After recording a coordinate, you can teleport back to the origin instantly. Host's disciple comprehends the magical power. White Jade Sky Reaching Palm, minor success, rewarding the host for comprehending the magical power. White Jade Sky Reaching Palm, great success. Host's disciple comprehends the magical power. One sword slash, minor success. Reward to the host. 8 prompt sounds rang out in succession, and his 6 magical powers were realized to perfection, and his cultivation level was directly raised to the peak of Pure Yang. The corners of Li Feng's mouth lifted up unconsciously. This was a real improvement, not just invincibility within a limited range. It's a pity for Ishihara. He will probably have a hard time making any progress in his cultivation in the future. There was a hint of coldness in his pupils. Looking at Ishihara, who was completely defenseless against him, he gritted his teeth and suddenly exerted force with his palm. The immortal touches your head and shatters your sky with one palm. In an instant, Ishihara's head caved in, his brain spilled out, and his bulging eyes seemed to contain some discomfort and surprise. The reluctance in Li Feng's eyes flashed away, and he returned to his indifference. Xiao Yuan, don't blame me. If anyone wants to blame someone, just blame the monk who came to cause trouble. If it weren't for that person, he wouldn't have come to this point. Ishihara fell to the ground, his eyes still staring straight at Li Feng, his mouth slightly open, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. He is dead. Chapter 281. Yes, it was this demon who did it. The magical power that could be said to be the ultimate of the soul was suddenly released. How could a defenseless Purple Mansion cultivator who had been initiated be able to resist it? The moment Li Feng made his move, Ishihara's life was destroyed. Looking at the corpse of his last disciple, Li Feng was silent for a moment, then waved his sleeves to shatter Ishihara into ashes. Some things are difficult to hide. If he doesn't take action, Ishihara will think of many loopholes after he calms down, and the seeds of doubt will be planted, which will inevitably affect his image as a master and may also affect his future disciples. It is better to start over. Anyway, the blame can be put on those evil cultivators. As long as the system is there, he will reach the top sooner or later. And next, it's time to settle the accounts. He snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for that person causing trouble, my current strength should have been improving steadily, and I and my disciples wouldn't have to reach this point. This time, I will not let that thief go. The thief had only briefly burst out with a cultivation level close to that of an emperor through the token last time. His actual strength was only at the Pure Yang level, and he had also been seriously injured. Now my strength is different from before, and I have the Imperial weapon, the God Binding Chain. I will definitely make that villain die in disgrace. As for the teleportation talisman, it is totally unnecessary. With my current configuration, why would I use such useless things? Thinking about it, Li Feng casually set the coordinates at Taishan Cave Heaven. 300 miles is just a blink of an eye for a Chenyang cultivator. Donglin Mountains, a barren and inconspicuous mountain range in Liyan County, welcomed another Pure Yang cultivator. Is it here? Li Feng's spiritual sense swept across the entire mountain range and scrupulously and quickly determined the location. He took a step and appeared in a cave, and the smell of blood hit him in the face. There were several corpses in the cave. The blood flowing from under one of the corpses had not yet dried up. It was Yian, who died last. The puppet sitting beside him as if distracted felt someone coming, and raised his head in a daze with empty eyes. It was you who killed my disciple. Li Feng frowned, feeling that something was not right. The appearance is indeed correct, but the aura and demeanor feel. Before he could continue asking questions, the puppet rushed up with a bang. The cave collapsed in an instant, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. How dare you? Come and die. Li Feng's angry shout was heard in the smoke and dust. The huge white jade palm pressed down, instantly flattening the hill, but then the figure with empty eyes rushed up again, ignoring the injuries on his body, and attacked Li Feng with all his strength. The two fought for dozens of rounds. Li Feng was restrained for fear of getting hurt, and the fight ended in a draw. This made Li Feng look unhappy, and he pointed as a sword. One word: sword slash. Another shocking sword light flashed. The puppet did not dodge at all, and it seemed that there was only Li Feng in its eyes, even though half of his body was chopped off and the sword energy was raging in his body. His fist still landed mercilessly on Li Feng's chest. Li Feng opened his eyes wide, revealing a hint of fear. This was a completely life-threatening fighting style. Even though he had cultivated supernatural powers, he lacked experience in fighting and was unable to avoid it. There was blood and flesh flying on the chest, and a big hole appeared, which looked very horrifying. Madman. Covering the big hole in his chest, he was actually frightened by this madness for a moment. Although he clearly had the strength to crush his opponent, he did not dare to continue to fight forward, but instead swung out a silver-white chain. With the god-binding chain in hand, there's no need for him to fight head-on. It's not worth exchanging injuries with this person. It would be a great loss if you get killed accidentally. The puppet still rushed towards the god-binding chain without fear, with no intention of dodging at all. Li Feng laughed secretly in his heart. A madman is indeed a madman. How could he know the power of his magic weapon? But before Li Feng could show a victorious expression, the god-binding chain that was halfway through its flight suddenly changed direction and flew towards the sky. Just like the god of war armor that day, the chain ran away by itself. His eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the system rewarded him with counterfeit and shoddy products, passing off inferior products as genuine ones? This was the first thought that came to his mind. Bang! The next moment, the puppet came in front of him. At the same time, there was a terrifying murderous intent looming behind him, and the strong sense of crisis woke him up instantly. I will die. I will really die. Teleport. Teleport now. Li Feng's pupils constricted, his face became ferocious, and he shouted wildly in his heart, "Call out!" In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot, and the attack of the red spider lily fell on the puppet, cutting off the already broken head of the puppet, completely turning it into a useless corpse. Sun came down holding an iron chain, his brows slightly furrowed. He actually failed to kill Li Feng. Higinbana's assassination ability is much stronger than Shangnan, who is at the Yuanshan realm, but he actually managed to dodge it. Higinbana knelt down in the air, a look of guilt emerging on the face beneath the mask. "My lord, I am incompetent." "Okay, Xiaohua." Sun picked up Higinbana and knocked on her mask. "There's no need to say such things. This matter is not your fault." Li Feng's sudden escape method was a little surprising, but it was just surprising. This is just a test. If we can kill him, that would be great. But if we can't, then we can't kill him. Anyway, there is a backup plan. When the fight started, Sun had already blocked the space here, but the method used by Li Feng seemed to be some kind of talisman similar to the Great Teleportation Talisman, which directly broke the blocked space. The spatial means contained in it are likely to be escaped even by a Yuanshan cultivator, so how could he blame it on the red spider lily? Feeling Sun's dishonest hand, Higinbana swallowed the next words. "Have you chosen to return to the sect?" Sun's gaze turned to the place where the Taishan cave was located, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I hope Li Feng will like the big surprise he has prepared." The space flashed, and Li Feng, still in shock, appeared at the original site of Taishan Dongtian. The fresh air made one's mind clear. Feeling that he was out of danger, he felt relieved and prepared to go to his own yard to have a rest. The next second he opened his mouth wide. "Where's my mountain?" Looking down at himself, his eyes were full of astonishment. Where did such a huge mountain and such a huge sect go? Only then did he suddenly realize that he was floating in midair, and there was a bottomless abyss below him. Could it be that the transmission was wrong? "System, have you rewarded me with counterfeit and shoddy products again?" Li Feng's voice was filled with grief and indignation. "This is really bullying the host. It would be fine if the rewarded god-binding chain flew away for no reason, but this space symbol could also make mistakes. Are all systems these days priced at 9.9 yuan with free shipping? Why do they only send out fake and shoddy products? System rewards are all absolutely genuine. Everything is a matter of the host's own use." The headmaster system defended. And this is the original old and dilapidated small sect of the host. The invincible buff is still effective. Bullshit. How is it possible here? Li Feng's voice became smaller and smaller, because within this range, his invincibility buff still existed. Is this really his supreme paradise? Who did this? Then he became angry again, and looked around with a fierce look, and happened to meet an old man. That's right, it was this old man. Ahem, this demon lord did it. Cheng Zhu chuckled and pressed his palm on the formation plate. Formation up. Chapter 282, for extreme immortal execution formation. After Sun sent out the message, they all took it very seriously. Except for Shinzu, who was still organizing local monks in the Temple of War God, the three of them temporarily put aside their search and tore through space, and arrived in less than half a day. The Great Shang dynasty will not allow the Jinwu realm to have any resistance. The next moment, three terrifying attacks came towards Li Feng from three directions: the sword light that cut through the heavens, the dragon elephant that accompanied the word virtue emitting golden light, and the hand as big as the sky, all focused on Li Feng, who was alert to the formation in an instant. The moment before being overwhelmed by the attack, Li Feng stared at Qingzu in disbelief. "This old man has no martial ethics. We agreed to set up the formation, but where is your grand formation?" He felt cold all over in such a hot day, and there was no trust between people anymore. Then he was completely enveloped by the terrifying energy. The attacks containing the power of their respective paths gathered in this tiny space, and for a moment the world seemed to be silent. Qingzu and his companions looked towards the center with serious eyes. The attack launched by the three powerful soul masters would seriously injure the other soul cultivators if they were not killed, and they might even suffer Taoist injuries, but this person made them a little unsure. Gradually, the aftermath of the energy dissipated. "Shoo, it hurts." A ragged figure appeared in front of them. His Taoist robe had turned into beggar's clothes, and there were wounds of varying sizes on his body. He looked extremely miserable, but the Deshang people frowned, as they were only slightly injured and even had enough strength to protect their clothes. This reminded Qingzu of the god of war who had defeated the Shang dynasty. That person was also in existence that had reached the limit of the soul. At that time, the four souls were no match for him. There was no doubt about the power of the god of war. You have to know that everyone who can achieve the Yuanshan can be said to be a child of destiny, and none of them has poor talent or foundation. Moreover, none of them are Yuanshan who have just broken through, but the god of war can widen the gap with others in this realm, which is terrifying, and now there is actually someone who can possess such strength within a fixed range. If Shaoan hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that there was such a hidden danger in the Jinwu realm. There is really nothing strange in this world. "Who the hell are you?" Li Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This group of people ambushed him at his doorstep and attacked him. They were really shameless. Qingzu stroked his long beard, with the demeanor of a master. "I am the blood formation demon lord." Luo Zhu stared at Li Feng with a sinister look in his eyes. I am Luo Tian, demon lord." "Demon lord Tai Wu." Duke said concisely. Shengnan looked at the others, scratched his head, and said, "My name is Dragon Elephant Demon Lord." After hearing the identities of these people, Li Feng's face became even uglier. He pushed the blame onto the demon lords, but he never expected that these demon lords would really take action. And wasn't it said that there were only 3 demon lords? Why is there one more now? "Set up the formation." Suddenly, Luo Zhu's hand slapped towards the formation plate again. Li Feng shrank his head when he heard it, and subconsciously tried to dodge as he looked at the few people. Unfortunately, this time it is a real large-scale formation. The 4 people were divided into 4 directions, occupying 4 positions. Qingzu threw out a golden sword. Luo Zhujia smiled and took out a netherworld banner. The long knife in Wu Guogong's hand flashed, and the words reason and virtue appeared on Xingnan's gloves. An extremely powerful formation was constructed with 4 primordial spirits and 4 spiritual treasures as the core of the formation. The 4 extremes immortal killing formation. TSK, this was developed by me to deal with that god of war. I didn't expect to use it on you today. Looking at the ready-made formation, Qingzu couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. Perhaps this is the cause and effect. In the beginning, they were beaten back by the god of war of the Jinwu realm because of their carelessness. Unwilling to give up, he painstakingly studied the formation and spent 1,000 years to develop the 4 extremes immortal killing formation. Although the requirements of the formation were strict, the strength that could be exerted almost reached the highest point below the Dao fruit realm. Now this formation is being used on the cultivators in the Jinwu realm, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of one of his original wishes. The auras of the 4 primordial spirits were linked together, and an invisible barrier enveloped the surroundings. The space was cut and surrounded. Li Feng only felt that he had broken into a maze. The east, west, south, and north were confused, and the yin and yang and the 5 elements were reversed. He didn't know where he was. The pure energy of morality, the energy of killing and destruction, the energy of the sword that kills immortals, and the energy of the ghosts of the netherworld. These 4 kinds of energy surround the formation. Ghostly energy confuses the mind, calamity energy confuses the soul, pure energy examines the heart, and sword energy cuts the soul. The souls and sense organs of those in the formation are hindered. If someone has weaker cultivation, their spirits will disappear in an instant and they will never be reborn. Li Feng stumbled a few steps in the air, and suddenly stood upside down. The confused feeling made him only able to exert 60% to 70% of his strength. Evil ghosts appeared beside him and roared at him. Among them there were even a few familiar figures. "Teacher, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. They cut off my left hand, sawed off my legs, put me beside them, and watched my life slip away bit by bit. Li Feng, I respect you as my brother, but you dare not rescue my disciple when he is in trouble. How can you still live in this world with dignity? Teacher, my head was cut off and I can't find it now. Do you know where my head is? My crown hurts so much. Teacher, why did you smash my crown? If we die, you will die too." The evil spirits suddenly screamed in unison, "Die, die, die. Why don't you just die?" A malice so strong that it became material swept over, as if thousands of evil spirits were attacking together, trying to drag Li Feng into hell. "Get out!" Li Feng's eyes turned bloodshot and he shouted angrily. "If I hadn't accepted you as my disciples, you would be nothing more than ordinary people. It is I who granted you the possibility to go further, and it is I who gave you the honor of becoming a monk. What is the point of sacrificing for me?" Powerful magic power emanated from his body, sweeping in all directions, instantly wiping out those evil spirits. The evil ghost had just been wiped out, and in the blink of an eye, it reappeared intact at the same place. Its pale ghost hands continued to pull at Li Feng's clothes, and its empty ghost pupils stared at him. "Teacher, it's so lonely down there. Teacher, come and accompany us." The evil spirits, either with malicious intent or with bewitching intent, were all eager to devour Li Feng. "Get out of here, don't bother me." Veins bulged on Li Feng's forehead, and he tried again to kill these evil spirits, but soon these evil spirits appeared again, as if they were immortal. It's useless, we are immortal. He, teacher, stop resisting and come accompany us." The strange voice was pervasive, and it was useless even if one blocked one's hearing. If these were real evil ghosts, they would be nothing in front of Li Feng and could be destroyed with a wave of his hand, but these evil spirits do not exist in real life. Instead, they are the result of the moral energy in the four extremes Juxian array touching Li Feng's inner demons and combining with the ghost energy of the underworld. Unless the formation is broken or the inner demon is resolved, it will be like a cancer attached to the bone and cannot be eliminated. At the same time, rays of extremely powerful sword lights appeared from everywhere, each of which had a power no weaker than that of the peak of the Yuanshan. They fell like a rain of swords, slashing towards Li Feng without any rules, making it impossible to defend against them. Not to mention that Li Feng does not have much practical experience, he also has invincibility with limited range. Even if the god of war in his prime came, he would be in trouble if he entered this formation. When calamity energy enters the body, the five aggregates become confused. Time passed minute by minute, and Li Feng didn't know how many times he had killed the evil spirits, or even how long he had been in the formation. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but it also seemed like several years had passed. He numbly urged his magic power, his whole body was covered with knife blades, blood was flowing from them, and even his eyes were dyed red with blood. Suddenly, the disorder in the formation eased a little, and he saw the figure of Qingzu in front of him. His numb eyes immediately lit up. "You old bastard, come and die." Li Feng suddenly jumped up, regardless of anything, accumulated all his magic power, displayed his strongest magical power, stepped on the void and rushed towards Qingzu. "If I kill this old man, I will definitely be able to break the formation." In just a moment, he rushed in front of Qingzu, and looking at the old face, a grim smile appeared on his face, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. The powerful strength in his body suddenly disappeared like flowing water, and he felt weak. The magical powers in his hands collapsed in an instant due to the loss of magical support, causing harm to himself. The pain brought Li Feng back to his senses and his pupils shrank suddenly. He has stepped out of the scope of Tai Shangdong Tian, oh no! Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly mobilized his magic power and wanted to go back, but how could Qingzu fulfill his wish? "Now that you're here, don't leave." The old man laughed and slapped Li Feng on the head with his big hand. In an instant, Li Feng felt as if he had been hit hard and was frozen in place. Then Qingzu's mind moved, and two more sword auras of immortal slaying fell on Li Feng. Kill the young god with one sword. One knife cuts off all hope of survival. Without the invincible buff, Li Feng was naturally unable to stop it. "Are you satisfied with my formation?" Qingzu said with a smile. It turned out that at some point, he quietly expanded the range of the formation and lured out the murderous Li Feng. Li Feng's lips trembled slightly, and he pointed at Cheng Zhu. Despicable, despicable. These people from another world are so unethical. Cheng Zhu looked pleased. Ha, the winner is the king, all is fair in war. There was a flash of unwillingness in Li Feng's eyes, and he wanted to say something, but he immediately lost his life and turned into ashes under the calamity of the formation. At this moment, a gray spiritual light quietly escaped from Li Feng's body and quickly escaped from the formation. Even the four symbols immortal slaying formation seemed to have no effect on it. The spiritual light flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. What a stupid host, it seems that I have to find someone to host me. Again. This time I have to find someone with good talent and strength, otherwise I will be too passive. Outside the formation, above the clouds in the sky, Suan saw Li Feng die and a smile appeared on his face. Ding, the protagonist Li Feng is killed by the host, and the host gains a villain value of 2000 ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist, and the gold finger dropped, and at hashtag Yuan. When talking about the golden finger, Tongzi's voice suddenly got stuck. Yuan was wondering, and when he lowered his head, he happened to meet a ray of light that was escaping. Hiss, a natural immortal body, such terrifying potential, this is the one. The main body of the master system lit up slightly, and the speed increased a bit. Ggg, kid, let me take you to the pinnacle of life. The spiritual light rushed into Suan's body at a speed that was almost too fast for him to react. Chapter 283. The host is Tongzi Ding, a cultivator who meets the requirements has been detected. The strongest master system is being integrated. Does the host want to bind? Please choose yes or no. A strange mechanical voice sounded in Suan's mind. If you don't make a choice within 3 seconds, it will be considered as the default. 3, 2, 1, what the hell? Don't come over here. No, don't come over here, I don't want this human anymore, let me go. Suan frowned, and a shrill scream and the sound of something eating snacks rang in his mind. Click, click, bad guy, the host is Tongzi, hiccup. The small system made a slightly dissatisfied voice and burped at the same time. Was that just now also a system? Suan asked, but was not surprised the moment he saw Li Feng. He suspected that Li Feng had a system, and he even guessed what kind of disciple recruiting system it was. However, Li Feng's system seems to be much smarter than the systems he has dealt with before, with more powerful functions, and it can even be separated from the host. Hic. It was an external wild system. It has been dealt with. Host, don't worry. It was still a very mechanical female voice, but for some reason it always had a cute feeling. How did you deal with it? Suan raised his eyebrows slightly. I ate it. Suan couldn't help but smile when he heard this, but it was fleeting, and then immediately turned into a tangled look on his face, and he said distressfully, eat it? Then where is my reward, the golden finger that dropped? Tongzi, you wouldn't have embezzled my reward, would you? How is that possible? The system is rigorous and will never forget. The small system retorted loudly, she just accidentally ate the whole thing because the system looked so delicious. Looking at the host with a frown on his face, the small system couldn't help feeling guilty, and with some heartache, he took out a gray stone from his own small treasury. After picking it up and putting it down for a long time, the system prompt sound finally rang again. Ding, a gold finger is dropped. A piece of world origin stone, a rare object condensed from a large amount of the world's origin, which can be used to promote the advancement of the world. That's a system, and only a few things are missing. Suan knocked his head. Tongzi, if you don't eat it, I can have 2 systems and double the rewards. No, absolutely not. The voice of the small system became more urgent. Why not? Suan asked with a smile in his eyes as he pretended to be puzzled. Because, a host can only have 1 system in his lifetime. This is the rule of the system world. Yes, that's it. The small system explained, and its tone gradually became smoother. Really? Suan raised an eyebrow, then where is my reward? Ding, gold finger dropped, jade bottle of creation. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth to condense the spirit liquid of creation. The spirit liquid of creation can greatly increase the growth rate of spiritual medicines and spiritual roots, and can also gradually transform ordinary vegetation into spiritual plants. With tears in his eyes, the little system took out the collection from his own small treasury. Woo, host, please believe me. Suan, who succeeded in blackmailing, relaxed his brows immediately, and did not forget to comfort him. Tongzi, it seems that I misunderstood you. But if it is Tongzi, it doesn't matter even if you cheated. After all, you are my one and only Tongzi. It is enough for me to have one system like you. Sigma the host said that I am his one and only son. And he said that I was enough. The small system felt dizzy, as if it was drunk. Wow, host, you were so nice being cared for by the host. I feel warm in my heart and it doesn't hurt at all. It's just a piece of world source stone and a jade bottle of creation. I'll give it to the host if he likes it. After easily coaxing the small system, Suan then checked his villain value. Li Feng's 2 disciples provided 500 each, plus the 2,000 villain points provided after Li Feng's death and the 500 villain points provided by his damaged mentality. Currently, Suan's total villain value has reached 12,500. Even the lottery can be drawn 12 times. It can be said to be unprecedented wealth. Below, the battle ended, and Shang Nan returned to Suan with a calm expression, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Cheng Zhu put away the battle array and laughed out loud. Ha, it's great, it's really great. I haven't had such a great fight in a long time. Suan's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. What Cheng Zhu meant by pleasure was that he meant controlling the formation to kill someone. However, he did not intend to expose the shortcomings. He lowered his body, bowed and said, "Thank you two ancestors and Duke Wu for your help." Lord Su, there is no need to be so polite. Duke Wu also bowed in return. He could see that it wouldn't be long before this young marquis would be able to reach the level of the primordial spirit and be on par with them. What's more, he is the favorite of his majesty, so he dare not put on airs. Luo Zhu nodded, and Ingzhou forced a smile on his face. Okay, we'll go first. If you run into any trouble, tell us. The few of them had not yet finished searching the Jinwu realm. After a brief conversation with Suan, they each broke through the space and left. No one knows that at one point in time, 4 demon lords gathered in this small Liyang. After watching them leave, Suan extracted the world source stone provided by Tongzi. The gray and inconspicuous stone fell into the hand, just like the stones found everywhere on the roadside, without any magic. But Suan could vaguely sense that his inner world was longing for this stone. It seems that it's time to break through the soul. Heiyuan City is a majestic city on the border of the Xinwu Empire. It is also one of the few cities in the Jinwu realm that has not been ravaged by evil cultivators, and even the residents in the city live quite peacefully. This is because the temple of the god of war is located in this city. Even the Lord Martial God who protected the Jinwu realm back then is now in this city. This also caused monks from all directions to flow into Heiyuan City just to seek refuge. In troubled times, only strength can bring people a sense of security. The god of war is undoubtedly the most powerful person in the Jinwu realm today, and he was once a legendary figure. After the Temple of War God issued an invitation to fight demons, more monks came to Heiyuan City. In just over a month, nearly half of the cultivators in the Jinwu realm gathered here, making the huge city of Heiyuan City seem crowded. Many sects even chose to migrate their entire sect to the vicinity of Heiyuan City, having been plundered by the 3 demon lords. They have no confidence in resisting the demonic disaster. As time went by, more and more monks came in and built small cities next to Heiyuan City to protect the unbreakable giant city. Alas, when will this day end? On the east side of Blackrock City, in a half-built town, a monk carrying huge stones leveled the stones and piled them up, then uttered a lament. In the past, he was a high-ranking cultivator and an inner disciple of the sect. There was no need for him to do such dirty and tiring work. The monk who was also building the city nearby cast a spell to fuse the boulder with the surrounding stones, and then cast a few solid runes on it. He finally had time to speak. Just be content. Those sects that were unwilling to migrate have now been wiped out. He said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, the Tianxia sect is quite impressive, claiming to be an evil sect. The sect leader, Old Man Tianxia, is a pure Yang powerhouse with a great reputation. He even said that the demons are nothing but chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. But in the end, he was eaten alive by a group of demons, without even a bone left. There is also the Taiyin Palace, a top sect full of fairies. The strength of the palace master is far beyond that of Old Man Tianxia, and he has the potential to be an emperor. TSK, I heard that they migrated to a remote place, but in the end, halfway through the migration, the entire sect disappeared. I don't know where the old demon came from to destroy it. The monk carrying the stone showed a look of pity on his face. Those demons are really worthless. They even dared to attack the fairies of Taiyin Palace. Come on, do you think you can marry a fairy as long as the Taiyin Palace is not destroyed? The spellcasting monk sneered. If you ask me, we should just stay in Black Rock City. We are protected by the Lord of War, so at least we are safe. Chapter 284, Suan enters the soul. It's time to celebrate. The monk carrying the stone picked up another huge stone and pushed it hard, panting and saying, I don't know if Master Martial God can defeat those demon lords. If, halfway through his speech, he quickly shook his head and said to himself, of course she can. The goddess of war was once as famous as the god of war. That damned demon lord is definitely not her opponent. If the Lord God of War also fell, the consequences, he didn't dare to imagine it. The spellcasting monk opened his mouth and sighed, looked at the dim sky, and fell silent. Can we really defeat those crazy demons? Wait, what is that? Suddenly his eyes widened. The monk carrying the stone was stunned and looked towards the sky. Following his gaze, I saw a golden light across the sky, like the faint light at dawn, but much stronger. Looking around, I don't know its length or its source. It seems boundless, piercing the dark sky. The sound of Tao is hazy and strange visions are surging. It was as if a supreme deity was born, and heaven and earth were celebrating. This strange phenomenon occurred not only in Heiyuan City, but also in the Jinwu realm. From the shore of the boundary sea to the depths of the wilderness. A terrifying aura gradually spread out, and even the demon cultivators who were killing people stopped unconsciously. They looked at the sky tremblingly, and their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground, as if they had seen some extremely terrifying existence in the sacred vision. The sacred golden light is just an appearance. Emperor Realm. Someone is breaking through to the Emperor Realm. An old cultivator recalled the records in ancient books and exclaimed, impossible, how could there be such a huge phenomenon when breaking through the Emperor Realm? Someone nearby retorted, even the vision that appeared when the legendary god of war broke through the Emperor Realm was far less grand than this. Perhaps my Jinwu realm can be saved, he said with some joy, but was then poured a basin of cold water by the person next to him. Are you sure that this powerful person who has made a breakthrough is from our Jinwu realm? In the War God Temple stronghold in Heiyuan City, Xianzu's eyes narrowed slightly. This aura, is it Shaoan? At the mountain gate of a top sect somewhere, Chengzu stepped on the head of the other sect leader and raised his head, suddenly laughing. He is really a monster. After casually putting away a pile of spiritual materials, Duke Wu sighed, terrible young man. Some time ago, he felt that Suan was not far from a breakthrough, but he expected that it would take at least 10 or 20 years. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated Suan. In the small world at this moment, a group of female cultivators raised their heads, opened their eyes wide and stared in the same direction. Where their eyes converged, Suan was sitting cross-legged in the center of the world. His every breath in and out was in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth, as if he was in tune with the world, and the source stone of the world was in his arms. Compared with before, this stone is much smaller, only the size of a pigeon egg, and is still getting smaller. In contrast, the world is constantly expanding. The sky grew higher, the earth became thicker, and the light emitted by the sun above the sky became stronger and stronger. Around it, stars evolved and embellished this new world. The small world began to be promoted into a real world. The changes that should have taken billions of years were completed in a very short time, and the Bodhi tree that took root in this world also grew against the wind, reaching 1,000 feet in a breath, reaching from heaven to earth, like a sacred tree supporting the sky. If it weren't for the round light of wisdom that illuminates the world, it would really look like a sacred Jianmu tree. Suan's body was gradually enveloped by divine light. Watching the changes in the world, Li Zhiyun's eyes became more and more amazed, and she exclaimed, This is a real, completely independent, and constantly growing world. She had previously thought that this was in a spatial treasure somewhere, but now that the world has been promoted, she can see its true nature, that Suan actually has complete control over a world with huge potential. If the Taiyin Palace Master is like this, the female cultivators below will naturally be even worse. So much so that some female cultivators even murmured in disgust, actually, it's pretty good to follow the master. Yes, we are trying to avoid the demonic disaster anyway, so it doesn't matter where we hide. Not only is it safe here with the master, there are jade liquid pills to eat, and there is plenty of spiritual energy. Even my comprehension has improved a lot. The others also nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for the palace master's constant instigation, saying that they must dare to resist and that the Taiyin female cultivators would never surrender, they would have surrendered long ago. Some female practitioners had already surrendered in private and were just shouting slogans on the surface. Suddenly, many female cultivators screamed and quickly covered their eyes. Under the divine light, Suan's clothes all disappeared, revealing his perfect and tall body. Even the Tyene Palace master blushed, secretly spat, and turned his head away. Many disciples who knew the truth about the jade liquid pill blushed slightly. Some of the young female nuns covered their eyes out of shame, but were actually itching to do so, and were peeping wildly through their fingers with their eyes wide open. Living in the Tyene Palace since childhood and rarely coming into contact with men, they are naturally very curious about this. Is this the body of the legendary man? Sure enough, it was different from theirs. That place was flatter, and there was a stick growing there, which made people blush just by looking at it. Boom, a vast Taoist voice was heard, and heaven and earth resounded. The Yuanshan sublimates and condenses his own Tao and integrates it into the Yangshan. Then the Yangshan accepts the baptism of heaven and earth, integrates the vital energy of heaven and earth, and transforms into the Yuanshan. But at this moment, Suan's Yangshan was receiving the full force of the origin of this world. The conditions are thousands of times better than those of others. Today's small world, no, it can no longer be called a small world. The sky is high and the land is vast, hundreds of times wider than the previous land. With the perfect starry sky and rules, the small word in front can be removed. The inner world at this moment is sufficient for countless creatures to thrive and reproduce, and to evolve various civilizations. The growth brought about by this world source stone is truly enormous. The changes are far more than just these. When the world is promoted, the creatures in this world will also receive some feedback from the promotion, but at this time, there were no living creatures in the world, only the female cultivators of Tyene Palace and Shangnan and a few others, so all the feedback naturally focused on them. The female cultivators in Tyene Palace all had happy expressions on their faces, and their bodies were also enveloped by a faint divine light. They sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. The more jade liquid pills you take, the more intense the divine light on your body will become. Among them, the divine light of Li Waner and Li Jiyun was the most dazzling among all the women. Even Xingnan's momentum began to increase, and the originally solid barrier gradually loosened, moving towards the middle stage of Yuanshan. On the other side, not far to Suan's right, a ray of bloodlight emerged, constantly changing, and then evolved into a dark red space, with gorgeous bright red flowers of the other shore growing in it. Swaying gracefully, there was a faint blood-colored soul condensing in it, and the red spider lily had the opportunity to break through. An ice coffin placed in the Taishu Immortal Palace also began to tremble slightly, and the dignified and peaceful woman inside frowned slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Outside world, this golden phenomenon lasted for 7 days. No matter day or night, the sky was full of golden light. When you looked up, everyone went from being amazed at first to becoming accustomed to it later, until 7 days later, the golden light dissipated, the darkness enveloped the sky again, and the world let out a soft cry. Anyone with a high level of cultivation knows that the unknown existence has succeeded. For a moment, there were all kinds of people, some happy, some sad, some jealous, some envious, finally reached the top. Naked, Suan stretched his body without any concern. The aura on his body gradually subsided. The Yuanshan realm is the most top-notch one, whether in the Jinwu realm or in Dashang. With unremitting efforts and a little help from talent, he finally reached this realm today. It's not even the initial stage of Yuanshan, but the late stage of Yuanshan. The rewards brought by this world promotion are indeed huge. Looking at the shy girls who were waking up one after another below, Suan smiled. This is the time to celebrate. Xiaoanzi has achieved a breakthrough in his soul. In Taiyuan Palace, the empress also felt it and couldn't help but smile. It seems that he should come back too. Xiaoanzi has reached his spiritual state. Hong Xiao, who was serving beside her, heard the empress mumbling to herself, and her heart was moved, revealing genuine joy and a hint of shock. How long has it been? At that time, Xiaoanzi still needed Qingling's protection, but was attacked by a purple mansion cultivator. Now he has become a high and mighty Yuanshan master. Yes, if it was him, with that kind of physique, liquid alone could have such an effect, so he must be even more evil. Thinking of the finished Yuye pill, a suspicious blush appeared on Hong Xiao's face. At the same time, at the border of Dashang, a pretty figure appeared in a remote valley. Is this where the inheritance lies? Looking at the temple that appeared before his eyes and was surrounded by vegetation, Gong Xinqing clenched the light green ball of light in his hand, feeling slightly excited. I don't know what my cousin's current strength is. Thinking of that handsome and charming cousin, she began to want to pursue him. When they first met, her cousin already had the strength of a life pill, and now he must be even stronger, maybe even reaching the peak of the life pill. She can't fall behind. I am determined to obtain this inheritance, she said with a determined look. 3 months ago, she accidentally obtained this ball of light called the Heart of Life. At the first touch, the ball of light recognized its master and guided her to come here to inherit the legacy of a powerful god king named the Goddess of Life. Although she did not understand what the god king was, She could vaguely feel that the power displayed by the shadow of the god king she saw in the heart of life was probably no weaker than that of her aunt. My aunt is the queen mother of the Shang dynasty, the supreme spirit. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards the temple. As Gong Shinching went deeper into the temple, the valley was gradually shrouded in thick fog again and disappeared on the spot. The 9 tests of the god of life begins. Virtual God Realm, Forest of Life. In a courtyard covered with spiritual plants, 2 women were drinking tea and discussing philosophy. One was dressed in green, the other in white. Both of them had extraordinary looks, the most beautiful thing created by nature. Suddenly, the woman in green was startled. Chapter 285, God Realm, Li Wanner's mother awakens life. What's wrong? Asked the woman in white. Nothing. The goddess of life only smiled gently. My inheritor has triggered the divine test. Perhaps it won't be long before I can put down the burden. To be recognized by you, I seem to be a good candidate. The woman in white nodded and warned, then you have to watch out. Some time ago, the inheritor that Hai Lan spent hundreds of years selecting was killed before the inheritance was officially started. Thinking about how that guy was showing off all day long, and now, puff. When she said the latter part, she couldn't help laughing out loud, with undisguised sarcasm. You. The goddess of life smiled unhappily at the woman in white who was gloating over other people's misfortune. Don't say this kind of thing outside. It's not good if they hear it. Although it is indeed funny, saying it out loud is not conducive to unity. I am the God King of Light. Even if Hai Lan heard it, so what? The woman in white waved her hand in disapproval, and then stretched out her hand to support her face. Who told that guy to spread the word all day long, saying that his successor had the talent to be a god king and was a rare genius? Now, he's been slapped in the face. You've lived for so many years, why are you still like a child? The goddess of life smiled and poured more tea for the woman in white, but she didn't really blame her. Well, the god realm is too boring. We can't go to that world to play. The goddess of light pouted and moistened her lips with the teacup. The moisturized little lips look like you want to take a bite. This is a forbidden order. The goddess of life's expression became more serious. That world is too dangerous. Have you forgotten the consequences of being evil and destroying them? To be more precise, their virtual world of gods was born in a strange world next to the big world. The only living creatures there are gods, or the virtual gods. These god kings are all innate gods of this world and kings of the virtual gods. They were born with heaven and earth, control the center of the god world, and can improve their own cultivation through the power of faith. Therefore, after they were born, they began to secretly spread their faith to that world out of caution, and also because they felt the power of that world. They were very careful at first, and only spread their faith in some remote areas and islands. Remote control by dropping artifacts or statues of gods. As faith spreads, the virtual world becomes more powerful, until one day, several gods could no longer hold back, thinking that the virtual god realm was already powerful enough and there was no need to be sneaky anymore, so they decided to reach out to that big world, preparing to completely bring that world under the rule of the god realm and spread their faith. Although she was the goddess of life and the first living being in the virtual world of gods, she was unable to stop the choices made by the other gods. After the vote, the Supreme Council of the God Realm determined the policy of invasion with an overwhelming majority. Of course, the name of the Shushan clan is education, to educate ignorant mortals. At that time, the virtual God Realm initially dispatched 3 god kings, 10 main gods, and 200 second and third level gods as the vanguard. It was a grand expedition, and the unprecedentedly strong lineup filled them with confidence. The god of evil even put forward the slogan of taking over that world in 3 months. Then, those gods were slapped to death by a strong man called Your Majesty. If they had not used the world center to cut off the connection with the outside world in time, the entire divine world would probably have been occupied by others. There are only 4 of them left out of the 7 great gods. All the arrogance and self-confidence of the virtual god realm were wiped out by that slap, and they completely gave up the idea of invading. Even the place of inheritance was made extremely hidden, and no one dared to expose it, for fear of bringing disaster to the void god realm. I know, I'm just talking. I'm not really going. The goddess of light lowered her head, but her holy little face pouted. Her 2 little feet were put together and swayed from side to side. There was not a trace of the majesty of a god. Well, when can I find a suitable successor? She had long been tired of the scenery of this divine realm. To them, this place was simply a cage. It is for this reason that they choose to pass on the godhood so that they can escape from the divine realm and travel into the void beyond the realm. Unfortunately, not everyone can inherit the godhood. If one is not gifted enough, one will not be recognized by the center of the divine world at all. Moreover, one must be in harmony with the godhood. It is even more difficult for god kings like them to find successors. Don't worry, as long as you are patient, there will be an heir. The goddess of life could only comfort her in this way. A few more days passed by in the inner world, relying on the ability to adjust the flow of time. Suan finally achieved the great achievement of controlling an entire sect alone. He generously donated to every fairy in Taiyin Palace, and with the effect of the world's feedback, the overall cultivation level of the female cultivators in Taiyin Palace was directly improved to a higher level. Among them, Lai Chuan and Lai Waner received particularly generous rewards, especially Li Waner, for some reason, said that she wanted to ensure that the medicinal properties were not lost, so she took Suan to the side of the ice coffin. Suan could only sigh that a mother is kind and a daughter is filial, and that a filial daughter's mouth is always open to all rivers, and then he readily followed the advice. Until now, the two of them are still snuggling beside this ice coffin. Suddenly, Li Waner seemed to have made a decision. She sat up and said with a red face, "Wait, just feed the medicine directly to my mother." Aha! Swan blinked. "Let me feed you, are you sure?" "Yeah." Li Waner responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Although this move seemed a little inappropriate, she was sure that the effect would be best if Suan fed the baby personally. She didn't know the principle behind this. Her mother hadn't woken up yet, and she was worried. "Okay then." Suan smiled. It was just feeding medicine, nothing serious. So, Li Waner stepped forward to help her mother up and open the little mouth of the sleeping dignified fairy. Then Suan stepped forward and poured the medicine into his mouth. Li Waner stared at her sleeping mother with a nervous look, and she was full of anticipation every time she fed her medicine. But although my mother's condition was indeed improving, she never woke up. Finally, the medicine was completely drunk, nourishing the fairy's body very naturally and making her look a little better, but her beautiful eyes were still tightly closed and she had not woken up. It still doesn't work. Li Waner felt a little regretful. She put her mother's body back in place and closed her little mouth. Then he and Suan put on their clothes and prepared to leave. The next moment, cough, cough, cough. A very slight cough sound came from the ice coffin. Li Waner's heart instantly lifted, and she looked into the coffin in surprise. "Mother." The dignified and beautiful fairy in the coffin slowly opened her eyes, covered her lips with her beautiful hands, and there was a bit of confusion in her eyes. You are Waner. Chapter 286. What a good child. Why is there a strange taste in my mouth? It's also a little sweet. Li Jining frowned slightly, and a flash of doubt flashed through her mind. Looking at her daughter's joyful expression as she tried to hold back her tears, she slowly lowered her hand from her lips, her face showing a variety of expressions including guilt, love, kindness, etc. All right. I'm fine now. Waner, I'm sorry for the hardship you've suffered." She hugged Li Waner, who was lying beside the coffin, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Although she was in a coma these days, she could vaguely feel that it was her daughter who was feeding her medicine. It was because of her daughter's efforts that she was able to recover so quickly. Waner has suffered so much. She thought that the taste in her mouth just now must be the magic medicine that Waner found. She was well aware of her own problem. She was half dead. Even the precious healing medicines stored in the Taiyin Palace were useless. If it weren't for Waner, she would probably have died. Stroking Li Waner's head and feeling the girl's sobs, Li Jining sighed slightly. "Waner, I have let you down over the years." If the old emperor had not shamelessly said that he wanted to take his daughter back to the capital to be raised after Waner's talent was first revealed, she would not have sent Waner to the Zhou family. Of course, part of the reason was that she did not want her daughter to be bound by the rules of the Taiyin Palace. Her daughter should have the power to choose her own path and pursue happiness. "Woo, daughter, my daughter is not suffering." Li Waner felt particularly warm in her mother's arms. She thought back to Suan's bullying of her, but unexpectedly she did not feel wrong this time. It was as if she had completely accepted it. She was even grateful to him for saving her mother. Suan quietly watched the scene of the mother and daughter recognizing each other. His gaze lingered on Li Jining's face, especially her lips, and his expression looked a little strange. In fact, judging from their appearance alone, the two girls looked more like sisters than mother and daughter, but the maternal temperament that Li Jining carries makes it possible to tell their relationship at a glance. After a long while, the two women separated. Li Waner wiped her tears and took Li Jining to Suan. "Mother, this is..." Before Li Waner could finish her words, Li Jining spoke first. "Is this the husband you're looking for?" Looking at Suan, there was a flash of surprise in her eyes and a smile on her face, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, with the kindness that only an elder can show. "I have to say that Swan's appearance is excellent. His face is as handsome as a jade and his eyes are as bright as stars. In terms of handsomeness, few can match him. Moreover, he has a righteous character, which makes people feel good when they see him." It is no wonder that after just one glance, Li Jining felt more approval of Suan. Although appearance cannot fully represent a person, everyone looks at others based on their appearance at first glance. "It seems that Waner has grown up," she said with a smile. Although Taiyin Palace forbids its disciples from falling in love, she would not ask that of her daughter. After all, strictly speaking, his daughter is not a member of the Taiyin Palace. Li Waner's heart tightened, and she glanced at Suan in panic. No, this. She didn't know how to explain that she was just Suan's slave. It was difficult for her to say such words in front of her mother. And in terms of identity, the mother seems to be, now that his mother misunderstood him like this, he shouldn't be angry. This time, Suan spoke. "Yes, I am Waner's husband." Holding Li Jining's hand, Suan put on a gentle smile and said politely, "You can call me Shaoan or Suan." "Aha." Li Waner's eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened. Just now, Suan said that he was her husband, but hasn't he always treated himself as a slave girl without status and dignity? Under Suan's power, she had long accepted this fact, and even gradually surrendered in her heart, but this sudden tenderness really made her a little dizzy. Looking at that gentle and elegant smile, Li Waner's heart seemed to be struck and she fell into beautiful fantasy. After all, she is just a girl who knows nothing about the world. If Tonzi had a favorability display function, Li Waner's favorability would probably be +1 now. Glancing at the girl's cheek, Suan smiled in his heart. He could win the girl's heart with just a few words, so why not do it? Looking at the two of them flirting with each other, Li Jining showed a look of relief. Waner finally found someone she could trust. Suddenly she noticed that Suan was holding her hand and her face turned slightly red. The warm touch made her feel a little strange. She grew up in Taiyin Palace and followed the ancestral teachings of Taiyin Palace. She had been devoted to spiritual practice before. It was only after she became pregnant with Waner that she gained a better understanding of worldly emotions, but she had never had any contact with the opposite sex. But when she thought of Suan's identity, she felt relieved. This should just be the normal way for younger generations to be close to their elders. She was just being too suspicious. Suan is Waner's husband, how could he have any bad thoughts? Although she thought so, she still pulled her hand out of Suan's hand and gently stroked Suan's head like an elder. "What a good boy." "Good boy." There was a flash of evil in Suan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up without refutation. Heiyuan City, protected by many small cities, this once huge city seems to have become the center of the world. Most of the cultivators in the Jinwu realm have already gathered here. The rest either do not have the ability to come here, or have been killed by the evil cultivators under the leadership of the great martial god, the last hope of the Jinwu realm and the only emperor. The entire Heiyuan city and the surrounding cultivators worked together, using their last resources to begin building a huge ancient formation that could protect everyone, the Liantian Ancient Formation. On the other side, the three demon lords were also driving many demons with higher cultivation levels, gathering them together with great momentum, preparing to take down the last stronghold of the practitioners in the Jinwu realm. The war between the two sides will soon begin. As for Suan, he has already left the quagmire of Jinwu realm, the capital of the Shang dynasty, the mansion of Marquis Wushuan. A mansion of the rich and powerful that rarely has visitors. It's not that others don't want to visit, but the Marquis's mansion rarely sees outsiders, except for the daughter of Lord Li, the minister of Taichung Temple, and Miss Su from the Yongwei Marquis's mansion. Almost no outsiders can enter this mysterious marquis. Of course, this is also because Suan does not need to build good relationships with other officials, and he is not interested in these flatteries. If you have that much time, you might as well practice the Yin Yang Dao twice more. Therefore, not many people knew that he was going to the Jinwu realm this time. Most people just thought that the Marquis was still staying in the Marquis mansion, but it was different for the women in the Marquis mansion. The backbone of the Marquis mansion had been away for a long time. "Suan, you are such a wicked creature, you are fickle and heartless. Don't try to quibble. Kneel down and confess your guilt." "Humph, when I became enlightened, all the emperors bowed their heads and all the heavens chanted my real name. Amir Suan is better off not having him." "Ugh, stinky swan, when will you come back?" And Ran slapped the iron stake with the words Suan engraved on it one after another. Still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked him hard. "If you don't come back, I will. What should we do?" And Ran waved her fist and said fiercely, "I'm going to do it fiercely." She was halfway through her words when she realized something was wrong. She turned her head stiffly and saw a tall, handsome figure with a smile on his face. A feeling of guilt arose spontaneously, and she smiled awkwardly, quickly putting her little pink fist behind her back. "Hey, master, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" "Oh, this one." The smile on Suan's face became even more intense. "I came back the moment I heard you calling Suan an evil creature." "Well done, keep going. I'm listening." And Ran's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on her face fell as she looked at Suan approaching her. "Hey, master, you must have heard wrongly." She patted her chest to show her loyalty. "I'm just feeling guilty. I feel guilty that I'm your maid, but I can't be with you and fulfill my duties as a maid." Walking closer to Ran, looking at the flustered yet expectant face, Suan became interested and hooked Ran's chin with his fingers. "Come on, continue your quibbling." "Woo woo." Forced to raise her head, Anran's eyes trembled and she felt uneasy. "It's over now. He will definitely be severely punished by his master." Looking at Suan's handsome face with a hint of evil humor, she suddenly felt evil. "Since we are going to be punished anyway, why not?" She exerted force with her legs, jumped up suddenly, and wrapped herself around Suan. "Oomph, stinky master, today I am going to squeeze you dry." As she spoke, she excitedly leaned forward and covered Suan's mouth. "Finally, I got to taste my master's flavor again." Suan smiled slightly, put his arm around Ran, and the two of them appeared in the inner world. Half a quarter of an hour later. "Well, master, I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. I really can't do it anymore." "Well, go find Lear and the others." Pulling in Ran, who was like a puddle of mud, Suan returned to the yard again. Ran rubbed her head lightly against Suan's chest and begged for mercy pitifully with her eyes closed. God knows what kind of madness she just went through. 3 whole days and 3 nights, she shouldn't have made such a boast, saying she would be squeezed dry. She squeezed herself dry. It's all because of this mouth. "Okay, take a good rest." After sending Ran back to bed, Suan gently rubbed her head. Although only half a quarter of an hour had passed in the outside world, 3 days had passed in the small world. This is the magic of the law of time, but it's a pity that it can only be used in the small world at present. Otherwise you could experience the mystery of time stopping. In a short while, Ran curled up in bed and fell into a deep sleep. Her brows relaxed, a smile gradually appeared on her face, and she made lovely sounds in her sleep, as if she had had a sweet dream. Chapter 287. Shaoanzi is becoming less and less cute. Suan covered her with a quilt and disappeared in the room. Next is that naive little girl Yi Liar. "Oh, he's not here." Yi Liar was not seen in her yard. Suan did not use his spiritual power. After a moment of thought, he appeared in his room. Sure enough, there was a twisting body lying on his bed, emitting a decadent smell. There were a few pieces of clothing on the bed, all of which he had worn. One of the linings was placed on the body in an indecent position. "Yeah, brother, unlove me. Think of me as, Suan didn't know what expression to make, how to say it. It was unexpected but also reasonable. Based on Yi Liar's personality, he could understand it, but now that he was back, there was no need to dirty his clothes. The next moment, Yi Liar, who was immersed in washing clothes, felt a void under her body. A sense of weightlessness came over her, and her body fell downwards. Before she could react, she fell into a familiar and warm embrace. The wisdom light of the Bodhi tree enveloped the two of them. Yi Liar opened her eyes hazily with a look of surprise on her face. "Brotherin, you're back." "I'm back, little girl." Suan reached out and scratched her delicate nose and smiled lovingly at why Yi Liar's earlobes turned slightly red, and she thought that Brotherin must have seen what she had just seen, but then she spoke confidently. "I want to be Brotherin's little girl, and I will be shy towards Brotherin for the rest of my life." Her body wrapped around Suan like a water snake, and her head was buried in Suan's neck. "Brotherin, Lear misses you so much." This time, Yi Liar persisted for a quarter of an hour. 6 days and 6 nights in the inner world. Inside the room, Di Mangyao propped up her head with her hands, feeling bored. Without Suan, the Marquis mansion was simply not interesting at all. I can't tie Yi Liar up in the secret room to take revenge, so there's nothing else I can do except practice, and for some reason, her aunt seemed to care less about her in recent days. This is not an illusion. In the past, the letters her aunt sent her were full of greetings and concern, but now she only said a perfunctory sentence or two. and then told her to take good care of Sue, and there was clearly no such situation in the false memories of my previous life. Can love really disappear? She murmured to herself in frustration, looking at the short letter in her hand. Love never disappears, it just shifts. A voice came from behind her and answered her. The hot man is back. Di Mangyao turned her head with joy in her eyes, but before she could say anything, Suan sat down beside the bed with his legs crossed. Mangyao, are you willing to bow down for me? Bow, bow. Di Mangyao muttered these two words, slammed the table, and showed anger. I am the princess of the demon clan, representing the face of the demon court. Suan, you were so presumptuous. A moment later, Di Mangyao lay on the bed with a satisfied smile on her face. This girl has a strong will to resist. Suan said this when he asked Di Mangyao to drink milk very innocently. This rebellious will does not refer to anything else, but Di Mangyao's idea of turning the tables and locking him in a secret room. As his cultivation level improved, the mysteries of the Nirvana Sutra gradually became apparent. Just now, Di Mangyao was clearly kneeling in front of him, but he could feel that what this girl was thinking about was tying him up and savoring him. It seems that it is not easy to get this girl to truly submit. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Maybe I can give Di Qingxian to her in front of her next time. Well, I can try. Thinking about this method, Suan felt that it was feasible. Then he went to visit Tang Shiyun, who had reached the Purple Mansion realm, and gave her a few bottles of jade liquid pills. He then got intimate with his sister-in-law, and then, seeing that it was getting dark, he hugged his sister-in-law's delicate body and fell asleep peacefully. Sleep is one of the great pleasures of life. Demon Court, Green Emperor Palace. For several months, His Majesty the Green Emperor has not left his palace. He announced to the public that he was going into seclusion and would not meet with court officials. Only the maids in the Qing Emperor's palace who were loyal to Emperor Qingxian knew that His Majesty was pregnant. Stroking her bulging belly, Di Qingxian's eyes were full of maternal love. Little guy, you're moving around again. I have been pregnant for more than 8 months. She has become accustomed to the existence of this little life in her belly that is connected to her by blood. From the initial confusion and helplessness to the subsequent acceptance, love and expectation, she was once known for her cruelty, and she had never thought that she would have such feelings. She could feel that it would not be long before this little guy was actually born into the world. Her pregnancy period is no longer than that of an ordinary person, and it is even more impossible for her to be pregnant for 3 years. Although there have been stories in this world of geniuses staying in the mother's womb for several years, that was mostly because the mother was immortal or had a low level of cultivation, resulting in insufficient energy supply, so the fetus needed a longer time to nurture. Naturally, this situation does not exist for Di Qingxian. With her hand on her belly, her thoughts drifted to a shameless man who just walked away. That guy, huh? Don't let me catch him. Her eyes were cold, but there was no sign of murderous intent. Perhaps after becoming pregnant, she would not know what to do with Suan. The next day, when the sun was at its zenith, Suan woke up from her peaceful embrace. He looked sleepily at the figure in red standing beside the bed, his hands hanging out from under the quilt. Sister Hongxiao, you are here. There was no need to look closely. Suan rolled over the bed and moved himself over skillfully, resting his head on a soft surface, feeling extremely comfortable. Hey, put on your clothes first. Looking at Suan, who was leaning against her naked body, Hongxiao's face turned slightly red. The words that he had originally intended to use to tease Xiaoanzi could no longer be said, and instead his body became tense. That little brat back then has really grown up now. Suan moved his head and thought for a moment, then a robe wrapped him and Hongxiao together. Sister Hongxiao, get dressed. Good for you, little Anzi. Hongxiao felt both ashamed and angry, but she felt more ashamed. How come little Anzi became bolder after his return? Can I just take advantage of my sister? By the way, Sister Hongxiao, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Suan asked with his head raised, and his warm breath directly hit the soft spot on Hongxiao's chest. Normally speaking, Sister Hongxiao will not leave His Majesty's side. Is that how you're going to talk to me? Hongxiao took a look at the posture of the two people at the moment. The blush on her cheeks spread to her neck. A wide robe wrapped both of them, and Suan was still pressed against her chest. If you didn't know, you would think that the two were doing something. Yeah, that's right. This posture is indeed indecent. After thinking for a while, Suan sat down on the bed holding Hongxiao, still wearing only that robe. Okay, Sister Hongxiao, go ahead. You, never mind. It's up to you. Feeling the completely different touch, Hong Xiao could only use words to cover up her shyness. She pinched Suan's face with her jade hands and said, "Little Anzi is becoming less and less cute." Chapter 288, Red Peony backstab. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and met Suan's smiling eyes. With a little water on her fingers, Xiao Anzi actually bit her finger. "You." Hong Xiao pouted, raised her hand, and slapped Suan on the chest. Halfway through, she retracted her strength and slapped him lightly, as if she was acting coquettishly. Suan put his arms around Sister Hong Xiao's waist, rubbed his head against her lovingly, and refused to let go. Everything changes with time. In the past, Sister Hong Xiao bullied him because he was young. She would often hold him in her arms and bully him, treating him like a little toy and smothering him with her big breasts. Now that he has grown up, he wants revenge. This is quite normal, isn't it? Oof, Suan, accept the order. Hong Xiao rolled her eyes at Suan. As an elder sister, why would she be shy when teased by Xiao Anzi? So she moved her body, leaned in Suan's arms and changed into a comfortable sitting position. She flipped her hand and a golden imperial edict emitting a faint divine light appeared in her hand. Then, without caring whether Suan saluted or not, he started reading directly. The imperial edict says, Imperial Censor, Minister of the Secretariat, Marquis of Wushuan Suan, has devoted himself to public service, expelled evil, conquered alien worlds, and made contributions to the country. Now he has also achieved the dignity of the Yuanshan, and is indeed a pillar of the country. I am very pleased. I hereby confer the title of Yuanan King on Suan, and his family will inherit the throne without replacement. I will reward him with 3 Taoist instruments, a box of precious medicine, 1,000 spirit crystals, a pair of Shanghai spirit pearls, and grant him the privilege of entering the court without bowing, praising, and bowing without naming, and entering the palace with a sword and shoes. I hope that Lord Su will abide by his duties and remember his responsibilities. Don't let me down. This is my imperial decree. Although Suan's hands occasionally play tricks on her, Hong Xiao still recited very smoothly, with every word ringing loud and clear. After reading it, he rolled up the imperial edict and slapped Suan's hand away in annoyance. Prince Su, please accept the order. Suan took his hand back with an innocent look, took the imperial edict, and bowed in a proper manner. I accept your order. Thank you, Your Majesty. But the only person who would hug a woman to express gratitude was Suan. Thank you, too, Sister Hong Xiao. After he said that, he put the imperial edict beside the bed and continued to greedily stick to Sister Hong Xiao that if anyone else dares to disrespect the imperial edict in this way, let alone being rewarded, it would be good enough if Hong Xiao didn't go back and report them and be punished, but she really couldn't do anything about Suan. Of course, it is impossible for Hong Xiao to come in person to confer rewards on ordinary people. You guy, this is the title of king. Hong Xiao poked Suan's cheek with her hand and was a little amazed. The title of Deshang is not cheap at all. Since the founding of the country, there have been no more than 20 kings. Even if one is the emperor's son, there is no such thing as being made a king. If one wants a title, he has to make merit himself. To be a king, one must at least have a high level of spiritual cultivation and have made great contributions to the country. The key is that one must also have the surname Suda. I originally wanted to see Xiao Anzi's surprised look. It turns out that this little guy is so calm. But if I had known, I should have needed Suan more when he was a child. Who would have known that he would become so ugly when he grew up? Well, I'm already thanking you. Suan blinked. He was indeed a little surprised to be crowned king. The name King Yuanan was also okay, but that's all. Could it be possible that after he was crowned king he could move to Taiyuan Palace? It's just a title. At most, it will make others call him prince instead of marquis, and his power will be slightly increased. He won't die, so why would he care about hereditary succession? Okay, stop doing weird things. Hong Xiao pushed Suan's hand away again, used her magic power to calm the blush on her face, and stood up. I have to go back and report to His Majesty. His Majesty's reward for you is placed in the front yard of your house. You can go and collect it when the time comes. It was not only Hong Xiao who came to announce the decree, but the others were all staying in the front yard of the Marquis mansion. Hong Xiao sympathized with Suan, who had just returned from another world, so she personally went to Suan's bedside to announce the decree to him. But who knew that this little Anzi actually flirted with her? Glancing at the girl who covered her head with the quilt and pretended to be invisible, she smiled and walked out of the house. Suddenly she remembered something and stopped, reminding, by the way, Xiao Anzi, remember to come to the palace early, otherwise His Majesty will be angry. I got it. Thank you, Sister Hongxiao. You've worked hard. Suan also stood up and secretly put a jade bottle into Hongxiao's hand with a meaningful look in his eyes. If other people saw this scene, they would just think it was some bullshit deal. Hongxiao didn't look at it carefully. She put the jade bottle away and said with a smile, "You are a man with a conscience." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer and left the Su mansion directly. On the way, she opened the jade bottle with a little curiosity, and a fragrant smell came out. It was the familiar pure white pill. She suddenly felt ashamed. "You little Anzi." She thought it was a gift that Xiao Anzi brought her from the Jinwu realm, but it turned out to be something like this. Did she think she would be fooled? She wanted to destroy the jade bottle, but the taste of the bottle of jade liquid pill came to her mind again, that unique taste belonging to Xiao Anzi, and finally, she somehow put it into the storage ring. "I don't want it anyway, and Xiao Anzi will use it to harm others." After pulling off this fig leaf, she felt at ease. Not to mention the storm caused by Suan's enthronement as king in the imperial capital. Suan just went back to bed and hugged his sister-in-law and took another nap. Then he stood up and put away the rewards in the front yard. After talking to the women, he came to Taiyuan Palace. The light in the hall was soft. The empress sat on the edge of the bed, her pair of jade feet lightly resting on the brocade floor. The pink nails on the front formed a perfect arc, revealing a bit of cuteness. The emperor's robe she casually draped over her body also exposed half of her white jade-like calves. At this moment, she was holding an unknown book in her hand, looking at it carefully, with a faint smile on her face, as if she was very fascinated. The beauty is as poetic as she is picturesque, and her charming eyes can captivate people's souls. Suan was curious, so he quietly walked to the bed and stretched his head to see what book His Majesty was reading, but unexpectedly, the next moment, the empress raised her head and casually put the book behind her. "Are you here?" The faint smile on the beautiful face disappeared. Suan immediately retracted his gaze, knelt down, and smiled flatteringly. "Your Majesty, I am here." "You're still willing to come?" The corner of the empress's mouth curled up in a faint sneer. "Lord Su is such a busy man. If I hadn't sent someone to invite you, I'm afraid you would still be busy in that land of gentleness." "Rumors, Your Majesty, these are all rumors." Suan's face became serious when he heard this, and he complained hurriedly, "After I rushed back to the imperial capital, I practiced all night to consolidate my cultivation. How could I have time to enjoy the gentle countryside? It must be some treacherous people who are slandering me and ruining my good reputation." Immediately, he stretched out his hand and prepared to put the jade feet in front of him into his arms, and his tone became softer. "If we talk about the land of tenderness, it is Sister Ruoshi who is the most gentle to me." Hongxiao, who was originally smiling, froze in her expression. "Good little Anzi, how dare you say that she is a treacherous person?" The empress lightly stepped on Suan's hand which was holding her foot, and the coldness in her eyes could no longer be maintained. "Really or really?" Suan spoke with certainty, and with his other hand he gently stroked the jade feet that were stepping on him. His fingers played with those slender toes. After a moment, the empress could no longer hold on and loosened her grip. Suan took the opportunity to take the two jade feet into his arms, like a greedy rich man who wanted to take the treasure in front of him for himself. Feeling Suan's hands wandering between her bare feet and calves, the empress's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the past, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, it is only natural to ask the younger brother to massage the older sister's feet. She didn't think there was anything wrong with bullying Xiao Anzi since she was a child, but after reading the chapter Su Xiuan's first time using the empress's feet, she couldn't stand this kind of behavior anymore, and always felt it was a bit awkward, especially Suan's unique massage technique, which looks more like the technique of playing with jade feet in the book, rather than a proper massage. Is this little Anzi really so bold? She tried to pull her feet away, but Suan held them too tightly, as if he was greedy for a treasure and didn't want to let go, so she couldn't pull her feet out. In desperation, the empress could only change her strategy. She raised her hand slightly. Her Majesty revealed, "Lord Su is now a prince, there is no need to do this." "Hongxiao, give Lord Su a seat." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hongxiao took the order and prepared to get a chair. "Need not." Suan quickly stopped Hongxiao, holding her jade feet with his hands, unwilling to let go, and said sincerely, "Your Majesty, in my heart, I have always been your little Anzi. No matter if you are a marquis or a prince, my greatest wish is to serve Your Majesty, so I will just kneel like this." His voice was sincere and full of emotion. The empress was somewhat moved by these words. She was about to comfort Xiao Anzi, but then her face turned dark. She pressed her hand down hard, holding down Suwen's hand that was about to touch a piece of cloth along her thigh. This guy really has evil intentions. Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Suwen withdrew his hand naturally and spoke to divert attention. The Empress was too embarrassed to settle accounts with Suwen for such an offense, so she took the opportunity to expose it. Speak. Your Majesty, let me tell you, we still have half a bottle of magic water left. You said last time that you would use it next time. Suwen looked at the Empress eagerly, as if telling her, you can't cheat. The Empress's phoenix eyes trembled slightly, her toes slightly bent, and she said with her crimson lips slightly opened, no need, I forgot where I put the holy water, I may have lost it. This little Anzi is extremely bold and arrogant. He relies on his favor to become arrogant. Last time, he dared to blaspheme his imperial body. If he is allowed to do it again this time, who knows what else this guy can do. At this moment, Hongxiao smiled and said, Your Majesty may have forgotten that I am keeping the holy water for you. After saying that, she walked over with a glass bottle half filled with holy water in her hand. The holy water in the glass bottle radiates brilliant light, as if reminding the Empress of what she is about to experience. The Empress was stunned for a moment, as if she couldn't believe it, and then she glared at Hongxiao with shameful eyes. Can't you see that I'm rejecting you? Chapter 289. What a stinky brother. Hongxiao pretended not to see it, gave Suwen a look, placed the glass bottle next to Suwen, and then slowly retreated. Your Majesty, I have a sudden realization in my practice, so I need to retreat for a while. I will take my leave now. Under the Empress's angry gaze, Hongxiao smiled, slowly retreated, and closed the palace door. Your Majesty stands too high and often cannot see your own feelings clearly. If she really had no romantic feelings for Shaoanzi, how could she be taken advantage of by Shaoanzi so often? To put it bluntly, even if Shaoanzi suddenly attacks, with Your Majesty's strength it is impossible that he cannot react in time. At least it will be no problem for him to dodge. At most, the relationship between the siblings who grew up together took precedence, and it was difficult to make the switch for the time being. As His Majesty's lady-in-waiting, she naturally had to help out. Inside the palace, the Empress and Suwen looked at each other. Suwen stood up with his eyes shining, holding the glass bottle. Shaoanzi, wait a minute, you. Before he finished speaking, Suwen quickly climbed onto the phoenix couch and picked up the Empress's pair of jade feet. Your Majesty, let's talk while you're at it. This holy water is still effective for Your Majesty now, so it must not be wasted. As Suwen spoke, he began to reach out and pull off the Emperor's robe. You are so outrageous. Your Majesty, time is short. You are too presumptuous. Wherever you put your hands, I will beat you with a stick. Believe me, Your Majesty, let's take off our clothes first. After a struggle, the Empress finally couldn't resist Suwen. She took off her imperial robe and lining with a little shyness but still dignity, and lay on the bed in her underwear. Even though she had enough power to suppress the world, she could not display it in front of Suwen. Your Majesty, please start from your shoulders this time, said Suwen. The Empress nodded in agreement, and warned him emphatically, Shaoanzi, if you do something like last time again, I will hang you up and beat you. Yes, beat him up, beat him up. Suwen sat on the Empress's body, rubbing her shoulders and snow-white back without any hesitation. The touch of smooth skin on nails is enough to make people's heart tremble. In the name of massage and magic water, Suwen was particularly bold, and the Empress's bottom line was lower than usual. There was no reaction when Suwen pressed his hand on the base of the thigh, so he just hugged one of the legs and played with it. The most noble woman in the world is right under him. It was not until Suwen's hand came close to the cloth that the Empress snorted softly as a warning. He moved his hand forward a few centimeters, and the Empress fell silent again. Down, hum, up, no hum, down, up, down, fun. Suwen. The Empress's ashamed and angry voice finally came. The sky was literally jumping back and forth on the edge of her baseline. After all, it's not a game, how could there be a bug? After being warned, Suwen restrained himself a little and started playing with the other leg. He wrapped his legs around it and placed it between his legs. By the way, he began to tell His Majesty what happened in the Jinwu realm. No mention was made of unimportant matters such as Yunyan and Taiyin Palace. Instead, he told the story of lurking in the temple of the god of war, fighting the god of war with wits, and eliminating the emperor in a vivid and colorful way, just like making up a story. But what is said has to be polished a bit, and it is still a little different from the actual experience. As the Empress listened to Shaoanzi's story, she gradually forgot the offense she had just experienced. An hour passed like this, and Suwen reluctantly withdrew his hand. The fairy-grade massage oil had already been used up, but he just dragged it on for another half an hour. It can be seen that His Majesty's bottom line has been crossed by him again. From now on, even if there is no massage oil, he can continue to take advantage of it by making up an excuse. Sitting up, looking at the Empress's raised buttocks, Suan's hand stayed on the thigh for a while, then quietly reached into the panties. Above the buttocks, the tight underwear immediately revealed a clear outline of a hand mark. The Empress's delicate body trembled, and before she could react, she was subconsciously slapped by Suan. Xiaoanzi. Unable to tell whether it was shame or anger, the Empress's aura was suddenly released. The Empress who has condensed a fruit of luck is enough to crush a soul with her aura alone. Fortunately, the Empress still had some rationality. Although her aura was clearly directed at Suan, it just passed by Suan like a spring breeze and did not make people feel uncomfortable. Your Majesty, technique. Suan quickly opened his mouth to fool around. This is called patting method in massage, which is conducive to the absorption of the magic water. Why don't you pull your hand out now? Oh. Suan then slowly pulled his hands away from his buttocks. The Empress had no expression on her face. She turned around and sat on the bed. She glanced at Suan with her phoenix eyes. It was unclear whether he believed it or not. Okay, you can go down first. You won't need a massage anymore. She said the last sentence with particular severity. She restrained her aura, feeling a little scared. If her aura had really been exerted on Xiaoanzi, he would have been seriously injured. Although she often said she wanted to punish Xiaoanzi, she didn't want him to actually get hurt. Suan sat on the corner of the bed, lowered his head and did not answer, nor did he get out of bed as ordered by the Empress. Xiaoanzi? The Empress frowned slightly and called out twice. Her heart suddenly tightened and her cold expression broke instantly. Worry flashed in her phoenix eyes. Could it be that something really happened to Xiaoanzi? She hurried forward and gently placed her hand on Suan's shoulder. Xiaoanzi, are you okay? Suan's body was shaking slightly, as if he was afraid. After a long while, he finally spoke. Sister Ruwashi, do you dislike me? These words seemed to be spoken carefully, and the voice was extremely low. The Empress felt uneasy when she heard this and secretly regretted that what she had just said was too harsh and scared Xiaoanzi. In fact, she just subconsciously wanted to maintain her dignity as an empress. Even if Xiaoanzi did something to her again under the pretext of massage next time, she would never really punish him. Seeing Suan trembling with fear, she felt a little guilty. She didn't care that she was only wearing underwear and gently hugged Suan in her arms. How could that be? I will never dislike Xiaoanzi. Sister Ruwashi will never dislike her stinky brother. She did not say the second half of the sentence, but just gently patted Suan's back with her bare hands. Suan and her mother will always be the people closest to her and the most important to her. This is always the case. Really? Then, that massage. Suan's eyes lit up and he lay on the Empress's underwear. Without the obstruction of outer clothes, Suan only felt that he was deeply immersed in softness. Press. Sister will press it for you in the future. The Empress looked at the secretly delighted Xiaoanzi with amusement, agreed, and put her hand on Suan's head and stroked it gently. This time, she could not help but realize that Suan was acting and had committed the crime of deceiving the Emperor. But what can I do to him? What a nasty brother. Don't scare me like this again. Chapter 290, Sharing the Worries of the Queen Mother. After Li Jining woke up, she had no intention of going out, and practiced with the disciples of Taiyin Palace in the inner world. Today's inner world is full of spiritual energy and has a vast area. There is also a Bodhi tree that constantly emits the light of wisdom, which enhances people's understanding. It can be called a supreme place for spiritual practice. Even the top spiritual places in the Jinwu realm do not have this effect, which makes the disciples of Taiyin Palace completely reluctant to leave. After learning that the Taiyin Palace migrated to this world to avoid disaster, and that this vast world belonged to Suan alone, Li Jining was deeply amazed. She was extremely satisfied with the filial Suan. Moreover, this good boy often came to be close to her, which made her, who was usually cold in nature, feel some warmth between family members. But for some reason, she always felt that the atmosphere among the disciples of Taiyin Palace was a little strange, especially when Suan appeared. The eyes of these disciples were filled with admiration, longing, shyness, and other emotions. In addition, disciples often went to Suan to ask questions about cultivation, and each question would take several hours. Her sister, the Taiyin Palace master, always looked very angry every time she saw Suan. She would call Suan into the room and scold him from time to time, as if they had some deep hatred. This attitude really confused her. Let's find an opportunity to ask Ji-yoon for clarification. Li Jining thought to herself that as a mother-in-law, she couldn't let Suan suffer such grievances in vain. She took another jade liquid pill that she had exchanged from her disciple, then closed her eyes and continued to meditate. Since waking up, she has often practiced under the Bodhi tree. With the help of this magical elixir, the injuries on her yang spirit have almost recovered. The taste of this pill is quite familiar. It should be the one that Wanner fed to me when I was unconscious. However, the one Wanner fed me seemed to be freshly brewed and was still warm. However, the effect obtained from other disciples was slightly worse, but it can also be considered a top-quality treasure. Even though she is a pure yang expert, she cannot tell the specific ingredients of this medicine. Perhaps it won't be long before she can try to break through the Emperor realm for the second time, and this time, she is more confident. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at the Taiyin Palace disciples who were either practicing or chatting and playing under the Bodhi tree, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. There are no male monks with malicious intentions, and there is no need to worry about conflicts of interest with other sections for the disciples of Taiyin Palace. This independent world is like a paradise. Suddenly she frowned, and saw her sister, the Taiyin Palace master, with a cold face, holding Suan's hand and walking out of the palace. Most likely he scolded Suan again. Although she knew that her sister hated men, Shaoan had helped Taiyin Palace a lot and was the benefactor of the entire Taiyin Palace. How could she have such an attitude towards him? Shaoan is too kind and doesn't know how to resist. Watching Suan's figure flash away from the small world, she immediately walked towards the Taiyin Palace master, who pulled her into the hall without saying anything. Ji-yoon, come with me, I have something to tell you. Sister, what's the matter? Being pulled into the hall by Li Jining, the Taiyin Palace master looked puzzled. What's with that serious expression on my sister's face? Li Ji stared at the Taiyin Palace master, and felt a little annoyed when she saw her puzzled expression. He is clearly bullying Shaoan because she is kind, yet he acts so innocent. There is still the smell of Yuyadin on his body. Could it be that his sister stole it from Shaoan? Her face turned even darker when she thought of this. What do you think of Shaoan? Li Jining asked bluntly. Shaoan, him? The Taiyin Palace master's face changed slightly when he heard Suan's name. He touched his belly and looked at Li Jian, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, he stamped his feet fiercely and said in a slightly embarrassed and angry tone, he is just a bastard. Li Jining frowned even more tightly, her face became serious, and she said solemnly, Ji-yoon, I know you hate men, but Shaoan is different. He is the benefactor of my Taiyin Palace and also my benefactor. I don't want you to look at him with the same eyes as before. Li Jian couldn't help but sneer in her heart when she heard this. It was indeed different. This guy was more greedy than those disgusting men. He was simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. The entire Taiyin Palace had fallen into his clutches. It's only because my sister doesn't even read miscellaneous books and has no idea about matters between men and women that she couldn't see it. Li Jining looked at her sister and said earnestly, Shaoan is Wanner's husband, and he is also your junior. You must get along well with him in the future and stop throwing tantrums. Do you hear me? There was a hint of warning in his words, and he was obviously speaking up for Suan. The Taiyin Palace master was so angry that she almost laughed. At this moment, she really wanted to tell her silly sister the truth, but how could she say those things? Looking at her sister's unquestionable expression, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, okay, I promise. Li Jining nodded in satisfaction, her voice softening, Shaoan is a good kid. You should also act like an elder and stop looking so cold all day long. Yes. The Taiyin Palace master responded sullenly, good boy, huh? Are you a good kid who sends your elders to heaven? She was actually looking forward to seeing what the reaction would be when this naive sister discovered Suan's true face. A few days have passed since I returned to the imperial capital. After rubbing his face, Suan walked out of Taiyuan Hall with a radiant look on his face again. There was great progress, but unfortunately, she only held the baby for a quarter of an hour before being kicked out by Sister Ruwashi. This time he did not rush to leave the palace, but went to the Sinaying Palace instead. I've been away for so long that I miss my mother so much. After greeting the female officials in the Sinaying Palace, Suan came to his mother's room. Mother. After a slight bow, Suan sat down next to Gong Yuaru very naturally. At this time, the beautiful woman was holding a letter in her hand with her brows slightly frowned. Only when he saw Suan coming did his expression relax and he put the letter on the table. You're back. Her eyes were kind, but suddenly there was a hint of surprise. Honor, have you already broken through to the Yuanshan realm? She put her hand on Suan's wrist, and a look of relief gradually appeared on her face. I got some opportunities in the Jinwu realm this time and was lucky enough to break through. Suan replied with a silly smile on his face. It is not wrong to say that the opportunity that was extorted from Tongzi after killing Li Feng was obtained from the Jinwu realm. It seems that my mother is really old. Gong Yueru sighed as she looked at Suan's face, and gently stroked the face that she had watched grow up with her bare hands. With a smile on her face, the little eagle from that year has now escaped from her protection and has even become stronger than her. This inevitably made her feel that time was passing by. A time is always measured in people. Not old, my mother will never be old. Suan immediately retorted, my mother is now in her prime, like a fairy. If she were to go to the cultivation world, she would surely eclipse the entire cultivation world. The Queen Mother had heard a lot of flattering words, but it was different to hear her own inner say it. Gong Yueru was pleased and raised her lips. Honor, you will comfort your mother. These are all true. Suan replied sincerely. By the way, what is this? He looked at the letter on the table. It seemed that the Queen Mother frowned just now because of this. Some family affairs of the Gong family are about the child Shenqing. Seeing Suan's curiosity, Gong Yueru did not hide it and told him what was in the letter. After the Queen Mother's story was told, Suan finally understood what had happened. Some time ago, Gong Shenqing went out to travel, and the trump card that the Gong family left on Gong Shenqing was used up. The Gong family felt something, but they couldn't contact Gong Xuanqing's people, so they couldn't confirm her situation. So the Gong family sent people to the place where Gong Shenqing disappeared to look for him. As a result, they encountered a strange fog at the place where they disappeared. It was difficult to explore. Even the pure yang cultivators could not go deep into it. They suspected that Gong Shenqing had fallen into a forbidden area. After several unsuccessful attempts, he had no choice but to turn to Gong Yueru, the Queen Mother of the Shang dynasty, for help. Is that so? Suan rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and then raised his head. Mother, leave this matter to me. He has some friendship with this cousin, and Gong Shenqing is the heroine of the broken engagement story. Maybe she can bring him some surprises this time. Gong Yueru felt relieved, thought about it, and then shook her head. It's good that you have this intention. This matter is the Gong family's business. I will find a way. Forbidden areas vary in size. Some forbidden areas are nothing to the Yuanshan realm, but some forbidden areas are dangerous even for Yuanshan masters. Suan held Gong Yueru's hand and smiled faintly. My mother's affairs are my affairs, and I also want to share her worries. You. Feeling the warmth coming from her hand, the Queen Mother felt warm in her heart. Shaoan has really grown up. Unable to persuade Suan, she finally agreed and told Suan the address where Gong Shenqing disappeared, but she repeatedly reminded Suan to be careful. Although it was a bit long-winded, Suan listened very carefully and did not show any impatience at all. He stayed in the imperial capital for another 3 days and spent some time with the ladies. Then Suan tore through the space and headed towards where Gong Shenqing was. With his current level of cultivation, it wouldn't take him long to go back and forth. Moreover, he had the Door of All Wonders and an anchor point left in the Marquis Mansion, so he could return at any time. There's no need to act reluctant. The place where Gong Shenqing disappeared was on the western border of Dishang, adjacent to the western desert. Coincidentally, that place is right next to Tsangzhou. On the way, Suan also inspected his own industries in Tsangzhou. Apart from the fact that Xiao He, under his intentional promotion, had obtained some resources from various gambling stones in a restrained manner, there were no other problems. On the contrary, under the leadership of Xiao He, more people were attracted to come and gamble on stones. The major forces in Tsangzhou only issued some wanted notices for Xiao He to put some pressure on him, but did not hunt him down with all their strength as before. It looks like this puppet is almost done. Observing Xiao He, who was practicing with his eyes closed while holding the spirit crystal in his hand, through that ray of divine consciousness, a smile appeared on Suan's face. Chapter 291. I don't know what it feels like to be a goddess king at this time. Xiao Hei's strength has reached the peak of life pill and is about to break through Qinyang. Although this cultivation speed is not as fast as Suan's, it is still shocking enough to be known to the world. Thanks to the characteristics of the Hunyuan holy body, as long as there are sufficient resources, it can continue to become stronger. Under the guidance of Suan, Xiao He repeatedly entered dangerous places and relied on his luck to turn danger into safety, and opportunities continued to come. The resources consumed by Xiaohe alone are enough to bankrupt a top sect. In addition, the strengthening of the body and the enhancement of the ability to absorb resources by the true body of the puppet demon successfully created such a rapid breakthrough. Just relying on demon puppet's true body to break through to the life pill realm meant that Xiaohe was completely hopeless. As long as Suan is willing, Xiaohe can transform into a puppet at any time. He can even modify Xiaohe's consciousness and thoughts. Now, without Xiaohe realizing it, retracting his gaze, Suan's figure landed in front of a valley covered by fog, his eyes slightly condensed. This fog, it was surprisingly similar to the fog arranged next to Yunyan's palace, only a little stronger. Is there any other connection? I can call Yunyan out to ask her later. When a few people from the Gong family who were guarding in the distance saw Suan, they hurried over and greeted him respectfully. Meet King Yuanan. Even the head of the Gong family was among them. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to his daughter. Yuan nodded and asked, "How long has Xianqing been in there?" Although the head of the Gong family is the Queen Mother's elder brother, he does not really regard the head of the Gong family as an elder. The head of the Gong family also knew what to do and did not dare to put on airs as an elder. He answered honestly, "It has been half a month since Xianqing used the jade talisman I gave him. There has been no news." Stealing a glance at Suan, he felt in his heart that people really cannot be compared to. He never expected that his sister's adopted son had such a terrifying talent. He achieved the status of a supreme spirit before the age of 30, a realm that he had never dared to imagine. Compared with Suan, his years of practice were like feeding a dog. I should have tried my best to bring him and Xianqing together, and now, Xianqing doesn't deserve it. You guys wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. Without paying attention to the Gong family head's thoughts, Suan said and stepped into the fog. We haven't told King Yuanan about the characteristics of this fog yet. Several Gong family cultivators looked at each other. It's okay. The prince has his own plans. The head of the Gong family waved his hand and returned to his original position with the family monks. He knew better than these people how terrifying Yuanshan Zun's was. In the misty valley, Suan's figure suddenly appeared. Looking around, there was extremely thick fog. This fog seemed to have the effect of blocking divine thoughts, but it could barely block Shenyang, and did not pose any obstacle to him. With a quick glance, he got a rough idea of the situation in the valley, then his mind moved, and Yunyan's body wrapped in a bathrobe fell into his arms with a cry of awe. The pretty figure's hair still had wet stains. The surprise on his face quickly disappeared after he saw Suan, and he just tightened his bathrobe. As her cultivation was sealed, she could only do many things like ordinary people, such as cleaning her body. The only difference is probably that you don't have to poop. Where did you get the method of setting up the fog? Suan asked, holding the delicate body in his arms and resting his hands on the soft flesh of the buttocks. Yunyan looked around when she heard that, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This fog, the method of arranging the fog I learned from a legacy. Inheritance? Keep going. Do you know why the three of us are called the God of War, the God of Magic, and the God of Martial Arts? Yunyan asked. In the Jinwu realm, the primordial spirit is called the Emperor realm. Most powerful people have the suffix emperor after their name, but only the three of them are called gods. Without waiting for Suan to answer, she continued, when the three of us first met, our strength was still weak. Sister Fengchan had the highest cultivation level, and Yun Feiyang and I were only at the fetal breathing stage. One time, Yun Feiyang got into trouble again, causing the three of us to be hunted down and mistakenly enter a forbidden area. It was in that forbidden area that we each obtained a strange inheritance. Those are three broken godheads, with might comparable to that of an emperor. They seem to have fallen into the Jinwu realm by accident. Unfortunately, their inheritance is very incomplete. We only obtained some of the cultivation methods and divine arts in the inheritance, including the method of collecting beliefs and their sources. They came from a world called the Virtual God Realm. When they invaded a certain world, they were slapped to death by a forbidden existence, leaving only their broken godheads drifting to the true martial realm. After accepting the inheritance, the three godheads were completely shattered. This experience was also a turning point for our rise. After that, we founded the Temple of War God and named it after God in order to gather faith and try to bring out the godhead. The mist is a weakened version that I researched during this process. As she spoke, she glanced at Suan again and said, before falling asleep, we had almost finished studying the godhood. If you hadn't been an impostor, according to the worship of the God of War in the Jinwu realm, Yun Feiyan would probably have been able to condense the godhood of the God of War in this life. Yun Yen didn't hold back when she spoke. After spending some time together, she had already given up, and she couldn't escape the clutches of the devil anyway. Is that so? That's really cause for celebration. Suan raised his eyebrows and said lightly he really didn't expect that several people from the Temple of War God were related to the Void God realm. Since the fog came from the divine nature, it seems that this is also the inheritance place of a certain god. I just wonder if Gong Xianqing came here by mistake or obtained the inheritance of the god. Judging from the intensity of the fog, this should be the inheritance place of a certain god king. The god king of life, the god king of light, or the god king of eternity? In Suan's memory, there is the inheritance place of the god of punishment, the god of sea blue, and several second and third level gods, which was obtained from Tang Xuan's memory fragments. It's just that he wasn't very interested in the inheritance of these gods. He originally planned to find a time to attack the virtual god world after breaking through his primordial spirit. I never thought this would be delivered to my door. A slap landed on Yun Yan's buttocks, sending the toolman back to the inner world. Then Suan walked towards the temple in the center of the valley. This is a temple surrounded by grass and trees. The temple is not big. Flowers and vines decorate the walls of the temple. Tall trees form the background of the temple. The harmony between man and nature can be seen everywhere. The god of life? Seeing this temple, Suan thought of the appearance of the most ancient goddess in Tang Xuan's memory, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. I haven't tasted the goddess king yet. The temple of life glowed faintly, and the grass and trees swayed, as if driving Suan away. This place of heritage does not welcome his arrival, but with the appearance of a fairy gate, the temple suddenly became quiet. The gate of all wonders can not only suppress people, but also suppress all things. Xian Chung. He pushed the door open easily. The space inside was not as small as it looked from the outside. Instead, it was a large secret realm artificially opened up. Sensing the presence of Gong Xianqing, Suan disappeared on the spot in a flash. Chapter 292. Just a little bit more. In the virtual world of gods, the expression of the goddess of life, who had originally been relaxed and at ease, suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura emanated from her. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? She murmured, with a trace of worry between her brows. It was as if something was staring at her. As an innate deity born from heaven and earth, she naturally would not think that this was an illusion. At her level, there is no such thing as illusion. She closed her eyes, and the divine life in her body moved slightly, and she explored the entire divine world through the authority at the center of the divine world. For a moment, the other gods in the divine world were alarmed, but after some investigation, it was found that the virtual world was no different from before. No problem? Could it be a matter of the inheritor from the lower world? Thinking of the girl who had inherited the legacy not long ago and was chosen by her as the successor, the goddess of life felt something in her heart. The divine nature is connected to the temple of life, and she investigates the changes of the air. But after all, the virtual god realm had long been isolated from the origin realm, and even if she was a god king, she could not accurately detect anything. The final information obtained was that there was nothing unusual in the temple of life. Everything remained calm, without even a trace of a ripple. The successor is still undergoing divine testing and there is no problem. What went wrong? The eyes of the goddess of life, feeling uneasy, moved slightly, and she immediately made a decision to convene the Supreme Council of the God Realm. It's never wrong to be careful. In the temple of life, after realizing that the sense of being watched had disappeared, Suan walked out of the void and looked up into the sky. The goddess of life, huh? She is indeed the oldest goddess. Her strength is indeed quite impressive. From the simple investigation just now, he felt that this goddess of life was at least a powerful being at the peak of the spiritual realm. But this inheritance is harmless. Suan looked at the girl in front of him who was fighting with elf-like creatures condensed from groups of life energy. The strength of each elf is comparable to the life pill realm. A total of 10 elves attacked together, and Gong Xianqing could only hold on with difficulty. The Taoist sword in his hand emitted an extremely icy blade intent, turning the surrounding area into a glacier. It was a coldness that cut off all life, carrying with it a sense of extreme extinction. Compared to when they first met, Gong Xianqing's swordsmanship and strength have improved greatly, and his cultivation has even risen to the life pill realm. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing 10 elves of the same level who cooperated with each other, Gong Xianqing could not hold on any longer. He was gradually covered with wounds, and his sword intent gradually became weaker, but her eyes became brighter and brighter, and the annihilation of the sword intent also underwent a slight change, as if she had grasped something, but was still a little short of it. Later on, she even gave up some of her defenses and allowed the attacks of the elves to fall on herself. For this elf, composed entirely of life energy, has no consciousness, and even the attacks it releases are merely variations of life force. Gradually, Gong Xuanqing's aura became stronger and stronger, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a long sword. I see. She raised the knife again, a smile on her face. Try this knife. Ice and snow melt, everything comes to life. The destructive, annihilating, icy and bone-chilling sword intent slashed out from the sword, carrying with it the momentum to annihilate everything, but in the instant it was slashed out, different changes occurred. Tiny wild grass grew out of the cold glacier, an array of life was born. Die in this forbidden zone of life, the weak weeds bloom with the miracle of life. Then the glaciers melted and grass grew. Die in the blink of an eye, the 4 elves turned into ashes and disappeared. I in this sword intent, they became the spring mud that nourishes the plants and trees. A sense of natural harmony appeared on Gong Xuanqing's body, which made her originally cold and arrogant temperament become a little gentler, and faintly fit in with the surrounding vegetation. Seeing the 6 elves charging towards him again without fear of death, Gong Xuanqing raised his knife, but his wrist went weak and he couldn't exert any strength. Although her comprehension of the sword intent had reached a higher level, her body was already severely injured and exhausted. The knife she just used was the last bit of strength she had squeezed out. It looks like I'm going to fail this assessment again. Gong Xuanqing showed a look of regret on her face. Failing the test did not really kill her. There were 3 chances for each test, and this was only her second time. Next time, I will definitely not fail. She clenched her fists, closed her eyes and prepared to face death calmly. A second passed, and the attack that was supposed to come did not fall on him. Instead, a pair of big hands suddenly grabbed his waist. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw the face so close to her. She relaxed and showed a look of surprise in her eyes. Cousin, you, Her beautiful eyes opened wide, and the long sword that she had not put down even when facing death fell unconsciously. Her tall body was stretched straight, and her eyes flashed with emotions such as confusion, shock, and shyness, which were eventually replaced by confusion. It was a full quarter of an hour later that Suan finally stopped the greedy snake. My cousin's face was flushed, as if she was drunk, and her eyes were a little dizzy. Cousin, why are you like this? She asked in a low voice. A pair of eyes wanted to look directly at Suan, but after seeing those smiling eyes, they involuntarily dodged away. He touched her breasts the first time they met, and kissed her forcefully this time. That's too much. Although she was not very resistant to this cousin whom she admired very much, she had to take it one step at a time. Sorry, I saw my cousin close her eyes just now, and I thought you were hinting at me. Suan smiled and made an insincere apology, but his hands were still rubbing the girl's head. There is no way a kiss can be as profound as a kiss if there is no exchange of feelings between two people. What kind of hint is that? Next time, if you do this again, I'll be angry. Even though he was refusing, Gong Xuanqing sounded very unconfident. When she lowered her head, she was surprised to find that her injuries had completely healed. It seems that her cousin is not just thinking about taking advantage of her. She felt a warm feeling in her heart. Okay, I'll tell you before I kiss you next time. Suan pinched Gong Xuanqing's face and responded with a smile. Cousin. The warmth disappeared in an instant, and the girl's shameful and angry voice sounded, causing Suan to laugh again. The girl finally suppressed her shyness and looked at Suan with some confusion. Cousin, why are you here? Could it be that her cousin also inherited the god of life? If so, how should the inheritance be divided? She was thinking wildly and suddenly felt a headache. It's all because of you. Suan bent his fingers slightly and knocked Gong Xuanqing's head 3 times. Didn't you tell your family that you came here to receive the inheritance? Your father even went to Queen Mother to beg for help to save you. I came here this time because I was afraid that something might happen to you. Gong Xuanqing covered his head and his voice gradually became smaller. I just forgot. She initially thought that this was just an ordinary inheritance and there would be no problem with the trump card given by her family. Unexpectedly, it was a divine test that was completely different from the normal inheritance. It forced her to use her trump card in the 4th test. And because she could not leave before completing the 5th test, she was unable to send a message to her family. By the way, cousin, what realm are you in now? Gong Xianqing abruptly changed the subject. When he saw the 6 elves that were frozen behind him, he showed a genuine look of amazement. Even a cultivator at the peak of the life pill level wouldn't be able to freeze 6 elves that were comparable to those at the life pill level. What level has my cousin reached now? Although I have been trying to catch up, I feel that the gap between me and my cousin is getting bigger and bigger. It's just a little bit higher than your current realm. Suan looked at Gong Xianqing with a smile, and pointed out a small and insignificant distance with his 2 fingers. As long as you work harder, you can catch up with me. You're lying. Gong Xianqing obviously didn't believe it. How could someone who was only a little taller than her easily stop 5 life pill cultivators? Her eyes sparkled as she boldly guessed, "Cousin, you are at least in the pure Yang realm." Although it was shocking to be at the pure Yang realm at less than 30 years old, she felt that if it was her cousin, he could create a miracle. Yeah, that's about right. Don't worry about the little details. Suan waved his hand and turned to look at the elves that were fixed in place like specimens. Go and kill them. Today, your cousin will help you pass the exam quickly. Oh, is this still possible? Gong Xianqing widened his eyes again. Isn't this cheating? How can you accept inheritance and then ask others to help you cheat? Suan smiled faintly, and couldn't help pinching his cousin's face. Don't worry, this inheritance can't detect my presence. After the inner world was promoted, its functions became much stronger, such as concealing his breath. If he wanted to hide, except for Sister Ruwashi, probably no one in this world would be able to find him, not to mention this place of inheritance. Even if he wanted to watch the goddess of life taking a bath, he would not be discovered, provided that he could find the void god realm. Gong Xianqing was amazed, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Cousin, do you want to find the existence behind the divine test?" Personally, she still wants to obtain the inheritance through her own strength, but after accepting the inheritance for more than half a month, she could feel that the inheritance of the God of Life was very different from the inheritance left by her predecessors in the past, and it seemed that it was not originally part of this world, and the God of Life behind it is likely still alive. Oh, you figured it out. Suan looked at his cousin with a little admiration in his eyes, and he didn't hide it. That's right. Behind this God of Life is a place called the Void God Realm, which is also my target. But I can only determine the coordinates of that world after you pass the divine test, inherit the divine throne, and ascend. If you don't want to, you can take your time. Even if Gong Xianqing didn't want to, he wouldn't force him, because he couldn't escape from the Sushan realm anyway. You can just find someone, such as Xiao He, and let him inherit the legacy of a 2nd or 3rd level garbage god, and then leave an anchor on them. When the time comes, let them ascend, and Suan will also be able to obtain the coordinates of the virtual god world. Chapter 293. The Goddess of Life is a kind god. I am willing. Gong Xianqing picked up the big knife that fell on the ground and smiled slightly. I'll leave the rest to my cousin. With Suan's help, the next few levels of the life test were easy to pass. Perhaps there are certain rules in the divine test, but Suan cannot be detected either. Even though the 7th and 8th levels involved the pure Yang realm, they still did not pose any obstacle to him. This also made Gong Xianqing even more amazed. Looking at Suan, the admiration in his eyes almost overflowed. The 9th test of the God of Life, bathing in the spiritual spring and condensing the spirit of life. The last test began, and a small green lake appeared in front of the 2. After checking that there was nothing wrong with the lake water, Suan nodded to Gong Xianqing. This goddess of life is also a kind god. The lake of life in front of her is just composed of a large amount of high-quality life force and a divine power. Rather than being an assessment, it would be more accurate to say that this final test is to help the successor improve his physical fitness. Do I need to take off my clothes? Gong Xianqing pinched the hem of her clothes, a little hesitant. Of course, clothes will hinder your absorption of life force. Suan answered calmly, looking at Gong Xianqing. His eyes were clear without any evil thoughts. Take it off. The divine test has a time limit. Suan's frankness made Gong Xianqing feel uncomfortable, and he even started to wonder if there was something wrong with him. Pinching the collar, the girl bit her lip, her face already flushed. You, don't look at it, no. Suan refused righteously. What if there is any danger in this 9th test? You can't leave my sight before completing the divine test. Everything he said and did was entirely from a safety perspective. Gong Xianqing was stunned when he heard this, but when he looked at his cousin's clean face without any evil thoughts, he actually felt that what he said did make some sense. Well, all right. She lowered her head, clenched her hands tightly, and took half a minute to prepare herself mentally before she tremblingly took off her clothes. If it was her cousin, it wouldn't matter, she comforted herself. Among the men, his cousin was the only one he admired and worshipped. She also had an inexplicable fondness for Sue, and she recalled the time when her cousin helped her to cancel the engagement at the Shao family. That look is enough to make any woman's heart beat. There is probably no man in this world who was better than my cousin. After her dress and trousers fell to the ground, Gong Xianqing quickly undressed her undergarments. The graceful figure just appeared and then quickly merged into the emerald green spring water, leaving only half of the snow-white neck and a beautiful face exposed. Despite this, the girl's heart still beat fast. Suen smacked his lips. He hadn't realized before that this little cousin had such a good figure. As for any other thoughts, he didn't have any for the time being. After all, he had seen a lot. Just now he just wanted to tease Gong Xuanqing. As time passed, the rich vitality in the lake of life continued to flow into Gong Xuanqing's body. With the help of divine power, it gradually seeped into her tendons, bones and blood vessels, transforming her body. This further improved Gong Xuanqing's already top-notch qualifications. Suddenly, a light green ball of light floated out from Gong Xuanqing's body, wandered around for a while and then penetrated into Gong Xuanqing's heart. It's the heart of life. Gong Xianqing remembered the ball of light that led him to the place of inheritance. It was just that the ball of light had been integrated into her body since she entered the temple of life. She didn't expect it to manifest only now. Suan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind scanned Gong Xianqing closely, paying attention to her changes. After a while, he relaxed again, with a slightly strange look in his eyes. This goddess of life is quite generous. It turned out to be a group of original divine power containing the law of life. After integrating it, Gong Xuanqing's physical improvement would be even stronger, which would be helpful for his future breakthrough of the soul and even the future path. This makes, well, let's attack her first when we reach the void god realm. Since his cousin has inherited the divinity of the goddess of life, she is family and there is no need to be polite. In the virtual god realm, the goddess of life felt quite tired after leaving the meeting of the Supreme Council of the God realm. Both the God King of Punishment and the God King of Eternity thought that she was just overthinking it, and she couldn't explain it clearly. The final result was that everything remained as usual, and they were unwilling to go to the trouble of mobilizing the God Realm Center to investigate. Life, don't be sad, I support you. The goddess of light stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hand to the head of the goddess of life, and made a gesture of patting her head to comfort her. The goddess of life skillfully slapped away Guangming's hand and sighed softly, her premonition growing stronger. There's nothing to be sad about. I'm just worried that something might go wrong. Although in terms of the number of god kings, she has the support of light, which is no less than that of punishment. However, the main gods and second and third level gods below were mostly subordinate to the two male gods, while she and Guangming's subordinates were all goddesses, and their number was far less than that of the other two gods. The main reason is that she is relatively Buddhist. Except for those goddesses who actively seek her protection, she never actively accepts subordinates and is not aggressive. As for light, it has even fewer subordinates, only some angels belonging to God. In her words, it means that there are more troubles under her. In comparison, the offensiveness of the God King of Punishment and the God King of Eternity is stronger. Among all the gods under his command, especially the God King of Punishment, it was he who first proposed the plan of invading that world. Originally, he was planning to leave after Evil and the others, but fortunately he left late, otherwise there might only be 3 God Kings in the God realm now. Well, that's not right. The goddess of life suddenly paused, her aura suddenly weakened a little, and at the same time, some kind of restraint was quietly untied. Your successor succeeded. The goddess of light was stunned at first, but then she reacted and looked at the goddess of life with joy and envy. She quickly put her arm around one of hers and muttered, "Don't run away first. Wait until I find the successor and then we can go together." They are all innate gods who have lived in the virtual world for tens of thousands of years. They have already had a very deep understanding of their own Tao. Whether they have divine nature or not does not actually have much impact on them. It would be better to say that it was the divine nature that bound them in the virtual world of gods. The only benefit that the godhood can bring is probably that it is connected to the center of the divine world. As long as the virtual divine world is not destroyed, their lifespan will not be cut off, but I'm afraid few people would like to live in prison like this. The face of the goddess of life did not show the slightest joy, but rather was quite solemn. Don't be too happy. According to my previous observations, it is impossible for the successor to complete the divine test so quickly. Perhaps the problem lies with the heir. Chapter 294, 7 Days to Destroy the Divine Realm. Her face was uncertain. The divine test was not only formulated by her, but also included the rules of the central government of the divine world. After the divine test is completed, the godhood of life will be automatically inherited, which means that the inheritor can ascend to the realm of gods at any time. Although the virtual god realm and the origin realm have been isolated, there is one thing that has not been completely disconnected, that is the guiding channel. Different from other channels, the guiding channel is directly connected to the central hub of the divine realm. It is the rule that the 7 gods originally set together in the central hub of the divine realm now, unless the other gods are willing to work together to temporarily cut off the guiding channel, there is no other way to prevent the new god from ascending. Not really. The goddess of light was speechless upon hearing this. The guiding channel will only guide those who possess godhood. If they are heirs at the Lord God level or above, they can also bring 2 relatives or friends whose strength does not exceed the Lord God level. This channel has never had any problems in thousands of years. I hope that's not the case. The goddess of life sighed and gave up the idea of holding another meeting. If the channel of ascension is cut off, how long will it last? 10,000 years or 20,000 years? Even if the goddess of light supports her, punishment and eternity will never agree, and after losing her divinity, strictly speaking, she has lost the power to convene meetings. Don't worry, life, maybe you're overthinking it. The goddess of light held the hand of the goddess of life and patted her still developing chest. At worst, you can just run away. You don't need this virtual world anymore. Your godhood is gone anyway. I'll let you run first this time. The goddess of life gave a bitter smile and reached out to ruffle Guangming's snow-white hair. He could run away, but the goddesses in light under his command were unable to escape from the virtual world. We can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't have to come to that. Cousin, I succeeded. In the Temple of Life, Gong Xianqing had an excited look on her face. Her slender jade feet stepped in the air. Divine light shone brightly on her body. A light green mysterious mark appeared between her eyebrows, and her whole body exuded an aura of nobility and holiness. Her current strength has reached the pure Yang realm, and she has finally managed to catch up with her cousin. The lake of life beneath her had already completely dried up. Good. Suan raised the corners of his lips slightly, and walked towards Gong Xianqing, with a bit of evil amusement in his eyes. What a stupid sister, you don't even know how to dress yourself, let your cousin help you. Gong Xianqing was stunned for a moment and looked down at himself. The beautiful scenery was exposed to my cousin's eyes. The holy aura on her body was completely destroyed in an instant. After a scream, she quickly used her magic power to condense a set of light green clothes, wrapping herself tightly from the inside out. Despite this, Gong Xianqing still felt something was wrong, as if her cousin's gaze passed through her clothes and fell on every inch of her skin. The blush on her face lingered for a long time, and she wished she could find a hole to bury herself in. This time, he was really seen through. Before she could adjust her mindset, a large hand began to rub her shoulders and neck, causing a slight itch. She subconsciously wanted to step back, but at this time Suan's voice came again. Don't move, let me investigate. Oh. Gong Xianqing responded softly and didn't move. Although he had already achieved pure yang, he was somehow still like a helpless little lamb in front of his cousin. Even when he was served on the table, he had no intention of resisting. Chun Yang's cultivation has a solid foundation, and the inheritance of the God King does have some knowledge. Suan praised. According to his detection, the life godhead will probably slowly elevate Gong Xianqing's strength to the Yuanshan realm, which is equivalent to standing at the pinnacle of this realm. In comparison, some second and third level garbage gods are only at the peak of their life elixir Chunyang, so it's better not to mention them. By the way, cousin, it seems that I can only stay in this world for another 100 years, and then I will go to a place called Shushan Realm. Suddenly Gong Xianqing thought of something and spoke. This was the information she automatically learned after becoming a god. 100 years is too long. Suan shook his head and smiled faintly. Destroy the void god realm in 7 days. Ha! Gong Xianqing was stunned. Without explaining to Gong Xianqing, Suan directly grabbed her hand and said, I'm going to put something into your body later, so be prepared. In an instant, Gong Xianqing's face turned red, and he looked at Suan nervously. Cousin, what are you going to do? Looking at the girl's embarrassment, Suan smiled in his heart. Yes, he did it on purpose. An anchor, don't get me wrong. After explaining, Suan's mind moved slightly, and the gate of wonders in his sea of consciousness burst out with a ray of spiritual light and entered Gong Xianqing's body. In an instant, he felt that there was one more location he could sense. In addition to Muqiangi, Suan has set up this anchor point in many places and on many people, including in the Jinwu realm. Okay, this anchor is for positioning. I can come to you even if we are across the world. Is that all? For some reason, Suan didn't take any action, and the girl felt a little disappointed, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, she felt secretly happy again. This way, I guess I have a different kind of connection with my cousin. Go out first and tell your family that you are safe. Suan said. As for attacking the virtual god realm, there is no need to rush. It just so happened that his good mother-in-law was about to break through to the spiritual realm. As for the Tianshui sect, they could also bring in the good master Muningjin. Then with Higan Bana and Shangnan, there would be 4 fighting spirits. With himself, there would be 5, one more than the current void god realm. Although realm cannot fully represent combat power, with the memory fragments of Tang Xuan, Suan can be said to know both himself and the enemy of the virtual god realm. Yes, okay. Gong Xianqing nodded. After mastering the godhood, she became the master of the Temple of Life. Naturally, the outer fog and the light could no longer affect her. Soon, the figures of the two appeared in the eyes of the eagerly awaited head of the Gong family. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and flew over immediately. He suppressed his excitement and saluted Suan first. Thank you, Prince Yuanan, for saving my daughter. I am very grateful. He didn't expect Suan to be so efficient. He rescued the person in less than half a day. That's not necessary. Suan waved his hand. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he nodded towards Gong Xianqing again, and then the space changed and his figure disappeared on the spot. Father, you. Gong Xianqing opened her mouth slightly, wondering why her father was so respectful to her cousin. There is also a title, King Yuanan. Isn't my cousin the Marquis of Wushuan? If one wants to be a newly crowned prince, doesn't one need to at least have the cultivation of a spiritual master? Seeing his daughter's confusion, the head of the Gong family said with emotion, Prince Su is extremely talented. He has now achieved the status of a primordial spirit and is ahead of an old man like me. The soul. Gong Xuanqing's eyes lit up with shock. As expected of my cousin. She originally thought that her cultivation into Chunyang had shortened the distance between them, but she did not expect that her cousin was even better than she thought. Seeing the longing look in his daughter's eyes, the head of the Gong family became active in his thoughts. Perhaps marriage is not impossible. Although he pays attention to the interests of his family, he is not the kind of person who would abandon his daughter, otherwise he would not be so anxious after his daughter went missing. That he could see that his daughter had some feelings for Prince Yuanan, and the prince didn't seem to object. If both of them have this intention, the difference in cultivation level won't be a big deal, etc. Cultivation. Gong Jiazhuang suddenly reacted, staring at his daughter with wide eyes, his lips trembling. Xianqing, you are pure yang. Surrounded by spiritual mist, the Tianshui Holy Land is now more prosperous than ever. In a side hall of Fengming Peak, Mu Qiangi flipped through the book in her hand without any rhythm, and she couldn't calm down. I flipped through 2 pages casually, but didn't read a single word. Her legs were slightly clamped together, and some images with plenty of lines kept appearing in her mind. Even though her magic powers suppressed the restlessness in her body, it could not suppress her restless heart. What's wrong with me? She reflected. It seemed that after coming out of that small world, she gradually became like this. I had finally escaped from the clutches of that evil guy, so why would I miss him? Even though she tried to cut off her distracting thoughts several times, it was of no use, and instead made her longing for him even deeper. It's not just a physical craving, it's more of an uneasiness. Just like an abandoned pet, I squatted in a makeshift nest, watching the endless stream of people, afraid that I would not be able to find my way home. The devil. Will he come looking for me again? She thought. Suddenly a shadow covered her face, and Mu Qiangi raised her head. The evil figure that had been lingering in her thoughts suddenly appeared before her, smiling, as if he had walked out of her memory. Yet he still looks like the elegant gentleman when we first met. Swish. Mu Qiangi's first reaction was not surprise, but to swing her sword. He used his divine thoughts to forge the sword body in his will as the sword tip, and he slashed fiercely towards Suan in front of him. This is how she had eliminated all distracting thoughts before. Clang. Suan stretched out 2 fingers slowly and caught the sword just at the moment it was about to fall. Fairy Mu, this is not very kind of you. He swung the sword in his hand casually and looked down at Mu Qiangi. I came to Tianshui to see you out of kindness, but you didn't appreciate it, and you even stabbed me with a sword. Do you want to be locked up? Not an illusion. Mu Qiangi's eyes moved slightly. Previously, she thought that she was thinking too much and was affected by her inner demons. So, Suan really came, she was happy in her heart, but she didn't show it. Her expression remained cold as she looked at Suan coldly. It is our duty to slay demons and eliminate evil. Since you are a demon, you can't coexist with me. Bang! A slap hit the perfectly curved buttocks through the dress. Mu Qiangyi almost subconsciously wanted to bend down, but fortunately she forced herself to hold back in the end. Chapter 295 Shaoan, don't be too arrogant. Fairy Mu is so ruthless. Suan pressed his big hands on the buttocks, and his 5 fingers gradually exerted force. Take your dirty hands away. Mu Qiangyi's body trembled slightly, a superficial disgust flashed in her eyes, her voice was sonorous and powerful, but she did not take any actual action. TSK, it seems Fairy Mu hasn't received enough teachings. Suan's smile gradually faded, his expression became serious, and his mighty aura suddenly emanated from him. She didn't focus specifically on Mu Qiangyi, but in this terrifying aura, she felt like a lone boat that could capsize at any time, and if she wasn't careful, the boat would be destroyed and everyone on board would die. Kneel down. Suanru's voice, like a god with the will of heaven in his mouth, exploded in Mu Qiangyi's mind. With a thump, Mu Qiangyi knelt down in humiliation and obedience on the territory of Tianshui sect. Obviously, this voice does not contain any other power. Fairy Mu has her own answer to this question. This demon's cultivation level is higher than hers now. She is probably no match for him and can do nothing but obey him a little. The option of escape had never occurred to the fairy. Sitting on the chair, Suan grabbed Fairy Mu's hair. She teasily rolled a handful of hair around her fingers and played with it, with a hint of smile in her eyes. This time, Mu Qiangyi's strength was not sealed. Next, you should know what you should do. Looking at the fairy kneeling in front of him, his face was full of evil. Mu Qiangyi's eyes were like fire, with a fierce look, and the resistance was evident in her words, but there was a hint of spring hidden deep in her eyes. Devil, I will never surrender to you. 2 hours later, Suan walked out of the room and looked back into the room. Well done, I'll come again next time. Remember to be prepared at all times. After a long time, a rather strange voice came from inside. Don't even think about it, you devil. After dealing with this fairy who sacrificed herself to serve the devil, Suan spent some time with Feng Luan, Shuyin, and others. Then he went to the palace in the back mountain. Suan also has some authority over the formation in this palace, so it naturally will not cause any obstacles to him. Looking at the fairy lying on her side on the cloud bed, seemingly asleep or comprehending the way of heaven with her eyes closed, Suan had expected this and climbed onto the cloud bed and held Mu Ningjin in his arms. The beauty's body is soft and fragrant, and Suan's hands are never idle, teasing the beauty's earlobes. Jinjin, did you miss me? Mu Ningjin had sensed him as early as when he entered the Tianshui Holy Land, so it was impossible for her not to know that he was coming. The way she acted at this moment was probably just a small revenge for being the last one to come to her. Sure enough, Mu Ningjin soon couldn't pretend anymore. The fairy held down the hand that was climbing on her chest with her bare hands, opened her eyes and couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Suan. Little guy, you have no respect for your elders. In front of Suan, she, a dignified Yuanshan venerable, almost lost her dignity. Bang! Suan slapped the soft flesh, raised an eyebrow and asked, who is older and who is younger? Mu Ningjin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, she truly felt Suan's evil ambition, and a slight blush appeared on her face. He wanted to attack and suppress his elders right after he had achieved a breakthrough in his spiritual realm. How could this be tolerated? Shaoan, don't be too arrogant. The fairy turned around and sat astride, holding up the walls on both sides of Suan with her hands, domineeringly trapping him in this small space. The picturesque fairy face was almost touching Suan's head. A charming atmosphere permeated between the two of them. Boo! Suan couldn't help but move closer, and there was no need to be patient. The last fuse was lit, and there is no need to say more about what happened next. In short, the aura of yin and yang was flowing in the palace today, and the battle horn did not stop until noon the next day. How? Suan had a victorious smile on his face, and he pinched the face of the beauty in his arms. He is no longer the boy who could be bullied by Mu Ningjin at will. Even if he is the leader of a sect or a supreme spirit, the final result can only be that he will be suppressed by him. Mu Ningjin opened her slightly tired eyes, leaned into Suan's arms again, and continued to close her eyes to rest. Suan's strength was indeed beyond her imagination, just like she had never thought that she would lose her innocence to this boy due to an accident, and even develop her relationship with him to the current situation. But it's not bad. A small smile appeared on her face. Since this little guy can really suppress me, why not surrender? Even if she had another chance to choose, she would still let the accident happen in a blink of an eye. It was already evening. After a brief conversation with Mooningjan, it was no surprise that she agreed to join them in conquering the Void God realm. Then it's a beautiful night of enjoying the Master's brand pillow. The palace is particularly lively tonight. In the inner world, Li Jining's injuries have completely recovered, and her cultivation has reached a higher level. The whole person's aura became more and more ethereal, and the shadow of the primordial spirit also faintly appeared in the young spirit. Although she failed to break through last time, some insights still allowed her to step half a foot into the Yuanshan realm. Similarly, Taiyin Palace Master Li Jiyun also reached the edge of a breakthrough. Perhaps it was because he often scolded Suan for his clear mind, or perhaps it was the enlightenment he gained from that world promotion, and the enlightenment ability of the Bodhi tree. The Taiyin Palace Master's current aura is even more complete than when her sister Li Jining last tried to break through the primordial spirit. One needs enlightenment. As far as enlightenment is concerned, the Bodhi tree is a treasure. If this Bodhi tree appeared in the origin realm, I am afraid that the number of Yuanshan cultivators in the origin realm would double or triple. However, except for a few people allowed by Suan, most disciples of Taiyin Palace were not allowed to approach within 100 meters of the Bodhi tree, and Li Jining was one of the few people who were allowed. Sister Jining, when are you going to break through? Under the Bodhi tree, Suan sat next to the beautiful woman with a dignified appearance and asked. The name Sister Jining was proposed by Suan. Li Jining was not very happy about it at first. After all, the seniority should not be messed up, but she was too naive after all, and couldn't resist Suan's words. After being flattered, he happily accepted Suan's name and decided to call her by her own name. Soon, maybe in these 2 days. Li Jining replied with a gentle smile. She didn't expect that she would have another chance. All thanks to Suan. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Suan became softer. Helping others to continue on their path is a great favor. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. This good boy is polite and filial, and he deeply pleases her. What are your confidence? Suan asked again. About 70 to 80%. Li Jining replied after thinking for a while. This confidence is already very high. Her last chance of breaking through was less than 40%. 70 to 80%, it was still a little low. Suan thought about it and took out a jade bottle. Sister Jining, I have a bottle of jade liquid juice here. It is twice as effective as ordinary jade liquid pills. It should increase the success rate a little after taking it. Chapter 296, both of them break their souls. Gong Xinqing ascends. Shaoan, this is too expensive. Li Jining quickly waved her hand to refuse. This original jade liquid must be extremely precious. She has already received a great favor from Suan and has not yet repaid him, so how can she be greedy? Suan showed displeasure on his face and grabbed Li Jining's hand. Sister Jining, you are treating me as an outsider. Let's not talk about my relationship with Wanner. Sister Jining and I hit it off right away. Even if we didn't have that relationship, I would still help Sister Jining. If Sister Jining also considers me as a relative, then don't refuse. Suan put the jade bottle into the white hand wrapped in his big hand, with a sincere look in his eyes. Feeling her hand being held tightly, Li Jining's face flushed slightly. Looking at Suan's face, she felt a lot of good feelings in her heart. You kid, then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Now that things have come to this, how can she refuse? I can only compensate this child more in the future. Sister Jining, just rest assured and adjust your condition. I will go see the palace master again. His fingertips slid across the back of Li Jining's hand, and Suan withdrew his hand with a faint smile. Go ahead. The dignified and beautiful woman also pulled her hand back and touched the back of her hand. This kid must have been careless just now. She didn't think much about it and watched Suan leave. Looking at the tall figure, Li Jining sighed in her heart. What a good child. Little did she know that Suan changed her face as soon as she entered the palace. She pressed down her cold sister and roughly forced medicine into her. Outside, the cold and noble Taiyin Palace Master also knelt down obediently, glared at Suan, and said incoherently with his mouth puffed, My sister is so pitiful. She is the only one in the entire Taiyin Palace who is still kept in the dark. Being kept in the dark has its own fun, doesn't it? Suan said with a smile while playing with the hair of the Taiyin Palace Master. It's rare to meet such a simple and special beautiful woman, so naturally I have to enjoy the process of eating her. The Taiyin Palace Master said no more words, but just worked hard to prepare for the breakthrough in the near future. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Gong Xinqing was also brought into the inner world by Suan. The two sisters, Li Jining and Taiyin Palace Master, were already prepared. They sat cross-legged on the left and right sides of the Bodhi tree respectively. Under the shining of the round light of wisdom, their aura continued to rise. The jade-like body emanated a faint divine light, which converged above the head to form its own path. A full moon and a crescent moon. Gong Xianqing looked at the two of them with a little envy. The realm of Yuanshan, the real person standing at the top of the world. Even her father must be treated with respect. I don't know when I will be able to reach this level. Seeing what the girl was thinking, Suan smiled and touched her head, which made the girl blush again. Gong Xianqing recalled that when Suan came to the Gong family to ask for someone, her father's attitude of sending his daughter away was so good that he almost wanted to push her into Suan's arms. Thinking about it now, I still feel extremely shy. Another half hour passed, and the two adjusted their breath to the best state, and suddenly leaped to the top. The vital energy in the inner world is in disorder, and the breakthrough begins. In addition to Su and his companions, there were more than 2,000 disciples of Taiyin Palace gathered in the distance, watching the breakthrough of their chief elder and palace master without blinking. Watching the strong people break through the realm will also be of great benefit to their future practice. With the jade liquid pill and the Bodhi tree, their future will not be limited by their own talents. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. The Tao above their heads evolved more and more perfectly. The Yangshan was baptized by heaven and earth, and through its own Tao, it gradually evolved the Yangshan into the Yuanshan. The true spirit also merged into the Yuanshan and became one with the Yuanshan. Under the nervous gazes of the Taiyin Palace disciples, finally, the aura of the two people underwent a new change, as if they had taken a further step forward and reached a new world. The strange images on their heads merged into their bodies, and the divine light suddenly shone, making them look even more noble and sacred. The aura belonging to the Yuanshan realm also bloomed, shocking all directions. Success. Suan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The ladies in Taiyin Palace also cheered and felt proud of it. 1 sect, 2 emperors. If they were still in the original world, their Taiyin Palace would be a truly top sect, overwhelming the temple of the god of war, and even the Shinwu Empire would not have to give face to them. As the breath gradually subsided, the two new Yuanshan masters gradually opened their eyes, and excitement appeared in their eyes at the same time. A monk, what could be more joyful than a breakthrough? Okay, you guys should consolidate your cultivation first. Soon you will be fighting against strong men of the same level. Suan snapped his fingers, speeding up the time around the two of them to 100 times, and sent them 2 bottles of fresh jade liquid pills. I was worried that time acceleration would affect my breakthrough, so I didn't turn it on. Now I don't have that concern anymore. Then Suan went to the outside world again, picked up the sleepy master in the palace, and rocked him in his arms like a child. Jinjin, it's time to set off. The lazy and beautiful master had her eyes half opened and her soft and boneless body leaned on Suan's chest. She inadvertently raised a smile and lightly tapped Suan's shoulder with her jade fingers. In an instant, she was full of charm. Perhaps she herself did not realize how seductive her actions were. If there wasn't a battle coming up, Suan wouldn't mind continuing to practice the Yin Yang Dao. Really? Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Muningzhen stretched out in Suan's arms, and her eyes became clear. If a Yuanshan master does not want to sleep, then there is no problem even if he does not sleep for 1,000 years. Although Suan had given Muningzhen a hard time last night, after absorbing the jade liquid in his body, his cultivation became 3 times stronger when he woke up. Let's go. In the virtual world of gods, the premonition in the heart of the goddess of life became stronger and stronger, so she simply gathered all the goddesses under her command to gather in the forest of life. Although no further meetings were held, she had previously informed Punishment and Eternity of the matter. Unfortunately, as she expected, the 2 gods who had been high and mighty for a long time did not take her words seriously. Guangming, who was half believing and half doubting the goddess of life, simply brought more than 10 angels under his command to the forest of life. Since there's nothing to do in the divine world, let's just treat it as a team-building activity. It can be said that at this time in the forest of life, 70% of the goddesses in the void god realm have gathered here. The pure and flawless goddesses are in full bloom, and it seems like the forest has turned into a country of women. On the other side, in the abyss of punishment, the god of punishment sat on the bloody throne, his cold face showing a hint of doubt. What is life all about? Even he did not dare to neglect this most ancient goddess who was born earlier than him. This time, she discovered that the goddess of life had gathered all the goddesses under her, and even the goddess of light had gathered with her angels, so she naturally became suspicious. Could it be that they want to stage a coup to seize power? But what can they use to launch a coup? Although both sides have 2 god kings, the goddess of life has only some useless goddesses under his command. He and Eternal have thousands of gods and tens of thousands of priests under their command. They are good at attacking and their overall strength is far stronger than those goddesses. The sea blue god below rolled his eyes and speculated maliciously, perhaps they want to demonstrate to you. The throne of the goddess of life has been inherited by a new god. She wants to close the channel and prohibit ascension. I'm afraid she wants her successor to monopolize the faith of that world. I was not able to get consent this time, so I am dissatisfied. As the most powerful main god under the god of punishment, Lord Hylon has suffered many setbacks at the hands of the goddess of life. As a self-proclaimed romantic god, he was very interested in the goddesses in the divine world, relying on his status as the main god. It should be easy for him to get some goddesses, however. The goddess of life announced that all goddesses under her command would be protected by her and no one else could bully them, which resulted in a large number of goddesses who did not want to be intimidated by male gods flocking to the goddess of life. One time, he couldn't help wanting to attack a third-level god under the command of the goddess of life, thinking that he was just a small god and the goddess of life wouldn't bother him for it, but before he could succeed, he was discovered by the goddess of life. This usually calm and kind goddess slammed his divine body into pieces in a rage and suppressed his soul under the central divine mountain. If it were not for the punishment god king's plea for mercy, he would have been suppressed into the divine realm and destroyed. It was also from that time that he deeply realized the gap between the Lord God and the God King. Although they do have goddesses, they are either taken or have been played to death. He has no interest in that junk. Demonstration? Not really. The god of punishment shook his head and was not affected in his judgment by the god of the sea blue. If gathering a group of goddesses is called a demonstration, then this demonstration is too non-intimidating. Could it be that the crisis that life described is real? The god of punishment thought of the words of life not long ago, his eyes flickered, and his hands tapped lightly on the throne. Oh, how is that possible? Lord Hylon couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. If this is true, then our void god realm will be destroyed. The guiding channel is directly connected to the core of the divine world, so there is no way it could go wrong. As for reaching the divine realm through other methods, it is even more difficult, unless one can bypass the blockade of the divine realm's central core. Even when he sent the soul he had captured by chance into that world, he succeeded only with the help of the god of punishment. After relaxing some of the blockades and at a huge cost, he had high hopes for that soul, who had good qualities and a temperament similar to his own, and tried to use it to elevate the status of the god of the sea blue to the level of the god king. Unfortunately, that person betrayed his trust and died in a very hasty manner, causing him to waste a lot of effort. That's right. The god of punishment nodded and was about to say something else when his expression suddenly changed slightly and the entire core of the god realm vibrated slightly. The new goddess of life has ascended. Chapter 297. Gods and humans are no different. Time goes back to half a quarter of an hour ago, to the back mountain of Tianshui Holy Land. Suan, along with Shangnan and 5 other souls, surrounded Gong Xianqing in the middle. Within the Tianshui sect, a force has already gathered that is capable of treating all forces other than the Great Shang as garbage. Let's start. Putting a jade talisman in Gong Xuanqing's hand, Suan nodded at her. Seeing the smile on his cousin's lips, Gong Xianqing felt confident. After taking a deep breath, she grasped the death talisman in her hand, activated her divine nature, and ascended on her own initiative. Boom, in an instant, the wind and clouds changed and the sky changed. The clouds in the sky rolled up into a ball, creating a dazzling divine glow. A pale golden beam of light fell, enveloping Gong Xuanqing. An irresistible force descended, and Suan's eyes became slightly solemn. He knew that this was the power of the core of the divine world. Although this power is not as strong as that of the empress, it has already surpassed the realm of the primordial spirit. If the central core of the divine realm was not unconscious, he would not have set his sights on the virtual divine realm. The central authority of the divine world is now controlled by 4 divine kings. Coincidentally, Gong Xianqing inherited the throne of the god of life. With her presence, the gods of the virtual world cannot gather together to activate the center of the world. In addition, Suan also prepared some backup plans, such as the black bird mark in his body. If something unexpected happens, he can only rely on His Majesty. In addition, his inner world is another layer of protection. Gong Xianqing tried his best to resist this guiding force and wanted to take Suan with him, but then he shook his head in frustration and said, "No, I don't think I can take him with me." The power of guidance is resisting Suan, or rather, resisting those whose cultivation is higher than Gong Xianqing. "It's okay, go up, I'll be there soon." Rubbing Gong Xuanqing's head, Suan said, "His gate of all wonders is an innate spiritual treasure, and it has also swallowed another innate spiritual treasure, which is also a spiritual treasure at the level of the immortal king, surpassing the center of the god realm." With the anchor of the gate of all wonders, he is not worried about the barriers of the virtual god realm. Yes. Gong Shenqing nodded again and no longer resisted the guiding force. In an instant, golden light shone brightly, and she broke through the space in this light and left this world. The sky above the Tianshui Holy Land became quiet again. Through the anchor point, Sun could clearly sense that Gong Shenqing was being protected by a force and was moving rapidly. He turned to look at Shangnan and the others, and paused for a moment at the two new Yuanshans, Li Jining and Taiyin Palace Master. Before speaking, I have left a mark of the Gate of Wonders on you. If you encounter danger and trigger the mark, you will be teleported back to the inner world. Remember not to act stubbornly. In fact, once faced with fatal danger, the marks in the women's bodies would activate automatically, but Sun still gave an extra reminder. He even gave each person a death substitute talisman with a value of 500 villain points, which could offset a fatal attack. The upper limit was the true immortal level, and it cost Sun 3,000 villain points. You can despise the enemy strategically, but you must take the enemy seriously tactically. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Sun didn't want anyone to get hurt in this expedition. Yes, my lord. I understand. Don't worry, Shaowen. Several voices sounded at the same time. Li Jining glanced at the other three with suspicion. She always felt that these three people had a different relationship with Shaowen, especially the woman called Master. Her actions were too intimate. Even her mother-in-law was not so intimate. However, with war at hand, this was her first battle after achieving the Emperor realm, and she couldn't take care of these things for the time being. We're here. Suddenly Sun's eyes lit up. He realized that Gong Shenqing stayed in a completely new world. The Gate of Wonders appeared in his hand, linking to the anchor point on Gong Shenqing's body. Get ready. Several people focused their attention. In the virtual world of gods, above the Jieying temple, the several priests on duty who had been lazy suddenly came to their senses. A new god is coming. Looking at the lit temple, a priest said enviously, these priests are pseudo-gods who only have divine power but no divine position or godhood. Even when facing the weakest third-level god, they will be suppressed. They can be said to be the bottom of the virtual god world. I hope it's a goddess. Another priest couldn't help but sigh when he thought about the current situation of the gods' world. There are more male gods than goddesses in the divine world, and the same is true among the priests. In addition, many goddesses have devoted themselves to practicing under the goddess of life, so most of the gods in the divine world have no spouse. He has been a single dog for 3,000 years. Get ready to welcome the new god. The priest with a more serious expression reminded. As they waited, golden light gradually rose, a magic circle began to operate, and a woman with a green mark on her forehead slowly appeared in the center of the temple, and her eyes slowly opened. Is this the void god realm? At the same time, the forest of life suddenly burst into a faint glow, as if welcoming something. The gaze of the goddess of life passed through the void and landed on the reception temple. Here it comes. Several other god kings also cast their gazes over at the same time. Although they did not believe the words of the goddess of life, they could not help but feel a little fearful in their hearts. What if? But when they saw Gong Shenqing ascending to the sky, they felt relieved. This aura is definitely that of a new god. His strength is only at the level of a second-level god, and he did not bring others to ascend. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible that he is the crisis that the goddess of life mentioned. It seems that life's premonition was wrong. The god of punishment retracted his gaze and continued to chat with the god of the blue sea about collecting faith. The goddess of light tilted her head to look at the green-clad lady next to her and waved her hand. Life, no problem. The goddess of life frowned and said nothing. Something is wrong. Although everything seemed fine, she always felt that something was wrong. Seeing the stunned goddess of life, the goddess of light couldn't help but extend her sinful finger and poke her cheek. Life, you are not still worrying about nothing, are you? If it doesn't work, call your successor over to ask him. Okay. The goddess of life relaxed her brows slightly. I hope she's overthinking it. In the reception temple, Gong Shenqing looked around, his eyes fell on several priests, and his brows furrowed slightly. What a weak god. The strength of these gods barely reaches the level of life pills. They are not even as strong as the elves formed by the life energy encountered in the god examination. Their foundations are unstable, as if they were forcibly promoted. We welcome the return of the Supreme God. A loud voice echoed in the temple. Seeing the mark on Gong Shenqing's forehead, the faces of several priests changed drastically, and they fell to the ground like pushing a golden mountain and overturning a jade pillar. this is actually the mark of the God of life. This new God is actually the new God of life, that was one of the 4 highest divine seats in the divine world, and it had never changed in thousands of years. Yet today they actually witnessed history. These priests were trembling with excitement. Can you tell me about the divine world? His cousin and the others haven't arrived yet, so Gong Xianqing doesn't mind getting to know the void god realm first. I can explain it to the Lord God King. A clever priest immediately raised his head and ran towards Gong Xianqing with excitement in his eyes. If he is lucky enough to be noticed by this great god, he will be able to soar to the sky, but he forced himself to stop halfway through his run, looked at Gong Xianqing's disgusted expression and the drawn sword, and stood there awkwardly. Stay away from me. Gong Xianqing said lightly. The so-called gods in this virtual world seem to be no different from humans, and are also entangled in desires. Yes, there are only a few people like my cousin in the world. Just then, a sleepy voice sounded behind her. Yawn, you are the new goddess of life? Chapter 298, Little Cutie, take her away. Hearing this voice, even Gong Xianqing felt a little sleepy. Her expression changed slightly and she turned around to see a white-haired woman with short goat horns on her head and an evil and lazy aura standing at the door of the temple. The woman had a pretty face, a tall figure, elegant features, and an exotic beauty. However, her eyes were slightly closed, unable to hide the sleepiness on her face. Although she was standing, it was difficult to tell whether she was asleep or awake. Suddenly, the woman smacked her lips and a drop of saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth, as if she had a sweet dream. Gong Xianqing was a little puzzled. The woman's aura was even stronger than hers. Meet the Lord God of laziness. When the priests saw the woman, they immediately bowed down to her again. The woman suddenly woke up and opened her eyes slightly. Yawn, are you the new goddess of life? She asked again, forcing her eyelids that were about to close. Gong Xianqing didn't know the purpose of the visit. He felt the jade talisman that was connected to his life, and felt more confident. He said, it's me. That's good. Come with me. The god of laziness waved his hand, and a divine power wrapped around Gong Xianqing and flew out of the reception temple. The several priests in the temple looked at each other and could only sigh that they had missed the opportunity to be valued by the new god of life. Sensing the movement of the anchor point in his body, Gong Xianqing knew that Suan was about to come, so he did not resist the pull of the divine power of this woman named the god of laziness. Soon, the two arrived at the forest of life. After placing Gong Xianqing next to the goddess of life, the god of laziness felt sleepy and clung to the red-eyed woman with red devil horns and black and white hair. I've brought the people here, I'm going to sleep. Before she finished speaking, she fell asleep. What a lazy bum. Looking at the lazy guy sleeping on her body, the red-eyed woman had an arrogant expression, with a flash of disgust in her eyes. She gently turned her body to allow the lazy guy to sleep more comfortably. I really envy her for being so heartless every day, just like gluttony. And that person actually directly obtained the throne of the God King, why not me? Next to her, a woman with green skin and a purple headscarf had a jealous look in her eyes. Ah, crunch, crunch, what's wrong? The chubby girl who was chewing food with big mouthfuls of enjoyment on her face raised her head in confusion when she heard someone mention her name. It's nothing, eat yours. The woman with purple headscarf stuffed a banana into the glutton's mouth in a bad mood. Okay. He was not annoyed by the overeating and started eating happily. This look would make other people feel hungry. Suddenly, two hands stretched out from behind her, twisted her waist and pinched out a circle of outline, causing her to pause chewing and lower her head unhappily. Oh, I have a little belly again. She pursed her lips and slapped her belly hard with her little hands. In an instant, the belly became slim again. Gong Xianqing shifted his gaze away from these funny guys and looked around. There were goddesses everywhere. Finally, she looked towards the woman in green dress who was exuding the breath of life in front of her. Her divine nature was almost identical to the aura of this woman. The goddess of life? She asked. It's me, the successor. The goddess of life nodded slightly with a kind expression. I called you here this time because I have something to ask you. There is no hostility in the gentle voice, which only makes people feel close to it. In contrast, the goddess of light, who was sitting on a stone chair with her feet swaying, was much more straightforward. She blinked her big eyes and asked, tell me, how did you pass the divine test so quickly? Did you cheat? Hearing these words and being stared at by those pure big eyes, Gong Xianqing couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She did cheat. Her cousin was the one taking the exams for her in the following exams, but soon, she calmed down again, sensing the flickering of the anchor point in her body. I just used some small tricks. No one said that other means can't be used in the divine test, she said calmly, noticing the subtle changes in Gong Xuanqing's expression. The goddess of life's eyes moved slightly. What gave this successor the confidence? What went wrong? Well, you actually dare to use tricks. This is simply unforgivable. The goddess of light was very interested and rushed up angrily with her short legs, her eyes shining. Tell me quickly, what means have you used to deceive the God Realm Center? This God King will forgive you, Bright. The goddess of life held her forehead with her hand and shouted helplessly. This guy really lost his patience again. Just then, something unexpected happened. A portal-like water wave suddenly appeared between Gong Xianqing and the goddess of light. A hand stretched out from the door, grabbed the back of the neck and lifted up the excited goddess of light. Suan stepped out of the door first, and couldn't help but smile when he saw the little cutie in his hands. Where did this little lowly come from? Catch her. Seeing the slightly dazed face of the white-haired girl, Suan couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. It was as elastic and tender as jelly. Ah, this crime is unforgivable. I am the goddess of light, the king of light, and the ruler of the divine world. How dare you, a mortal, blaspheme me? The young goddess finally reacted, and she flapped her short hands to try to grab Suan's face, with anger flashing in her big eyes. Unfortunately, before he could launch an attack, he was thrown into the air and fell steadily into the arms of the goddess of life. Uncle will play with you later. Suan withdrew his hand and looked around calmly. The beautiful girls are dazzling, if the hostility on their faces was not so strong. It seems that the goddesses are almost all here. I'll leave it to you. Suan naturally said this to the 5 women who walked out behind him. Who are you? The goddess of life finally couldn't help but speak. Her eyes were more solemn than ever before. Seeing the 5 people behind Suan, his heart sank even more. God King, they are all powerful people comparable to God Kings. Although they are only at the initial stage of God King, they are also genuine God Kings, especially the man in the lead. Even she couldn't see through him. Could this be the catastrophe in the divine world that she had predicted? The other goddesses became even more alert, ready to take action at any time. Even the god of laziness was awakened by 2 slaps from her sisters. He took out his own weapon in a daze and made fighting movements. Suan did not reply, but Muningzhen behind him took a step forward, took out a long sword, pointed it at the goddess of life, and looked at the goddess with a fighting spirit. It's been a while since I achieved my primordial spirit and used my full strength. I hope I can enjoy it today. Leave it to us. The Taiyin Palace master walked at the back, looked at the many goddesses, then glanced at Suan and sneered. This time, the aura that was incompatible with the virtual world of gods also attracted the attention of other gods. A terrifying aura emanated from the residences of the other 2 god kings, the abyss of punishment and the realm of eternity at the same time. Outsiders, you're seeking death. As this heavenly sound rang out, the entire divine world was shaken, and thousands of gods received the order and rushed to the forest of life together. There were thousands of divine lights and the world was roaring. The momentum was so spectacular that it seemed as if everything could be crushed to pieces, but the next moment, a black light flashed by, and hundreds of gods flying in front were instantly contaminated by the black air, and shrill screams were heard. It was like the end of the world. The originally magnificent divine power was dissolved, the indestructible flesh and blood was corroded by the black air, and even the golden and jade-like divine bones gradually decayed. The terrifying evil energy was like a cancer attached to the bones, infecting and devouring everything of these gods, and evolving into more black energy. Seeing this scene, the other gods paused, with fear showing on their faces. Among those hundreds of gods, there are not only 2nd and 3rd level gods, but even main gods. The sea blue god, who had barely avoided the black light, was even more terrified. He retreated explosively and summoned the precious tears of the sea god to frantically wash his body, for fear of being contaminated by even a little bit of evil spirit. Disperse. A cold and indifferent voice sounded at this time. A light blue divine power enveloped the still expanding demonic energy, trying to purify it. It's the Lord Eternal God King. Sensing this divine power that exudes the aura of the God King, the fear on the faces of the gods finally subsided a little, but after a while, the evil spirit not only did not dissipate, but instead gradually corroded the light blue divine power. An awkward atmosphere gradually spread. The other gods were even more terrified. Even the king of gods couldn't purify the black air. Eternity, can't you handle it? The bloody throne appeared above the gods, and the god of punishment also appeared on the battlefield. The eternal God King looked unhappy and said solemnly, "Punishment, these black auras are not simple. 2 god kings and thousands of gods, it's quite a big scene." A light laugh was heard, and a figure gradually emerged from the black air. The rich demonic energy condensed into a black throne as deep as the abyss. Suan sat on the throne, crossed his legs, and looked down at the gods with a calm expression. One person cut off the path of the gods. The punishment god king's face darkened slightly, and the sword of judgment in his hand burst into a bloody light. "Who are you, and why did you invade my god realm?" He never expected that the crisis the god of life spoke of was real. How did these people come to the virtual world? Was it through that successor? He couldn't figure it out. Punish him. No need to say more to him. Let's take him down together. The god of eternity activated the divine artifact, the eternal divine furnace, with a cold face, and a ray of eternal calamity light that condensed eternity fell towards Suan. Seeing this, the god of punishment had no choice but to follow, and the shadow of a scale appeared on the sword of judgment in his hand. "Then let's stretch our muscles." Suan sat up from the throne and twisted his wrist. A giant hand that encompassed thousands of stars emerged, and a sense of spatial confusion came. Obviously, the giant star hand looked only a few hundred meters wide, but it seemed to encompass the entire world. Magical power, star-picking hands, boom, the eternal calamity light and the scales of judgment were both contained in this big hand. The rules of time and judgment collided with the star-picking hand, and an explosion was heard in an instant. The terrifying energy aftermath exploded, forcing the gods to retreat again. Some smaller gods had no time to dodge and were even shocked to death. The Lord of the Sea Blue hid behind the gods, holding the Poseidon harpoon in his hand, revealing a look of longing and unwillingness. This is the power of the God King, which is far beyond the reach of the Lord God. The eternal God King's eyes fixed, and he was ready to continue attacking, but then his expression changed. Chapter 299. I say, Twilight of the Gods begins. The attack that was about to be launched was interrupted, and the eternal divine furnace in his hand slipped out of his hand uncontrollably. This god's divine weapon. The eternal God King shouted and tried to make amends. Having the same experience as him was the god of punishment who held the sword of judgment. At this moment, he tried his best to hold the magic sword in his hand, but a special rule acted on it, causing the magic sword that had accompanied him for thousands of years to slip out of his hand. The next to suffer were the thousands of gods in the rear. With the battle ahead, these gods naturally took out their own divine weapons. At this moment, thousands of divine weapons broke away from their owners at the same time, gathered into a long river of divine weapons, and rushed towards Suan. Wailing sounds rose one after another among the gods. Even if they tried every possible means, they could not hold on to their own divine weapons. The Sea Blue god was even more furious, because the Poseidon harpoon was the embryo of a super artifact that he had spent a lot of effort on, thousands of years, and countless precious materials to create. Taking the name of Sea King was actually to express his ambition to become the God King. Now it has been taken away from him by someone. How could he tolerate this? The long river of divine weapons fell behind Suan with a swish sound, and surrounded him from beginning to end, transforming into a divine halo behind Suan, which looked quite sacred in the dense demonic aura. Today, I will send all the gods to extinction. With his back against the halo, Suan had an evil smile on his face, with a shrunken sword of judgment hovering at his fingertips. A thick demonic aura was swirling, as if a great terror was hidden beneath it. The eternal God King was furious. As his divine power bloomed, a drop of water of time as big as a star fell towards Suan. How dare you, outsider! I will extract your soul and refine it in blood for 1,000 years. Suan raised his hand and pointed, and the eternal divine furnace stood above his head and caught the water of time. Glancing at the exasperated eternal God King and the gods below, he opened his lips and said, I say, Ragnarok is about to begin. As he finished speaking, the demonic energy behind him surged. The terrifying demonic energy swept towards the gods like a tide, and its speed of spread left people with no time to react. The 2 god kings only had time to use their divine power to protect themselves, and were unable to take care of others. Hearing the screams of his men behind him, the god of punishment's eyes became even colder. Even if they win today's battle, the god realm will suffer heavy losses, and even several of their god kings may become left alone. Those who blaspheme God shall be killed. He looked at Suan, and an illusory scale appeared behind him. God said, You are guilty. Sinner, you should go to hell. In an instant, countless ghost hands appeared, as if trying to pull Suan into a hell space composed of judgment rules, accompanied by overlapping noisy sounds. You are guilty, you are guilty, you are guilty. The sound goes straight into the heart and disturbs the mind, attack his mind and destroy his body. This attack is somewhat similar to Chengzu's for extremes immortal killing formation. Suan is unmoved. Oh, wherever I am is hell, and all the sins are my fault. His eyes sharpened and he completely ignored those ghost hands. An ancient zither appeared in front of him. As his fingertips slid, the strings trembled slightly, and the corrupt demonic sound rang out in the divine world. The heavenly demon harp, the heavenly demon dances wildly, the terrifying yet tempting demonic sound spread out, instantly crushing the surrounding ghost hands. The demonic energy in the sky seemed to be stimulated as well, becoming more intense, violent, and corrosive. Even demons emerged from the evil energy and attacked the gods. Each of these demons has a hideous and strange appearance. Their every move can corrode divine power and soul. Even if they are broken up, they can be recondensed. They are extremely disgusting to the gods. In an instant, hundreds of gods were devoured. Even the God King of Punishment and the God King of Eternity changed their expressions. They were besieged by thousands of demons, so densely packed that they almost filled the surrounding space. Although these demons can be destroyed easily, in this space filled with demonic energy, these demons seem to have immortal bodies and can't stop entangled with them. However, their divine power was also being corroded bit by this evil spirit. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? The eternal God King roared, no longer caring about the demon that was biting him, and rushed towards Suan, who was in the black air with tremendous rage. Don't want. The God of Punishment shouted, using the rules of trial to constantly interrogate his heart and suppress the restless emotions in his heart, knowing that Younghan was influenced by the magic harp and lost his mind, but his reminder was too late. Looking at the eternal God King rushing towards him, Suan showed a playful look in his eyes. Die. The eternal God King had a ferocious look on his face. The rules of time flowed, and finally turned into a scene of time returning to the abyss, making the surrounding time completely independent. The world became completely silent. He is the God King who controls time and possesses this incredible power. The illusory river of time mercilessly surrounded and washed away Suan, trying to turn the invader in front of him into nothingness, but the only response he got was a smile from Suan. Then the figure on the black throne disappeared like foam, and the music of the heavenly demon piano continued, but it was just an illusion. The eternal God King's mind finally became a little clearer and he wanted to retreat, but the evil energy around him suddenly squeezed him in place like gel, making it difficult for him to move. A white jade-like hand pierced into his chest from behind and pinched the beating heart of God. The pain from the evil energy raging in his body caused even this God King, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to scream in agony. Don't be too petty as a god. Suan smiled slightly, squeezed his hand hard, and said, "Today, I will give you a big heart." As soon as the words fell, the light blue heart exploded. This time, another terrifying divine power came from behind. Whether they are good or evil, I will decide for sure. The God of Punishment condensed the rules of judgment into a new sword and slashed towards Suan. In an instant, endless malice came, as if the whole world was targeting Suan. The demonic energy around him loosened, and the eternal God King finally found an opportunity. He stepped on time and disappeared in front of Suan. Phew, I almost died. Stepping back far away, the eternal God King looked at the hole in his heart, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes that seemed to be made of solid ice. The physical injuries were nothing to the God King, but the evil energy that Suan left in his body was constantly eroding his soul and divine power. At that moment, he really felt that his soul was about to be crushed alive. Fortunately, Fa Zuan came to help at the critical moment. There was a silver light in his eyes. Time goes back. The illusory river of time reappeared, this time surrounding him, as if he wanted to use the power of time to reverse his state, but no matter how he tried to flow it back, the evil energy in his body remained stubborn and indestructible, as if it was above time and not bound by time. The demons around him continued to rush towards him, corroding his divine power. The complexion of the eternal God King gradually turned darker, in the truest sense of the word, and the divine light on his body became dimmer, and demonic energy was permeating his entire body. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and frowned, just about to ask for help from the God of Punishment. The next moment, a hand covered in blood pierced through his head. 5 fingers pinched the head and the weakened soul. The stern face of the God of Punishment came into his sight, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 300. I should take the Buddha's place immediately. The soul of this God King was completely shattered under the influence of the judgment rules and was absorbed by a powerful force in the dark. You blasphemer, you will die today. The god of punishment looked at Suan, raised one hand to the sky, and condensed an extremely powerful sword out of thin air. His voice was so cold that it seemed as if he was stating a fact. At the same time, his breath was constantly rising gradually. There was a hint of immortal aura. By sacrificing the life of a god king and forcibly borrowing the power of the god realm center, his strength was greatly improved in a short period of time. However, this kind of improvement also has great disadvantages. This person forced him to use this trump card, and he must die no matter what. I didn't expect that there was a big black hand hiding in the divine world. Suan raised his eyes slightly. In Tang Chuan's memory, he didn't remember that the God King had such ability. It is obvious that the God of punishment has his own calculations and has developed his abilities in secret. Perhaps he wanted to control the center of the divine world, or perhaps he wanted to break through to a higher level. Unfortunately, the current strength of the God of punishment is at most 1 or 2 points stronger than Li Feng, who has the invincible buff, and has not yet truly reached another level. Be able to cope with it in Suan's hand. There appeared a supreme fairy door emitting mysterious fairy light. The sound of the heavens chanting Tao resounded. The immortal gate manifested the rhythm of Tao, and the destined immortal light shot out from the immortal gate. It cannot be avoided and cannot be resisted. From the moment the immortal light was emitted, it was destined to fall on the body of the god of punishment. In the blink of an eye, the surging aura of the god of punishment subsided again. It fell back to the starting point at an extremely fast speed, and even the long sword in his hand lost its support and gradually faded away. Seeing the drastic change in his expression, the god of punishment still hadn't reacted to the situation and was still posing with his hands raised. Suan shook his head, feeling rather bored. Is this your trump card? What a disappointment. He was ready to cling to Sister Ruwashi, but this is the result. Sitting on top of the layers of demonic energy, looking down at the god of punishment, Suan said calmly, "Little god from the god realm, you did your best." Insult. Being called a little god is the ultimate insult. But the punishment god king, realizing that things were not going well, had already decided to retreat. At worst, he could give up the virtual god realm. Would he, a great god king, be buried with him? Although because his godhead is connected to the center of the divine world, his strength would be greatly affected if something happened in the virtual divine world. But it is better than dying here anyway. In the blink of an eye, the god of punishment had made his choice. Just when he was about to take action, countless evil hands suddenly emerged from his body and penetrated his body densely. How could Suan give anyone a chance to escape, even if it is a hostile ant? It is better to step on it to death. The boundless demonic energy instantly enveloped the god king, who was resisting hard, turning him into a huge black cocoon, and more demonic energy swarmed in. Gradually, the shrill screams were drowned out and the black cocoon gradually became quiet. The god king inside seemed to have completely lost his life and was no longer moving. Suan chuckled, not caring whether the people inside were dead or alive. He raised his hand and saw 2 spears, one gold and one black, piercing out from the void and piercing through the black cocoon one after another. Ancestral Dragon Spear, God of War Spear. The Ancestral Dragon Spear is specially designed to attack the physical body, while the God of War Spear is specially designed to destroy the soul. Both spears are extraordinary and are top-notch spiritual treasures. As the 2 spears poured in, the quiet black cocoon trembled, and then a sharper and crazier sound rang out, accompanied by bursts of shattering sounds. This god is unwilling to give in. The evil spirit gradually dissipated, and the 2 spears were nailed on the body of the god king, which was mostly corroded. The broken eyeballs were still staring straight ahead, as if containing tremendous rage. The next moment, the corpse disappeared like smoke. The god of punishment also followed in the footsteps of his old friend, leaving only a blood-red diamond-shaped divine nature that was between reality and illusion remaining in place. The godhead of the god king? Without thinking, Suan crushed the divine power and sent it into the inner world as a tonic for the world. Even if one absorbs the divine power of a god king, it will still take 100 years to elevate a cultivator to the soul formation realm. This may be fast for ordinary people, but it is too slow in Suan's opinion. As long as he wanted, he could inject the jade liquid into his woman, and it would also provide a solid foundation using the godhead. Even if one achieves the primordial spirit, one is still following someone else's path, and there will be great obstacles in verifying the Tao fruit. This godhead is also connected to the center of the divine world, which prevents people from leaving the virtual divine world for a long time. It is really useless. It is a pity to throw it away if it is tasteless, so it is better to let the inner world absorb the rules directly. Even Gong Shinqing, Suan was planning to strip her of her divinity later. If those old monks who have been stuck in Shenyang for thousands of years knew about this idea, they would probably go crazy, not to mention the souls that have some limitations. For them, as long as they can break through the realm, they would be willing to give up everything in Exchanged. Then Suan looked at the corpse of the eternal God King. He frowned slightly, and there was no trace of the eternal God King at the place, and can sense the residual spacetime fluctuations. There was a silver light in his eyes, and his magic power surged. He calculated and quickly recovered what had just happened. The eternal God King is dead. That is a fact. However, in the battle just now, the unexpected collision of his power with that of the god of punishment caused a rift in time and space, allowing the god's corpse to escape into the void and drift to an unknown place. It may be submerged in the storm of time and space, or it may fall into a certain world and be found by a lucky person, but if you are lucky, it will be fun. That godhead is tainted with my evil spirit. Suan thought about it and became somewhat excited. Besides, the thousands of attacking gods had already been transformed into crystal clear divine bodies under the corrosion of the evil spirit. Each of them exudes the power of rules, some strong and some weak. Suan kept these divine powers intentionally. No matter how many rules there are, they can always make some contribution to him. With a slight wave of his hand, those thousands of godheads all fell into the inner world and became nutrients for the growth of the world. Hey, there's still one alive? Suddenly Suan looked towards a corner and saw a god whose body was more than half corroded. He was still using his divine power to form a barrier and struggling to hold on. However, judging from the flickering barrier, it seemed that it would not last long. When Suan saw the harpoon mark on the god's head, he felt inexplicably familiar with it. This guy is that Hylon? No wonder. In the memory of future Tang Xuan, this old pervert named Hylon later broke through his limits and became a god king. No wonder he was able to hold on for so long. Thinking of Tang Xuan, Suan's expression became a little strange again. Speaking of which, in the 8th test of Hylon's 9 tests, when the test required Tang Xuan to have sex with the rabbit spirit, did this old man really not stand by and watch? Thinking about it, he walked forward. Suan felt sorry for the sea blue god, who was biting his teeth to the point of breaking but still struggling to hold on, not even noticing Suan's arrival, and madly squeezing out the last few bits of his divine power. In essence, he is actually a kind-hearted person with compassion for the world. Life is too painful, just die. A compassionate voice sounded. With compassion in his heart, Suan lightly stroked his finger and cut off the neck of the sea blue god. The hideous head fell to the ground, and the consciousness of the sea blue god could no longer resist the boundless demonic energy. The harpoon mark on his forehead only lit up slightly and was then submerged by the demonic energy. I haven't become a god king yet. This regretful voice became the last sound of Lord Hylon. His soul returned to nothingness and he no longer had to endure any pain. The last male god in the divine world was declared dead. Another soul was sent to paradise. Suan had a compassionate look on his face. He clasped his hands together and put the sea blue godhead into his pocket. Namo Ami Tofu, this seat has immeasurable merits. He should be the one sitting in the position of Buddha. If it weren't for the demonic aura that filled the air, he really did have some of the aura of a great monk. I must go find the Buddhist girl to learn Buddhism someday. Thinking of a certain Buddhist girl with a dignified appearance, Suan's heart was slightly moved. With just a slight opening of his mouth, the evil spirit that filled the divine world returned to Suan's body like a bird returning to its nest. Extremely docile, the influx of demonic energy made his magic power several times stronger than before, and the demonic intent in his body became even stronger. These are all transformed from the evil energy that devours the gods. After Suan broke through his primordial spirit, the Nirvana Sutra underwent new changes. The demonic energy's ability to devour and corrode became even stronger, as if it was created specifically to destroy the world. If it really erodes a world, Suan might be able to achieve the Tao fruit, but he is not at that stage yet. Gathering the demonic energy, Suan's gaze fell on the forest of life, the only place that was not contaminated by the demonic energy. Master and others are gaining the upper hand. Emuningzhen and Shangnan teamed up to beat the goddess of life so hard that she was forced to defend herself. Li Jining and the sisters of Taiyim Palace also suppressed the goddess of light very hard, bullying the little lowly to the point that she was about to cry and curse the bad guys. In addition to the advantage in numbers, it is also because these two goddesses were born as gods and lack experience in fighting. Otherwise, how could two people who are at the peak of the Yuanshan level be bullied by those in the early stage of the Yuanshan level? On the other side, the 7 goddesses of original sin formed a formation, fatally integrating the shadow of the God King, which was the shadow of a seductive woman who seemed the embodiment of sin. Although it is not as strong as Higan Bana, it can still compete with the cooperation of several other main gods. It seems that the strength of these goddesses is not as weak as imagined. As for Gong Shin Ching, he wandered on the edge, occasionally bullying some lone goddesses. Fortunately, Suan's original purpose was to let his master and Li Jining practice, as long as they didn't get hurt. Who won? Sensing the changes outside, the goddess of life barely managed to spare a bit of her attention to look at the virtual god realm. Previously, the outside of the forest of life was blocked by black air, and she was suppressed by two people and had no idea about the situation outside. Now that the black air has dissipated, she knows that one side is about to win. It would be good if they won the punishment, and the divine realm could remain the same. Not if I lose. Then, just at this moment, Suan appeared above the battlefield, overlooking the goddesses. It's time to end. He smiled faintly. It's over. The moment she saw the only male figure, a hint of despair appeared in the green eyes of the goddess of life. Outside the forest of life, there were no more gods left. Only some scattered divine bones that seemed to be half corroded remained. The auras of the other two gods had dissipated. Punishment and eternity die in battle. Chapter 301, Cute Girl, Uncle will treat you to a meal. The once glorious virtual world seemed to have turned into a dead zone. The forest of life is the last oasis, but I'm afraid this oasis will not last long. In a moment of distraction, Muningjin seized the opportunity and attacked more fiercely, making the situation of the goddess of life even more embarrassing. This exhilarating battle allowed her to further enhance her control over her strength. Combined with the jade liquid that Suan had given her before, she had already vaguely touched the threshold of the middle stage of the Yuanshan. It's really over this time, woo-woo, I have never had a man before. Looking at the scattered divine bones outside, her eyes were filled with tears of lust and her expression was full of charm. Among the seven sisters, she is the weakest and has never fulfilled her original sin, because the seven goddesses of original sin are connected physically and mentally, and have the same feelings. How can they tolerate themselves being defiled? Arrogance looks down on everyone, anger just wants to tear those men with dirty eyes into pieces, laziness sleeps all day, gluttony just likes to eat, greedy doesn't want to be greedy by others, and jealousy is jealous that she looks better. Being watched over by these six sisters, she never had sex even for a single day, even though she was a goddess of lust. Her life was miserable. Now she was going to die as a pure goddess. Was this fair? What time is it? You still want a man? Arrogantly yelled, his red pupils turned red, and his aura rose again. We can't lose. This damn guy, why does he feel more evil than us? Jealousy was trembling all over, gritting her teeth as she looked at the red spider lily that was unfolding its bloody other side demon realm to compete with them. She was jealous beyond words. What a strong power. Why doesn't this power belong to her? Damn it, what are you afraid of? Kill her. The red skin looked like a demon, roaring furiously, and it seemed as if flames were coming out of his body. I want to kill. Clang! There was a slight sound from the head. Swan's fist hit the fiery demon girl on the head. In an instant, Baofu felt dizzy, his consciousness became blurred, and he fainted in Suan's arms. You know what? Despite her hot temper, her body is also exceptionally hot, and her red skin has a unique charm. Suan casually threw her into the inner world. He has a bad temper and needs to be disciplined in the future. Fury. So handsome. The seven-person formation collapsed, the shadow of the God King disappeared, and the other goddesses of original sin only reacted, covering their heads, in shock and anger. Then several women glared at him with lust at the same time. The shrill "so handsome" just now was shouted by her. Several goddesses of original sin possessed original sin but were also burdened by it. If it weren't for Hig and Bana seeing Suan coming and turning to attack the fleeing goddesses, I'm afraid they would all have been declared dead at that moment. You guys go in too. Suan grabbed the void with both hands, grabbed greed and jealousy, sealed their powers, packed them up and sent them into the inner world. Harvest two goddesses of original sin again. As the eldest sister, the arrogant pupils shrank and she rushed towards Suan angrily. Damn you, you mortal fish, I will make you pay the price. Saying these harsh words, the goddess rushed to Suan as if walking into a trap, rushed into the entrance to the inner world that Suan took the opportunity to open, and then was suppressed under the Bodhi tree. Gluttony swallowed his saliva and slowed down his eating of the chicken leg. Good, so scary, even the eldest sister is no match for her. I heard that prisoners have no rights. If she were caught by this man, she would never be able to eat delicious food again. Thinking of the desperate scene, she quickly took 2 bites of chicken legs to calm herself down. Her puffed up little face looked very adorable. My lovely girl, Uncle will treat you to delicious food. Suan couldn't help but pinch Gluttony's chubby little face and opened a bottle of jade liquid pill in front of him. A fresh fragrance instantly rushed into the glutton's nose. The gluttonous girl's eyes changed instantly, like a person who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights finally saw food. She stared at the jade bottle, and even the chicken leg in her hand no longer smelled good. "Oh, it smells so good. Want to eat?" The jade bottle in Suan's hand moved to the right, and the girl's little head moved with it, her mouth opened wide and saliva flowed. "Oh, I want to eat." "Then let's go in." Suan opened the portal to the inner world again and threw the jade bottle in. Gluttony immediately pounced on it, grabbed the jade bottle with shining eyes, and then plunged into the inner world. Seeing their sisters being murdered one after another, laziness and lust were so shocked that they froze in place. Looking at Lazy, who was trying to be alert, Suan just stretched out 2 fingers and pressed down her fighting eyelids. In an instant, the tall and sleepy goddess fell into Suan's arms and fell into a deep sleep. "You're the only one left." Suan looked at Lust. A goddess who looks like a succubus, with a heart-shaped hair accessory pinned to her pink devil horns and a scorpion tail swaying gently behind her, which is also very alluring. There is a succubus-like pattern floating above her hair. A tight dress wraps up her hot figure. Even at this moment, she does not forget to exude her charm. The faint blush on her charming face, coupled with the expression that looked like she was about to cry, made people want to bully her. "Woo-woo, handsome brother, don't hit me, I'll go in by myself." She shrank her body, obviously afraid but couldn't help wanting to get closer to Suan. A heart shape appeared in her pink eyes, filled with love. She moved her long legs with difficulty, and walked into the open door step by step reluctantly. The 7 goddesses of original sin are packed, without the 7 goddesses of original sin forming a formation as the main support. The rest of the goddesses are no match for the red spider lilies. Soon, the powers of the noble goddesses were sealed and they were piled together like garbage. After all, it is a deity and there is no need to worry about being crushed to death, so the actions of the red spider lily are a little rough. Only the goddess of life and the goddess of light are still struggling to hold on. Although they were born as gods and their realm is higher than other women, they have always fought on instinct and applied their own single rules. The divine arts they know are just their own guesses. Even if they have lived for tens of thousands of years, how can they match the millions of years of foundation of the origin realm's cultivation? He used a variety of attacking skills, making the 2 men suffer terribly. Seeing that all the other goddesses were captured, he felt even more hopeless. Finally, Mooningjan swung his sword. The sword light was extremely bright, shattering the light of life in front of him, and in a moment he cut off the beautiful head of the goddess of life. His whole aura increased, and he stepped into the middle stage of Yuan's hand. Yuan smiled sincerely when he saw this, and then he said, "Okay, stop it." After hearing this, everyone stopped arguing and retreated to Suan's side. "Well, the fighting ability of these gods is so weak." The Taiyin Palace Master also complained on the side. "Life." The goddess of light, who was no longer obstructed, wailed, her little face showing anxiety. She quickly picked up the head of the goddess of life, and then carefully put it back on the headless body in the green dress. The laws of light flow, combined with the power of life, to dispel the sword intent. The goddess of life naturally would not die so easily. It was just that the sword intent contained in Mooningjan's sword temporarily hindered the operation of her life rules. After the head was reattached, he quickly recovered with the help of the goddess of light. He touched his neck and stood up, but his face was still a little pale. Chapter 302 The origin of the goddess of original sin. The 2 god kings who had been together for tens of thousands of years stood together and did not fight again. The goddess of life looked at the goddesses piled together with a sad face. She knew that she had completely lost, the virtual god realm had completely lost, and there was no way to turn the tide. "May I ask, Your Excellency, what do you want?" After a moment of silence, she looked at Suan. If he wanted to kill her, this was the best opportunity, and even light could not save her. Since this person did not do so, it means there is still room for negotiation. "Kneel down and submit to me, and I will spare your life." Suan curled up the corner of his mouth and sat back. A black throne appeared below him, just enough to hold him. He then waved in the direction of Mooningjan. Seeing this, the beautiful master gave Suan a cold look, but she had to give face to this traitor outside, so she had to put away her sword and walk slowly to Suan's side, pretending to be docile and leaning against Suan's body, which made Li Jining beside her open her mouth slightly and show surprise in her eyes. This is also possible. As for the 2 goddesses, before the goddess of life could speak, light could not help but jump up and down and yell, with anger in her eyes. You are so presumptuous. We are the god kings. We can be killed but not humiliated. We will never submit to you." As she spoke, She raised her head and glanced at Life. Life, what do you think? The goddess of life pursed her red lips and gave the goddess of light an apologetic smile. I am willing to surrender. A gentle and somewhat sad voice sounded. The green skirt touched the soil, and the noble goddess of life had already knelt on the ground, as if she was worshipping the black throne. Ah, ah, ah. The goddess of light widened her eyes and looked at the goddess of life in disbelief. Her two delicate little hands couldn't help but reach forward and try to pull the head of life. The sacred halo behind her head became flickering. Life, did I install the wrong head for you just now? As the king of gods, how can you say such things? Surrendering is too shameful, it's over. I must have been too heavy-handed when I installed the brain, and damaged the brain of the life. The goddess of life sighed and stretched out her hand to block the incoming little hand. Her eyes, as gentle as the spring breeze, confirmed to Guangming that this was indeed the oldest goddess among the gods. Touching the hair of the goddess of light, her eyes gradually became firm. Xiao Guang, this is my own choice, you don't have to worry about me. If it were just her, she might not make this choice, but she has many goddesses under her command, so she always has more ties. She is not like other gods who pay so much attention to dignity. She is more like an intimate elder sister in her daily life and has no desire to fight for power. Even though she is the oldest god, she only protects some goddesses and has never fought for anything, and judging by the appearance of several strong women around that man, maybe the ending won't be that bad. But if it was Guangming, I couldn't help her make the choice. How could I let you bear it alone? The goddess of light scratched her head frantically. Her white hair was a little messy, her face was droopy, and she reluctantly bent her short legs and knelt down, muttering, I'm not surrendering to the bad guys for the sake of my life. Oh, wise choice. Suan didn't care about what the bright little loli said and smiled slightly. Take me to the center of the divine world. The center of the divine world is an existence similar to the way of heaven or world consciousness. It is not in the surface world of the virtual divine world. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be in a special space somewhere. If you want to find it yourself, it is not impossible, but it will take too much time. It would be much more convenient to let the two local gods act as guides. Okay. The goddess of life agreed without thinking. As a defector, you always have to offer something to prove your worth. After packing up the many goddesses that had piled up like a small mountain and putting them into the inner world, Suan took Mooningjin and a few others to walk in this empty virtual world under the guidance of the goddess of life. The virtual world was devastated after the war. When Suan was corroding the place with his evil spirit, he didn't care about protecting the environment. So naturally he destroyed all the beautiful scenery. Apart from the forest of life, there is no other intact place. When the goddess of light saw her destroyed sanctuary, her face turned red, his big eyes were wide open, staring at Suan's back, and he waved his fists in the air, cursing softly, bad guy, bad thing, big bad guy. The goddess of life held the hand of the goddess of light, smiled bitterly, and could only comfort her softly. On the way, Suan suddenly turned around and looked at the two of them. The frightened little girl Guangming thought that the bad guy was going to cause trouble for her, so she kept silent and closed her little mouth guiltily. She raised her head and looked left and right, blinking her big eyes with an innocent look. By the way, do you know the origin of the 7 goddesses of original sin? Suan asked the goddess of life. The 7 goddesses of original sin are connected in mind and feeling, and can form a formation together to condense the shadow of the God King. There is no inheritance of formations in the divine world. Apparently, this is something they are born with. Moreover, all 7 of them are main gods, which can be said to be a strong force. There was not much information about the 7 goddesses of original sin in Tang Xuan's memory. He and the goddess of life were not on the same page and did not have much communication. After the rabbit spirit Xiaoba died unexpectedly, he resolutely dissolved his own divinity to look for his deceased wife. Of course, Suan knew that it was just a false memory. According to his final examination, Tang Xuan was still the same soul, but the original memory was covered by another false memory. If he wanted to, he could calculate a future in a small place and put it into someone's mind to create the illusion of pseudo-rebirth. This false future and the real future could still have a 90% overlap, provided there was no interference from other external forces. Original sin. The voice of the goddess of life fell into memories. As the oldest goddess, the oldest god in the virtual world, the original god, she knows too many secrets of the world of gods. There are 3 types of gods in the god realm. One type is the innate gods, born as gods, with the great power of the God King. For example, I and the light are transformed from an ancient tree of life and the seed of light conceived by heaven and earth. We are considered the strongest among the gods. Upon hearing this, the goddess of light raised her head proudly. The second category is the creatures that were born naturally in the divine world later and became acquired gods after they understood the rules and condensed their divinity. The remaining priests are mostly creatures in the divine world who have not yet understood the rules. The goddess of life continued to narrate. The third category is the gods that gather the power of faith of all living beings and condense into gods after the faith of the god realm spreads to other worlds. They are also called gods of faith. For example, the Hylan god lord under Fajui is widely believed in the seas and islands of your world. After the gods of faith ascend with their own relatives, those relatives will also be baptized by the god realm and become priests. Original Sin was supposed to be the ninth innate deity born in the virtual god realm, the god king who governed the rules of Original Sin, and the last god king born in the virtual god realm. However, the rules of Original Sin conflicted with the rules of Judgment of Punishment, and the two were destined to be enemies. Therefore, before she was born, she was found by the god king of Punishment, who chopped her into pieces with a sword, and her fragments turned into 7 goddesses of Original Sin. So, they are septuplets? Suan suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. 7 twin goddesses who are in tune with each other. This reaction made the goddess of life look strange. After a pause, she continued, when I arrived, it was too late. I could only protect the 7 newly born goddesses of Original Sin. They were no longer a threat to the god of punishment. Now punishment doesn't need to worry about any threats. At the end, she laughed at herself. Although she was laughing at the punishment, she was also laughing at herself. Suan nodded. Indeed, the formation of the 7 goddesses of Original Sin has only reached the initial stage of God King, and there are still major flaws, which can easily be broken one by one. If they cannot find a way to achieve unity, they will naturally not be able to threaten the god of punishment. Wait, the ninth innate god? Suan suddenly came to his senses. There have been 7 god kings in the god realm. The ninth is the god king of Original Sin. So who is the 8th? The goddess of life could not help but look at the goddess of light, whose eyes were darting around, and touched her little head. The 8th one is called the Dark God King, who is the natural enemy of light. He was suppressed by light when he was just a seed of darkness before he was born. It turns out that the punishment god king learned this from her. Suan turned his gaze to the little lowly, and the lowly god immediately revealed a very innocent and simple smile. What dark god king? I don't know. I just picked up a dark seed on the road. Hearing this, Suan looked at the little lowly a few more times. As expected, the god of light is black when cut open, making him a good material for being a villain, but the seed of darkness is a good thing. We can get it and study it. For now, since she has just come to surrender, I won't provoke this little lowly. The goddess of light had no idea that she had been targeted by someone and was still planning to get back at the bad guy and escape from his clutches with her life. We're here. The voice of the goddess of life fell. Several people have arrived at a magnificent sacred mountain in the divine realm. Originally, the scenery of this sacred mountain should have been beautiful, but now it is just bare. A few dead trees are still standing stubbornly, adding a bit of desolation. The entrance to the space where the god realm's core is located is right here, but only a god king has the authority to open it. Her eyes turned to the goddess of light and Gong Shenqing. Strictly speaking, she can no longer be considered a god king as she has no divine nature, but an ancient god who possesses the power of a god king. Glancing at the eager face of the goddess of light, Suan chuckled and said, Shenqing, you go. In an instant, the little girl's face fell. Suan ignored her. This goddess had not been trained yet and could not be used with confidence. Chapter 303, The Destruction of the Virtual World. The Empress Gong Shenqing also asked the goddess of life for the method to open the space, and then he activated the divine nature instinctively. The magic power in her body was dissipating madly, and waves of violent space fluctuations were heard. However, almost everyone present was in the Yuanshan realm, with extremely high cultivation, so this little noise naturally did not cause any impact. About half a minute later, accompanied by the silent vibration, a mysterious silver-white light gate appeared in front of everyone. The highest, the most supreme, the most divine, the most holy. An incomparably majestic and noble aura emanated from it, as if the heavens had descended upon it. It was very similar to the breath of heaven that Suan had felt from the photostone of the Taoist priest of Tian Dao sect, but it was purer and weaker, relatively speaking. Facing this majestic aura, Gong Xianqing, who was short of magical power, could not hold on and almost fell to the ground. Suan, who was waiting by the side, immediately took action, held her in his arms, and put one hand on her lower abdomen to help her recover her magic power. Feeling his cousin's warm big hand, Gong Xuanqing's face turned slightly red, but he did not struggle. Li Jining looked at this scene, her brows furrowed, her eyes thoughtful, as if she had thought of something, but couldn't grasp the opportunity. This is the core of the virtual world. The goddess of life sighed. Strictly speaking, this is considered a betrayal of the virtual god realm, but now there are only two gods left in the virtual world, she and the god king of light, so it doesn't matter whether they betray each other or not. Outside. Never mind, you guys go into the inner world first. Thinking of what might happen next, Suan opened the portal to his inner world. The Taiyin Palace master and Li Jining did not suspect anything and walked in first. Then the goddess of light also took small steps and was pulled in by the goddess of life under the stare of Muningjin and others. Cousin, you should go in too. You may have an opportunity later. Finally, looking at Gong Xianqing, who was still in his arms, Suan let go of his hand. Gong Xianqing lowered his head, responded softly, and reluctantly broke away from his cousin's arms and entered the inner world. After the girls left, Suan no longer hesitated and stepped into the silver gate of light. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and Suan's feet fell into the air, standing in mid-air. This is a pure white space, all white, without any clutter or scenery to speak of. Emptiness and boredom are the keynotes here. Following the breath, Suan groped his way forward. In the center of the space, Suan saw a large silver white ball of light. It is also the only object that exists in this space, the core of the entire divine world, the divine world center. Or perhaps it's not quite appropriate to describe it as the center of the divine world. This is heaven, this is the Tao, this is the God above all gods. The majestic and sacred aura makes people unconsciously want to worship it, and the rules of the entire divine world are intertwined with it. It has no consciousness, yet is supreme and invulnerable to all. Suan felt that the world sapling in his body was emitting an instinctive desire, as if it had seen high-quality nutrients, and was suddenly extremely hungry and thirsty. The silver white ball of light seemed to have sensed something and began to tremble slightly. In the entire white space, the energy storm was raging, various rules were mixed together, strangling every corner of the space, just like a huge storm suddenly set off in the white ocean. He has no consciousness, but instinctively wants to eliminate the threat. Suan did not hesitate any longer and inserted his hand directly into the silver ball of light in front of him. A tree root quietly stretched out from his palm and began to frantically squeeze the essence of the ball of light. As soon as it appeared, the riot in the space became more intense. The combined stranglehold of various rules, like dozens of gods attacking together, made Suan unable to resist. He had to summon the Gate of Wonders to suppress the riot. With the appearance of this immortal gate, Suan's small space suddenly became peaceful, as if it had turned into a pure land in the white ocean. Although the essence of the silver light ball is extremely high, surpassing the God King and the primordial spirit, it has no self-awareness and acts based on instinct and rules. It can't do anything to Suan at all, and can only vibrate more violently, making the riot more violent. However, such riots in space and rules are naturally restrained by the Gate of All Wonders, and cannot interfere with that small space, nor can they affect Suan. If there were still living beings in the virtual god realm at this moment, they would be able to see a scene of the end of the world. The earth trembled, rocks collapsed, trees withered, magma poured back, and spiritual energy dried up. All imaginable and unimaginable doomsday scenes are playing out gradually. I don't know how long it took. The pure white space gradually calmed down, and the silver white ball of light was sucked away, leaving only the last spot of light. As this spot of light was absorbed by the roots of the world tree, the pure white space began to perish. Suan left the space without any hesitation and appeared in the outside world, but the situation in the outside world was not much better. Looking from the border far away, you can clearly see that the world is collapsing and disappearing. This world is on the countdown to destruction. Judging from the current rate of collapse, this empty shell world that has lost its origin will completely disappear within 100 years. Fortunately, Suan had sent the gods into the dusk ahead of time, so there was no need to worry about hurting innocent people at this moment. With no intention of watching the end of the world, Suan felt the changes in the seedling of the world tree and the small chaos of his dantian, activated the Gate of All Wonders, and his figure disappeared into the virtual world of gods, the imperial capital, the great Shang Palace. After condensing the fruit of luck, the empress's tense heart relaxed a lot. Occasionally read a book to cultivate your sentiments, or use the lucky blackbird to patrol the territory of Dishang, or tinker with some new things, for example, mahjong that came from Yuanan Palace, but without Xiao. Anzi, my heart still feels a little emptied. In the past, because of the threat from heaven, she seldom left the palace after becoming emperor, and spent most of her time in Taiyuan Hall, whether she was practicing or reading. Although I don't need to worry as much as before, I have developed the personality of a stay-at-home girl and still likes to stay in Taiyuan Palace. After reading the last page of The Cold Empress Sister 4, the Empress pressed the book on the bed, feeling a little lost. She lay on the bed with her hand on her cheek, outlining her beautiful curves. A pair of jade feet wrapped in white silk stockings fell on the bed, like an elf on the top of a snowy mountain, pure and flawless. Where has this little Anzi been wandering around again? Her tone was flat, but Hong Xiao could hear a hint of dissatisfaction hidden in it. Seeing His Majesty like this, she was moved and said, "Your Majesty, if you have nothing to do, why not move to the spiritual transformation pond and soak in the spiritual spring to nourish your body and mind?" Although this spiritual spring is a treasured place for spiritual practice that everyone in the palace desires but cannot obtain, to the Empress it is just a hot spring that can only be used to kill time. Spiritual pond? Thinking of the scene when she took little Anzi to secretly bathe in the Hualing pool when she was a child, the Empress's lips couldn't help but curl up, her interest slightly increased, and her lips and teeth slightly opened. "I'm just tired, so I'll go take a bath." Without greeting the other palace maids, the Empress suddenly thought about it and pulled Hong Xiao to appear beside the Hualing pool. The ground is paved with mysterious spiritual crystals, and spiritual plants and flowers are dotted around it. There are countless stone tablets engraved with the rime of Taoism around it, and it is guarded by extremely powerful formations. The light blue water in the pool was still warm, with steam rising from it, containing extremely high-quality spiritual power. It is an excellent place for spiritual practice. If it were the previous dynasty, one might have to consider whether there was an imperial concubine practicing in the pool, but there is no need to worry about this today. The Empress took off her clothes, revealing her beautiful body. She lifted her jade feet and stepped into the pool. Chapter 304. Such a little Anzi with her back against the pool, her shoulders are half covered, as white as snow and as beautiful as jade. The extra scenery is hidden under the water and cannot be seen. Water vapor floats everywhere, surrounding the pool, making it seem like a fairyland on earth. Su Ruwashi scooped up a pool of water with her jade hands and watched it flow away through her fingertips. She couldn't help but think of the time when she and Suan played in the pool. It was probably more than 10 years ago. This short period of more than 10 years is actually nothing in their long lifespan, but she always feels as if it is a lifetime ago. I still remember that I particularly liked to bully Xiao Anzi at that time. I forced him to hide under my crotch, rode on his head, and put on a large dress to pretend to be an adult. Little Anzi was bullied so badly that he threw himself into his mother's arms and cried. Then the queen mother spanked herself, and in the end, Xiao Anzi wiped his tears and pulled his mother's hand to beg for mercy. Then, as his butt healed, he continued to bully Xiao Anzi. It's a pity that Xiao Anzi has grown up now and is not as easy to bully as before. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth slightly and said faintly, "It would be great if I could make Xiao Anzi smaller. It would be fun to pinch him." It seems, it is not impossible. This time, a barely detectable spatial fluctuation appeared in the Taiyuan Palace. Suan's figure stepped out from the void and landed on the soft brocade floor. Here he set an anchor, and His Majesty is aware of it. No one? Seeing the empty phoenix bed, Suan felt a little regretful. I was originally planning to find His Majesty to replenish my sister's energy. It would be great if I could run into some changing scenes again. Pity. And there was no sign of Sister Hong Xiao. He walked out of the palace gate. There was only a little palace maid who looked a little confused guarding outside the door. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead, as if she was waiting for something, and she didn't notice the person behind her at all. Suan stepped forward and patted the little maid's head, and asked, "Do you know where His Majesty is?" The little palace maid's body trembled violently. The big hand that suddenly appeared behind her really scared her, and she almost attacked. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, turned sideways, and timidly saluted. "Your servant greets Prince Yuanan, Your Majesty, best wishes." She glanced at Suan with her little eyes, and was curious about why this prince suddenly appeared in His Majesty's bedroom. There was clearly no one in His Majesty's bedroom before, and her little head couldn't figure it out for a moment. "The palace commander asked me to tell the prince that if he comes, he should go to the spirit transformation pond, or His Majesty will summon him." Thinking of the important matter, the little palace maid did not dare to delay and quickly told Suan about it. The palace commander was referring to Hong Xiao. As the head of the female officials in the inner court, Hong Xiao was in charge of the promotion, demotion, reward and punishment of all the female officials in the palace. She was a second-rank official, which was not a low rank at all. In addition, Qingling's position is master attendant, which is the second rank, half a level lower than Hongxiao.
The spirit transformation pond? I understand.
Suan nodded, did not embarrass the little palace maid, and turned to walk towards the spirit transformation pond.
What does Sister Hongxiao want to do now? He muttered, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. If it was really His Majesty who summoned him, there would be no need for Sister Hongxiao to convey the message through the palace maid. The journey was smooth. Suan had extremely high authority in the palace and soon arrived outside the courtyard where the spirit transformation pond was located. Before I knocked on the door, it was already open and a faint floral scent wafted in the air without making a sound. Half of his body was exposed, and that gentle and generous face showed a bit of smartness and cunning. Xiaoanzi, come in quickly.
Hongxiao winked at Suan and conveyed a message of this red gate is not just an ordinary gate. It is also connected to the opening of the formation. This courtyard is also guarded by a large formation. If one wants to enter the soul transformation pool by other means, the result will be that one will be strangled to pieces by the formation. Suan could even feel that there were 3 pure yang female cultivators guarding outside the courtyard. Without thinking too much, Suan's eyes moved slightly and he followed Hongxiao into the courtyard. Spiritual energy came towards me, and a clear pool suddenly came into view, as well as a beautiful woman like jade. The beautiful figure had its back to Su. And, like a lotus in clear water, and just a little bit of her revealed would have become a picture scroll. The delicate whiteness of the soft shoulders was like the most alluring aphrodisiac. Several luxurious clothes were scattered on the surrounding platforms, including the Suanio Emperor's robe and even underwear. His Majesty was actually taking a hot spring bath, and Suan took a deep breath of the fragrance. This is simply naked temptation. Could it be that His Majesty can no longer hold back and wants to take action against this loyal minister of his? Suan was adding drama to herself in her heart. Suddenly, that clear and domineering voice was heard. Hongxiao, come here and give me a shoulder massage. The Empress seemed unaware of what was happening behind her and gave orders in the same voice. Hearing this, Hongxiao's eyes lit up and she pushed Suan from behind, signaling with a crazy look under compulsion. Suan was pushed to the edge of the spring, sat cross-legged, put his hands on the Empress's soft shoulders, and a faint magic fragrance flowed into his mouth and nose. After swallowing his saliva, he unconsciously recalled a sentence in his mind, Your Majesty, don't look back, I am. Hongxiao. The Empress closed her eyes slightly, enjoying Suan's massage, and raised her red lips slightly. Not bad, your skills have improved recently.
Suan kept silent and just let his hands slide down those shoulders and neck. As for the changes in the world tree?
Who cares? Seeing this extremely harmonious scene, Hongxiao smiled like an auntie. An idea for a new book came to her mind. She quietly opened the door and walked out, leaving the courtyard to the 2 people. After Sister Hongxiao left, Suan naturally became more bold in his actions. He moved forward again, almost touching the Empress, then leaned forward quietly and stretched his head, wanting to see the scenery under the pool. The water in the Hualing Pond is naturally free of impurities, and the water is so clear that you can see the bottom. But when he looked down, he couldn't see clearly. It was vague and looked like it was covered by a thick layer of mosaic. Even using magic power was useless. It was really frustrating. Suan knew that this must be Sister Ruwashi's doing. His eyes rolled and evil thoughts arose again. As he pinched, his hands moved to his armpits unknowingly, feeling the warm jade-like touch on his skin. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, trying to lift the person out of the pool. But even though he exerted the power to move mountains and seas, the person in the pool remained motionless, as if his body was nailed to this place and time. Instead, Suan felt a sharp gaze falling on him. When he raised his head, he met a pair of icy beautiful eyes, and Suan responded with an innocent smile. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a sharpness, as if she had just discovered Suan, and asked with a cold look on her face, Xiaoanzi, why is it you? Where is Hongxiao?
I don't know. Suan looked ignorant and bewildered, speaking nonsense. What Hongxiao? Isn't it always just me and Your Majesty here? What nonsense?
The Empress stared at Suan, as if she wanted to see something.
Your Majesty, don't do this.
I'm scared. Suan lowered her head shyly, and the hand on her shoulder reached forward consciously.
How dare you?
The Empress's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't know if it was from heat or burning.
Xiaoanzi, you are so bold that you dare to deceive the Emperor.
If I don't punish you today, where will my prestige be? After finding a reason to punish him, she grabbed Suan's mischievous hand,
made some hand gestures, and without hesitation used the magical power she had just created. Through the evolution of Qi and Dagua, this supernatural power has been perfected. A strange force suddenly acted on Suan's body. At the next moment, Suan waved his arms helplessly, watching his majesty grow bigger and bigger. No, that's not right. He himself is getting smaller and smaller. He opened his eyes wide and watched the arm that was being held shrinking. The originally slender fingers became shorter, but the big hand holding a pair became tender and small, and even looked cute. Even the whole body seemed to be shrinking, and when the mouth was opened, the sound that came out turned into a child's voice. Soon, a pink, tender and naked little boy about 10 years old appeared. Magical power, rejuvenation. The effect is to temporarily return a person's appearance to that of childhood. According to Dagua's thinking, a moment can equal 10,000 years, so this kind of small supernatural power can naturally be created in minutes. The Empress watched the scene with a smile on her face, and when she saw the drooping little face, she could hardly stop smiling. Little Anzi is still so cute. It looks easy to knead at first glance. Chapter 305. Mr. Su was getting more and more aggressive. Looking at Suan's resentful expression, the Empress's eyes softened and she felt her heart was about to melt. He immediately carried Suan into the pool and placed him on his legs. He completely ignored little An's struggle and pinched the cute little face with his bare hands. He felt as if all his previous imperial airs had been completely put down, as if he had returned to his childhood. I returned to the days when Xiao Anzi and I sneaked away to Hualing Pool to play. You're cuter than before, she said, holding Suan's little face. This is natural. Suan's already excellent appearance has been optimized through the Nirvana Sutra and the immortal body. Even the slightest flaw will be perfected. In addition, the inherent attraction of the immortal body can simply stimulate the maternal instinct of young girls. She held Suan's armpits with both hands and lifted up the small body. Facing such a young little one, the Empress had fewer scruples and kissed him directly on the cheek. Grandma's taste, soft, sticky and sweet. After playing with her for a while, she put Suan down again, letting Suan's little head rest on her chest. The wonderful touch made Su lose the will to resist in an instant. It doesn't matter whether you feel ashamed or not. The main reason is that I don't want to disappoint your majesty. Call me sister. The Empress patted Suan's little butt teasingly. Sister, Suan called out sweetly, rubbing her head on the milk cover, and using her little hands to pull at the pillow to make herself more comfortable. Since your body has become smaller, just take advantage of it. So he became playful and started waving his little hands around. You're still not behaving yourself even after becoming smaller. The Empress's face flushed, and she pinched Suan's little nose and said unhappily, but it was obvious that she was not really angry. Instead, she acquiesced to Suan's actions. She didn't really like children, she just liked the little Anzi who looked soft, cute, and easy to bully. Sister, nice, stick with me. Suan opened her big innocent eyes and spoke in a baby voice. The sweet and soft appearance immediately sank the Empress's heart. For a moment, the bottom line was lowered again. Half an hour later, the Empress, wearing the Suanio imperial robe, returned to the Taiyuan palace in a panic. It was completely different from the imagined scene of an older sister playing with her younger brother. This little guy. There was a hint of shame and anger on her face. She was too pushy and not cute at all. Oh, right, underwear. Suddenly she noticed that there was nothing under her imperial robe. When I came back, I left all my clothes there. She was about to get up to get it, but when she thought of Suan who should still be in the spirit transformation pool, she sat down again. Forget it. It will be the same if I go get it later. Just like this, she lay on the phoenix couch, the blush on her face lingering for a long time. Next to the spirit transformation pond, Suan jumped out of the water. The moisture on his body was dispelled by magic power, and he became clean again. He became smaller, but his strength did not weaken, which is a good thing. Put on your original clothes and wrap them around your body. Fortunately, these clothes are at least top-level spiritual weapons, which can be adjusted to any size, so they fit well after being shrunk. Thinking of the huge amount of luck just now, Suan is still a little dazed. The perspective of a child is quite unique. I almost couldn't resist the chance to draw a lottery. I should save up 10,000 and then draw 10 times. Suan's current villain value is 9,500. Before attacking the God Realm, he spent 3,000 to buy death talismans for Shangnan and the others just in case, which resulted in a slight shortfall now, but it doesn't matter, His Majesty is there and can't run away. If you want to smoke, just smoke it. At worst, you can just act cute and act pitiful. I just don't know how long the effect of this magical power will last.
If it lasts for a long time, I'll have to find a way to break it myself. Suan looked at the remaining pieces of clothing on the table. There were both undergarments and underwear, with a unique body fragrance, obviously left behind by the empress. How careless. Suan shook his head. Forget it, I'll keep it for you first and return it to your majesty next time. Thinking of this, he put the clothes into his storage ring, and then stepped out of the spirit transformation pool. Not long after walking, Suan ran into Sister Hongxiao, who was hiding behind the wall stealthily. Seeing the young version of Xiaoanzi, Hongxiao was immediately surprised. She picked up Suan and poked his fair cheek with a finger. Xiaoanzi, why are you getting smaller? Although the sizes were different, the aura was the same, so she naturally didn't worry about making a mistake. Moreover, she watched Suan grow up and remembered clearly what Suan looked like when he was a child. Suan tilted his head helplessly and did not hide anything. After hearing what had just happened in the Hualing Pond, Hongxiao felt both amused and helpless. It seems that it didn't work this time. Your Majesty is amazing. You have actually developed such a magical power. How can you use bean sprouts? Forget it. I'll find another opportunity next time. She thought with regret. She was really worried about this family. Immediately, her gaze focused on Suan's little face, and light gradually appeared in her eyes. Oh, that's really cute. As she said this, she couldn't help but bury Suan in her chest, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. From a certain perspective, the magical powers that your Majesty has developed are pretty good. Suan struggled twice symbolically. Although he still had the strength to resist, he was no longer the child who would be suffocated. Seeing that Sister Hongxiao was happy, I just let her do as she pleased. At the same time, the transformation of the world tree has reached its end. After absorbing the essence of the entire divine world, the world tree grew from a newly sprouted seedling to a slightly grown seedling, and the small chaos derived from the world tree also expanded a bit. A small fruit grows on the top of the world tree, different from the fruit in the inner world. This fruit is even more peculiar. There was a void in it, with only a small ball of light in the middle, which was somewhat similar to the pure white space of the void god realm. When Suan's mind descended upon this new world, he realized that this world was actually the operating space of the world tree, and that small ball of light was the core operating platform, or the avenue of this small chaos. Previously, the world tree could only be considered to have taken root in Suan's body, and Suan only had partial authority. Only after refining this ball of light could Suan completely refine the world tree. Without hesitation, he immediately wrapped the ball of light with his divine consciousness. Perhaps because the world tree was rooted in Suan's body, the ball of light was particularly close to Suan, and it was not difficult to refine it. Soon the ball of light was completely integrated into Suan's consciousness. A lot of information came into his mind, and Suan's immortal body also underwent some changes in the dark. As his thoughts turned, a small transparent ball of light appeared in the small chaos. The sky is round and the earth is square, with a diameter of 20,000 miles. The barrier of the light ball is not stable. There is no world membrane, it is just a piece of space. Then, under Suan's will, this new space fell into destruction again. Suan, who has mastered the authority of the great Tao of the small chaos, can even create the world in this chaos. Unfortunately, the world tree and little chaos are now too weak. Even if he uses the power of the great Tao, he can only open up some larger spaces and demiplanes at most. If you want to carry more worlds, you must first upgrade the level of the world tree. Looking at this little chaos that belongs to him, Suan couldn't help but feel a little angry. Sooner or later, this world tree will become the world tree that carries the heavens, and this chaos will become a real chaos. Chapter 306. Master, are you okay now? Let's call this space Hongmeng space. Hongmeng means that yin and yang have not yet been separated. Looking at that empty space, the name is quite appropriate. The inner world is called the Taichu realm. Taichu means the beginning of heaven and earth. After all, it is the first world in the small chaos, so it is the beginning of the world. After finalizing a few names, Suan began to enjoy Sister Hongxiao's chest tightness with peace of mind. Besides, the inner world number 1 of the primordial realm has just been named, and the opportunity that Suan mentioned before is not false. The growth of this world tree also brought a small improvement to this first world. Although it is not as good as last time, it is still a blessing for all living beings in the world. The great truth about the essence of the world was revealed, and under the illumination of the Bodhi tree, many people directly entered a state of enlightenment. The experienced female practitioners of Taiyin Palace sat cross-legged beside the Bodhi tree, while the inexperienced goddesses stared at it all in a daze. Then they reacted belatedly and began to comprehend along the way. With the promotion, all the women gained something. Well, it's at least equivalent to the effect of 20 times of jade liquid. Suddenly, Suan trembled and her face turned red. She held up her big breasts hard to leave some space for her head, and when she raised her head she saw Sister Hongshao's eyes, which were 3 parts proud, 3 parts shy and 4 parts pleased. That's too much. He actually flicked the bean sprouts. Suan held the round handle with her little hand, but her expression was pouty. Hee, little Anzi is really shy. Sister will play with you next time. Hongxiao couldn't help but move her hands. Feeling a little shy, she put Suan on the ground, said something pretending to be generous, and quickly walked away. Looking at the ripe Sister Hongxiao, Suan was thinking about how to restore the jade liquid generator to its adult shape while keeping its small body. Bean sprouts are tolerable, but giant dragons are not. I must teach Sister Hongxiao a lesson next time. Suan, who had some free time, continued to wander around the palace. The appearance of the child in the palace made many palace maids' eyes light up, and they started to guess where the little nobleman came from. However, the guards in the palace all recognized Suan's presence and did not encounter any obstruction. Before I knew it, I arrived at the Sinaying Palace. Well, this road is still familiar, Suan said to himself. He left completely subconsciously, but since he was already there, it was a good opportunity to go see his mother. Your Majesty? This was the surprised voice of the Sinaying Palace lady-in-waiting, with a hint of uncertainty. Shu, it's me. No need to inform. I'm going in to give mother a surprise. Suan blinked and said in a voice transmission. The female official agreed after only a brief thought, because the Queen Mother had said earlier that there was no need to notify Lord Su when he was coming. Then she stepped aside half a body position, with a look of regret on her face. It's a pity that the prince is not a real child, otherwise she might have the chance to hug him. The little prince really looks like someone who makes people want to hug him. Suan naturally didn't know what the female official was thinking, and it was impossible for him to pry into other people's minds at any time. After entering the Sinaying Palace, relying on his strength and the fact that the lucky blackbird was close to him, it was not difficult for him to hide the truth from his mother. I slipped in quietly like this and found the Queen Mother reading again. Of course, unlike the pornographic custom books that Your Majesty and Sister Qingling read, the Queen Mother reads serious books. Tianzuan speaks of the Sutra of Birth and Death. This was the name Suan saw on the cover, but the first 2 characters were covered and could not be seen clearly. Suan didn't care. He quietly and slowly walked to the side of the Queen Mother. He deliberately reduced his presence and even used some assassin techniques. Everything went very smoothly. Then, Mother, I want a hug. The little head suddenly popped out from under the Empress Dowager's elbow, and a baby voice sounded. The young face appeared under the book, which made Gong Yueru stunned for a moment. The ancient book fell, and she pinched Suan's face with her hand. The touch felt real, and a bright smile instantly appeared on her face. Honor, she called out, with even more love in her eyes. I have to say that the appearance of a child can arouse more maternal love. At least the Queen Mother didn't pinch Suan's face before. How come my Honor is so cute? The Queen Mother held Suan on her lap as if she were holding a child. It was as if she was back in the summer of 20 years ago, but she always felt like something was missing. After staring at Suan for a while, she finally remembered that it was probably because she hadn't cried enough. In the past, this little guy always had tears in his eyes and red eyes, and now he looks smaller, but he doesn't cry anymore, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. That day, Suan stayed in the Sinaying Palace until dusk before he was able to leave. At the core of the divine Phoenix Forbidden Land, a graceful figure stood in the Phoenix Blood Ancient Palace, proud and independent. If you look closely, you can see that she is restrained and not just standing there. It was the Phoenix ancestor who had been guarding this forbidden area for countless years. The blood-red copper pillar behind her had turned into a blood-red copper stick, and the iron chain had turned into thin rusty iron wires. As time went by, the curse became much milder. If she had not just achieved enlightenment and was in the process of ascending to the higher realms with her consciousness communicating with the higher realms, this curse would not have affected her to this extent. It's all thanks to that guy, otherwise there might be some unexpected changes according to the original plan. She thought of Suan again, and looking at the empty hall, she suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. He shook his head and quickly put away all distracting thoughts. At the same time, Fenghuan and Tianshui sect also naturally entered the Yuanshan realm. It's about time to take back the Dao fruit. Feeling the remaining curse, Phoenix Ancestor closed his eyes and continued to waste time, but after a while she opened her eyes again, with a look of confusion on her face. I seem to have forgotten something? Her eyebrows furrowed. She felt something was wrong. It shouldn't be like this, not to mention that she is already a powerful cultivator in the Dao fruit realm. Even if she is just a cultivator who has just achieved the purple mansion realm, it is impossible for her to forget something for no reason. For her, memory should be an immortal book that can be read at any time, and now it was as if someone had covered the pages of the book and laid a layer of fog over it, making it impossible for her to see the contents clearly. This situation is really rare for the strong. It must be the curse that separated the Dao fruit, causing some damage to the memory. She guessed, this is not difficult to solve. You just need to re-enter the Dao fruit realm. Thinking of this, she tried even harder to dispel the curse. So this is why you, master, have become smaller. Li Water covered her mouth and laughed, looking at the cute Suan. The fear and resentment in my heart unconsciously dissipated, and I just felt it was interesting. Bang! Suan slapped his small hands on the relatively large buttocks. His expression was ferocious, but in Li Waner's eyes he only thought it was cute. Okay, master, I was wrong. Li Waner took the initiative to pick up Suan and held him in her arms, coaxing him in a soft voice. Although it sounds like surrender, the tone still has a motherly flavor, which makes people feel suffocated. You should be punished for disrespecting your master. Suan felt that his authority as a slave owner was challenged. You were taken away by force, and now you should show your pain instead of acting like an old mother. Punishment? Li Waner pointed her finger at her crimson lips, adding a bit of charm. She looked at Suan with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Of course you can. Master, you can punish me in any way you want. But master, can you do it now? Normally, she wouldn't dare to argue with Suan, but when she saw Suan like this, she always felt that he had no deterrent effect, as if she was looking at a naughty little brother, and she had just tried it. A small bean sprout. My lovely love, can you stir it? Is it okay? These two words seemed to be born with a provocative meaning, coupled with the natural charm that Li Waner exuded at this moment. Anyone who could resist it was either a saint or incompetent. However, Suan was neither of them. A fierce look appeared on his face, and he turned around and pressed Li Waner down. The small body also has great power. It seems like you are looking for trouble. Sitting on Li Waner's body, Suan held down Li Waner's weapon with her small hand, with evil reflected in her eyes. Just now, he had cracked this magical power, but he was not prepared to make himself completely bigger. Since this girl dared to provoke me like this, I would use this appearance to teach her a severe lesson. How could this be? The smile on Li Waner's face gradually froze as she noticed some changes in her body. She stretched her hand forward in disbelief, and finally revealed a look of fear. Her face changed slightly and she immediately changed her words. Master, I was wrong. Wrong? Too late. Suan sneered. Now that he knew he was wrong, why didn't he do anything else before? Such evil slaves should be educated with sticks. Ah. No, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Woo, I really know I was wrong. Master, woo, please, I really can't take it anymore. Waner, you have to believe in your physical fitness. Suan rarely spoke. Woo, I don't believe it. A quarter of an hour later, Li Waner fainted on the bed from crying. In Suan's accelerated time, she experienced 5 days and 5 nights. At this time, the elixir was flowing all over her body, like a can of elixir. Even his tongue stuck out, and he looked very lewd. Suan stopped, not out of pity or anything else. Apart from being a little tired, under the effect of the jade liquid, Li Waner would not really get hurt, but now there was a knock on the door. It smells good. What delicious food are you eating? The one who walked in was Gluttony. She came here following the smell. After most of the goddesses in the virtual god realm expressed their willingness to surrender, except for a few stubborn ones, Suan lifted the seal on them and allowed them to move within the primordial realm. Today's goddesses are preparing to build a new forest of life. What a fragrant person, gulp. Looking at Li Waner lying on the bed, Gluttony couldn't take his eyes away. His eyes were full of greed, the same greed for food. It was not until Suan coughed that she came back to her senses with difficulty, swallowed her saliva, and looked at Suan pleadingly. Master, can I have a lick? Just 1, 3, 5 small licks. Chapter 307 The Birth of a Daughter. No. Suan refused directly. Gluttony's entire body suddenly wilts, with a look of despair on his face, like an eggplant hit by frost, with his little mouth pouting high. Without delicious food, there is no happiness. Seeing this, Suan smiled again and said, You can't lick it, but I can let you eat the freshest one. The fire started by your majesty is not so easy to put out. Hearing this, Gluttony instantly came alive, his eyes widened, and he asked excitedly, The freshest? Yes, come to my side.
Suan waved and smiled kindly. Kneel down and I'll teach you how to eat. Gently stroking Gluttony's head, his divine sense swept over the other original sins. Sure enough, several people had the same feeling. Damn it, what is Gluttony eating? Fury noticed something foreign in his mouth, covered his throat and vented his anger, flying towards the direction of Gluttony without hesitation. Needless to say, lustful eyes have turned into the shape of a heart. Yes, so cool. At this moment, her lustful sin began to stir, her eyes were full of desire and impatience, and the scorpion tail behind her also turned pink, unable to hold back. The next moment she flew in the direction indicated by the original sin of lust. Aoran dragged his sleepy eyes and flew over with a dark face. What did Gluttony eat? He even stabbed my throat. It's okay to eat normal food on a daily basis, but this kind of behavior that affects the other sisters must be firmly resisted. Greed and jealousy follow closely behind. Sensing the approach of the other 6 people, Suan's mouth corners gradually rose, and he touched the well-behaved Gluttony. It seems that I don't need to specially invite people. Today, I will taste the wonders of the 7 goddesses of original sin with telepathy. Gluttony was completely unaware that his sisters were about to deliver food to his house. He was concentrating on tasting the food with a look of joy on his face. If he had a tail behind him, it would have been wagging at this moment. The first one to arrive was Fury, and the door was kicked open. Fury was furious and said angrily, "Gluttony, you are eating." The sound stopped abruptly as she saw the food being gluttonously consumed, and that dog-like look as it crawls on the ground. Immediately, even greater anger surged to her head. She felt as if she saw herself being defiled by Suan, and her whole body was burning. "You guys, kill, I'm going to kill you." As a furious person, being angry is the norm and being rational is a rare state. She often doesn't need to use her brain, nor does she need to consider the gap between herself and Suan. Just rushed straight up like this. Call out, without Suan moving. A god-binding chain that had been prepared long ago shot out and instantly tied up Bao Nu into a comfortable shape. "Asshole, let me go, I want to kill." Bang. After slapping the angry red butt, Suan rubbed the glutton's head. "Be good, go to the side and digest it first." Pushing Gluttony aside, Suan turned to the tied-up Wrath, looking at the red skin, feeling that it had a unique charm. "Asshole, what are you doing? Let me go, I'm going to kill you." "Ah!" The angry head suddenly raised up, and bright red blood flowed from the wound. "I'm going to kill. Ugh. I will definitely, kill you." Because her skin was red, it was impossible to tell whether she was shy or not. Ao Wang, who arrived later, saw this scene from afar, paused and his pupils shrank. Subconsciously, he covered Lazy's smacking mouth and turned around to slip away, but he was immediately grabbed by a big hand and thrown into the house. "Since you're here, why not have a meal before leaving?" Suan said enthusiastically. The Taichu realm was also exceptionally peaceful on this day. In the demon clan's Qingdi palace, all the maids were busy and nervous at this moment. Prepare a variety of spiritual food and tonics, as well as various elixirs that might be used. In the core of the Qingdi palace, divine light occasionally bloomed from the tightly closed door, attracting the attention of all the maids. Finally, the sound of a baby crying was heard. The sound is not loud, but it can echo thousands of miles away, as if it is right next to your ear. It's born, all the maids showed joy in their eyes. The demon emperor having a son was a great joyous event for the entire demon clan. At this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly turned golden, auspicious clouds flew in from the horizon, and the shadow of a golden crow bathed in the sun, hovering above the imperial palace, followed by a 30,000-mile purple aura. Most of the people in the demon court looked up in confusion and looked at the sky in surprise. In a small wooden house built by a lake, an old man with white eyebrows and beard walked out of the door and looked at the strange images in the Green Emperor Palace. His expression changed slightly. The golden crow bathes in the sun, and the emperor's daughter is born. Only the birth of a fetus with strong enough bloodline and talent can cause such a strange phenomenon. Her Majesty gave birth? No. When did your Majesty become pregnant? Could it be the same human race as before? While he was thinking, another loud noise was heard from the sky. Countless phantoms of giant beasts appeared in the air, including the red gold tiger, the nine-tailed fox, the Baizé, and all the monsters belonging to the demon clan. They all had phantoms appearing and roared towards the sky. The roar of thousands of beasts is so spectacular, countless demon cultivators sensed the mark of their ancestors and revealed their true forms. The white-bearded old man stared at the phantom of Baizé in the air, his eyes gradually becoming moist. Suddenly, these phantoms of monsters headed towards the direction of the Green Emperor Palace, growled, crawled down and knelt down, as if to submit.
Giggle, giggle. The baby girl's clear laughter rang out. In an instant, the heaven and earth trembled, the old man trembled, and suddenly burst into tears, inexplicably surprised. God bless the demon race, the emperor of our demon race is born. At this moment, all the demon cultivators who had read some ancient history also reacted and looked in the direction of the Qingdi palace with expressions of joy and awe. There are also some people who have ulterior motives, with serious or even hostile eyes. Inside the bedroom, the Green Emperor had a pale face, holding a chubby little baby girl in his hands, with unstoppable love in his eyes. That kind of blood-connected feeling that comes from the heart, having the blood of both humans and demons, did not hinder her daughter's talent. Instead, it made her born with extraordinary talent. She also possessed the body of the great sun immortal and the blood of the pure-blooded golden crow. I have to say, this is something to be happy about. The trusted maidservant beside him couldn't help but smile and congratulated. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the birth of the Emperor's daughter. I wonder what name Your Majesty is going to give to the princess. Name. Di Qingxian suddenly thought of Suan, that despicable human, the father of his daughter. This guy probably doesn't know it yet. After a short silence, she said, let's give her a nickname first. Let's call her Su, Susu. Susu, Susu. Looking at the cute little baby girl, the maid's eyes were full of love. Suddenly, Di Qingxian's body shook, and the baby in his hands almost slipped out of his hands. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? The maid looked panicked and at a loss. Di Qingxian shook his head, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. It's okay, it's just that my vitality was damaged. It will be fine after a while of recovery. For practitioners, giving birth to children will damage their own vitality and cause weakness for a period of time. After all, in essence, the fetus absorbs the mother's energy in the mother's body. After all, this was Di Qingxian's first pregnancy, and her daughter was a combination of human and demon. In order to ensure a better birth of her daughter, she often used the original magic power of the Yuanshan realm to nourish her, which caused even greater damage. The maid did not dare to delay and hurried out to bring the prepared spiritual meal. Di Qingxian sat on the bed holding his daughter in his arms, looking at that innocent smile and laughing too. Chapter 308. Susu, having a mother is enough. Suan, who was educating the god of lust, was stunned. A mysterious throbbing surged in his heart, causing him to slow down his movements. It seemed like something important happened to him. Gulong, what's wrong? Lust asked vaguely. Perhaps the original sin was lust. She was the one who persisted the longest among the 7 sisters. The other 6 had already gone to keep Li Waner company. Well, Baoruo was still yelling weakly, but there was too much jade liquid blocking his mouth, so he couldn't tell what he was cursing. It's okay, just keep eating. Rubbing his lustful head, Suan tried to find the source of the throbbing. It seems to come from the blood, but when I really try to search for it based on this, I can't find it or figure it out. It was as if someone had deliberately covered it up, causing him to frown slightly. After all, he was not very proficient in this area, so even if a powerful soul master of the same realm wanted to cover it up, it would be difficult for him to figure it out. Let me get someone to investigate what major and minor events have happened recently. He thought as he looked at the charming and lustful woman. Just a quarter of an hour later, Suan came out. The sudden throbbing still made him feel a little concerned. Hua, he called. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of Higan Bana appeared in front of him, standing very straight, and did not show any abnormality even when facing the naked Suan. If nothing unexpected happened, she'd probably peaked for a long time. All the shyness has long gone, and what remains is just a vague feeling. Suan climbed onto the willow waist of Higan Bana with ease and said, help me keep an eye on the recent events in Dashang, and those outside the country as well. As long as it's strange, or causes a certain sensation or impact, collect it all. He didn't know what it was, so he can only give such orders. This stupid method may not necessarily be useful, but it is definitely relatively useful. Yes, my lord. Higan Bana's voice trembled, and just as she was about to lower her head, her body suddenly tensed up. When I looked up, I was met with Suan's smirk. The birth of the Emperor's daughter is truly a blessing for our demon race. With the blessing of the Emperor, the demon race will prosper. Outside the Qingdi Palace, a group of excited demon officials had gathered. The strange phenomenon of the golden crow bathing in the sun, if one looks back at the ancient history of the demon race, has only appeared when the first demon emperor and the second demon emperor were born. As for the strange phenomenon of all the demons paying homage, it was the first time in the entire history of the demon race that a young girl got into a bridal sedan. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the concept of the demon race had not yet been formed when Emperor Yuan was born, but even so, it also shows how terrifying the newborn princess is, what is meant by the destiny of the emperor. When the emperor's daughter was born, the highly anticipated Di Mangyao instantly became a spare tire. Anyone could see how terrifying the talent of this princess born with extraordinary powers was. Who knows, in the future, under the leadership of the princess, the demon clan may surpass the dragon clan in the western desert and become the top force outside of the Shang dynasty. Poor Di Mangyao is still in Dishang and knows nothing. Your Majesty had concealed such a major event from us before. I didn't know. Shoo, be quiet. Your Majesty has his own ideas. Someone bystander interrupted the man and reminded him sternly. The minister's face turned pale and he covered his mouth in fear. Although the original emperor Qingxian was the green emperor of the demon clan, he was not so majestic. But after he chopped off the dragon ancestor of the dragon clan with a palm, the majesty of this green emperor rose to a new peak. The white tiger patriarch suddenly thought of Zhang Junxian, and he sighed, "What a pity for that descendant of our clan. He was a heroic young man. If he had not died in the ancient land of Xingling, he could have protected the emperor's daughter." He didn't know yet that Zhang Junxian was murdered by the father of the emperor's daughter and the truth had been buried in the ancient land of Xingling. Your Majesty, did you really kill the red dragon with a casual slap? The winged snake patriarch who was standing next to the white tiger patriarch suddenly asked. The winged snake clan is a moderate branch of the snake clan, and their bloodline can only be considered average. The ancestor of the winged snake clan broke through to Pyongyang some time ago, and then he brought some of his clansmen to the demon clan's imperial court, where they were granted positions. Naturally, he did not see the scene of the red dragon being killed with a single palm. Of course it's true. The white tiger ancestor stood straight and glanced at the winged snake ancestor. There was a slight sense of superiority in his eyes. The monsters from the country were just so ignorant. Then he lowered his voice and said, "But it wasn't just a casual palm strike. Your Majesty must have used all his strength." The implication is that it is not his normal strength, and it is very likely that he used some secret technique. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, the demons themselves were still a little skeptical. Killing an old spirit with one palm strike is something that can be done at the same level. It is impossible that our Qing emperor has jumped to the legendary Daoguo realm again. If this gets out, people will only think that the demon clan is bragging. In comparison, it is more credible to use some kind of secret technique. Is that so? Your Majesty is truly powerful. The winged snake ancestor nodded in sudden realization, then praised him, with a hint of thought reflected in his cold snake pupils. Inside the hall, Di Qingxian also finished taking the spiritual food and elixirs. Although he had not yet recovered, his face was no longer pale and nothing could be seen on the surface. Looking at the daughter in his arms, she has delicate features and is soft and cute, without any of the wrinkled appearance of an ordinary baby. The more I look at him, the more I feel that he has some similarities with that despicable Su. And she hugged her daughter tighter, her tone mixed with some unspeakable emotions. Su, having mom is enough. It was she who gave birth to the daughter, and it was also she who blocked the secret. The Green Emperor is in a state of being awkward as he wants to let Suan know but also wants to hide it from Su. And Susu didn't understand what was going on. She looked at her mother with an innocent smile on her fair face. At this time, some unexpected events occurred in the Jinwu realm. Beams of light lit up in every empty place, and countless figures turned from virtual to real and descended from the sky. The clothes these figures wore were very different from those in this world. Each one had a unique style and their eyes were filled with excitement. It's like wolf seeing a fat sheep. Is this the super large replica that Zhutian Company spent 3 years to build? Even the air smells uniquely sweet. In Qingyuan City, the beam of light dissipated, and a bald figure carrying a broadsword on his back looked at the tall city wall in front of him, took a deep breath, and his face showed an intoxicated look. Looking at the dark sky and the bloody air, the others remained silent. Today's Qingyuan City has long become an empty city. Many families and sects have relocated away, and the people have also scattered to avoid the disaster. The remaining ones who are stubborn and unwilling to leave have become food for the evil cultivators. Let's look at the mission first. This super large dungeon is different from the ones we've been through before. We can't be careless. If we die accidentally, we'll drop a small level. Among the crowd, a man with glasses glanced at the burly man and said lightly. The others were startled and responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." A transparent panel appeared before everyone's eyes. The death of the Jinwu world, the tragic song of all living beings. Introduction. The demon abyss has undergone a sudden change. The 10,000 years empire has perished, and the Jinwu realm, which has been invaded by the demons, is now riddled with holes. Even the practitioners can only form strong cities to struggle to survive. Where will the future go? Main quest: Eliminate the demons, Unlimited. Side quest 1: Explore the secrets of the demons. Side quest 2: Kill the person with good fortune in the Jinwu realm. Side quest 3: Side mission 18: Destroy Black Yuan City. Note: the completion of the main and side quests will directly affect the rating of the team and individuals. It's actually a situation similar to the end of the world, and it's a world of cultivation. Interesting. This copy is not simple, but I don't know what the upper limit is. The man called the captain pushed his glasses with a gleam in his eyes. The reincarnation game is a game created by the Blue Star Federation. The game levels are divided into 7 levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, King, and True God. With the cooperation and promotion from various places, the game has become popular all over the world in the 10 years since its launch, and is played by men, women, young and old. A very small number of the world's top players have even reached the King level, and he is one of them. The demon team he leads is the top team in the game, with 4 diamond players in the team. TSK, demons, can they be more evil than us players? The bald man opened his mouth, pulling the scar on his face, and grinned. I just hope there will be more of these demons, and more equipment will be dropped. The man with glasses also agreed with the bald man's words. Having conquered dozens of training copies, he didn't think these so-called demons were scary. Yet he had encountered some kind of Odin in a dungeon in the past, but the king of the gods, Odin, was only at the king level, and was killed by several high-level players as soon as he appeared. Just as they were discussing how to open up the copy and complete the task, suddenly, billowing devilish smoke rose from the direction west of Qingyuan, covering the sky and the sun, and flew towards the direction where the team was. The demon squad immediately became alert and prepared for battle. The bald man showed disdain and mockery on his face and took out the small nuclear missile launcher he got from the previous copy. Aha, let me try the quality of this copy. Hey guys, are you ready to go to heaven? He shouted with a wild laugh. Compared to using a knife, his strongest point is actually firepower. Coverage of the knife behind the back is just used to confuse others. The next moment, countless red names came into view. Wangshur, middle diamond Lehigh, late king, old demon with dry bones, middle true god blood array demon lord. The captain in the lead almost took off his glasses, and even his squinting eyes became much bigger. A pool of diamonds, hundreds of kings, 7 or 8 true gods, and one unpredictable one. What are you playing? Fuck this reincarnation game. The bald man's expression changed. He threw the nuclear bomb launcher to the ground, then quickly and carefully picked it up, put it back into his backpack, and turned around to run away. The rest of the people had different reactions, and most of them looked like they had eaten some kind of local dog food. In another moment, the demonic smoke passed through Qingyuan City and continued to sweep towards other places. The panel in front of everyone instantly turned black and white. Player died, returning, resurrection time, 1 day. This crappy game ruined my youth. If you keep playing tricks on me, I'll be a dog. Chapter 309. A different reincarnation game. Cursing voices were heard on the game forum. Not only the demon squad, but many other teams and individual players also encountered the demons. The weakest of these demons are at the gold level, with quite a few at diamond and king level, and even some being true gods. For most players, encountering demons is a disaster, but soon those players who spoke were ridiculed by other players. They are just a bunch of NPCs, look how scared you are. TSK, it's bad enough that you're weak, but you even said it on the forum. It's really embarrassing for the players. I think you are too weak. What a bullshit demon tribe. I have killed 3 of them today. You guys are so shameless to ask the authorities to lower the difficulty. You worthless coward, go home and suck your mother's milk. Shenmue's attention shifted away from the forum. In the reincarnation game, people's hostility is often much greater than in reality, and they can easily start cursing if they are not careful. Even in a normal game, you may encounter some argumentative people who want to express their uniqueness. Perhaps because of the game, there are no legal constraints and the realism is extremely high. Players will vent all the anger they have suffered in the oppressive reality in the game, things they dared not do in the past. Burning, killing and looting are not an exaggeration to describe the 4th plague. We can also add rape and plunder. As a result, there are many NPC slave trading markets in the dark corners of the game. No one cares about the wishes and feelings of these NPC natives. They are just a string of data for the player's entertainment. This game carries too much darkness and evil. The Blue Star Federation, which developed the game, seems to be willing to tolerate this situation and does not have the various restrictions of other games, but Shenmue knew that this was only because Blue Star was unable to impose any restrictions. Looking at the animal carcasses in front of him, he cast an identification spell and an introduction panel appeared in front of him. Name: Wangtsai breed, Pointy Dog. Introduction: this is a native breed of Jinwu realm, containing a very weak blood of the werewolf, and is a local dog widely circulated among the people. Level: none. Status: deceased. Does this dog really exist? His low voice rang out in the dark house, then a number different from that in the reincarnation game appeared. 100%. Shenmue's eyes became even darker. This was his golden finger, which could see the success rate of an event. 5 years ago, he suddenly acquired this extraordinary talent and thought he would embark on a life of picking up bargains and become an urban legend. As a result, the reincarnation game swept the world at that time, and he followed the trend and entered the reincarnation game. With his talent for identification, he caught a glimpse of the horrifying truth: the copies in the game are all real worlds. Shenmue had tried other virtual online games, but they were just simple data and could not be 100% realistic. Only the reincarnation game is different. With the help of his talent, he deduced that the Blue Star Federation was merely the creator of the gaming helmet and gaming cabin, and there was another dark force behind it. It was just that whenever he tried to explore the secrets of the game, his talent would go awry, showing something like %. It seemed that the secrets behind the game were beyond the limit of his talent. Fortunately, his talent is effective most of the time. With this talent, he has been doing well in the game over the past 5 years and has come from behind to surpass others, become one of the top few people in the game, the king-level individual players. There is only one reason why he attaches so much importance to this game, that is, he knows that the reason why the Blue Star Federation promotes this game is not simple, so he keeps improving his level in the game, wanting to get access to deeper secrets, perhaps if he reaches the highest rank currently announced in the game, True God, he will learn more. Is the highest combat power in this instance above King? 100% sure enough. Shenmue clenched his fist. The upper limit of this world is very high, and he may take the opportunity to become a true god. Are there many true god level fighters? He asked again. 60% more. Shenmue's heart tightened. Could it be that there were beings above the realm of true god in this world? 100%. It's really a dangerous world. Fortunately, players don't have to worry about death. Patting his chest, he was not too worried. In the reincarnation game, when a player dies, the most he will lose is one small level, and some of the equipment he carries with him. Apart from hindering development, there is not much cost. Some people once protested, saying that this setting was not player-friendly, but the Blue Star Federation never paid any attention to the players, and never cared even if it caused some players to leave. Of course, even if most players are dissatisfied, they will not really give up this second world game with 100% realism and full fantasy. At most, they will just talk about it on the forum. For example, players from the Demon Squad, fuck them, the game developers are such a bunch of idiots. A pretty girl exited the game cabin swearing. The screen next to the warehouse still displayed her character in cooldown time, and it was a bald strongman who was shouting that anyone who continued playing was a dog. Although you cannot change your gender in the reincarnation game, you can customize your face. This has also led to the emergence of many eccentric players, but those who are like this are a minority. Therefore, the members of the demon team do not know that the burly guy with a foul mouth in the team is actually a girl. She took a book from the bookshelf and flipped through it casually, but the girl's mind was completely focused on the cooling time. Even meals were simply bread and milk. Finally, time returns to 0. She couldn't wait to lie back in the game cabin, barked twice symbolically and logged into the game again. No matter how much you curse, you still have to play. Inching UN City, looking at the teammates who gathered again, the captain with glasses looked a little gloomy. The higher the strength, the higher the death penalty. His strength was at the mid-stage of King, and this death caused him to drop directly to the early stage of King. If he had no special gains, it would take at least half a year to make up for it. He had never suffered such a big loss since he became a diamond player. Today was a lesson learned, but as the captain, he still has to comfort his teammates. We were just unlucky this time. Don't be discouraged. A strong dungeon means a lot of rewards. As long as we complete the task well, the losses can be made up. What we need to do now is to collect information about this world first. But what if those plague demons come again? The bald strong man asked. His eyes were choked up, and after looking at the eyes of all the team members, he managed to utter a sentence for a long time. It is not suitable to stay here for long, let's retreat first. Although the evil cultivator may not come back after passing by, what if? So the demon squad began to fly towards the direction of the former boundary. On the other side, Qingzu picked up a player with shining eyes. I think I've crushed this guy to death before. Chapter 310, the dragon tribes plan. The eyes of the players who were picked up by him also lit up. Looking at the title, Blood Array Demon Lord, and the rank were all question marks. This was definitely a big boss. Get up close and personal with the big boss of the new dungeon. Record, must record. It seems like he, Jiangnan Yazihua, is going to be famous today. Qingzu's divine sense penetrated into the player's body and encountered a thin layer of resistance, which was not solid, but at least it could not stop him. But when his divine sense really probed into it, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This soul, it is completely different from a normal soul. It is like a two-way plug. Only a small part representing the main consciousness exists in this body, while the other end is connected to another place and is protected by a special force. To put it in a more mysterious way, it means injecting part of the divine consciousness into a human-shaped magical weapon, and being able to detach from the weapon at any time. But these people obviously do not have divine consciousness, their souls have been transformed. Hello, Master Demon, how are you? The player Jiangnan Yazihua was recording a video with excitement in his eyes, but suddenly he realized something was wrong and his body went cold. Why do this weird old man's eyes look so much like those mad scientists? The more I look at it, the more it resembles them, which is creepy. The copy of the reincarnation game is really realistic. The eyes look just like the real ones. However, if he were a mad scientist, I wouldn't be a guinea pig. That's not right. The NPC actually wants to study the players. Is this a game Easter egg? Thinking of this, Jiangnan Yazihua became even more excited. As the first person to discover the game's Easter eggs, he already had a premonition of his own popularity, but before he could think about it, the colors in front of him quickly dimmed. Under soul attack, player died, returning, resurrection time. One day the game prompt sounded, and the screen in front of his eyes went completely black. After returning to reality, Jiangnan Yazihua had no time to feel regretful and quickly logged into her account to extract the video. Shocked, the game boss actually did this to the players. After thinking about it, I decided to delete this title and replace it with a more exciting one, Self-Awareness Awakening, the beginning of the NPC's counterattack. He watched his own content again. The boss's face and level were very clear. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at the little white mouse was shown vividly. After a little modification, he was satisfied and posted the video. This player didn't know that once his video was released, it would attract the attention of many big names. For a time, undercurrents were surging, and meetings were held in secret. Back in the Jinwu realm, Qingzu stood in midair, looking at the corpse gradually disappearing in his hand and fell into deep thoughts. Just when he was about to touch the soul, the power that enveloped the soul immediately activated and pulled the soul back into the body. The power was quite mysterious and could not be said to be very strong, but it was very strange. It seems there is something to study. He glanced around, looking at the scattered players within thousands of miles, and smiled kindly. This thing will have a great impact on Dashan's control over the Jinwu realm, so it must be studied thoroughly. For the sake of these peculiar species, Qingzu decided to temporarily slow down the plan of gathering millions of demon cultivators in Heiyuan City. Suan is not aware of the changes in the Jinwu realm, but the efficiency of the Higan Bana organization is indeed extremely high. In just a few days, they have found out all the recent conspicuous or unique things that have happened in and outside Dasang and compiled them into a book. The remaining small matters are still being collected. Suan looked at the thick booklet handed to him. The table of contents alone had 8 pages. He casually flipped the page of the book, but his hand suddenly paused and his eyes fixed. His expression suddenly became serious. 18. The demon clan Qing Emperor gave birth to a daughter 5 days ago, and a strange phenomenon descended from the sky, and all the demons came to pay homage. 18 refers to the 18th thing, and there are several pages of table of contents behind it, but Suan no longer has the heart to read them. Turning to the corresponding page, there is a detailed description of the Qing Emperor giving birth to his daughter. In fact, it is not very detailed, it just records the strange phenomena that occurred at that time. I roughly understand. Suan closed the book in his hand and slowly closed his eyes, counting the time. 8 months have passed since he left the demon tribe, including the time spent in the ancient land of star spirits. He stayed in the demon tribe for more than a month. Before that, he interacted with and ran quite frequently. This girl was using Emperor Qingxian's body, so she probably didn't know how to eliminate her activeness. The timing was just right too. It was just a little too sudden, leaving people at a loss as to what to do, and that person was Di Qingxian. You can stop the investigation now. Suan said this to Hig and Bana. The door closed, and without using any lighting tools, the room fell into darkness, casting Suan's face into shadow. Originally, he didn't really care about passing on the legacy to future generations, and he had never thought about having offspring. That if he doesn't die, he will be the inheritance. If he dies, what is the use of inheritance? Should he expect his descendants to take care of him in his old age or take him to heaven? He is not a mortal with a lifespan of 100 years. He has already achieved immortality, but even if you don't care about it, if it really happens, even if it is an accident, you still have to go and take a look. A father. These two words are somewhat heavy. Suan was able to receive the news, and the Dragon Clan who were paying attention to the Demon Clan were naturally no exception. Even the Dragon Clan knew it earlier than Suan. Since the death of the Red Dragon, the Demon Clan has become the biggest enemy in the eyes of the Dragon Clan later. Long Ao's death intensified the hatred again. It was only because the Dragon Clan had not yet understood how Emperor Qingxian killed the Red Dragon that they held back and did not take action. Is this news accurate? In the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, the three dragon ancestors gathered together. The one asking the questions was the ancestor Qinglong. Of course, his real name was more domineering. His surname was Long and his given name was Jintian. He was none other than Long Ao's father and the current patriarch of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, his expression was grim, and he was asking about the news that Emperor Qingxian had suffered serious damage after giving birth to the emperor's daughter. They should be trustworthy. They have now established a firm foothold in the Demon Clan's imperial court, and have even instigated a maid from the Green Emperor's palace to defect. The information they got is almost accurate, but their condition is that they want to enter the dragon transformation pool. Ancestor Huanglong said after thinking for a while. The dragon transformation pond is the most precious treasure of the Dragon Clan, a clan treasure that is more important than the ancestral dragon spear. Its importance to the Dragon Clan is comparable to that of the Blackbird seal to the Shang dynasty. It can not only purify the Dragon Clan's own bloodline, but also allow other animals with dragon bloodline to transform into real dragons. Having said that, the meaning of they mentioned by Patriarch Huanglong has become clearer. It was none other than the Winged Snake Clan that had recently relocated to the imperial capital. To be more precise, the Winged Snake Clan still had the blood of the Yellow Dragon in them, and the entire clan was composed of undercover agents planted by the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan. Originally, the Dragon Clan did not take this undercover agents seriously, and even held a contemptuous attitude towards the entire Demon Clan. In their view, the Dragon Clan's only opponent was the Shang dynasty, and the rest were trash. It was not until Emperor Qingxian killed the Red Dragon with his palm that the Dragon Clan began to pay attention to this clan that once almost ruled the world. It was under such circumstances that the Winged Snake ancestor obtained the help of the Dragon Clan and achieved pure yang. A genius on par with Emperor Yuan, huh? If we can interrupt the rise of the demon race and avenge our Red Dragon ancestor, then what if I let them join my dragon race? Long Jintian's voice was firm. Tell them that if this trip is successful, I can grant them the qualification to enter the dragon pond. Isn't this a little unsafe? The White Dragon Patriarch, who had been silent all this time, frowned and said with worry on his face. After all, the demon race also has two souls, and if Emperor Qingxian can still use the power he had back then, the rest of the words were left unsaid, but it was obvious that he was afraid of the Red Dragon's death. As primordial spirits, they naturally cherish their lives. Although Di Qingxian was injured, if she could still use that kind of killing secret technique, Bailong didn't think he could withstand it better than Shilong. Are we going to watch the demon race rise up and threaten our dragon race? Long Jintian narrowed his eyes and spoke harshly with a questioning tone, but what he was thinking in his heart was, my son Long Ao is dead, why should the genius of your demon race be alive? What's more, a genius comparable to Emperor Yuan is indeed a huge threat to the Dragon Clan. If he grows up, he will definitely become a powerful enemy of the Dragon Clan. But Patriarch Bailong opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Long Jintian before he could finish his words. Okay, Bailong, I know what you are worried about. Long Jintian's tone slowed down slightly. The dragon pool has accumulated energy for tens of thousands of years. This time we can use that energy to create 3 dragon bodies and head to the Demon Clan. This is another function of Walonki. Although the dragon body clone is not as powerful as the original body, it can also exert the combat power of the soul. More importantly, even if the clone is in trouble, the original body will not be affected. Ancestor Bailong looked surprised. Didn't they say that the winged snakes are allowed to enter the dragon transformation pond?
Now that their energy has been used up, why would they go in?
Are they going on a trip? He looked at Huang Long, but saw that Huang Long had no reaction. It was obvious that he agreed to this matter. So he was too lazy to speak, as he was not familiar with the winged snake tribe.
We must defeat the demon clan. Didn't the sea clan just produce a soul? As subordinates of my dragon clan, they should at least show their sincerity.
Long Jintian sneered, looking like he had everything under control. The sea creatures in the Endless Sea have always respected the dragon clan. When Emperor Yuan was pressing forward step by step, these sea creatures all turned to the dragon clan for protection. Over the years, the sea clan has not had any impressive spiritual combat power, and even if they did, it was only a flash in the pan. It has to be said that this is inseparable from the dragon clan. If the sea clan really becomes powerful, how can they continue to serve the dragon clan as dogs? Huang Long nodded in agreement, and then said, the winged snake clan can also be used.
Just one piece of information is not enough.
Since they have an insider in the Qingdi Palace, let them try to poison Emperor Qingxian. I remember that there is a bottle of Yuanshan Realm Poison Dragon's original venom in the Dragon Palace treasury. His words showed no concern for the winged snake clan, which contained his blood, as if he was talking about a tool. Chapter 3:11. An emperor does not need love. The dragon race always has an indelible pride towards races other than true dragons. This arrogance seems to be engraved in my bones. They never regard creatures with dragon blood as their own kind, but instead contemptuously call them dragon beasts. To them, dragon beasts are only fit to be slaves.
Okay.
Long Jintian nodded and agreed to Huang Long's proposal.
But don't hold your hopes too high.
The main strategy is to attack Emperor Qingxian when he is weak.
I know.
Huang Long just mentioned it casually. Even though the original venom of the Yuanshan poison dragon is very strong, the possibility of poisoning a Yuanshan is too low.
It can only be used as an auxiliary means. If it works, it's good.
If it doesn't matter. With 4 spirits, he could not imagine the possibility of losing. Long Jintian glanced at the two men's faces again and said fiercely, the main goal this time is to wipe out that little bastard from the demon clan. Secondly, kill Di Qingxian if you can. This time, he wants to defeat the demon clan completely. Although a storm was about to come, the demon tribe was still unaware and was still celebrating. The group of monsters spontaneously held a wedding banquet for the newly born emperor's daughter, and the winged snake ancestor enjoyed himself at the wedding banquet, with officials coming to greet him from time to time. Even if he is a country bumpkin monster from the countryside,
he is still a pure yang country bumpkin, so naturally there
will be people who will cling to him. This also shows how much impact the internal strife of the demon clan more than 20 years ago had on the demon clan. In the past, even a pure yang strongman could not directly become a high-ranking official in the demon court. A monster like the winged snake ancestor who comes from a small place has to go through layers of examination before being granted a position. How could it be so easy? All we can say is that the winged snake ancestor came at the right time. At this wedding banquet, the usually unseen demon Saint Bai Zhe also came to congratulate, and with a serious expression he found Di Qingxian. Your Majesty, I have a premonition that my demon race will face a disaster. We must find the Emperor's daughter and give birth to her son to resolve this disaster.
I wonder if Your Majesty has a way to contact the Emperor's husband? Biological father?
Emperor Qingxian frowned and did not continue the conversation.
Instead, he asked, does Great Sage Bai Zhe know what kind of disaster it is?
Bai Zhe shook his head. I don't know either, I just know it's a disaster. I hope Your Majesty will pay attention to it. Although he had the talent to know the secrets of heaven, his bloodline was not pure enough. Faced with this disaster that involved the entire demon race, he could only make vague perceptions.
I will consider it.
Emperor Qingxian did not give a positive response. After seeing Bai Zhe off, she looked at her daughter sleeping in her arms, hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not make up her mind to look for Suan. She couldn't even solve the demon clan's catastrophe. What can Suan, a pure yang cultivator, do in the blink of an eye? Another 2 days passed. Di Qingxian looked with a sullen face at the maid in green dress who was kneeling on the ground without saying a word, with a bowl of untouched spiritual food next to her. Standing beside him was a personal maid with a look of disbelief on her face.
Tell me, why do you want to poison me? Emperor Qingxian held Susu in his arms, his face full of coldness. If she hadn't noticed that this person was in a bad mood and her daughter Susu was crying for no reason, she would probably have really swallowed this bowl of poison. A poison that can be considered dangerous to those at the soul realm and can also be hidden from detection is definitely not something a little maid can do. The maid in the green skirt trembled all over, clenched her teeth, and finally said after a while, "I have committed a capital crime, please grant me death, Your Majesty." "You're still stubborn." Di Qingxian's eyes became even more fierce. She was never a kind woman. On the contrary, she has always been ruthless, otherwise she would not have been able to stabilize the demon tribe in times of crisis. Since the maid is unwilling to say, then the soul search will do the same. Thinking of this, she pointed a finger at the maid's body, trying to separate the maid's soul from her body. The intense pain from her soul came, and she knew she was about to die. But the maid suddenly smiled, with a hint of sweetness in her smile, and asked without any context, "Your Majesty, do you understand what love is?" "That feeling is so wonderful." The voice became lower and lower, and the maid's soul actually began to disintegrate. Di Qingxian's expression changed slightly, and he used all his magical powers to try to retain the maid's soul. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. In just a moment, the maid's soul completely dissipated. The soul is scattered, without any trace left, and the remaining corpse began to melt rapidly. It seems like these guys were well prepared. Di Qingxian's expression gradually calmed down, but his eyes became increasingly icy and chilling. Love, just for what kind of love could a maid who grew up in the Qing Emperor's palace betray her and poison her? It is truly something more deadly than poison, making people lose their minds and lose their lives. For some reason, Suan's figure in the words of great sage Bai Zhe suddenly popped up in her mind, and her heart almost wavered. But then, she forced the figure back into the corner. "As an emperor, I don't need love," Di Qingxian said coldly. Wow wow wow. At this moment, Susu, who was originally sleeping in his arms, suddenly started crying again, each cry louder than the last. His Majesty the Green Emperor's gaze softened instantly. He held the baby in his arms and rocked him gently, a maternal glow blooming on his face. Don't cry, Susu, don't cry, mommy is here." This scene made the female official next to her feel ashamed. Di Qingxian temporarily shifted his attention to his daughter, but some people were worried. In the winged serpent tribe's territory, several old men sat in a row, all staring at a young man's hand with serious expressions. To be precise, he was staring at the jade token in his hand. The air was deathly silent. The young man had anxious eyes and felt very uneasy. Suddenly, the jade token in the young man's hand broke with a crack, but the message of success still did not come. Being stared at by several elders and ancestors, the young man swallowed his saliva, threw the jade token to the ground in disgust, and cursed, "Damn, you stinky bitch, it's useless. I've been acting with that bitch for so long, but she couldn't even poison someone properly, and not only would he die, but he would also be embarrassed in front of the ancestor." The winged snake patriarch did not lose his composure, but he gripped the chair a little harder and said in a deep voice, "Now we can only wait for Lord Dragon Ancestor to come earlier." There was no way back for them, even though the maid had been cursed and her soul had been scattered, so she could not expose them for the time being. But as long as we follow the clues, we will find the winged snake clan sooner or later. For now, all they can do is wait. Just as he was thinking about it, a dragon ball in his arms lit up. The winged snake ancestor was overjoyed. He did not expect the dragon clan to act so quickly. The uneasiness in his heart disappeared in an instant. He stood up, his old face full of smugness. "Here they come, Long Zhu and the others are here." The spring of their winged snake clan is about to come, and the overwhelming force directly forced the demon clan's imperial court. The sky became gloomy, dark clouds gathered, and raindrops fell. Dozens of real dragons circled in the sky above the imperial court, their bodies reaching into the clouds. One could see their heads but not their tails. Each real dragon was as powerful as those at the Pure Yang realm. The three figures in the lead were in human form, but the dragon horns growing on their heads and their domineering aura clearly told the other monsters that they were also dragons, and the ancestors of dragons. Behind these three figures, there was a middle-aged man with a diamond-shaped scale on his forehead. A total of 4 primordial spirits. In an instant, the entire demon clan's imperial court was in turmoil. A group of great demons looked at the sky in horror, feeling suffocated by the pressure. "Long Zhentian, do you want to go to war with my demon clan?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded, instantly dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. An old man in a white robe, with white hair and beard, appeared in midair. His pupils constricted as he looked at the 4 terrifying spirits. Chapter 3:12 You Deserve to Die. It's the great sage Bai Zhe.
Someone from the demon clan called out the old man's name. Countless big monsters seemed to have found their backbone and gathered around this old man, including the winged snake ancestor who was trying to take advantage of the situation. Among the demon clan, the prestige of the demon Saint Baizé is not necessarily less than that of the demon emperor.
Baizé, you old thing, you're not dead yet.
Long Jintian sneered, but there was some fear in his eyes. Although Baizé is old, his strength should not be underestimated. When he was still a little dragon, he had heard of the name of the demon Saint Baizé, but he didn't expect that this guy could really endure. Long Jintian, my demon clan and your dragon clan have always kept to themselves.
Now that you have started a war, are you trying to use my demon clan as a stepping stone to take over Shenzhou?
Baizé's voice was old and powerful, containing hints of sarcasm and threat. If the Dragon Clan really wants to occupy the southern barbarians, the Shang dynasty will not sit idly by. Haven't you seen that all the demon cultivators in the north have died out, but still no race dares to attack the north? The current situation in the world is what the Shang dynasty intends to maintain.
Oomph, stop talking nonsense.
Long Jintian's expression changed slightly. Although his dragon clan has always had the ambition to overthrow the human race and rule China, he cannot say this openly. Today's big business is not something they can handle. Even though he wanted to defeat the demon clan, he would not let the dragon clan occupy the southern barbarians. You, the princess of the demon clan, killed our clan's genius, Long Ao, in the ancient land of Xingling.
We are here to ask you for an explanation.
Huang Long spoke. The so-called killing with a legitimate reason means that no matter who killed Long Ao, the blame can be put on the demon clan. Yes, my son Long Ao is the unrivaled genius of the dragon clan. You, the genius of the demon clan, killed my genius of the dragon clan, so you should repay with your life. Long Jintian glanced towards the Qingdi palace in front of him and chuckled.
Why, is the Green Emperor of your demon clan a coward who dares to do something but not to admit it? It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Long Ao's death has nothing to do with my demon clan.
Baizé was still arguing, but his heart gradually sank, seeing how aggressively the dragons are coming. I'm afraid today won't end well. I don't know whether your majesty has gone to look for the emperor's husband. In the end, Di Qingxian actually sent someone to deliver a message to Suan after leaving the wedding banquet. She rarely inquired about Suan's news. Before this, she had always restrained her thoughts, not thinking about Suan, not trying to understand Suan, and not allowing others to talk about the human marquis who had come to the demon clan. Therefore, it was not until yesterday that she learned that Suan had actually achieved the state of his true spirit and was granted the title of king. This speed of cultivation is somewhat outrageous.
How old is he?
Maybe less than 30 years old. The demon emperor also believed to some extent that Suan could solve the crisis of the demon clan, but no matter how fast the message is transmitted, it may not be able to arrive in time within a short period of time. Moreover, Di Qingxian was not sure either. Suan is a human after all. Would he really be willing to help the demon race? The dragons outside had already arrived at the imperial court, but Emperor Qingxian did not show any panic. Instead, he put on the golden crow robe of the demon emperor. Then he looked at the baby sleeping beside the bed, with a look of pity in his eyes, and gently picked him up. This was the first time she used magic to make her daughter fall asleep. Looking at that chubby and cute little face, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up into a beautiful arch. In an instant, the magnificent palace lost some of its luster.
Ji-yun, can I trust you?
She was asking about her personal lady-in-waiting, the maid who had been with her the longest and was also her true confidant.
I am willing to sacrifice my life for your majesty, even if it means death. Ji-yun said firmly. Di Qingxian was silent for a moment, then handed his daughter to Ji-yun. Ji-yun quickly took it carefully.
Let's take Susu with us and go find Wu Shan among the human race. He should be called King Yuanan now. Tell him that this is his daughter. Di Qingxian's eyes were fixed on his daughter's sleeping face and he was reluctant to move them away. If you look closely, he really looks like that person.
Your Majesty.
Ji-yun's heart skipped a beat and he shouted anxiously. Is your Majesty planning to send your daughter away and face the enemy alone? But your Majesty has not yet recovered his strength. How can he be a match for us?
Ji-yun, I now order you to protect my daughter.
Di Qingxian's voice hardened, with unquestionable majesty and a hint of pleading in his eyes. After handing a jade talisman and a Taoist weapon that concealed her aura to Ji-yun, she resolutely walked out of the palace. Looking at Di Qingxian's disappearing back, Ji-yun gritted his teeth and wanted to catch up with him and fight to the death with his majesty, but looking at the little Susu in his arms, he finally felt deflated.
Your Majesty, I will definitely protect the princess. She used a Taoist weapon to hide her body, and walked towards the small door on the side of the Qingdi palace holding Susu. What no one noticed was that a graceful black figure was also hiding in the void, following the two of them closely. Outside, the atmosphere had become extremely solemn. The stalemate did not last long. If we delay, something unexpected will happen. There's no need to fight anymore. Huanglong and Bailong, I leave this old guy to you.
Long Jintian glanced at the expressionless sea creature's soul behind him, shook his head and gave the order.
Yes, Patriarch.
Erlong looked at Bai Zhe, his eyes eager to try. Without any warning, the war broke out in an instant. Thunder rumbled, the roar of dragons resounded throughout the imperial court. Two giant dragons, one white and one yellow, seemed to come from ancient times, accompanied by wind, clouds, and strange phenomena. The terrifying dragon body, every scale seems to be made of supreme divine iron, containing great majesty. The demon tribes below the level of Shenyang could hardly stand. At this moment, a roar of a beast dispersed the momentum of the two giant dragons. A look of determination flashed in Bai Zhe's eyes, and he also turned into his original form. His entire body was snow white, with the body of a lion, a horn on his head, and a goatee on his chin, exactly the appearance of Bai Zhe. No matter whether it is the Dragon Clan or the Demon Clan, what they are most accustomed to is fighting with their own bodies. 3 Terrifying beasts were fighting each other, and even the sky and the earth changed color. The surrounding space was torn and healed, the Tao. And the body expanded, and dragon blood and demon blood spilled all over the ground among the group of monsters. The eyes of the winged snake ancestor moved slightly, staring at the back of the white tiger ancestor, wondering what he was thinking about. Long Jintian's eyes were fixed on the Qingdi palace. Looking at the woman who walked out of the palace, he noticed her strong appearance but weak inside, and a look of assurance appeared on his face. A demon emperor whose vitality has been seriously damaged does not seem to be a concern. I just didn't see that little demon kid. Could he have been secretly sent away by the demons? But it doesn't matter. Kill Di Qingxian first and then go find that brat. But Di Qingxian was seen holding the sun wheel in her hand, like the goddess of the sun, but her face was like 10,000 years of ice, and her aura was high. There was absolutely no desire to talk. Long Jintian took a half step back, preparing to let the Sea Clan soul behind him go first, to test the quality. At this moment, there was a slight ripple in the space nearby, and a baby's laughter suddenly rang out. A little baby girl in a cradle flew out from the small space channel and flew towards Di Qingxian on the golden crow's shadow. Emperor Qingxian's expression changed drastically, and his breath stagnated. Susu. A streak of light followed closely behind. It was Jiyun, who looked pale, chasing after them following the spatial fluctuations. Looking at the giant dragons that were staring at her hungrily, her eyes were full of guilt and regret, and her hands were clenched tightly. Your Majesty, Jiyun is incompetent and failed to keep an eye on the princess. She was so focused on hiding her whereabouts that she never expected that the baby girl in her arms would suddenly open a space channel and escape on her own. It's a spatial talent. Ha, what a monster. On the contrary, Long Jintian laughed loudly, this is the new princess of your demon race. She is very talented. Very good. I will send her down to commemorate my son. Is this really the destiny? Di Qingxian hugged his daughter and protected her with his magic power. His smile was slightly bitter, but also firm. Talent and physique are different, and there is no inheritance relationship. Everyone has the possibility of awakening, but there are only 1 in 10,000 cultivators who can truly awaken, and most of them are low-level talents and are of little use. It should be a happy thing that my daughter has awakened a powerful spatial talent, but how did he end up on the battlefield? The little baby girl in her arms probably didn't know what danger was yet. She was still giggling, her big round eyes looking at the dragons in front of her, especially when she saw the middle-aged man with scales on his forehead. She smiled even more brightly. Little ghost, you won't be able to laugh later. Long Jintian's voice was as loud as a bell, with a bit of satisfaction on his face, and he said to the middle-aged man behind him, fellow Taoist Tao Hai, bring that little devil to me alive. I want to taste the flesh of the golden crow today. The pride of the demon race should be buried with his proud son. Xiao Susu was confused at first, but when she saw Long Jintian's ferocious expression, her laughter gradually stopped and she burst into tears. With a wow, tears streamed down the little face, wetting the swaddling clothes, which was heartbreaking to see. The smile on Long Jintian's face had not yet faded when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. His dragon pupils shrank sharply and the scales all over his body exploded. You deserve to die. A cold voice sounded from behind Long Jintian. Chapter 313. This is my daughter, Just as Long Jintian was about to dodge, his magic power froze. The slender palm pierced through Long Jintian's chest and pinched the consciousness trapped in his body. When the dozens of pure young true dragons saw this scene, they were all stunned. Why is there a sudden internal strife? Also stunned were the group of monsters, as well as the winged snake ancestor, who had just seized the opportunity to knock the unsuspecting white tiger ancestor to the ground and was ready to make another contribution. How high, you dare to betray me? Long Jintian turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. Hao Hai's full name is Hao Hai Jinwang, and he comes from the Hailing clan. He is a newly promoted powerful spiritual master among the Sea clan, and also the only powerful spiritual master. Even though the Dragon clan would not allow the Sea clan to produce their primordial spirits and were prepared to recycle them, they did not expect Hao Hai to betray him at this time. You know, he is just a clone now. Isn't this guy afraid of destroying the Sea Spirit clan? Hao Hai. A hint of sneer appeared on the cold face of the middle-aged man of the Sea clan. Are you talking about this guy? He went down before you and was counting on you to accompany him. In the middle-aged man's hand there appeared a head with its eyes open, which looked exactly like him. Long Jintian was shocked. You are not Hao Hai. When? There is clearly no difference in their aura and appearance, so how could they have concealed this from the soul? Could it be that there are other culprits behind the Sea clan, and they are targeting the Dragon clan? For a moment, Long Jintian was caught up in conspiracy theories. Ha, ask yourself after I send you down. After saying this, the middle-aged man ruthlessly crushed the consciousness existing in this body. Clan leader. Many pure young true dragons opened their eyes wide and finally reacted. Some screamed miserably, while others turned around and fled. However, the sound of dragons and elephants was then heard from the horizon, and 2 escaping dragons were picked up and rolled into spicy strips. Bai Zhe glanced over here and suddenly felt relieved. The crisis of the demon clan was over. He then used all his strength to fight the white dragon and the yellow dragon in front of him. After defeating the white tiger ancestor, the winged snake ancestor was about to sneak away when he heard an angry tiger roar. Facing a group of fierce-looking monsters, he gave 2 dry laughs. A pair of purple-black wings appeared behind him. He spread his wings and turned into a purple-black electric light, trying to escape. The next moment, it was nailed to the ground by a flash of blood. Suan. Not far away, Di Qingxian uttered 2 words softly, with affirmation in his tone. The little Susu in my arms also stopped crying and burst into laughter. It's me. Suan shook off the dragon body in his hand, smiled gently, took off the mask, revealing that familiar and handsome face. Even though Di Qingxian had expected this, he still felt his heartbeat slow down a beat. At this moment, Suan seemed to have a different kind of charm that was attracting her. In fact, Suan had torn through space and arrived at the Demon Clan 2 days ago. It's just that he happened to hear what Bai Zhe said about the crisis, and seeing that Di Qingxian was still a little hesitant, he didn't rush to show up. Instead, he directed his spearhead at the Dragon Clan, leaving behind Higan Bana to protect his daughter. He went directly to the East China Sea and intercepted and killed the Sea Clan's soul, which had just returned from the Dragon Clan's ancestral land after discussions and was ready for battle. A sea creature who had just achieved enlightenment lost his life before he could launch an effective counterattack in front of Suan. Then his identity was replaced by Suan.as. For why they didn't just take action to eliminate the disaster. Nonsense. If you help others but they don't know about it, isn't it the same as not helping at all? His silent protection has nothing to do with Suan. Di Qingxian's expression became complicated. Although this guy is despicable and shameless, he can be quite reliable sometimes. Just now she thought she was going to die with her daughter. Is this our daughter? Suan walked forward and looked at the little baby girl smiling at him, and the smile on his face gradually became sincerer. This feeling of blood connection, even though I said before that I don't care about offspring, but when he heard the old loach threatening his daughter, he still got a little angry. Upon hearing this, Di Qingxian instantly became alert and hugged Susu tighter. This is my daughter. The reason why he was planning to hand Susu over to Suan was because she was determined to fight for her life, but now, she would never hand her daughter over to Suan. That's my daughter too. Suan stepped forward and put his arms around Di Qingxian's slender waist, then he reached out and pulled both mother and daughter into his arms. Di Qingxian struggled a little, but sadly found that he did not have much resistance in his heart, sandwiched between her parents. Xiao Susu giggled. On the other side of the sky, the demon Saint Bai Zhe was suffering terribly. The yellow dragon and the white dragon were like crazy. Every move they made was a killing move. They even gave up their own defense, showing an attitude of not giving up. If he hadn't lived longer, had more magical powers, and had enough combat experience, he would have been beaten like a dog, but here, the drama of family harmony and affection between the husband and wife is still being played out. That's enough. When you are flirting with each other, can you please consider this old man first? There was resentment in Bai Zai's old eyes. Let's save the great sage Bai Zai first. Di Qingxian struggled and broke free from Su En's arms. Looking at Bai Zai vomiting blood, I felt a little embarrassed. I'll listen to you. Su En rubbed Di Qingxian's head. This overly gentle attitude made the demon emperor feel a little uncomfortable, but Su En waved his hand casually, and the two spears were as fast as arrows, penetrating into the bodies of the crazy yellow dragon and the white dragon, slowing down their movements. Bai Zai seized the opportunity. His eyes were sharp, and his claws suddenly stabbed into the white dragon's head, spilling dragon blood. Higan Bana also took the opportunity to attack, and a flash of blood cut off Huang Long's head. The partial consciousness left by the two and their clones also disappeared. This time, Shang Nan also dealt with the remaining Qinyang dragons. After killing them, he put them into the space magic weapon, preparing to use them as snacks. A disaster that could have overthrown the demon race was completely eliminated. The dragon clan spirit is gone just like that? Di Qingxian still felt a little dazed. The 4 souls died just like that. Only one died. Su En corrected. The other 3 loaches are all clones of some kind, and the original body is still well in the dragon clan. Then he glanced at the winged snake ancestor who was being frantically whipped by the white tiger ancestor, and couldn't help but sneered, "Your demon clan is really a bit rotten. You let the enemy become the leadership, and you were almost poisoned by your own maid." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qingxian felt as if a sword had stabbed his heart, and said stubbornly, "This was just an accident." She also wanted the demon clan to be strong, but what was left to her was a mess. What could she do? The original demon clan had the hope of being on par with or even surpassing the dragon clan. At that time, her brother, the demon Saint Bai Zai, and the ancestor of the golden-winged rock clan were all powerful spirits. She and Zhang Junxian of the dark tiger clan also have the appearance of Yuanshan, and the other pure young demon cultivators are no less numerous, but a rebellion directly caused the entire demon clan's accumulation to go down the drain. Hundreds of Qinyang cultivators died, and even the demon court was defeated. Later, his brother and the ancestor of the golden-winged rock clan died together. The pure-blooded golden crow clan was nearly wiped out. The majesty of the imperial clan was no longer there. Ambitious people from all over the country emerged, and the clans fought each other, trying to compete for the position of the demon emperor. After several years of war, the backbone of the demon clan suffered heavy casualties, leaving a lack of successors. At that time, the demon court was already in name only. In the entire Golden Crow clan, there are only 2 pure-blooded people left, she and Meng Yao, and a group of mixed-blood golden crows. If she had not later seized Zhang Junshuan's origin, used the sun god will to forcibly break through her soul, and used the power of her soul to reorganize the demon clan, I'm afraid that the demon court has already been completely divided. It was an accident, an accident. Su En did not argue and turned to tease Xiao Susu. This perfunctory tone made Di Qingxian feel a little depressed. Just as he was about to explain, he was suddenly stunned and his eyes fixed. "Wait, how did you know that I was almost poisoned?" Chapter 314. Zulong asked me to bring a message. The news of her being poisoned was not spread out. Only the maid Zhiyun and the maid who poisoned her knew about it. Di Qingxian's eyes suddenly turned to Zhiyun. Instinctively, she did not think of Su En as the poisoner. "Your Majesty, it's not me, I didn't." Zhiyun shook his head repeatedly. "Okay, no one else told me that. I just used a little trick." A pure white light curtain appeared in Su En's hand, reflecting the scene inside the Emperor Qingxian Palace. This is a small function that came into being after the Gate of All Wonders swallowed up the Gate of Heaven. You can observe the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and see the whole world. Ever since he received the news about Higan Bana, he has been observing the Qingdi Palace. Di Qingxian looked slightly surprised. There were various formations set up in her bedroom, but Su En could actually observe her through the formations. Less than a year after not seeing each other, this little thief has grown to this point. Then her face turned red and she glared at Su En inconspicuously. If you can see poisoning, you can see everything else. With this guy's shameless nature, she didn't think he wouldn't peek while feeding. However, Di Qingxian did not notice that there was a girl with a complicated expression among the demons below. "So, Auntie already has a daughter, and she's with him," Di Mengyao murmured, clenching her fists a little tight. "Reuniting with my dear aunt and being with the person I love, 2 happy things happened at the same time, and these 2 joys should have brought more joy, but why does it feel like my heart is bleeding?" Obviously, I was here first." She lowered her head and stared at the dragon corpses, as if she wanted to vent all her anger and frustration on the corpses. Suan glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Bang, with a loud bang, the long table made of 100,000-year-old purple sea kingwood was smashed to pieces. There seemed to be flames burning in Long Jintian's eyes. His eyes were glaring, his teeth were gnashing, and his hair was standing on end with rage. What a thief! He bullies me too much. He only felt a dull pain in his chest. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the thief's ridicule, telling him that he had been fooled. Aha! After a while, 2 more muffled groans were heard. The consciousness of the yellow dragon and the white dragon attached to their clones was also shattered. "Chief, we are defeated." Huang Long touched his aching neck, with an unwilling look on his face. Now their plan to conquer the demon race has almost completely failed. Not only did they not cause any damage to the demon race, he even lost a soul and dozens of clansmen in the Pure Yang realm. It would be fine if the Sea clan's soul died, but those Pure Yang realm dragons are the backbone of the clan. Moreover, all the energy accumulated in the Hualong pool for tens of thousands of years was lost in vain. If it weren't for that troublemaker, they would have succeeded this time. "You died after me. Do you know the true identity of that person?" Long Jintian asked with a sinister look and murderous intent. "Anyone who dares to destroy his dragon clan's plan should be sentenced to death." Huang Long frowned and shook his head. All his thoughts were on Bai Zhe at that time. He just wanted to find someone to take the blame for him, so as not to lose too badly. "I heard something." Di Qingxian seemed to call him Suan. Bai Long rubbed his head with his hands and spoke. "Although the injuries of the clone do not affect the original body, the feeling of death is more deeply imprinted in the memory." A sharp claw pierced into his head, tearing his consciousness into pieces. "I still have an itchy scalp now." Suan. Long Jintian muttered the name, feeling inexplicably familiar. Looking at the map behind him, he suddenly remembered, the King Yuanan recently appointed by the Great Shang dynasty seems to be called this name. He looked at the void in front of him with his dragon pupil and suddenly felt a little tricky. The Great Shang is different from the demon race. The lessons of dragon ancestor Tsanglong are still vivid in my mind. "Oh, right, the Zulong spear is also on him," Huang Long said with his eyes open. He suddenly remembered the gun stuck in his body. Because of the impact of his own death, he was unable to react for a while, but now that he thinks about it carefully, the feeling of his blood being suppressed is definitely caused by the ancestral dragon spear. "Really?" Long Jintian's expression suddenly changed. He became serious, and his voice became much louder. "There's no doubt about it, that's the ancestral dragon spear." Huang Long said affirmatively. "If he can't even recognize the inherited magical treasure of his dragon clan, then his title as the dragon ancestor would be in vain." "Hiss, wasn't the ancestral dragon spear in young Master Long Ao's hands before? Could it be that?" Bai Long's heart skipped a beat when he said this, and he couldn't help but look at Long Jintian. At this moment, Long Jintian's face was as gloomy as water, and his icy murderous intent made the remaining 2 dragon ancestors feel a little cold. "Ha, great, what a great King Yuanan!" Long Jintian spoke each word with such force that his voice seemed as heavy as Mount Sumeru. "It turns out that Aor died at the hands of this man." He stood up, the murderous intent in his eyes becoming more intense. He didn't want to care about the Shang dynasty or the human race. He just wanted Suan to kill the dragon and pay with his life. "Chief, no." Huang Long was shocked and quickly advised, "Suan is the prince of the Shang dynasty. If we attack him, it may cause trouble and endanger the dragon clan." Back then, Tsanglong only took his subordinates to occupy some territory in Shenzhou, but he almost caused the dragon clan to be unable to recover. If Long Jintian really killed that prince, the dragon clan would probably have to remain silent for tens of thousands of years. Bai Long also hurriedly walked up to Long Jintian, talked to him about the truth, and tried to comfort him. "He killed my Aor, should I just let him go like this?" Some rationality finally returned to Long Jintian's eyes, but the murderous intent in his eyes still did not diminish in the slightest, and the magic power in his body was faintly surging. "Alas, clan leader, we all want revenge, but things are different now." Huang Long sighed. Long Ao is the hope for the rise of the dragon clan. He has extraordinary talent and is expected to break through the realm of the soul and lead their dragon clan back to the top. How could he not be angry when such a genius was killed? But the opponent is the Shang dynasty, so no matter how angry he is, he has to endure it. Back then, the dragon clan was wealthy and controlled endless seas. They should have been much richer than the demon clan. However, because of the incident with the Blue Dragon, they were forced to sign the humiliating Dragon-Shang Friendship Treaty with the Shang dynasty. The compensation is 50 billion spirit stones and 15 million spirit crystals, which must be paid off in 20,000 years. The total principal and interest is 120 billion spirit stones. In addition, to show the friendship between De Shang and the Dragon Clan will present De Shang with 2 spiritual treasures, 500 Taoist artifacts, 30,000 spiritual artifacts, 10 Yuanshan realm Dragon Balls, and a number of other precious minerals. He was also asked to abolish the title of Sanglong, and from then on the ancestors of the Dragon Clan were not allowed to be named Sanglong. As the clan leader, Long Jintian was descended from the Sanglong lineage and should have inherited the name Sanglong, but due to this treaty, he had to change his name to Qinglong. The huge amount of compensation took the Dragon Clan tens of thousands of years to recover. The Dragon Clan can't stand it happening again after being persuaded by the 2 men. Long Jintian's murderous intent gradually subsided. His strong body seemed a little hunched. He was silent for a long time and finally let out a sigh. He is a father, but also the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. His duty is to lead the Dragon Clan to become stronger, not to let the Dragon Clan decline because of his actions. In the era of Sanglong, there were 7 dragon ancestors in the Dragon Clan. The subordinate Sea Clan also has 3 primordial spirits, and are at the peak of their power. No matter whether it is the Devil or Buddha or the Monster Clan, they all have to avoid the edge of the Dragon Clan. In addition, with the blood of the ancestral dragon in his body, the ancestor Sanglong can melt the 3 spiritual treasures, the Dragon Pool, the Ascending Dragon Platform and the Ancestral Dragon Spear, and exert a strength that exceeds the limit of his primordial spirit. The Dragon Clan at that time was so arrogant that even when facing the Shang dynasty, they were confident enough to invade China. Although the final result was Sanglong's death and Shang Lungtai was robbed, the glory of that time is still undeniable. But now, even if the fallen red dragon is counted, there are only 4 dragon ancestors. This is all because of Sanglong's impulse, which caused most of the Dragon Clan's resources to be plundered by the shameful Shang dynasty. They have been searching for treasures and mining to repay debts for the Shang dynasty for a long time, and have not been able to develop. The reason why the Dragon Clan values Long Ao so much and gave him the ancestral dragon spear is because Long Ao, like the original Sanglong, has the blood of the ancestral dragon in his body. Unfortunately, Long Ao also died, faster and earlier than Sanglong. Even the ancestral dragon spear was lost in the hands of humans. Ao or Ancestor Dragon, is the fate of our Dragon Clan really so bumpy? There was a hint of confusion in Long Jintian's eyes, as if he could not see the future of the Dragon Clan. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, as if he realized something. His whole body burst with vigor, his dragon pupils opened wide, and he asked in a rebuking voice, "Who?" The hall was quiet, and the yellow dragon and the white dragon looked at each other. The next moment, a strange yet familiar voice sounded in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, startling the 3 dragon ancestors. "Zulong asked me to bring you a message. He said he missed you guys." Chapter 315, Suanio's Luck. The world's luck. The best way to resolve hatred is to eliminate the enemy. The spiritual light of the Gate of All Wonders appeared out of nowhere and hit Sanlong in an instant, and then a slender palm penetrated into Long Jintian's chest. This moment is just like that moment. "Suan, it's you." Long Jintian's eyes turned red instantly, and the pain in his chest made all the hatred and anger that he had suppressed with great difficulty burst out. "You're bullying me too much. Do you really think his real body is as easy to kill as that clone?" An exquisite pool magic weapon carved with a real dragon totem appeared behind him. The ancient dragon roar sounded, penetrating time and space. At the same time, the white dragon and the yellow dragon also transformed into their original forms, and attacked Suan with a common hatred of the enemy. The next moment, a fierce battle broke out in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. The formation of the ancestral land did not last long before it collapsed. Countless real dragons were affected and turned into ashes. The star iron floor below was also lifted up, revealing giant old dragons covered in crystals, like specimens sealed in amber. Of course, the real specimens won't move. Under the fierce energy collision, these dying old dragons were forcibly awakened. A sense of vicissitudes and decay emerged among them. The weakest ones have reached the pure Yang realm, and there is even an old dragon whose aura has reached the Yuanshan realm, but most of the old dragons had already lost all their breath, leaving only an empty shell. It was obvious that his life force was completely cut off during the long sleep. "Long Padian is here, who dares to offend our Dragon Clan?" The old dragon spirit seemed to have slept for a long time, and his mind was still a little confused. He asked in a hoarse voice like that of an evil spirit. Then he saw a ray of spiritual light falling on his body, causing his breath to drop sharply, and he could hardly maintain the little vitality left in his body. Then a long spear pierced through and sent the old dragon, which had appeared for less than half a minute, to the west. Father. With a sad cry, the old dragon seemed to be Long Jintian's father, and the battle became more frantic. Half a quarter of an hour later, the ruined dragon clan's ancestral land returned to peace. Throwing the shrunken dragon pond in his hand, Suan walked out of the ruins, dressed in luxurious clothes, spotless. This battle was quite refreshing. He didn't let Shang Nan and the others do it, but just did it himself. After all, there is a door to all wonders, and killing people in the same state is like killing a dog, not to mention that he is also blessed with an immortal body and soul. Suan himself doesn't know how good a fighter he is now. I've always heard that the Dragon Clan is wealthy. Today, let's see how wealthy the Dragon Clan is. He grabbed a broken dragon soul in his hand, which was the original spirit of the white dragon that he had left behind on purpose. After searching the dragon's soul, he crushed it and a smile appeared on his face. As compensation for my daughter's mental damage and money for milk powder, I will gladly accept it. It can only be said that they are worthy of being a powerful clan below the Great Shang, occupying the entire Endless Sea, which is not comparable to those shabby aristocratic families. There are tens of billions of spirit stones alone, which is much more than what Suan has collected over the years. Although there are few spiritual mines in the sea, the area is large enough. There are also 3 spiritual treasures, namely the War Dragon Flag, the Sea-Suppressing Pearl, and the 9 Nether Mysterious Dragon Seal, including the magical treasures obtained from the Yellow Dragon and the White Dragon and the Dragon Transformation Pond. There are a total of 6 items. As expected of a big family with profound heritage, the family wealth is abundant. In addition, with the Dragon Balls of Long Jintian and others, there are 7 Dragon Balls in the Yuanshan realm. They can be used to refine pills and feed Xiaobai, and they can feed Xiaobai to the Yuanshan realm with the help of Jade Liquid. There is no need to worry about an unstable foundation. The rest of the treasures were countless, all of which were plundered by the Dragon Clan from the Endless Sea over the years. Ordinary space magic weapons could not hold them all. Fortunately, Suan had a small world, so he could take all the treasures without leaving any behind. It can be said that the Dragon Clan fell and Suan was full. Di Qingxian, who was waiting in the distance, saw Suan coming back safely, and the worry in his eyes finally disappeared, and he showed a cold expression as if he didn't care much. "Are you done?" she asked calmly. "Now that we're done, we don't have to worry about the dragons threatening our daughter anymore." Suan smiled and spread out his hands to reveal 3 dragon balls. The aura emanating from them made Di Qingxian's pupils shrink slightly, and his facial expression almost changed. It is the dragon ball of the 3 dragon ancestors of the Dragon Clan. She knew exactly what this meant. What realm are you in now?" After a long while, she asked this question. "Those are the 3 dragon ancestors, 3 veteran spirits, not 3 cabbages." It would have been fine if he was really killed, but Suan's performance was as if he had just picked 3 wild vegetables after an outing. His clothes were not even in disarray. His strength was really too terrifying. Could it be that we have already broken through that boundary? Realm, late stage of Yuanshan. Suan answered and stretched out his hand to hook Di Qingxian's chin. "Why, woman, are you moved?" Di Qingxian was indeed moved, but not just because of this extraordinary strength. Rather, it comes from a special feeling, as if a character called husband suddenly appears in life. Her ears turned red, unable to withstand Suan's fiery gaze, and her cold expression could no longer be maintained. She simply changed the subject and said, "The remaining dragons, without the dragon ancestor, the rest of the Dragon Clan would not allow them to bully them. If you want to kill a few to replenish your body, you can, but don't take care of them deliberately." Suan shook his head and said, "Not to mention that the dragons are distributed too widely, all over the Endless Sea." Now Suan also vaguely understands why the Shang dynasty has never tried to unify the world. With the strength of the Shang emperors of all generations, even if dragons, demons, Buddhas and devils joined forces, they would not be their match. The strength of Daguor realm is so overwhelming. If we want to destroy these 4 forces, it should be easy. Originally, Suan thought that these places were difficult to rule, and that it would be difficult for the Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, and Sea Clan to integrate into the Shang dynasty, so he simply left them a piece of private land. It was not until he achieved the state of Yuanshan that he learned some secrets from Sister Ruwashi. This is to prevent the heaven from doing something desperate. The way of destiny of the Shang dynasty is actually to compete with heaven and earth for power. The destiny of the Suanio is not the destiny formed by the destiny and beliefs of all living beings. To be precise,
It is the destiny of the world. The destiny of the world has its own destiny, but it can change with time and circumstances. However, His Majesty Taizu used his great supernatural powers, wisdom, and magic to forcibly bind that part of the luck to the Shang dynasty, turning it into the totem of the Shang dynasty and becoming the luck and fruit of the Shang emperors of all generations. This method is simply shocking and awe-inspiring. Once the luck of Suwanio is established, as long as the monarch is still alive, even if there is chaos in all parts of the Shang dynasty, it will not affect this luck in the slightest. The remaining part of the world's fortune is scattered outside the Shang dynasty, among various ethnic groups and regions. If the origin realm is unified and the black bird of fortune devours all the scattered fortunes, Sister Ruwashi's strength can be raised to a higher level. However, the greater possibility is that dirty thing will be provoked to attack at all costs, just like Emperor Yuan did in the past. But if another person with extraordinary talent appears and collects the remaining luck, he can also condense a weaker luck fruit. Naturally, we cannot leave it alone. This is also the reason why the Shang dynasty allowed dragons, demons, Buddhas, and monsters to exist and even fight each other, but did not allow them to expand. Always give God some hope. Yes. Di Qingxian nodded without asking any further questions. It will be difficult for the remaining dragons to pose a threat to the demon race for at least 10,000 years. When they returned to the demon tribe, the cook from the Qingdi palace had already prepared the banquet. They are all specially processed dragon meat, and they are dragon meat in the Yuanshan realm, which is extremely nutritious. Although only 3 clones died at the hands of the demon clan, they were also genuine dragon bodies. At the Yuanshan realm, the dragon meat is naturally fresh, tender and smooth, with an excellent taste. Without a certain level of cultivation, one would not dare to eat too much. Suan also specially sent a part of it to the small world, and inside the Qingdi palace, Suan, Di Qingxian, Di Mangyao, Bianhua and Shangnan were sitting around a small table, with a cute and laughing little Susu, which really gave off a cozy vibe. Mangyao, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch the food from you. Seeing Di Mangyao concentrating on eating, Di Qingxian couldn't help but laugh. Ah, why are you still crying? Looking up and seeing Suan clinging to his aunt and teasing Xiao Susu, Di Mangyao felt inexplicably sad and angry, tightly clutching the bowl in his hand. Wow, this meal is so delicious. Chapter 316. The child can eat it, but I can't? If it tastes good, eat more. Di Qingxian picked up a piece of dragon meat and gave it to Di Mangyao with a loving face. Although she pays more attention to Susu now, she still loves Mangyao, the heir she personally trained. Whoa! Thank you, Auntie. Looking at the white and tender dragon meat in the bowl, the girl gritted her teeth and shed tears of emotion. At night, Suan moved into the Qingdi palace. The dimly lit bedroom seemed empty and quiet. So much so that I could hear the somewhat panicked heartbeat beside me. Holding a flowery pillow in his arms, his hands casually resting on the soft flesh, Suan was wondering whether he should go to his inner world to have sex. Or let the red spider lily experience the shock of the unspoken rules of the workplace. As he was thinking, his eyes suddenly moved slightly and he noticed a sneaky figure outside the door. He placed his hand lightly on the door, hesitating to move forward. That breath was so familiar. Suan's lips gradually curled up and he patted the seductive curves of the red spider lily. The loyal guard immediately breathed a sigh of relief and disappeared into the darkness again. Snap! Hearing the barely perceptible sound of the door opening, Suan, who was lying on the bed, restrained his smile, covered himself with the quilt and closed his eyes. Di Mangyao outside the door was finally ready. She tiptoed, looked around with her little head, walked into the hall and closed the door like a thief. Then he walked quietly to the bedside with silent steps, looking at Suan who was sleeping with his eyes closed on the bed. A hint of obsession flashed in her eyes. Mr. Su, are you asleep? She opened her beautiful mouth, but no sound came out. She just lip-synced. Seeing that Suan didn't react, she became bolder. Don't talk, I'm coming in. The embroidered shoes on the lotus feet fell off, revealing the white and delicate works of Arti in the dim light. It looks even more perfect. Her jade feet stepped lightly on the bed, as if it was nothing, without even a wrinkle. Carefully lifting a corner of the quilt and looking at the naked strong body inside, Di Mangyao felt a strange sense of excitement in her heart and slid into the quilt quickly like a fish. The new embroidered skirt she had specially put on had been put into the space. Magic weapon. At this time, she was only wearing underwear. The fair and tender body was hidden in the quilt. The direct contact between the skin made her face flush instantly, and she unconsciously moved closer to Suan. Is this how Yi Liar usually feels?
Leaning close to Suan's body, she couldn't help but think so. After a while, Di Mangyao became dissatisfied again and gently put her hand on Suan's chest. He rolled over and sat astride Suan's legs, looking at the obstruction. With excitement in her heart, she slowly stretched out her sinful hand. "What are you going to do?" At this time, a calm questioning voice was heard. She subconsciously raised her head and met Suan's eyes, which had just opened. You didn't sleep." Di Mengyao's hands trembled, her eyes widened, and she was so nervous that she spoke incoherently. "That is not it. In fact, for a strong man, let alone touching him, even coming next to him will produce a sense of induction." How could Di Mengyao not know this? But I was so obsessed with sex that I didn't care about so many things. Looking at Suan's playful face, Di Mengyao suddenly recalled the scene of Suan and Di Qingxian sitting side by side. The warm appearance of the family of three was so beautiful that it made people jealous. In an instant, she felt a surge of hot blood rushing to her forehead, and without hesitation, she pounced on him. No matter what, she wants to eat meat today. If I don't find a chance to eat meat, I'm afraid I won't even have soup to drink. Swan, give it to me, just like her. There was a hint of pleading in her voice, so much so that she let go of the arrogance she usually put on. The she in the words obviously refers to Di Qingxian. Looking at the girl so close to him, with her eyes filled with love and anxiety, Suan did not say anything, but covered Di Mengyao's mouth. This is a communication that requires no words. The uneasiness in the girl's eyes melted away, turned into endless joy, and finally merged into that enchanting tenderness. Ding seized the destiny of the female Emperor Mengyao for the first time, and obtained the villain value of 500 ding. The protagonist Di Mengyao is completely conquered by the host, and obtains a villain value of 2000 ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering the protagonist, and the golden finger dropped, mark of time. And Spacestonesy's reminder sounds rang one after another, and Suan had no time to pay attention to them. 3 hours later, the girl, who had just lost her vital energy, was mentally exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. There was still a triumphant smile on her pretty face in her sleep. She hugged Suan's arm, holding it tightly, as if she had grasped everything. Looking at the mess that had not yet been cleaned up, Suan sighed. Although the girl was brave, she was still too inexperienced. There's no reason to fall asleep in the middle of a night. He looked into the darkness of the room. Hua, I can only ask you for help. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be disturbed for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, Nyoman's figure walked out of the darkness, hesitated for a moment, lifted the mask up, revealing a pair of tender and tempting red lips, and then slowly squatted beside the bed. The next morning, it was just dawn. Di Mengyao woke up from her daze and opened her sleepy eyes. Just as she was about to move, she felt an arm in her arms, a man's arm, and she was so scared that her eyes suddenly widened. It was not until I saw that handsome face that I suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. It was like a dream, so beautiful that it seems unreal. She reached out and touched Suan's chest to confirm, and could still feel the real warmth. It's not a dream, very nice. The girl's lips curled up into a sweet smile and she gently rested her head on Suan's chest, relishing this moment of tenderness. The morning meal was still dragon meat, as well as some special delicacies of the demon clan. During this period, Di Qingxian keenly noticed the subtle changes in Di Mengyao. His face was full of joy, and the slight depression between his brows was completely eliminated. After glancing at Suan, she understood what happened last night. She quietly kicked Suan but didn't say anything else. Some things were actually expected. After the meal, Di Qingxian returned to the bedroom to feed his daughter. The nutritional value of emperor's milk is richer than dragon meat, and Xiao Susu enjoyed eating it very much, but Suan also followed, with a malicious look on his face. What are you going to do? Di Qingxian took a look at his exposed soft parts and couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Let me test the temperature of Susu. Suan said seriously with concern. No. Di Qingxian was shy in his heart. He took a step back and looked at Suan with contempt. How old are you? You still want to snatch food from a child? The child can eat it, but I can't? Suan asked back. Di Qingxian nodded affirmatively, but then Suan blinked her innocent big eyes, showing her 8 white teeth, and said, Actually, I am also a child. For the next few days, Suan stayed in the demon tribe, and when he had nothing to do, he would compete with his daughter for food. Where the father and daughter can each sit on one side. At night, he would bully Di Mengyao and let Hua come out to clean up the mess. The days are leisurely and comfortable. It was not until the Higan Bana organization sent news again that something unexpected happened in the Jinwu realm that Suan came out of his peaceful life. An alien from outer space, calling himself a player or a blue star person, from the reincarnation game, possesses the ability to be immortal, but in fact his soul is protected by a special power, and he can be reborn infinitely. Every time he is reborn, his strength will drop a small realm, and the lowest realm he can drop to is immortal, and he will not drop again after that. He can improve his strength by killing strong enemies, calls the Jinwu realm a dungeon, calls the locals NPCs, and regards the powerful as boss. Suan looked at the information above, his brows gradually frowned and then slowly relaxed. Interesting, the fourth disaster? The above long pieces of information were obtained by Qingzu through his extensive research on those extraordinary people. However, Qingzu said frankly that the special power was difficult to break. Whenever he wanted to touch it, the power would immediately take the soul inside and escape to an unknown place on the other side, and after imprisoning these aliens, they found that they would disappear after a period of time, and when they reappeared, they would appear at the same place. In their words, this is called going offline. Until now, he had used the Great Dream and Meteon magical power to keep more than 100 aliens and prevent them from going offline, but once they touch that special power, the soul of the alien will still be taken away, which is equivalent to death once. They will appear again in a place called the birth point. In addition, there are many aliens hiding throughout the Jinwu realm and are difficult to find. Then let's go meet the fourth disaster. Suan's lips curled up slightly. I don't know if the reincarnation game is a big leak or not. After leaving the coordinates on Di Qingxian and Susu, he took a few people and temporarily left the demon clan. There is no need to go through the gate outside the imperial capital. Using the gate of all wonders, he appeared directly beside Xianzhu. Chapter 317 Research Players Host, Swan Cultivation, Late Stage of Yuantian Skills and Magical Powers, Taichu Origin Sutra, Star Picking Hand, Great Yin Yang Jotian Method, Constitution, Great Dao Immortal Body Goldfinger, Longevity Fruit, Opposite Sex Attraction Aura, Conviction Aura, Hidden Dragon Fate, Spacetime Mark *3, To Be Combined, Righteous Aura, Savior Status, Special, Villain Aura Villain Value, 12,000. The villain value exceeded 10,000 again. After glancing at his panel, Su An's figure appeared in the hall of the city lord's mansion along with the imperceptible spatial fluctuations. The sudden appearance of the figure made everyone in the hall alert, but when they saw Suan's face, they hurriedly bowed down with expressions of reverence on their faces. Greetings, Lord God of War. These people are all experts in the Temple of War God, so they naturally recognize Suan. Yeah. Suan nodded and glanced around out of the corner of his eye. We were probably discussing business just now. Okay, you guys go down first. I have something to discuss with the God of War. Xianzhu, who looked like a silver-haired Valkyrie sitting in the main seat, spoke. Yes. A group of people then retreated respectfully. Only Suan and Xianzhu were left in the hall. Xianzhu looked at Suan and spoke first with a smile on his face. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. Now I can't see through you. It seems that I took advantage of you to call me aunt. After achieving the Yuantian, the Su family rarely considered seniority except for blood relatives. No matter how low their generation is, they are directly promoted to the generation of ancestors, and most of them call each other by their first names. For example, Luo Zhu calls Changzhu Lao Chang, and some also call each other fellow Taoists. If other members of the Su family who have not yet achieved primordial spirit meet Suan and do not want to call him King Yuanan, they can also call him Anzu even though Suan might be much younger than her. Aunt, you're joking. You are Sister Ruwashi's aunt, so you are naturally my aunt as well. This has nothing to do with strength. Suan shook his head and said. Hearing this, Su Xian's eyes showed a hint of intimacy, and she said, You are here for those strangers, right? It was impossible for Qingzu not to inform them about the matter of the strange people. She also captured many strange people in Heiyuan City. However, these strange people are immortal and will disappear on the spot after committing suicide. The only way to detain them is to seal off all their abilities to move and make them unable to commit suicide. Moreover, even after being imprisoned, these extraordinary people can go offline and leave, or even never appear again. The strength of the aliens is generally not strong, and if they are a threat, they are not that big, but they are indeed tricky. Although their cultivation is low, they are like troublemakers, daring to the extreme, arresting people, killing, stealing, robbing, abusing, and cheating everywhere, and we have to deal with them. I heard that the leader of a small sect was deceived by an alien. Seeing that the alien had good talent, he accepted him as a disciple and wanted to pass on his teachings. As a result, not only were all of the sect's remaining collections swept away, but even the sect leader's own wife was raped in front of the stranger and then abducted. She has been missing to this day. Some time ago, some strange people wanted to sneak into the city lord's mansion of Heiyuan City to steal things and even wanted to capture female slaves. Then she caught him, sealed his senses, and threw him into prison. He has not been online since then. The Jinwu realm has long been regarded as the territory of the Great Shang dynasty, so it is naturally impossible for these players and aliens to mess around. Xianzhu took Suan all the way to the prison where the aliens were imprisoned, and talked about the evil things that the aliens had done nearby in recent days. Near Heiyuan City, many sects were badly betrayed by aliens. Several sects that had been cheated of all their money were now frantically looking for those aliens, clamoring to fight them to the death. Now no sect dares to recruit disciples from outside. No one can defeat these strange people in a fight. Suan said with a chuckle. He knows all too well the so-called sense of superiority of players. They treat all creatures other than players as so-called NPCs, with no friendship or morality. Once they are not restrained, they can do things more cruel than the white people did to the Indians. Coupled with its immortality, it is even more daring and reckless, which is why it is called the fourth natural disaster and the cancer of the world. However, considering that the highest strength of the players is not even at the pure Yang realm, there is no realm above the pure Yang realm. Suan, on the contrary, felt that this reincarnation game might have been actively introduced by the world consciousness of the Jinwu realm due to the threat from the evil cultivators or the Great Shang dynasty, just to muddy the waters. Xianzhu also agreed with Suan's words. Arrive. The two men stopped in front of an empty cell and opened the door. There were 3 people lying upright in the cell, 2 men and 1 woman, without moving. The body's perception and ability to move are blocked. Originally, we captured about 200 aliens, but now there are only these 3 left, and they were captured not long ago. Xianzhu said. Just as he finished speaking, another player disappeared. It seemed that he had voluntarily logged off. There were only 2 people left in the prison. Suan walked up to the 2 players and looked at them with interest. He squatted down and probed into the bodies of the 2 people with his spiritual sense. Soon, the 2 figures disappeared one after another, and the special power in their souls was triggered. Xianzhu was not surprised by this, but looked at Suan with surprise in her eyes. The fleeting glimpse of his divine sense just now allowed her to see some of Suan's strength, and she was afraid that he had far surpassed him. Is it not possible? Suan stood up, his eyes slightly focused. His soul has been sublimated into an immortal soul. Although his spiritual consciousness is not as good as that of a real immortal, it is still stronger than most people in the Yuanshan realm. But no matter how fast he is or how powerful his spiritual power is, that special power can bring the soul back in an instant. Maybe my strength is just not enough. What if I use the Gate of All Wonders? Moreover, the War God Spear is specifically designed to defeat the soul, and it is a world spiritual treasure born from the Jinwu realm. Maybe it will be useful. Suan's thoughts spread. I still need more players to experiment with. If you still want to study extraordinary people, you can go to Su Chang. He is in Luyun Mountain, and he has preserved many extraordinary people there. Seeing what Suan was thinking, Xianzhu suggested the person Su Chang was talking about was Chengzu. Chengzu used the Great Dream to confuse the players' consciousness and prevented them from logging off on their own. He had much more materials in his hands than in Heiyuan City. Thank you, Auntie. Suan thanked him, exchanged a few words with Xianzhu, and after learning about the recent changes in the Jinwu realm, he said goodbye and left. Luyun Mountain was originally the gate of the Great Luyun sect. However, now that all the demon cultivators have gathered together, the demonic power is surging and the demonic energy is overwhelming, and it has turned into a veritable demon cave. In the belly of Luyun Mountain, in a huge and spacious dark room, there are iron cages that are shining. With cold light, locked in the iron cages were people who seemed to be sleeping. Some were missing limbs, some had weird symbols drawn all over their bodies, and some had their bodies mutated, with 18 eyes and 7 or 8 tentacles. They didn't look like human beings at all. In the dark room, only an old man in a white robe with an immortal look was still moving. He walked to an iron cage and chanted something to a person in good condition. The blood-colored formation was imprinted on the person's skin, shining with the luster of blood, making him look particularly seductive. The scene looked like some kind of cult scene worshipping evil gods. There was anticipation in Chengzu's eyes, and his spiritual thoughts penetrated into the man's body. Under the influence of the formation, this person's soul almost broke free from that special energy and truly descended into this world. Unfortunately, the next moment, the man's figure disappeared like foam, leaving only an empty iron cage. It failed. It seems that the soul-stealing formation doesn't work either. Qingzu said with regret, and recorded the changes he had just sensed.
Chapter 318. He is full of righteousness, he must be a righteous young man. These days, he has tested hundreds of formations and various secret techniques on these strange people. They even transformed several people's bodies into non-human ones, hoping to influence their souls through their bodies, but there was only slight progress. That special energy was like a slippery rabbit that would escape with the soul at the slightest sign of trouble. At present, he has not thought of a way to intercept it. Let's try the 128th combination formation again. Qingzu picked up the small blue formation plate and walked to a new iron cage. He set up the formation with a wave of his hand, muttering something. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the dark room, which made him frown. What is it? It's me, Qingzu. Before the door of the dark room was opened, Suan's figure appeared inside the door. Glancing at the surroundings, he was secretly shocked to see that it looked like a laboratory of a mad scientist. What is professionalism? It's Shaoan. Seeing Suan's figure, Qingzu's slight irritability disappeared. You are here for these strangers, too. Suan nodded and responded, how can we allow these things to cause chaos in the land of Great Shang? If there were no players, probably all the sects and most of the demon cultivators in the Jinwu world would have died together, and then the Great Shan would come out to clean up the mess, kill the remaining demon cultivators, wipe out the disobedience, and rightfully take over this world. Alas, I have studied these strange people for many days. Qingzu did not hide anything and immediately told Suan about his research results, including many semi-finished products. The so-called semi-finished product means that the soul could not be intercepted, and only a trace of soul fragments were captured through the formation. Although this will cause damage to the souls of the aliens, it is still a long way from completely blocking their souls. Even Suan couldn't help but admire Qingzu's attainments in the art of formations. After hearing this, the level of this reincarnation game is definitely beyond that of the primordial spirit. The fact that Qingzu was able to influence that special energy through the formation shows how extraordinary he was. I also have some ideas about the aliens, Suan said, looking at the experimental subjects imprisoned by Qingzu. Qingzu immediately waved his hand and said cheerfully, you can use whatever you want in here. If it's not enough, let those demon cultivators catch more. These strange people are widely distributed and there are quite a few of them. Their clothing is very unique and shows their individuality, so it is basically impossible to catch one without getting one. Suan was not polite and directly took out 30 players from the iron cage. They lined up in a row, and his divine sense carefully observed the souls in their bodies. Suddenly, he stabbed out with the war god spear in his hand. In an instant, that special energy seemed to have met an opponent. Before Suan could stab him, he disappeared with his soul in a flash. The first person to disappear. Suan didn't care and continued to aim the Ares gun at the second person. This time he used the suppressive power of the Gate of All Wonders. Pop. The flesh was pierced directly. The special energy trembled for a moment, but still protected and sent the soul back. Although the Door of All Wonders is an innate spiritual treasure, as its user, Suan's strength is only at the soul realm, which is far from enough to unleash the power of this spiritual treasure. Try the magic method again. Suan recalled the secret techniques targeting the soul in Tianma's memory, affixing the soul, imprisoning the soul, and even silently taking the soul and assimilating it. The devil can transform into anything, and can even silently transform someone into his incarnation. His attainments in the soul are extremely high. Among the demon cultivators, Wuxiang and Wanhua Demon Lord were both geniuses of the demon path, but were turned into incarnations by the devil silently. If he had not entered the wrong world, wasted millions of years in vain, and even had himself been constantly won away by the world, this demon would really have a chance of becoming an immortal king. Qingzu gradually stopped his experiment and looked at Suan wholeheartedly. He found that Suan's progress was even faster than his. In just a few moments, I caught up with several days of research thinking of Suan's cultivation level that even he couldn't understand. He couldn't help but sigh. Heroes emerge from young. With the help of the Tianmakan, Suan conducted several rounds of experiments. The devil's secret technique was indeed powerful. It nearly broke through the defense line of that special energy several times, but the soul escaped at the last moment, leaving only some soul fragments. The 30 men were soon used up. Suan stood up and thought carefully. Although this special energy is not strong, its level should have surpassed that of the primordial spirit. It is difficult to affect this energy by ordinary means. Moreover, most of the player's soul is in the original body, playing a guiding role, so this is the case. In this case, the usual methods will not be effective. Although intercepting soul fragments has a chance of turning these players into idiots, it is too troublesome and does not help. There were too many players,
and he couldn't waste time stabbing them to death one by one himself. While thinking, Cheng Zhu waved his hand and sent over another 30 players. Su and did not act immediately. If what I thought was right, then it would be a waste to do this simply. The main problem now is that special energy. Once we understand it clearly, the player's problems will be easier to solve. However, the energy is too slippery. Once it senses the slightest threat, it will escape with its soul and is difficult to intercept. In this case, we have to resort to extraordinary means. Suan's mind moved slightly, and he silently activated a wisp of breath from the Suanio mark in his body, and then swung out the war god spear fiercely. The sound of something piercing deeply into the flesh, under the influence of the Dao fruit level aura in the Suanio seal, that strand of special energy actually stopped directly, as if it was stuck. The soul that was protected by it was pierced by the war god's spear without any surprise. This time the corpse did not disappear, but remained in the same place. Cheng Zhu stared with his eyes wide open, watching all this intently, and in his heart he was also sighing at the good fortune of his descendant, who was actually valued so much by his majesty. Leaving the mark of the black bird is almost equivalent to leaving a clone in Suan's body. No one can hurt him. As the Ares spear was pulled out, a wisp of silver-gray air lingered around the cold tip of the spear. It is the special energy that has not been destroyed under Suan's control. Done. Suan's mouth curled up. Your Majesty's thighs are indeed very useful. I must hug them more when I get back. Now it's time to analyze this energy. In the following days, Suan stayed in Luyun Mountain and studied with Cheng Zhu how to use the players. The players who were captured continuously became their test subjects. At the same time, several gaming accidents occurred on Blue Planet. In just a few days, more than a dozen people turned into vegetables in the game. 38 people became idiots or had reduced intelligence. Hundreds of people were unable to wake up even after leaving the game cabin, and some previous accidents were noticed by people with attentive eyes. Posts about the Black Yuan City Dungeon and the Flowing Cloud Mountain Demon Cave also appeared on the game forum. Anyone who is locked in the Black Yuan City Dungeon, although there will be no casualties, will have their entire body senses sealed in the dungeon as soon as they come online, and will directly become a vegetable, with no gaming experience at all, which is equivalent to being completely blacklisted from the dungeon. These players and their friends complained about the design problems of the reincarnation game copies on the forum. Some people even accused the reincarnation game of causing loss of life and demanded that the copy be closed. However, compared with the nearly 1 billion people who entered the copy, these accusations were just an insignificant splash and did not cause much waves. More people are having fun in this super large copy, enjoying the thrill of doing whatever they want. Only a few people noticed these posts, and Shen Mu was one of them, but he knew that those copies were from the real world, and the strong people in the copies were naturally not simple data. Damn it, there can't be a real problem with the reincarnation game, he thought with some uneasiness in his heart. Seeing this question mark, Shen Mu felt a headache and a sense of sympathy, and now he is in the copy, although he can choose not to participate in it, but in this way, his progress will inevitably lag behind other top players, and he will be slower at every step. But he still wanted to understand the secrets of this reincarnation game in depth. Fortunately, he still had the golden finger. He took a deep breath and asked in his heart, what is the probability that I will encounter danger in the next day? 0%, UN #*at. Shen Mu's eyes widened, thinking that this was not good, and he was about to log off. The next moment, something unexpected happened. A translucent nail hit Shen Mu's head in an extremely short time interval. The time was so short that Shen Mu only felt a momentary pain in his head. Then he frantically called for the game in his heart, wanting to log off, but the next game prompt sound plunged him into despair. Logged off. Warning. Warning. Encountered special circumstances, can't log off. Can't log off. The system notification sound kept ringing. Shen Mu's breathing almost stagnated, and his head was dizzy. He was still reading the forum the moment before, and the next moment he became the person mentioned in the forum. The world is full of uncertainty. This time, a faint laugh came from above his head, and he subconsciously raised his head. He saw a tall figure in a luxurious black robe falling in front of him. It was a handsome young man with a faint smile on his face, which made people feel like spring breeze. His upright temperament made people feel relieved unconsciously. This must be a great and upright young man of the righteous path. Damn it, Shen Mu shook his head violently. How could he have such an idea? This kind of person who suddenly appears looks dangerous at first glance, and I just happened to be unable to exit the game. How could it be such a coincidence? Interesting person, did you sense the danger in advance? Suan had a curious look on his face, and his eyes had a barely detectable gleam. Just now he was just wandering in the sky, preparing to find a few players to experiment with his new product. Just as he set his eyes on this player, he saw that he looked panicked and wanted to quit the game, which immediately aroused Suan's interest. The eye of insight swept over and a layer of golden luck appeared above his head. He is undoubtedly the protagonist. Could it be that the golden finger is used to predict good or bad luck? While Suan was observing Chen Mu also threw out the identification spell tremblingly. Name? Identity? Introduce? Grade? State?